You are listening to Deep Sea Embers by Yuan Tong. Novels from Novel Fire. Chapter 801, Pilgrimage of the Apocalypse. As twilight descended, a chaotic breeze swept across the expansive plains, picking up fallen leaves from the modest hills and whirling them towards the vast sky above. The city's outline on the horizon was bathed in the remaining sunlight, gradually enveloping it in a radiant golden glow. This illusion, crafted by Navigator 2 using the residual data in its database, was astonishingly lifelike. It was so detailed that it replicated even the tiniest particles of dust and the subtle movements of the breeze with remarkable precision. Knowing that his interaction was with an ancient artificial intelligence at a conscious level, Duncan recognized the scene's artificiality. Without prior knowledge, distinguishing the simulated hill and plains from their real counterparts would have been impossible. Yet this was indeed an illusion. The flaw of this simulation lay in its perfection. Every dust particle was meticulously calculated by Navigator 2. The wind that seemed to flow chaotically had its path predetermined within the AI's core algorithms before it ever began to traverse the plains. The simulation was constrained by its database and calculations, leaving no room for the unexpected, not even a randomly blown dust particle. The ancient kings were aware of the apocalypse and the reality of the Great Annihilation, but only Navigator 2, a sophisticated AI developed by an advanced civilization that once navigated the cosmic seas, grasped the subtle yet critical differences in the fundamental laws of the universe. And now it had encountered another being capable of comprehending everything. A weary man clad in a white lab coat found solace on the slope of a hill, seated on a substantial rock, gazing distantly at the artificial twilight. My creators had not achieved the advancements of your civilization. Hence, I struggle to comprehend what a 0.002-second slice of the universe signifies or the futures it could unfold. Therefore, I fear that your strategy might only be expanding a boundless sea. Though it may be vast, capable of harboring trillions of stars, and might exist for billions of years, mimicking the lifespan of a genuine universe, as long as the challenge of ultimate transcendence remains unresolved, it would still serve as a sanctuary where the evolution of civilization is confined to its initial design. Thus, the very forces that once obliterated our homeland could threaten it once more. Paranoia was the second concept I learned related to human nature after my creators disappeared. This paranoia and fear are deeply ingrained in the foundation of my system, driving me to incessantly ponder and calculate in pursuit of a scenario allowing two-dimensional beings to rise from their plane, a phenomenon I've termed a supersystem event. Yet I've not succeeded. A self-contained system precludes occurrences outside its parameters. Despite countless adjustments and refinements to my logical framework, the stark reality is that the nature of non-closed-loop and supersystem events is a privilege exclusive to the real universe. The tranquility of the hillside enveloped Duncan and Navigator 2 as they both looked off into the distance together. After a period of reflective silence, Duncan unexpectedly voiced a thought. So, for the boundless sea surely represents a supersystem entity. Could it be because the information I carry surpasses the boundaries of the boundless sea itself? Yet, within the universe's 0.002-second span that I embody, this portion of information remains a part of a self-contained system, incapable of transcending itself. Duncan shared this notion with a sense of unease, realizing that this hypothesis offered little in the way of reassurance. If his speculation were accurate, it would confirm Navigator 2's grave concerns. Regardless of whether it's in the old world or the new, a supersystem event would be unattainable. Civilization was destined to be ensnared within an enclosure, despite how expansive it might be engineered. Navigator 2 remained silent for a moment, lost in thought, before gently shaking his head. Upon encountering that girl, I did entertain this theory for a moment. However, upon deeper analysis, I ultimately discarded this notion, he articulated thoughtfully, because you didn't completely reshape her. Apart from your influence, everything that makes up Shirley remains a creation confined within the sanctuary. This situation could be interpreted as a supersystem event within what was initially a closed-loop system, yet you didn't genuinely alter the total information of the boundless sea sanctuary. That is to say, the universe's 0.002-second worth of information is still entirely encapsulated within you. From this perspective, the supersystem characteristic should be considered as intrinsic to you. The alterations in Shirley did not result from her being endowed with information from outside the boundless sea. Rather, it's because she acquired your trait. Duncan, pondering deeply, felt compelled to respond. But your assessment might be flawed, as you yourself have acknowledged the limitations of a closed-loop system. Are acute. Yes, being confined within a closed-loop system restricts my ability to perfectly analyze and calculate singularities pertaining to you. Hence, the possibility that the new world is just another boundless sea cannot be disregarded. Navigator 2 paused, then slightly shook his head again. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. In the end, lacking a superior alternative, doing our utmost is often the only course of action available. Without further comment, Duncan simply nodded in agreement. Then, he and Navigator 2 continued to sit on the hillside, basking in the serene tranquility of the evening air, their gaze fixed on the shimmering river waves across the plains. In this digital illusion, time seemed to flow exceedingly slowly, and it had been a considerable while since Duncan had allowed his mind such respite. Yet, like all moments of luxurious repose, it felt fleeting once concluded. "I should leave," Duncan announced abruptly, rising from his seated position on the hill. "There's still a long journey ahead." "Yes, you have much farther to go," responded Navigator 2, standing up to face Duncan with a composed look. "You still have to meet the remaining two of us. After you've visited all the nodes along the external barrier, Gamona awaits your arrival. Do not make her wait too long." Duncan paused, absorbing these words before responding. "You're aware of my intentions, aren't you? You are embarking on a pilgrimage along the external barrier, the initial step in the dismantling of this world," Navigator 2 revealed with an innocent smile. "I understand that once you depart from Gamona's place, the actual dismantling of this world will commence its countdown. Regardless of how the new world will form, the disassembly of the old world is an integral part of this transformation. We must find a way to conclude this persistent, great annihilation." He extended his arm, offering his hand to Duncan with a smile of pure joy. "I cannot predict the chances of our success, nor can I foresee whether we can be carried over into this new world, and in what form we might exist there. But I trust that you will give it your all, so I'll see you in the new world." Duncan regarded the offered hand for a brief moment before accepting it. A small green spark quietly jumped between their clasped hands, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. "See you in the new world." Duncan's form slowly faded away, disconnecting from the simulation. The wind that had been moving across the plains and hills came to a halt, and the golden-red sunlight that had illuminated the sky began to dim. Standing quietly on the hillside, the man in the white lab coat watched as darkness gradually enveloped the world around him. Memories of his homeland nestled back into the shadows. He remained there, motionless for an extended period, before slowly raising his right hand. A small green spark lingered on his fingertip, but in an instant it was enveloped by a soft starlight glow, seemingly revealing its true essence. Navigator 2 raised his hand, waving gently in the enveloping darkness. Suddenly, a complex tapestry of lights and shadows sprang from the void, rapidly morphing to reveal a scene of staggering complexity. The vast, dimly lit expanse of the boundless sea, cities shrouded in fog, and the misty borders of the world, along with the nodes and barriers that flickered in and out of existence. This scene unfolded on what could be described as the surveillance display of the entire world. As Navigator 2's eyes moved over the projection, his attention was drawn to the periphery, where the nodes and barriers were just barely perceptible. There, a shimmer of starlight caught his attention. This starlight, originating from the node known as the Leviathan Queen, had traced a path in the shape of a quarter arc along the external barrier, making its way to rest at his own, Navigator node. This starlight appeared to be wearing away at the barrier, radiating a potent and expansive aura that was accompanied by the unmistakable scent of impending destruction. Navigator 2 remained in a state of silent anticipation. After an indeterminate period, he witnessed the starlight at the Navigator node flicker momentarily before continuing its journey toward the next node. This advancing arc of starlight along the barrier acted as a forewarning, a countdown to the end of the world. Pondering the situation, Navigator 2 adjusted his focus slightly, and a message materialized within his field of vision, destined for a distant recipient. "Sender LH-02, to King of Fire, he is en route to you." In the engulfing darkness, Navigator 2 awaited a response, an interval that seemed longer than any previous communication with Ta Ruijin. Eventually, a response materialized. "Sender King of Fire, understood, I am prepared." "Sender LH-02, your response was delayed, is everything all right?" The flames grow weaker, but I remain. Bardock, are you present? Present. Leviathan Queen, are you still with us? Yes. From the desolate wastelands above, the eerie howls and whispers akin to those from a tempestuous temple were barely discernible. With a gentle exhale, Navigator 2 waved his hand, dispersing the lingering dim illumination in the atmosphere. Chapter 802, The Only Cook on Board Takes the Helm. The tranquil sea breeze swept effortlessly across the ocean's mirror-like surface, causing the flags on the ship to flutter gently. Amidst the quiet of the night, an escort fleet composed of numerous large warships advanced steadily. Within this fleet, a colossal phantom slowly materialized from thin air. On board the Ark, which resembled a miniature city-state, stood a grand cathedral with towering spires reaching towards the heavens. The light emanating from these spires bathed the nearby sea surface in a soft glow, with imposing towers and connecting corridors that seemed to guard the church's main structure, resembling giants stationed at the Ark's perimeter. This was the pilgrimage ark of the Storm Church, which, after spending several days in the southern waters, had finally made its way back to the central region of the boundless sea. Atop the highest tower of the Grand Storm Cathedral, Helena stood on the terrace, gazing out at the serene sea under the cover of night, with a middle-aged priest standing silently by her side, his head slightly bowed in reverence. "The condition of the goddess appears to be deteriorating," Helena abruptly remarked. "No one within the expanse of the boundless sea can discern her voice with any clarity anymore." The middle-aged priest nodded in agreement, adding, "The Death Church has relayed similar reports. Moreover, there have been occurrences of unrest among the deceased in numerous city-states that have long been engulfed in darkness. These incidents aren't confined to those under the protection of the Death Church, but have spread to others as well." Helena listened in silence, and after a brief pause, she sighed softly, her fingers tracing the storm goddess's amulet on her chest, a symbol composed of sinuous lines imbued with enigmatic significance, which remains undocumented and unexplained in the Storm Codex. Both the domains of death and storm are receding from the world. The priest remained silent, offering only his quiet presence in response. Turning to face him, Helena inquired, "Is there widespread unease among the people?" Recently, there has been an uptick in individuals seeking solace in confessionals and preaching halls, but the overall condition of the Ark and the escort fleet remains stable. The clergy's faith is unshaken. "We have always understood that the world would face periods of decline, and we've been preparing for this. The waning of the goddess's influence is a trial we were inevitably destined to confront," the priest explained, pausing before he continued with a note of hesitation. "However, in some of the more remote city-states, a palpable sense of unease is spreading. While the chief priests maintain their faith, they are finding it increasingly challenging to manage the growing discontent among the believers and the clergy." Helena responded with measured words, "Preserve order and collaborate with the city-state's authorities on management and emergency procedures. Even if prayers prove futile, the might of steam and machinery remains intact, and we still have the unfaltering support of fire and steel. We must demonstrate to the believers that regardless of the goddess's fate, the Storm Church will unwaveringly fulfill its responsibilities. Above all, it is crucial to divert everyone's focus away from prayer and towards other forms of support." The middle-aged priest bowed deeply in acknowledgement. "Understood." Helena acknowledged his response with a non-committal hum, her gaze remaining fixed on the distant sea. She found herself muttering, "Lately, there's always this peculiar feeling I get about the sea, but then, whenever I try to grasp it, it seems like nothing more than an illusion." Noticing her concern, the priest raised his head, his expression one of puzzlement. "The sea, is there something wrong with it?" After a brief pause, Helena's expression turned thoughtful, and she eventually dismissed the topic with a wave of her hand. "No, it's nothing, just some baseless musings. You may go now. I have other duties that require my attention." Once the priest had departed, Helena remained alone on the terrace, taking in the sea breeze for a few moments longer before she turned back towards the cathedral tower. She descended a spiral staircase and navigated through a short corridor, making her way deep into the cathedral's heart to her private prayer room, a place where she spent the majority of her time. The prayer room was aglow with light, with oil lamps nestled in wall niches and candles flickering before the altar. In front of the goddess's statue, a fire basin burned with an unquenchable flame. This ethereal fire, nearly transparent and ghost-like, cast an aura of surrealism around the room. Approaching the fire basin, Helena added spices and essential oils to the flames, watching as the smoke began to rise. Suddenly, a cacophony of murmurs and whispers filled her mind, disorienting her with a barrage of noise that seemed to taint her soul. Yet she quickly regained her composure and addressed the flame. "Frem, I wish to speak with you." After a few crackles from the flame, the voice of Pope Frem, known as a flame-bearer, emerged, sounding slightly distorted. "Is this concerning the archive?" "Yes," Helena responded, indicating her awareness of his plans. "I understand you're moving your ark northward towards the perpetual ice region, correct?" Frem's voice, still altered by the flames, conveyed a sense of urgency. "That eternally frozen ice field is believed to be a fragment that could persist after the world's end. For years, the flame-bearers have been gauging our worlds, focal points, across the boundless sea, seeking areas stable enough to withstand the ebbs and flows of history and time. Our findings have led us northward." Helena, showing a hint of hesitation, inquired further, "Have you pinpointed the exact location?" Frem's calm response came through the flame. "No, only that it lies to the north. Our time for precise measurements is running out. The mortality rate for priests venturing into historical voids for measurements is increasingly unacceptable. I cannot justify further risks. Now, our only option is to set sail northward, and I will personally determine the exact focus once we arrive." Helena gave a slight nod, her mind evidently churning with thoughts before she finally broke the silence. "I will dispatch a fleet to rendezvous with you. They will join your ark before you venture into the icy waters. These ships will be carrying the most significant and invaluable documents that the Storm Church has amassed over the years." The flames within the basin responded with a lively crackle and leap, signaling a brief pause before Frem's voice emerged once more. "That's a prudent move. I've reserved space for them." Helena drew in a deep breath, releasing it slowly, a gesture of gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice carrying a mix of relief and appreciation. "It is our responsibility as the flame-bearers," Frem's voice replied, emanating a sense of solemn duty from the fire basin. In a space devoid of distinct features, a uniform expanse of gray-white surrounded the Vanished and the bright star, casting them into what appeared to be an endless void. The monotonous backdrop made it difficult to discern any movement, leading Duncan to occasionally entertain the unsettling thought that the Vanished was immobilized in a static, unchanging pocket of space-time. Letter 1E5F. However, Duncan was acutely aware that the ship continued its journey, navigating the intricate and turbulent structure of space-time beyond the known frontiers. Glimpses of the fragmented phantom of the New Hope, occasionally visible above both the Vanished and the bright star, served as fleeting assurances that the jump through space-time was still in progress. Alice, positioned at the stern's helm, looked ahead with a gaze that lacked focus. Her hands remained firmly on the wheel, yet her usual vibrant demeanor was absent, replaced by a vacant and cold expression as if she had become a mere puppet. Her consciousness had extended beyond her physical form, intertwining with the Vanished and New Hope to ensure the stability of their journey through the jump channel. After observing Alice's condition, Duncan made his way back to where the crew had gathered inside the cabin. In the dining area, Shirley sat at the table, a look of concentration on her face as she aimlessly stirred a bowl of soup whose color and texture seemed slightly off. Having circled her spoon through the soup more times than she could count, Shirley finally raised her eyes to Morris, who was seated across from her, her expression troubled. "Perhaps I should take a turn at cooking next time." "There's no need for that. You're the youngest among us. It's not yet your responsibility," Morris responded dismissively, his curiosity piqued as he noticed Shirley's reaction to the soup. "Does it not taste right, the dish I've prepared?" Shirley's response was a mixture of reluctance and forced politeness as she slightly recoiled. "Actually, it's okay." Morris, intrigued by her reaction, sampled the soup himself, his expression turning contemplative. "This is exactly how Heidi instructed me to make vegetable mushroom soup," he mumbled, bewildered. "Where did I go wrong?" "It's difficult to pinpoint exactly where the mistake occurred, but I'm confident that the vegetable mushroom soup Heidi makes doesn't resemble this at all," Vanna interjected, her gaze fixed on her own bowl with a mix of concern and resignation. "Let me take over the cooking next time. While I can't guarantee a gourmet meal, at the very least, it won't turn out as odd as this." "I do miss the pies and the fish soup Alice used to prepare." Nina softly expressed her nostalgia for the culinary delights once served aboard their vessel, specifically Alice's fish soup and pies. "Once you removed the fish head, the soup actually tasted quite decent." It was precisely at this stage that Duncan made his entrance into the dining area. The crew's subtle murmurings and mild complaints didn't escape his notice, prompting a complex mix of emotions to flicker across his face. "Back when Alice was in charge of the kitchen, I don't recall hearing so much praise for her cooking. Now that she's taken over the helm, it seems her culinary talents are suddenly in high demand, he remarked, his tone laced with a mix of amusement and irony. Upon noticing their captain's presence, the crew promptly rose to their feet in a sign of respect. Nina, ever playful, stuck out her tongue in a light-hearted gesture as she stood up. Perhaps I should take a turn at cooking next time. Back at Plants, I was known to be quite the chef, she quipped with a chuckle, her tone brimming with a newfound confidence. Duncan couldn't help but respond with laughter. Taking his seat, he shared a moment of collective trepidation with the crew as they all glanced at the less-than-appealing meal before them. The air was thick with anticipation, a silent plea for a culinary miracle. After a brief pause, Duncan's actions brought a sense of magic to the room. With a snap of his fingers, a phantom flame danced across the table, morphing into a dark mirror-like surface. Within this mystical display, the image of Lucretia, affectionately known as Miss Witch, gradually emerged, seated comfortably in the dining hall of her own ship, the Bright Star, surrounded by an array of sumptuous dishes. "Good afternoon, Papa," Lucretia greeted with a warm smile, extending her pleasantries to the rest of the crew. "And a good afternoon to everyone else." Curious, Duncan leaned in to inquire about the feast before Lucretia. "Preparing to enjoy lunch?" he asked, his interest piqued. Lucretia confirmed with a nod and a smile, detailing the menu crafted by her crew. Baked apple pies, grilled steaks, creamed corn soup, and vegetable patties. Today, Nilu, though still a novice compared to Looney, managed to contribute a salad. "She's rapidly learning and starting to assist me with various tasks," Lucretia shared with evident pride. Nilu, the twin doll and newly minted crew member of the Bright Star, made a charming appearance, peeking over the table to warmly greet everyone watching from the other side of the mirror. Unable to contain her curiosity, Shirley leaned in with a hopeful glance, her voice tinged with hesitation. "Does it taste as wonderful as it looks?" The smile that Lucretia offered in response was enigmatic yet affirming. "Looney's culinary prowess has even drawn accolades from renowned chefs," she assured, her pride in Looney's skills unmistakable. The conversation turned playful, with Lucretia teasingly awaiting Shirley's next words, prompting Duncan to intervene with a sigh. "It seems we're without a chef aboard our ship again. Alice has taken the helm," he stated, a hint of resignation in his voice. Lucretia's graceful and restrained laughter echoed through the dining hall. "Well then, it looks like we were right to prepare in abundance. I had a feeling it would come to this," she remarked, her laughter mingling with a sense of inevitability. As the crew, now visibly eager, began to rise from their seats, their gazes converged on Duncan. With a resigned yet amused smile, he gestured for them to proceed. "Don't wait on my account, AI will see to your transport to the Bright Star. I'll remain here. With Alice at the helm, I prefer not to leave the ship unmanned. Just be sure to bring some food back for me," he advised, his tone lighthearted yet firm. Shirley and Nina's excitement was palpable as they prepared to depart, while Lucretia's voice, still emanating from the mirror, offered a final reminder. "Remember to bring your own tableware. I haven't prepared enough for everyone. Shirley, please put that basin back," she called out, her voice a blend of amusement and wary caution. Chapter 803, The Perceptive Agatha. Leaving the boundary separating them from the rest of the world, and embarking on a journey that seemed to stretch to the very edges of the world, the Vanished and the Bright Star crew members slowly developed a deep, unspoken connection. This bond formed through frequent interactions between the two vessels. Crew members regularly visited one another, exchanging both supplies and tales of their lives. AI frequently acted as the go-between for these groups, facilitating their communication. The relationships that grew out of these meetings and the daily routines that evolved from them seemed to quietly cement themselves as a vital support system for everyone involved, uniting them in their shared humanity. Cut off from the rest of society and the noise of crowded places, these voyagers found comfort and reassurance in simply talking to and being with each other. In the dense fog that seemed to signify the end of the world, recognizing and acknowledging the existence of their companions became of paramount importance. In a scene of abrupt departure, Nina, Shirley, and several others quickly exited the dining room, each person holding tightly to their eating utensils and dishes. Shirley was especially careful to take her unusually large rice bowl with her, leaving behind a scene of calm. Duncan stayed behind, sitting at the table with a smile of resignation on his face as he looked over the remains of their meal, burnt food and a pot of thick soup that continued to bubble away. After a short pause, he shook his head slightly and spoke to himself in a low voice. "I wonder how Morris ever managed to survive his younger days of adventure. Maybe he had a stomach made of iron." Right on cue, Agatha's face appeared in the reflection of a shiny soup spoon lying on the edge of the table. She started recounting a tale. I've heard stories about Morris. He would spend 1/3 of his time eating hardtack, another third foraging for whatever he could find, and the last third he'd transform into his mechanical form, consuming machine oil and even gnawing on molten ore, leaving his well-being in the hands of fate. Duncan couldn't help but smile at this, responding, "That certainly sounds like something Morris would do." Agatha gave a nonchalant shrug, her eyes moving from the spoon to a dining knife nearby. "I can believe most of his wild stories, but there was this one time he claimed to have been stuck in a deep fissure for weeks. He came out saying that the taste of a death crow wasn't as bad as one might think. I find that hard to swallow." Before Agatha could even finish, Duncan's face showed his skepticism. "Eating a shadow demon? Is there even anything on those to eat?" Agatha simply shrugged again, her hand drifting from the spoon to the knife. "Who knows? Morris only shared that story after a few drinks. You know how it is when the elderly reminisce about their adventures with a bit too much to drink. The details tend to become a bit blurred." Duncan's lips twitched slightly, an understated signal of his decision to move on from their previous conversation. He lifted his gaze to a porthole nearby. Through its open window, he saw nothing but a vast, uninterrupted expanse of gray-white that stretched into infinity, making it appear as though the entire world had merged into this endless shade. Breaking the ensuing silence, Agatha's voice, captivating as ever, came from his side. Her image, though slightly distorted, was reflected in the flickering light on the surface of a nearby lantern, adding a surreal quality to her presence. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, her tone inviting a deeper conversation. Duncan took a moment before answering, his voice soft yet filled with an undercurrent of emotion. "It's been a long while since we left. Do you ever find yourself missing Frost?" Agatha responded immediately, her voice carrying a mix of nostalgia and earnestness. "Yes, I miss it. I won't hide my feelings from you. The memories and emotions that have built up over the years still press heavily on me, even if they now feel like distant echoes. Sometimes I'll snap out of a daydream and think I'm back in that cathedral for a brief moment, waiting to meet with Bishop Ivan." She paused, letting out a soft sigh, then locked eyes with Duncan. "But you have other intentions for our journey, don't you?" Surprise flickered across Duncan's face as he watched Agatha's reflection shimmer in the lantern's glow. "Why would you say that?" Agatha's voice was calm, almost reflective as she explained. "I can feel it. You're driven by a purpose, embarking on a path that skirts the edges of this world. The vanished leaves a trail wherever it goes, a trail marked by your decisions. I might not understand it completely, but through our travels, I've started to notice something significant. From the storm goddess's domain to the wisdom god's territory, and now this voyage. It's as if you're drawing a circle around the globe, and within this pattern I sense an impending finale. You're on the verge of something monumental. This circumnavigation at the world's end is just the beginning. Once you finish whatever preparations you're making at the border, that's when the real expedition starts. And I have this feeling you're not planning for us to be with you till the very end." Duncan remained silent, his eyes steadfastly meeting Agatha's. "Being a gatekeeper has granted me a vision beyond the ordinary, especially now as a reflection. It's like having a glimpse into fate itself," Agatha shared with a soft, reassuring smile, then gently shook her head. "Lately my sleep has been disturbed by nightmares. I dream of this ship navigating through an endless emptiness, abandoned and forlorn with you alone at the helm. I've called out, inquiring about everyone else, but my voice doesn't reach you. In those moments I get a haunting feeling that in your forthcoming voyage there might not be a place for us." Agatha took a brief moment before continuing, her words imbued with a resolute certainty. "Your sudden question about my longing for Frost only solidifies my belief in what you're planning." Duncan listened quietly, deeply absorbed in thought. After a significant pause, he finally spoke, breaking the thoughtful silence that had settled between them. "You're correct in your assessment. The Vanished is on a voyage to encircle the world, and after this journey concludes, I am faced with the task of initiating a reset of this world. But before this can happen, it will be necessary for all of you to leave. Letter 10342. Agatha's eyes remained fixed on Duncan, her expression expectant, waiting for him to elaborate. "This departure isn't about sending you away," Duncan clarified thoughtfully. "You have always been part of my crew, integral to every step of our journey. It's just that, as I approach this critical stage, your roles will evolve." "And what exactly is your plan?" Agatha asked gently, curiosity lacing her voice. Duncan took a moment, his voice steady as he replied. "My plan involves dismantling this world. During this pivotal phase, you will act as my anchors, serving as my eyes and ears. There will come a time when I might not be able to monitor everything directly." Agatha listened intently, her silence extending even after Duncan finished explaining his vision. She then spoke, her voice laced with a hint of uncertainty. "It now makes sense why you chose to bring the Bright Star along instead of having Miss Lucretia directly join us on the Vanished." "The Bright Star is essential for the return journey," Duncan elaborated. "Lucy is sharp, she likely sensed what I was planning." "She might have guessed, but you'll need to share the complete picture with everyone eventually," Agatha responded with earnest seriousness, her eyes meeting Duncan's. "You know you can count on us." "I do trust you. It's just that finalizing this plan took a considerable amount of time," Duncan confessed, looking directly into Agatha's eyes. "It wasn't until we left the realm of Gamona that I fully understood the structure of this world and realized that a shutdown sequence was necessary to resolve the lingering aftermath of the Great Annihilation. Initially, the inclusion of the Bright Star was a precautionary measure." Hearing this, Agatha exhaled softly and allowed herself a smile. "With this knowledge, I feel much more at ease." She then gracefully moved down from the lantern, her silhouette passing through the light and casting reflections over the dinnerware until she came to rest beside Duncan's glass of water. "With such a detailed plan in place, we can move forward with confidence," she affirmed. "Following the captain's orders is always better than facing uncertainty without direction." Duncan's smile widened as he looked towards Agatha's reflection, which shimmered in the water glass. He gently tapped the glass, causing the image of the enigmatic gatekeeper within to briefly distort. "Good, because I've got an order now," he announced confidently. Agatha's image smoothly transitioned onto a nearby piece of fine china. "I'm ready for your command," she said, her voice clear and eager. "Get Sailor and have him clean up this mess," Duncan directed, standing up from his chair. "That one crew member has been milling about aimlessly since he's been relieved from his duties at the wheel, acting as though he's got a lifetime exemption from work aboard the Vanished, as if he's above contributing." A note of playful understanding was evident in Agatha's reply. "Understood, Captain." Duncan nodded in acknowledgement, and then made his way out of the dining room. He was planning to retreat to the solitude of his captain's quarters to rest before they reached the next crucial point on their journey. Along the way, he intended to make a detour to inspect the condition of Alice, who had been assigned to the ship's helm. Though now reduced to a mere empty shell, tethered to the wheel, with her more complex duties reduced to basic navigational instincts, as Navigator 3, Duncan felt uneasy about leaving her unattended for too long. With these thoughts preoccupying him, Duncan walked at a leisurely pace towards the rear of the ship. Yet, as he neared the stairs leading to the helm, he came to a sudden stop. Thump, thump, thump. The unexpected sound of knocking on glass rang out, startling him. For a moment, Duncan instinctively looked around for the source of the noise, but he quickly realized there were no windows in his immediate vicinity. Nonetheless, the knocking continued, as if resonating directly with his mind. With a puzzled frown, Duncan connected the dots. The source of the knocking was coming from his own perception. He sharply looked up, catching sight of the door of the Lost, standing ominously a short distance away. Chapter 804, Raw Material. Zhou Ming briskly entered his apartment, casting his gaze immediately towards the window that faced him as he walked through the door. Outside, a persistent gray-white fog clung to the world, giving it an air of timeless, unresolved mystery. Accompanying this visual stillness was a sound akin to the patient tapping of raindrops, rhythmically knocking on the windowpane from an unseen source. Though no one was visible beyond the glass, the persistent knocking was undeniable evidence of a visitor's presence. As he stepped further into his apartment, Zhou Ming felt an unmistakable awareness of the person waiting at the window. This sensation was unusually vivid, likely intensified by a previous encounter that had forged some kind of metaphysical connection between them. A thought crossed his mind, pondering if the act of receiving a visitor here somehow enabled one to sense their presence from the other side, before they were fully visible. Driven by this curiosity, Zhou Ming approached the window. As he neared, the figure of Ray Nora materialized outside the glass. Her backdrop, as ever, was the opulent and timeless bedroom she was known for. Standing there, the Frost Queen continued her patient knock, her eyes, somewhat empty yet reflecting the sparkle of stars, fixed on the window. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming welcomed his ethereal visitor, expressing his gladness at her return. "Please let me in." Ray Nora's voice broke the brief silence, her gaze taking a moment longer than usual to focus on Zhou Ming, her tone betraying a hint of weakness. Zhou Ming immediately picked up on Ray Nora's distress, stepping aside to allow her entry and extending his hand to assist the Frost Queen with evident concern. It was then, as Ray Nora shifted to move through the window, that Zhou Ming noticed the startling absence of her left arm. But it wasn't just the arm that was missing. Part of her shoulder, chest, and abdomen had also disappeared as if cleanly consumed by an unseen force. Remarkably, there was no blood, only a mysterious, light membrane that seemed to seal the jagged edges of her wound, giving off the illusion of slowly creeping further across her body, threatening to consume more of her. As Ray Nora made her way into the apartment, Zhou Ming quickly overcame his initial shock, supporting her carefully as he noted her alarmingly low body temperature, which felt almost ghostly. "We haven't seen each other in some time," Ray Nora managed to smile, acknowledging Zhou Ming as a comforting presence. "Returning to your palace after such an intense journey feels incredibly soothing." "Let's not focus on that now," Zhou Ming interjected with urgency, guiding her towards the sofa. As he did, he couldn't help but inquire, "What happened to your arm?" "Don't be concerned for me, my arm hasn't truly vanished," Ray Nora explained, settling onto the sofa with visible exhaustion. She then placed her right hand near her left shoulder, hovering it over the space where her arm would be. "I'm clutching something invisible which causes parts of my body to disappear. But I can't release it. If I do, it will vanish into thin air. I've attempted to let go several times to no avail, so I've kept a firm grip on it. It appears I've held on for far too long." "Holding on to something?" Zhou Ming echoed, visibly puzzled as his gaze shifted to where her left arm should have been. "What is it that you're holding?" "I'll attempt to hand it over to you now," said Ray Nora, taking a moment to gather her strength. She straightened up, miming the motion of handing something over with her right hand. "I'm not certain of the outcome once it's in your possession. It might still vanish, or it might transform into something tangible. I truly don't know." Her clarity seemed to wane under the influence of this mysterious entity, yet she persistently tried to transfer it. Zhou Ming, unable to see anything, extended his hand instinctively. He felt the cool touch of Ray Nora's fingers, followed by something cold, soft, and formless settling into his palm. Ray Nora had successfully transferred an invisible entity, a tangible yet unseen object. Almost immediately, Zhou Ming observed Ray Nora's form beginning to restore itself. Her shoulder, chest, and eventually her entire arm rematerialized before his eyes. And yet he could still feel the cold, nebulous presence in his hand. "It's still present," Zhou Ming remarked, looking down at his palm in astonishment. "What in the world could this be?" His voice trailed off, his eyes widening with shock as he watched something that had been invisible in his palm slowly materialize. Initially, it appeared as a nearly transparent shadow, which gradually solidified into a mass of dust-like gray substance with indistinct edges. The gray substance remained quiet in Zhou Ming's hand, seemingly alive with internal, incomprehensible motions. Its core undulated and pulsed unsettlingly, with vague shapes forming within it, while its periphery was shrouded in a mist that seemed to swirl, inducing a sense of vertigo in the onlooker. "What exactly is this?" Zhou Ming couldn't contain his bewilderment, quickly looking back up at the Frost Queen. "Where did you come across this? Is it from the beyond the borders you mentioned before?" As the mysterious object left her possession, Ray Nora's physical and spiritual vitality notably improved. Her complexion brightened considerably. "The furthest reaches of the fog, beyond the boundary I mentioned previously, these entities are found in abundance. The entire realm there is composed of them," Ray Nora explained, her voice reflecting a mix of wonder and bewilderment. "After our last discussion, I began to not only perceive them but also see them. Yet deciphering their true nature remains beyond my grasp. The most astonishing discovery, however, is that these substances can be transported back here. I brought a small sample with the hope you might shed some light on its essence." Zhou Ming's expression grew increasingly pensive, his brow furrowing as he digested the revelation that the substance indeed originated from beyond the known confines of their world. This realization seemed to trigger a cascade of thoughts and hypotheses in his mind, intertwining with a peculiar sensation. He felt a subtle shift within his very core. His transformation, it seemed, had unexpectedly accelerated. The cosmos around them resonated with a low, reverberating hum, filled with voices speaking in tongues too arcane for comprehension. Ray Nora cast a wary glance around, then deliberately focused her mind, tuning out the celestial whispers that filled the space. Prescription. She had witnessed these phenomena before and maintained her composure, unlike her initial reaction. To her, the noise was perhaps a natural consequence of thinking on a cosmic scale. After a moment, Zhou Ming let out a sigh, as if he had arrived at a hypothesis regarding the nature of what Ray Nora had brought back. The only step remaining was to confirm his suspicions. He lifted his hand, within which a soft green light flickered. He focused, attempting to manipulate the flame based on the sensations he experienced during his transformation. Under his intent gaze, the green of the flame slowly dimmed, replaced by the appearance of faint stellar patterns within its dance. Raynora watched, her eyes wide with a blend of shock and curiosity. "Do you have any idea what this is?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. The figure, seemingly woven from the fabric of the night sky itself, turned towards her, its voice resonating with a warmth and a hint of joy. "It's raw material." "Raw material?" Raynora echoed, her astonishment palpable. She was clearly struggling to grasp the concept. "What kind of raw material?" "The foundational substance of a promising universe, the elemental units of data, as I had guessed," Zhou Ming declared, locking eyes with Raynora. He slowly opened his hand, revealing the cluster of gray-white substance that had now completely merged into the starlight, assimilated into his being. He had come to a profound understanding of the nature of this material. Data is eternal, undergoing endless transformation. The hypothesis of Navigator 2 is true. Data forms the bedrock of existence. Everything is a manifestation of information, including the phenomenon of the Great Annihilation itself. Raynora listened, her expression one of puzzled fascination, while Zhou Ming, unable to contain a surge of excitement and enlightenment, began to pace beside the sofa. His mind raced with thoughts, occasionally pausing to distill his burgeoning insights. Zhou Ming elucidated his theory with growing enthusiasm, addressing Raynora with a clarity meant to bridge the complex gap between their understandings. "Consider the universe and everything within it as if it were an immense computational entity, a mathematical machine of sorts, operating on an unimaginable scale. This machine processes and manifests all the variables of existence, functioning in a self-sufficient and consistent manner. Every entity, every phenomenon we witness in our reality is essentially data being processed by this universal system. The occurrences we experience, the very fabric of our reality, are outcomes, solutions produced by the calculations of this cosmic machine." Raynora found Zhou Ming's rapid discourse challenging to grasp fully. With a mix of curiosity and confusion, she interjected, "Are you suggesting that our reality is not genuine?" Zhou Ming was quick to clarify, his hand gesturing dismissively at the notion of illusion. "No, our existence is very much authentic because we are integral to this mathematical construct. We, and everything around us, are manifestations of countless information units," he elaborated, intent on making his point clear. "If the essence of all existence is information, then reality, as we know it, is solely a network of information." This insight sheds light on the nature of the Great Annihilation. However, explaining this fully would take us considerable time I believe you could use to figure out on your own. The crucial concept here is that information never disappears. Its fundamental units merely undergo a state change. Pausing momentarily, Zhou Ming's thought process visibly deepened. Then with a determined gesture, he emphasized his next point. "The mathematical machine that underpins existence has always been operational, endlessly computing all possible solutions. Its constituent parameters neither cease nor vanish. They merely undergo transformation into states beyond our current capacity to perceive or interpret. Within the framework of this machine, these transitions remain part of the ongoing calculations. Yet for us, beings who rely on deciphering these computations to comprehend our universe, this transformative phase is what we see as the Great Annihilation." Chapter 805 about the ashes. In a being where stars themselves seemed to roar with a sound so powerful it threatened to unravel the very fabric of existence, Raynora found herself immersed in a celestial revelation. Bathed in the dazzling light of countless stars, her soul felt illuminated, her mind appearing to dissolve under the weight of profound truths unveiled before her. She felt an inexplicable unity with these truths, understanding the teachings of the thousand stars. Knowledge previously beyond her grasp now lay within her understanding, revealing the intricate logic that governed the cosmos. At the fringes of her vision, a mesmerizing pale purple starlight danced, its stunning beauty rendering her breathless. Lifting her gaze to the heavens, where billions of starry eyes twinkled back at her, she whispered half to herself, "I understand now. Those are the remnants, the cooled embers left from when worlds collided, but the ashes aren't extinguished. They merely await a new purpose, a reconfiguration." Her words sounded foreign, even to her, sparking a flicker of doubt. Yet that doubt quickly dissipated as the meaning of her own words crystallized within her. The starlight in front of her seemed to flicker in agreement, acknowledging her realization. Observing Raynora, Zhou Ming was taken aback by her precise understanding, especially since he didn't expect the Frost Queen to grasp his concept so deeply. His curiosity about her realization was overshadowed by the urgency of focusing on the ashes beyond the boundaries that Ray Nora had identified. He reflected on the theory posited by Navigator 2 that the universe could be viewed as a colossal, mathematical machine, a repository and processor of all data and operational logic. The catastrophic event known as the Great Annihilation could then be interpreted as the result of forcing together several incompatible systems, leading to conflicts and critical errors. This collision of cosmic systems disrupted the orderly flow of information within their domains, rendering what was once coherent and accessible data into chaos. The mathematical frameworks of these universes were compromised, losing their ability to function stably. The protective measures erected by ancient gods resembled a makeshift sandbox environment, a last-ditch effort to maintain some semblance of order amid the chaos. This sandbox managed to preserve a fraction of the information mapping. Yet, in essence, it too was engulfed in the systemic collapse. Information, however, does not simply vanish, especially not in the face of cataclysms like the Great Annihilation. From the perspective of the mathematical machine model, the information units that make up the cosmos hadn't disappeared. They had merely lost their linkage to the world laws or the operational framework of the universe, similar to. Zhou Ming halted abruptly, his gaze drifting contemplatively towards the far corner of the room, where a lone computer sat humming quietly, its cursor blinking as though imbued with life. Under his watchful eye, the cursor began to move of its own accord, revealing a message on the screen. Data corrupted, format incomplete, world. For a brief moment, Zhou Ming blinked, and the message on the screen vanished as if it had been a mere figment of his imagination. Yet the message resonated deeply with him, confirming his suspicions. He exhaled softly, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind. As he began to sort through these thoughts, achieving a momentary clarity, a sense of unease crept back in. Zhou Ming pondered the nature of the information. Its apparent indestructibility within the confines of a world seemed logical, but what about beyond? In the vast emptiness, where the civilization of his creators had once caught fleeting glimpses of the boundless void, what universal laws might govern such a place? The more he thought about it, the more he realized the futility of trying to comprehend what lay beyond his world with a mind that had never ventured past its borders. His brows furrowed in frustration, yet amidst this contemplation, he recalled his recent discussions with Navigator 2. He remembered the AI's fear and paranoia, its concerns and visions of transcending the very fabric of their world, leaving a possibility for future civilizations to explore. Gradually, as his mind settled, a smile crept across Zhou Ming's face. The mysteries that eluded him now would, he believed, one day be unraveled by someone in the future. Observing the ancient being before her, Ray Nora sensed his turbulent thought process come to rest. Gathering her courage, she timidly inquired, "Do you have any plans next?" Zhou Ming paused, lifting his hand to gaze silently at his palm. There the bright star began to dance, its light spreading across his skin, briefly bringing forth ashes that morphed into various forms before dissipating like mirages. He mused aloud, the fundamental material issue has been resolved, yet the nature of these materials isn't quite as anticipated. These cooled ashes have lost all connection to the world's foundational system. They've ceased their evolution, setting them apart from the four gods and the boundless sea. A gentle recompilation won't suffice to reshape them. As you've seen, the moment my influence wanes, they simply fade away. These cooled embers are devoid of the self-sustainability needed for permanence. Perhaps the solution lies in reaching a critical point. We need to fundamentally restructure these materials by redefining their relationships and providing them with an initial burst of momentum. Zhou Ming shared his thoughts aloud, seemingly indifferent to whether Ray Nora, known as the Frost Queen, could grasp the complexity of his ideas. Given her past reactions, which suggested a deep understanding of many topics, he treated her as someone with a keen intuitive grasp. Ray Nora, who had become accustomed to the depth and intricacy of their conversations, effortlessly navigated the complexity of the discussion, grasping the concept he presented. Her response came with a mix of surprise and concern. "Do you mean to ignite the entire boundless sea?" Her eyes widened at the thought, revealing her misinterpretation of his statement. No, Zhou Ming hastened to clarify with a dismissive wave of his hand. The critical point I'm referring to isn't about causing a literal explosion of something specific. It's more about a metaphorical information explosion, he explained, attempting to correct her misunderstanding while pondering. Though it may indeed result in a significant release of energy, it's not about destroying the boundless sea. He left unsaid the fact that the boundless sea might nevertheless be irretrievably altered or even disappear as a result of this process. Nora, still intrigued but choosing not to delve further into the fate of the boundless sea, shifted the conversation after a moment's thought. Do you have an idea where this critical point might be? Zhou Ming, stroking his chin thoughtfully, replied with careful consideration. I have some preliminary thoughts, before quickly steering the topic away, but there's no need for concern over this at the moment. My current priority is on those ashes beyond the boundary. This response brought a solemn expression to Nora's face. The Vanished is navigating towards the world's end, Zhou Ming mused, hinting at a significant upcoming venture. After this journey concludes, I must personally explore what lies beyond the boundary, to see those ashes you mentioned with my own eyes. Nora, ready to assist, promptly asked, Is there something I can do to help? My physical presence is bound here, at least for now, Zhou Ming responded earnestly. So when the time comes, I'll need you to lead the Vanished to that specific area of ashes. Confused, Nora questioned, What exactly should I do? In practical terms, your direct involvement isn't necessary. It's actually your little house that will play a crucial role, Zhou Ming explained, gesturing towards the window. Position your little house at the fog's edge, and Alice should manage to locate it. My house? Nora echoed, momentarily puzzled before realization dawned. Oh, you're referring to its connection with Alice's mansion. With a slight nod, Zhou Ming confirmed her understanding. The room that Nora acquired from Alice's mansion is fundamentally the escape pod from the spaceship known as New Hope. Given its nature as an escape pod, it's designed with features akin to emergency positioning and distress signaling capabilities. Zhou Ming had come across information deep within Alice's mansion indicating an unauthorized ejection of the escape pod. Logically, as the originating vessel, Alice's mansion, or more accurately, New Hope, should possess the technology to re-establish the location of this escape pod. Suppose the mothership can determine the pod's location. In that case, Alice, who is Navigator 3, piloting the Vanished, should be capable of pinpointing Nora's precise position at the edge of their known universe. Zhou Ming considers this strategy the most viable approach to navigate to the lands beyond. In a realm where conventional order disintegrates and the very fabric of space-time is in flux, specific methods of positioning and navigation are crucial. This is true even for the Vanished, a vessel tasked with traversing such chaotic boundaries. However, Zhou Ming also contemplates potential complications, such as damage to the escape pod's positioning system, Alice's mansion's inability to locate it, or the unique conditions at the universe's border distorting or obstructing the connection between the pod and the mother ship. Thus, before Nora sets off, it's essential to prepare alternative solutions. Under Nora's inquisitive watch, Zhou Ming extended his hand, revealing a softly glowing pale green flame, enveloped in a celestial light, gently flickering in his palm. Except this, it's a far mightier flame than the one I've given you before, he offered. Should Alice fail to locate the little house, I intend to use this flame as a means to forge a path, yet consider this a contingency plan. The flame's ability to transmit power has its limits. Ideally, the Vanished should directly navigate to the designated location. Nora eyed the mesmerizing flame, its luminance steeped in starlight, casting a brilliant glow in the dimly lit chaos around them. The power emanating from the flame instilled a sense of awe and a touch of fear within her, a feeling she hadn't encountered even when braving the depths of the icy seas. After a moment of hesitation, marked by the gravity of the task ahead, the Queen gave a slight nod. Extending her hand towards the flame, she affirmed, I'll carry it with me, beyond the boundary, awaiting your arrival and that of the Vanished. Chapter 806, Far From Home. Nora departed, taking with her the symbolic flame that had been entrusted to her by Zhou Ming. She, the Queen of Travel, along with her unique drifting home, vanished into the boundless, murky fog visible from the window. It was a considerable time after her departure that Zhou Ming, still standing by the window, took a deep breath, detached himself from the view outside, and looked away. Zhou Ming had always harbored a deep curiosity about the Frost Queen and her enigmatic ability to navigate through the thick, seemingly impenetrable fog that enveloped the world. He was particularly fascinated by the concept of the drifting house, which was essentially the escape pod from the New Hope, journeying through what was considered the edge of the world. Despite knowing its origin, he struggled to comprehend the nature of its power and how it managed to traverse the fog-laden unknown. Nora, however, seemed incapable of providing a detailed explanation for this phenomenon. Impressed by Zhou Ming about how she managed to travel with such ease, Ray Nora's responses were vague, attributing it to a sort of instinct. She described herself and the drifting house as a unified entity, navigating the fog as if she were merely walking through it, unaffected by the spatial temporal anomalies or the energy requirements that one might expect to consider in such a scenario. Zhou Ming found her explanation almost mystical, concluding that the escape pod must have retained its complete automatic navigation system. This system, transformed by the catastrophic events known as the Great Annihilation, could have evolved into what he termed a supernatural characteristic, akin to a navigation instinct, that became apparent when Alice assumed control. Regardless, the intricacies of how the Vanished was propelled through the fog at the world's edge remained a mystery, yet this did not hinder its journey across the unknown. Shifting his focus, Zhou Ming sighed lightly, clearing his mind of these ponderings, and approached his desk. His desk was home to an LCD monitor, softly glowing, and a computer tower that hummed quietly, both appearing as conventional technological devices but functioning as usual, as if awaiting his command. However, Zhou Ming did not engage with the keyboard or mouse before him. Instead, he sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the blinking cursor in the search box on the screen, reminiscent of a man confronting a reflection of his past self in a mirror. After a moment of silence, he murmured, acknowledging the interconnectedness of his surroundings and himself, "You are part of this place, as is this desk. The floor, the roof, everything here is, and so am I, we all are, aren't we?" The cursor continued its steady blink, offering no response to Zhou Ming's contemplation. Gradually, the light from the LCD screen began to fade, dimming to darkness until the screen resembled an empty mirror. In this darkened mirror, Zhou Ming found himself staring back at his own reflection, a silent witness to his introspection. At the periphery of his vision, Zhou Ming began to notice something extraordinary. On the surfaces of the seemingly mundane objects around him, his desk, the walls, the ceiling, even the corner shelves and the modest wardrobe that had been fixtures of his home for countless years, a soft, pale purple starlight started to emerge and swell. This was not just any ordinary phenomenon. It was a signal, an almost uncontrollable transformation nearing its critical threshold. Then an unexpected itch on his arm drew Zhou Ming's attention downward, where he found the world tree Atlantis, a tiny sapling floating beside him. The small tree, with its branches tenderly brushing against his skin, seemed to convey a sense of unease. Taking a brief moment to collect his thoughts, Zhou Ming gently lifted Atlantis, placing it on the desk with a delicate touch. "Don't be afraid, little sapling, it's not time yet," he whispered soothingly to the top of Atlantis, his voice imbued with a calm reassurance. A faint smile graced his lips as he continued, "I will make sure everything is arranged perfectly. You'll be planted in fertile, stable ground where the sun shines bright and the wind caresses softly. Everyone will find their place there, Saslaka included." Now resting quietly on the desk, Atlantis seemed to respond with a soft rustling, as if it was whispering back, echoing Zhou Ming's promise with the sound of winds from distant memories sweeping through the world tree's foliage. Gradually, the encroaching starlight that had begun to infiltrate his room receded, and everything within his sight returned to its usual state. "It's not time yet," murmured the singularity within the confines of the apartment, a hint of anticipation in its tone. "The day has yet to arrive." What? In another scene, Goat had suddenly raised its head, its deep, obsidian-like black eyes fixating on the figure who had just entered. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as if the entire cabin was bathed in diffuse starlight, with a towering figure stepping through the door of the lost, radiating a power so immense it appeared capable of subduing the Vanished itself. However, this illusion quickly vanished from Saslaka's sight, replaced by the more familiar scene of the captain entering his cabin, much like any other day. "Duncan of Namur," Duncan announced, raising his hand in greeting, cutting off any potential questions. "I've just returned from a long journey." "I almost didn't recognize you there for a moment," Goathead admitted, its tension easing as it began to ramble. "You've seemed quite ominous after your recent outings. Sometimes when you walk in, I'm not entirely sure what to expect. Excuse my rambling. Don't take offense to my bluntness. The sight earlier had me a bit on edge. Are you all right? Do you need to rest? They haven't returned yet, but I expect them soon. Shirley's hunger should be well satiated by now, and we might be nearing our destination. Alice is still steering us. Letter 16B1. Goathead's rapid-fire chatter hit Duncan like a deluge just as he stepped back through the door, his heart tangled with complex emotions from his journey. Duncan, barely able to process the onslaught, could only respond with an instinctive and sharp retort. "Quiet." The first mate promptly snapped to silence, the abrupt clack marking the end of his outburst. After a brief pause, Goathead's demeanor softened, and with a sigh accompanied by a gentle smile, he offered a more subdued greeting. "Welcome back, as long as you're all right." Duncan let out a weary sigh as he moved toward the chart table, but not without giving Goathead a serious look and a nod of acknowledgement. "What could happen to me?" he said, his voice carrying a mixture of reassurance and introspection. "Don't worry." His attention then shifted to the navigation chart, shrouded in a mist that seemed to erase all familiar landmarks. Beyond the world's border, the chart's once detailed depiction of the boundless sea's routes and markers had been swallowed by an endless expanse of gray-white fog, with only the pale green lines indicating the vanished's own path faintly visible. That ghostly trace on the chart showed they had traversed roughly half the distance to the world's end, nearing what was labeled as the third node. This was the extent of guidance the chart could offer now. Duncan found himself pondering whether the real Duncan of Namur, the original captain who had dared to challenge the world's border a century ago, had navigated with such a vague chart, or had he ventured forth without any chart at all? Caught in these fleeting thoughts, Duncan's attention was drawn by the cheerful sounds drifting in from the deck. His crew had returned, their spirits high from their latest escapade aboard the Bright Star. A surge of unnamed emotion rose within him, bringing a smile to his face. Duncan pushed away from the chart table and made his way to the door, stepping out to greet his returning crew. Nina and Shirley, caught up in their playful antics on the deck, paused and turned at the sound of his approach. Nina's face brightened with a beaming smile as she waved enthusiastically. "Uncle Duncan." Morris, momentarily pausing his pipe smoking, removed the pipe from his lips and offered Duncan a respectful bow. Vanna greeted him with a warm smile and a nod. Shirley, perched atop Dog, laughed and flaunted a bit too proudly. "I ate a bit too much," her gesture exaggerated yet endearing. Nina, bubbling with laughter, approached Duncan carrying a lunchbox. "This is sweet pancakes and carrot stewed meat made by Looney. I'll put it on the table for you, don't forget to eat." With these cheerful words, she briskly made her way past Duncan and into the captain's cabin. Duncan's face remained lit with a gentle smile as he observed the vibrant scenes unfolding around him. His crew was alive with energy, engaging in conversation, laughter, playful jests, and occasional boasts. He watched sailors emerge from below deck, grumbling to Morris about the challenge of scrubbing unidentifiable viscous substances from the pots in the kitchen. Suddenly, Agatha materialized in the air, causing Shirley to make a run for it. However, her escape was short-lived as Dog, ever vigilant, gently tugged her back with the leash. From a distance, Duncan silently observed these moments, as if attempting to etch each vibrant image and personality into his memory forever. For him, this was undeniably the best day he had spent aboard this ship. Then his attention was drawn by a deep, resonant rumbling from above and a subtle tremor beneath his feet, signaling a shift. Outside, against the monotonous gray-white expanse that surrounded the vanished, vibrant streaks of color abruptly sliced through the fog, heralding the end of their jump through the channel. As the ghostly silhouette of the New Hope began to dissolve above them, the entrance to the jump channel started to disintegrate, unveiling a tapestry of gray, black, and dark red hues within the dense fog ahead. This visual tumult was accompanied by the unmistakable sound of ships slicing through water. They had reached their destination. "Jum." This announcement, somewhat garbled and distant, floated to everyone's ears, prompting a unified rush to the ship's side to witness the new scene. Duncan's gaze, however, was momentarily drawn away towards the stern deck. In the next instant, Alice's head appeared, peeking over the railing of the driving platform, her face breaking into a joyful wave. "Captain, we've arrived. It's the Festival of Fire." In an expected twist, her head detached, tumbling down and coming to a rest at Duncan's feet after a few bounces. Alice, looking slightly puzzled, glanced up at Duncan. He let out a resigned sigh. "Sometimes I wonder if you do it on purpose." After a moment of reflection, Alice responded, "Save, save, save." Chapter 807, The Island of Ashes. The colossal silhouettes of the Vanished and the Bright Star cut through the thick fog at the world's end, sailing into a calm sea that was materialized into existence, with their destination clearly visible ahead. It was right in front, a desolate land floating on the ocean, covered in ashes. Apart from that particularly desolate piece of land, no other significant objects could be seen across the sea. Only clusters of floating ash drifting atop the mirror-like water surface, casting shadows under the chaotic daylight, resembling fallen clouds. The immense silhouettes of the two ships emerged from the dense fog at the edge of the world, gliding into a sea that seemed to spring into existence just for them. Ahead lay their destination, a solitary, ash-covered landmass adrift in the ocean, stark and devoid of life. Beyond this bleak island, the sea stretched empty and unmarked, save for the occasional clusters of floating ash that skittered across the still surface of the water, casting eerie shadows in the unpredictable light. These shadows, under the tumultuous sky, took on the semblance of clouds that had plummeted from the heavens. Navigating a path carved by gatherings of ash, the Vanished made its slow approach toward the desolate island. The sea around the hull mirrored the sky above so perfectly that Duncan, for a moment, believed they were sailing through the air itself. The surrounding mist and ash swirled around the vessels, creating an illusion of floating through clouds, with denser patches of ash mimicking islands adrift in a celestial sea. As the Vanished moved, it did not so much as ripple the water, but rather gently coax the ash and fog to part before reassembling in its wake. Shirley, leaning against the ship's railing with Dog by her side, was captivated by the seascape unfolding before them. Despite the numerous wonders they had encountered on their travels with the Vanished, she remained profoundly moved by the beauty they found at each new waypoint. "Dog, I've been feeling lately that not having enough words is quite limiting," Shirley confessed quietly, her voice barely a whisper as though she feared being overheard by the captain, yet she chose not to communicate through their symbiotic mental link, perhaps wishing for someone else to overhear her reflections. "All I can think to say is wow. But this place, it's truly magnificent." "Do you want 2 more books?" Dog responded, his head tilting slightly. "Or perhaps you should start by finishing those books you've stashed under your bed." Caught off guard by the suggestion, Shirley quickly silenced Dog with a gentle push on his head, whispering, "SHH." Duncan, overhearing the exchange between Shirley and Dog, chose not to intervene, his attention wholly absorbed by the island now coming into clearer view. As they drew nearer, the stark details of the island became evident. It was a flat, lifeless expanse, devoid of vegetation, not particularly large but significant as the final resting place for a deity. Unlike the grandiose temple dedicated to the Leviathan Queen or the stunning crystalline burial sites of Navigator II, this island boasted no structures or monuments. Only ashes, dust, and the occasional wisp of smoke marked its surface. With a mix of emotions hard to articulate, Duncan directed the Vanished to anchor near the island's shore before taking a small boat to land on its ash-covered beach. The landscape they encountered was a stark monument to the power of fire, with evidence of its retreat leaving behind a world of soft, warm ashes underfoot. Dark red scars streaked through the layer of ash, fading as if withdrawing with each passing moment. As Duncan and his companions disembarked onto the island's expansive, ash-covered beach, they were met with the novel sensation of ash's soft warmth under their feet, making their way cautiously towards the island's heart. The island offered no clear paths, just a blanket of fine ash covering everything in sight. The group moved with extra caution, mindful of the hidden obstacles beneath the ash. Nobody was keen on stumbling and falling into the unknown qualities of the ash layer. Shirley began to voice her discomfort only a short distance into their trek. "It feels like ash has filled my shoes, and it's all over my skirt, too," she complained, envisioning a thorough bath upon their return. "This ash finds its way into everything." Trailing behind, Lucretia offered her perspective. "This place must have once been consumed by intense flames for such a landscape to remain even after the fire has devoured all." Despite the ash-covered surroundings, Lucretia walked with an effortless grace, a beautiful sun umbrella in her hand creating a gentle breeze around her, repelling the ash. She gazed into the distance, noting, "There are still some smoke columns over there. Not all flames have died, but for the rest of the island, those are merely the last embers." Observing Lucretia's unfazed poise, Nina couldn't hide her admiration. "Magic is so convenient." "Envious, it's the reward of countless nights spent over a century," Lucretia responded with a smile, then glanced at Duncan, offering, "Do you need one? I have an extra umbrella. It's quite effective at keeping you clean and making breathing easier." Duncan looked at the ash clinging to him and then at Lucretia's almost magical purple sun umbrella, his skepticism clear. "No need," he declined. "I could change it to black," Lucretia suggested earnestly, "and if you like, I could even add a skull motif to the handle." Before Duncan could respond, Shirley briefly entertained the thought of the captain with a dark, Gothic-style umbrella, a mental image so incongruous it took her by surprise. Duncan faced Lucretia with a determined expression, and then, without a word, flames engulfed his body. He transformed into a spectral figure within the flames, levitating above the ash-covered ground, and declared, "I have my own way." Lucretia, watching, allowed a small, secretive smile to play at the corners of her mouth, unseen by her father. Then, struck by sudden inspiration, Shirley excitedly slapped her hand, exclaiming, "Oh, right, I think I have my own way too." Before Shirley could finish her sentence, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted from within her, quickly followed by a dense shroud of dark smoke that enveloped her completely. Sinister, jagged shards of bone began to emerge and extend from her frame. Within moments she had transformed into an imposing, shadowy demonic figure. Then, with the aid of 12 skeletal limbs that extended from her back, she lifted herself above the ground, moving effortlessly over the ash-covered terrain. "This is much more comfortable, and the view from up here isn't half bad either," came Shirley's voice, now deeper and tinged with a mature huskiness. She casually stirred a mound of ash on the ground with the tip of one elongated limb, her tone reflective. "I don't know why, but there's something about these ashes that unsettles me. It's not merely their filthiness. There's an odd, unnerving sensation they produce. It's quite disagreeable when they adhere to my form." Letter 1E5B. Upon hearing Shirley's contemplative murmurs, Nina, who was walking alongside Duncan, expressed her agreement with a grimace and a tug at Duncan's sleeve. "I feel exactly the same. There's something about these ashes that's just suffocating. It feels like I'm being smothered, restricted in movement, as though they're wrapping themselves around me, making it hard to breathe." Duncan halted in his tracks at this, his demeanor shifting from amused interest in Shirley's transformation to concern. "Is everyone feeling this way?" he inquired, turning to gauge the reactions of their companions. "Not at all," replied Alice quickly, the mechanical doll examining her own form and articulating her joints. "I'm just noticing the ashes seeping into my joints, causing a bit of irritation. A thorough cleaning is definitely in order after we return." "I share Shirley and Nina's sentiments," Morris chimed in seriously. "There's an unsettling essence about this place. It's unlike the domains of the storm goddess or the god of wisdom. It feels as though something buried within these ashes is stirring, exerting an influence on us." He paused, seemingly to consider his next words carefully, then added, "However, I don't detect any overt hostility. It appears more to be a characteristic of the environment here than anything else." Hearing the varied responses, Duncan's expression grew concerned. He then called out in another direction, "Vanna, what's your take on this?" Silence followed. The endless sea of ashes before them offered no reply, though Duncan was sure Vanna had been there just a moment ago. He could have sworn he saw her silhouette flicker and then disappear as if she had been silently observing until just now. An unsettling quiet descended upon the group, with Nina staring bewilderedly towards where Vanna had been, the question of Vanna's identity barely forming in her mind. However, before she could fully grasp the thought, a sudden burst of flames interrupted her contemplation. A deluge of memories and information rushed back into her awareness, as if breaking through a dam of forgetfulness. Vanna, the youngest inquisitor from Planned, renowned for her formidable prowess and steadfast faith. Her striking silver hair, initially reserved upon joining the ship, but soon revealed a cheerful, optimistic nature known for her light-hearted complaints about matrimonial prospects, notably tall. Nina, her mind a whirlwind of confusion, lifted her gaze as countless fragments of memory swirled and merged within her consciousness, forming fleeting images of Vanna that quickly dissolved into indistinct shapes. She perceived the gentle caress of invisible winds traversing the island, stirring the ash into the air. Midst this ghostly dance, a tall silhouette seemed to stride toward the island's heart, moving as if in another realm entirely, its back turned, resembling a wanderer who had relinquished all memories, embarking on an endless voyage. Snapped out of her reverie by this vision, Nina pointed excitedly towards the fading figure amidst the wind-whipped ashes, exclaiming, "There! Vanna went in that direction. I just saw her moving there." Her alert seemed to rouse everyone from their daze, prompting exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. The fleeting images of Vanna and the spectral appearances in the wind momentarily blurred the line between reality and illusion, leaving them all grappling with their perceptions. It was at this moment of collective disorientation that the captain's steady, commanding voice cut through the confusion, pulling them back from the brink of oblivion. "Everyone back to the ship." Emerald flames flared to life, carving out a sanctuary amidst the ash-strewn wasteland. Morris observed as a fiery vortex materialized next to Duncan, with the silhouette of AI floating above this fiery gateway. "These ashes are the remnants of a forgotten history," Duncan announced urgently. "Return to the ship now." Nina, driven by concern, couldn't help but ask, "What about you?" I need to retrieve Vanna, Duncan declared, his gaze fixed on the endless expanse of ashes that seemed to stretch into infinity. And while I'm out there, I'll also look for Ta Rujin. Chapter 808, The Invisible City. Vanna had been journeying along this path for an extensive period, so extensive, in fact, that the origins of her voyage had faded from her memory. She couldn't recall when it began or the reasons that propelled her into this seemingly perpetual quest. The starting point of her journey, as well as its purpose, had slipped from her grasp. Her world was a wasteland. Throughout her travels, she encountered nothing but vast expanses of yellow sand that stretched into the horizon, the crumbling remains of once great cities on the verge of collapse, and ancient artifacts shrouded in layers of dust. She wandered through these abandoned ruins, her steps retracing the echoes of a forgotten era. Occasionally, she would halt at these sites, though any details she observed would evaporate from her memory by dawn's light. She retained only a vague impression of having passed dilapidated walls. The wind, a relentless force, carried the sand across the desert, creating a symphony of sharp, eerie sounds as it clashed with the rocks. These sounds, reminiscent of spectral wails, were a constant backdrop to her journey. Amidst this cacophony, Vanna discerned a distinct noise, one that had become a familiar presence on her travels. Ding-a-dings-ding. It was reminiscent of the sound of metal against stone, akin to the rhythmic beating heard in a blacksmith's workshop. Upon hearing this, Vanna halted her march on the sandy path, peering into the distance with narrowed eyes. She had come to associate this metallic chorus with the proximity of new ruins or hidden artifacts. Yet the origin of these sounds and their connection to the discoveries remained a mystery to her. Suddenly, against the endless curtain of yellow sand, the vague outline of a structure materialized, similar to other remnants she had stumbled upon during her journey. Vanna observed this newly revealed cluster of buildings briefly, a sense of familiarity enveloping her despite her initial surprise. After a momentary pause, she resumed her walk, advancing towards the edifice amidst the swirling chaos of wind and sand. Just then, a young woman's voice pierced the solitude. "Where did you come from?" Startled, Vanna scanned her surroundings, but her eyes met only the swirling dance of yellow grains. The source of the voice seemed devoid of any physical presence, as if it were a mere figment of her imagination. Puzzled and with a sense that the sand was clouding her thoughts, she shook her head, determined to press on. The voice persisted, this time with a hint of curiosity. "Why aren't you responding to me?" Accompanying the voice, Vanna thought she could detect the sound of footsteps, mirroring her own yet eerily close. Halting once more, she fixed her gaze on the empty space beside her. Though the speaker remained invisible, Vanna felt the subtle presence of someone or something, an aura of sorts near her. Could it be that an unseen companion was journeying alongside her, attempting to engage in conversation? This occurrence prompted a cascade of questions in her mind. Was such a phenomenon commonplace in this desolate world? Did an invisible entity truly exist, sharing this vast emptiness with her? As Vanna's thoughts once again became muddled, a whirlwind of absurd and strange ideas surged through her mind, only to dissipate as swiftly as they had appeared. She paused briefly, wrestling with her confusion before she cautiously broke the silence. "I don't remember where I came from." "Forgot where you came from?" The voice of her unseen companion floated through the air again, this time with a hint of cheerfulness. "Ah, that's unfortunate. Forgetting your origins can make it difficult to find your way back, but it's not a rare occurrence here." "Here, not rare," Vanna replied, her voice tinged with surprise. "Are there others like me here?" "Yes, many," the voice responded, its tone suggesting a smile. "Over there in that city, it's bustling with people." Without seeing where the voice pointed, Vanna naturally turned her gaze toward the indistinct outlines of buildings that loomed in the sandstorm, her curiosity piqued. "In that city?" "Yes, in that city," the voice reiterated enthusiastically. "People have arrived here from every conceivable direction. Some retain a vague memory of their origins, while others have even forgotten their own names. But such details lose their significance on this journey, which spans from one distant place to another. Sometimes you pause briefly, and at other times you find yourself unable to go any further, and wherever you find yourself stuck, that place becomes your new point of reference." "Yeah, my brother once shared that insight with me." Vanna, still perplexed, took a step towards the shadowy cluster of buildings. Almost instantly, she heard the sound of footsteps accompanying her own, a gentle reminder of the unseen presence trailing behind her. "Your brother?" Vanna inquired, the oddity of speaking to an invisible being slowly fading, replaced by a sense of normalcy. After all, having a companion to converse with during such a lengthy trek seemed like a rare comfort. "Yes, my brother. He's 6 years older than me," the unseen voice replied promptly, its tone still carrying a cheerful lilt. "But it's been many years since I last saw him. He left for Vesserin to pursue his studies, and we've lost contact ever since." Vesserin, the name echoed in Vanna's mind, stirring a flicker of recognition. Was Vesserin a city, perhaps? "Do you worry about him?" she found herself asking. "Not really," came the response from beside her. "Many of us haven't had news from the outside world in a long time, nor have we been able to send any messages out. Being out of touch isn't necessarily a bad thing." The voice seemed to drift off, carried away by the wind, which then became distorted as if stretching across a vast distance before being swallowed up by a cacophony of noises. Vanna strained to understand the last few words, but they were lost to her, leaving only silence in their wake. She stood motionless for a few moments, the absence of the voice leaving a void. Breaking the silence, she called out, "Are you still there?" But the desert offered no reply, save for its characteristic eerie howls and the intermittent sound of metal clinking, resonating through the air like an unanswered question. It appeared as though her unseen companion had disappeared, swept away by the desert winds. After some time had passed, Vanna collected her thoughts and resumed her trek toward the city that lay in the distance. Her journey was long and arduous, but just as the day began to transition into evening, she reached her destination. The city her companion had described was in sight, but contrary to what she might have hoped for, there were no signs of life or the hustle and bustle of city inhabitants. Instead, what greeted her were the ruins of a city long forsaken, its walls and buildings surrendered to the encroaching sands, left to erode in the relentless passage of time. Upon finding what appeared to be the remnants of a gate amidst the crumbling city walls, Vanna peered through, taking in the desolate view of the city's ruins before advancing toward the city. Yet just as she was about to cross the threshold of the gate, a firm and commanding voice emerged from nowhere. "Stop, stranger, where do you come from?" Startled, Vanna paused. Could it be that an invisible soldier was guarding this derelict gateway? She had navigated through cultist-infested sewers, faced down creatures that lurked in the shadows, but she had never found herself in such a peculiar situation. Hesitantly, she turned towards the source of the voice, opting to respond as though this were a normal interaction. "I'm on a journey, but I can't recall my point of origin." Recalling her invisible travel companion's earlier words about the city being populated with many residents who had similarly lost their bearings, Vanna hoped her answer wouldn't raise any eyebrows. The guard remained silent for a moment, possibly contemplating her response or maybe disappearing into the whirl of the sandstorm. Vanna waited, a blend of patience and curiosity holding her in place, and just when she was about to proceed regardless, a voice filled with warmth and familiarity spoke from beside her. You've arrived." It was the voice of her previous missing, invisible travel companion. "I was worried you might have gotten lost," the voice expressed cheerfully. "The journey here is fraught with diverging paths, particularly those minor trails through the forest. Should the berry bushes beside the path catch your eye and lead you astray, you might spend an entire day finding your way back." Forest trails, berry bushes. As she listened to the continuing voice, Vanna's gaze swept back over her path, a landscape dominated by sand and stone, devoid of any forest or berry bush. What were these fantastical things doing in their conversation? And as she stood there bewildered, the authoritative voice of the guard spoke again, this time addressing the invisible travel companion. "Is this your friend?" "Yes, we encountered each other along the way," the youthful voice quickly responded. "She's traveled from afar, a newcomer to this place, unfamiliar with our ways. I thought I'd show her around the city." "Then you may enter, but be cautious not to stray. The evening approaches, and the wilderness beyond the city limits is fraught with dangers, especially as darkness descends upon the forests." Thank you." The voice, brimming with enthusiasm, expressed gratitude towards the guard before addressing Vanna. "We're allowed to proceed now." Redirecting her attention away from the desolate landscape that lay beyond the city's boundaries, Vanna acknowledged the guidance with a nod, orienting herself towards the source of the voice. Understood. She ventured into the so-called thriving city, her steps taking her down a broad yet desolate avenue that ran straight from the city's entrance. The road was flanked by ruins, with yellow sand swallowing the remnants of what might once have been bustling streets and broken stone slabs scattered chaotically underfoot. From time to time, she caught the fleeting sounds of what could be mistaken for vendors peddling their wares, snippets of conversation, and the clatter of wheels against cobblestones. However, these auditory glimpses quickly vanished into the wind, leaving her unable to discern any distinct words or phrases. "How do you find it? Quite lively, isn't it?" The young and vibrant voice emerged beside Vanna, almost as if gesturing towards imaginary storefronts and the hustle of unseen crowds. "I've called this place home for many years. It's the most bustling city in the entire continent." "The continent, what is that?" A wave of disorientation momentarily swept over Vanna, as if a surge of knowledge, alien to her understanding of the world, sought entry into her consciousness, vying for a foothold in her mind. But in the next instant, her resolve steeled, dispelling the burgeoning confusion and repelling the intrusive knowledge that attempted to take root. Chapter 809, Ashes with the Wind. Vanna advanced with caution in the abandoned metropolis, now a ghost town devoid of life. Beside her, an unseen companion kept pace, eagerly describing the vibrance and beauty that once characterized this thriving city. It was painted as a bustling hub of activity, its streets teeming with the joyful hustle and bustle of daily life. This city was once the crown jewel of the entire continent, a place renowned far and wide. It served as a home for many and a waypoint for travelers from all corners of the globe. The city's guards were known for their unwavering vigilance, its inhabitants for their warmth and generosity. It was a melting pot where new and exciting merchandise, innovative ideas, and captivating stories from across the world converged. "You're going to love it here just like everyone else does," the invisible guide assured Vanna with a buoyant tone. "Give it a few days, and you'll be captivated by its charm." While Vanna half-heartedly absorbed her guide's spirited narrative, her thoughts veered towards the peculiar. Despite the apparent absence of residents, she occasionally caught snippets of conversation, suggesting she wasn't alone. She wondered how she was perceived by these unseen denizens. Did they view her as a blind swordsman, aimlessly wandering their streets with a weapon in hand? Was there no concern or curiosity from these invisible onlookers about her armed presence? Her musings then shifted to her jovial guide, whose youthful voice suggested she was a young girl, invisible and intangible, making it challenging for Vanna to rely on her for navigation. Instead, Vanna had been making her way through the decrepit ruins and crumbled walls based on her own decisions, indifferent to whether her guide could keep up or even followed. Yet the guide seemed not to mind, remaining ever present and engaging as though this were a prearranged outing for Vanna, her new friend. Pausing at an intersection, Vanna took a moment to gather her thoughts, pondering her place in this unseen city and her relationship with her invisible guide. Just as she grappled with these questions, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame her, more intense than before, leaving her mind momentarily blank, as if a crucial memory had slipped away. Looking around at the desolate ruins with confusion, Vanna noticed that the earlier sense of something being amiss had now inexplicably faded away. "Would you like some fruit?" A new voice, gentle and reminiscent of an elderly woman, broke the silence, offering refreshment as if from a roadside vendor. "They're fresh from this morning, perfect for quenching your thirst after a long journey, aren't they?" Turning towards the source of the voice, Vanna saw nothing but a pile of wood and stones, partly concealed by the desert's encroaching sands, and a fleeting shadow among the ruins, gesturing as if presenting goods for sale. A gust of wind blew, sweeping sand from the shadow's hand, revealing nothing but an empty plank in front of it. In the blink of an eye, the shadow vanished, leaving Vanna to contemplate the eerie and enigmatic nature of the deserted city. Standing isolated at the crossroads, Vanna was engulfed in the eerie silence, the only sound being the hollow whispering of the wind. It dawned on her that the voice of her invisible companion had ceased, leaving her in a prolonged silence. Turning towards where she last felt the presence of her unseen guide, Vanna tentatively called out, "Are you still there?" But no reply came. The wind picked up slightly, dislodging a few grains of sand from a crumbling wall nearby. As they fell, they seemed to carry a faint yet distinct sound with them, a soft tinkling reminiscent of a distant bell. Ding, ding, ding. With a fluid motion, Vanna shifted her great sword to her left hand, and with her right, she drew a familiar symbol across her chest. The meaning of the symbol eluded her, but her body remembered the gesture as if it were a deeply ingrained habit, perhaps some sort of benediction. With renewed caution, she gripped her sword firmly and ventured further into the heart of the city. As she roamed the desolate ruins, it became clear that the city's once sprawling and intricate streets were now endless vistas of yellow sand. The remains of buildings and pathways, although shattered and buried, hinted at their former splendor. A thought struck Vanna. Could this truly have been the world's most vibrant and thriving metropolis? She pondered the countless lives that must have filled this vast city, the endless caravans bringing goods and stories from distant lands. Prescription. Yet it now lay forsaken. What had led to such a bustling city being deserted? When had it happened? And why, after all, had she come here? Continuing her journey, Vanna's train of thought was abruptly interrupted as she approached a particular building. The wind carried strange noises, and with it, a piece of paper swirling through the air, catching her attention with its barely visible writing. Intrigued by the notion of paper surviving the relentless sandstorms, Vanna acted instinctively, catching the flying scrap. Upon inspection, she realized it was a fragment of a newspaper. The top half, though tattered, proudly displayed the newspaper's name, while the bottom half bore text that had been worn away by time. Amidst the fading words, Vanna discerned a sentence that remained legible. A great fire broke out inland, spreading from the upper to the lower district, damaging many factories and blocks, with casualties among the residents. Staring at the aged text, Vanna was enveloped in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, she finally articulated her bewilderment. "What is planned?" No sooner had she spoken than the piece of newspaper in her grasp began to disintegrate, turning into yellow sand and slipping through her fingers, carried away by the wind. Vanna paused, taking a moment to shake the last remnants of sand from her hand before she continued on her way. Her journey through the ruins extended for what seemed like an eternity, until she abruptly came to a halt before a peculiar structure. Amidst the swirling dust, the building appeared almost out of nowhere, its form rising awkwardly yet distinctly from the surrounding debris and fallen structures. It stood there, an anomaly among ruins, resembling a silent behemoth that had been quietly observing Vanna's approach. The structure was a modest-sized chapel, characterized by several spires that, while not grandiose, lent it an air of solemn dignity. It was clear that the chapel had been abandoned. Its exterior walls were discolored and cracked, its windows broken and scattered, and its roof tiles missing, all signs of long-term neglect. However, in stark contrast to the completely collapsed buildings that were engulfed by the encroaching sand, this chapel retained its basic structure. But what truly captured Vanna's attention was the small flower bed situated at the chapel's entrance. This flower bed, though dilapidated and home only to dead plants, was remarkably free of sand, a curious sight in a land where the yellow desert sands seemed to invade every nook and cranny. It was as though someone somewhere was still tending to this broken garden and its desiccated flora. Vanna stood before the flower bed, her gaze lifting from the withered plants to the small, forlorn chapel. After a moment's contemplation, she stepped inside. Crossing the threshold, she experienced a sudden shift in atmosphere. The pervasive, scorching heat of the desert was abruptly replaced by a cooler, more isolated environment. Then, almost immediately, she was greeted by a series of bright lights. Despite its outwardly abandoned appearance, the interior of the chapel was surprisingly well kept. The doors and windows remained intact, and the main hall was illuminated by bright, welcoming lights. Empty wooden pews were lined up in neat rows, leading to a pulpit that was softly lit from above, giving the chapel an air of sanctity and peace. A wave of vague familiarity washed over Vanna. It was as if she had encountered this place before, either in person or through the words of another, yet she could not pinpoint the memory. Her life before entering this vast, endless desert seemed like a distant dream, details blurred and unreachable. Clutching her great sword, Vanna walked down the central aisle, surveying her surroundings with a mix of wariness and wonder. Eventually, she decided to take a moment to rest, choosing a bench near the front. As she sat down, the ancient wood creaked under her weight, mirroring the stiffness and fatigue she felt in her own body. She sighed deeply, a tangible expression of her weariness. Then, in the midst of the chapel's silence, a soft, almost imperceptible sound caught her attention. It was the sound of breathing. Someone was sitting beside her. Vanna turned her head sharply towards the source of the sound. There, right beside her, was a young nun clad in a somber black habit, her age mirroring Vanna's. She sat in quiet contemplation, her head bowed in what appeared to be deep, devout prayer. A real, tangible person. The realization struck Vanna with the force of a revelation. It had been so long since she last encountered another living soul that the memory of human company had almost faded into the realm of myth. Her journey had felt eternal, a solitary trek through landscapes dominated by sand and shadow, accompanied only by elusive sounds and the ghost of her invisible guide. She had almost resigned herself to the belief that this desolate world was her sole domain, and she, its lone wanderer. But now the sight of another human being sparked a flurry of emotions within her. Excitement, confusion, and an inexplicable sense of recognition. Vanna was on the verge of speaking, her mind racing with questions and a yearning for connection. "You are." "You've stayed here too long, sister," the young nun interrupted, her voice serene yet carrying an undercurrent of solemnity. She raised her head, her gaze meeting Vanna's with a calm intensity. "Ashes, it's easy to be assimilated by the ashes." Chapter 810, The Erosion of Wind and Sand. The unsettling declaration from the young nun, "Ashes can easily be assimilated by ashes," brought Vanna to a momentary standstill. In that fleeting moment, a sensation washed over her as if a tight knot in her mind had slightly unraveled. She was on the verge of inquiring further when the nun, cloaked in black, allowed a soft smile to grace her lips. Then, to Vanna's utter astonishment, the nun disintegrated into a heap of ashes that the wind whimsically scattered right before her eyes. The sound of tapping, reminiscent of a familiar yet elusive memory, echoed once more from the void, signaling another presence within the church's ancient walls. Vanna's instincts sharpened. She turned her gaze towards the source, only to be met with the sight of an indistinct silhouette at the church's entrance. As the figure drew nearer, its form gradually became more defined with each advancing step. It was an elderly priest, his posture bent, adorned in the worn vestments of his vocation. In one hand, the old priest held a lamp emitting a soft glow, its light reflecting off his hand, revealing a metallic sheen. It became apparent that he had lost an arm in some bygone conflict, now replaced with a steam-powered prosthetic. Despite his slow approach, his eyes never once settled on Vanna. Instead, they were fixated on some distant point beyond her, filled with an ineffable longing. Overcome with an inexplicable sense of recognition, Vanna felt compelled to leave her seat and greet this mysterious figure. "Hello, may I inquire as to where I am?" she ventured. The priest halted, his attention still diverted beyond her, and responded in a tranquil tone. "You have strayed into an wayward thread of history, Inquisitor. You must find your exit from this place lest you too are reduced to ashes." He is no longer capable of discerning. Confusion laced Vanna's voice as she asked, "He can no longer discern. Who are you referring to?" "The deity tasked with the chronicling of history," the old priest murmured. As his words trailed off, his body began to crumble into ashes, which the wind swiftly carried away. His parting words, barely audible, lingered in the air. "Everything will drift towards the ultimate chaos." Warmed by an unseen force, a strand of ash brushed against Vanna's fingertips, jolting her with its touch. Though her memory remained shrouded in mystery, unable to recall her past or recognize this desolate place, a deep-rooted alarm within her urged her to flee. Without hesitation, she sprinted towards the main door of the church. Pushing the door ajar, Vanna was greeted by the expansive night sky. Unbeknownst to her, day had transitioned to night, and the desert now lay under the cloak of darkness. The day's blistering heat had succumbed to the chilly nocturnal winds, now reigning supreme over the barren landscape. The wind, a harbinger of the desert's merciless nature, hurled sand like tiny daggers, lashing against the ancient ruins and Vanna's exposed skin, inflicting a stinging pain. Vanna's skin, known for its resilience against small-caliber bullets, now bore the delicate lacerations inflicted by the sand, driven by the fierce wind. She observed her arms with a mix of surprise and confusion. Rather than blood, what seeped out from these fine wounds was akin to fine ashes, resembling black smoke that gently rose and then dissipated into the atmosphere as though being eagerly consumed by the very essence of this world. The realization hit her. She was gradually being absorbed into the fabric of this strange world. A fleeting thought urged her to seek refuge back within the church's walls, yet the echo of the unnamed nuns and the old priest's forewarnings ignited a stark admonition within her heart. The sanctuary, with its deceptive offer of shelter, posed a far greater peril than the abrasive desert sands. The illusion of safety within its confines threatened to erode her resolve, effectively disintegrating her existence into nothingness. Determined, she knew she had to escape this city. These ruins that rose amidst the desert sands offered no shield. Rather, they stood as beacons of danger. The environment here was paradoxical. The open, barren sands might paradoxically offer a safer passage. These thoughts cascaded through her mind in a rapid torrent, yet her resolve did not waver. Protecting herself with a ragged cloak against the stinging assault of the sands, she made her way towards what she recalled as the city's exit. The sands around her stirred, hinting at a disturbance or, perhaps, revealing that this city had never truly permitted anyone to leave. Out of the corner of her eye, Vanna noticed a sudden movement in the sand. In an instant, a hand emerged, grasping her ankle with unexpected strength. From the depths of the desert floor, a figure composed entirely of sand rose, gripping Vanna in a manner reminiscent of a soulless specter. It slithered on the ground, its visage ever-changing, momentarily taking shape only to release a series of garbled roars and murmurs. Yet this sandy assailant could not detain Vanna. With a determined step, she broke free from the grasp of the sand person, then forcefully stamped the ground, causing a thunderous noise. The resultant shockwave obliterated the sandy figure, scattering it into a cloud of dust around her. As the dust settled, a half-buried stone pillar with faint inscriptions became visible among the sands. "Wilhelm, the black sun descends from, we have failed." The moment of shock was fleeting, and Vanna, without a second's pause, continued her flight. The wind crescendoed into a howl, carrying with it a cacophony of sounds. These sounds, vague and overlapping, resembled the bustling noise of a busy marketplace, complete with the chatter of vendors, the footsteps of pedestrians, and the clatter of carriages. Midst the ruins of the sand city under the cloak of night, these vibrant sounds enveloped Vanna as if an invisible, bustling city had awakened beside her. She could almost visualize a lively and prosperous scene unfolding in parallel to her solitary escape, imagining a city that throbbed with life even under the cover of darkness. Meanwhile, from the corner of her eye, she noticed flickers of light emerging in the distance. In this surreal tableau, it seemed as though, following its abandonment or perhaps its complete fading from collective memory, the city's lights stubbornly persisted, lingering in the annals of history. These lights, relics of a bygone era, would dutifully flicker to life at dusk, casting their glow upon the spots they once brightened. As darkness enveloped the city, the lights brought an eerie semblance of life to the ruins. Beams cut through the shadows, illuminating the skeletal remains of structures and fallen columns, around which shadowy figures moved, their voices a muffled cacophony in the dim light. Vanna, sword in hand, moved through these spectral images with a single-minded focus. She navigated the illusion-filled landscape, her steps unwavering and determined, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. Yet despite her resolve, her body continued to succumb to the insidious assimilation by the surrounding invisible ashes. Her injuries multiplied, and even without the abrasive touch of the sand, her flesh seemed to fissure spontaneously, emitting plumes of black smoke and ash. With each puff of ash that left her body, the ambient sounds grew louder, the ghostly scenes around her clearer. In one lucid moment, amidst the ambient noise, she caught snippets of conversation as if the speakers were right beside her, perhaps even addressing her. "Have you heard? The 13 islands of Witherland have vanished. Word from the north came just days ago. That fearsome ship tore open a portal to subspace." Vanna chose to ignore these disembodied voices. With a sweep of her arm, she conjured a gust that scattered the encroaching sand. Amidst this disturbance, a flyer whipped past her, carrying the unmistakable image of Tyrion Abnommer on a wanted poster. The figure beneath the portrait was a sequence of zeros so lengthy, it bordered on absurd, suggesting not a monetary reward, but rather the immeasurable danger this individual posed. Suddenly, the tranquility of the night was pierced by the sound of rhythmic music, suggesting the presence of a large gathering somewhere in the distance. Vanna strained to listen as voices cut through the murkiness. "A new queen for Frost. Today marks the coronation of Her Majesty Rhaenora. May we revel in the queen's glory, seek her protection, and offer her our unwavering allegiance." This auditory chaos was soon joined by a plethora of sounds, sights, and snippets of information that seemed to envelop Vanna purposefully. One street overbuzzed with the celebration of Queen Rhaenora of Frost's coronation day. Another echoed with the turmoil of the Frostbite Rebellion. Conversations about the wanted poster of the infamous former Frost Admiral Tyrion filled the air. And not too far off, a gathering around a podium where relics from the era of the ancient city-states were on display, with a prominent historian, credited with significant discoveries from that period, addressing the crowd. This figure, a beacon of knowledge in the field, was unfamiliar to Vanna. Suddenly, as if conjured by the swirling winds and shifting sands before her, a figure materialized. He was a man dressed in worn, ragged garments, his movements betraying a sense of disorientation. His eyes, clouded with confusion, seemed to scan the horizon endlessly, as though trying to make sense of his surroundings. Clutched in his hands were a battered scroll and a stub of a pencil, and he stood there, his demeanor one of apprehension, as if the very air around him was a source of fear. He bowed repeatedly to the invisible throngs that passed him by, his actions mimicking those of someone desperately seeking information from any who would listen. His mutterings were punctuated by moments of loud exclamations, as though frustration had seized him in a sudden frenzy. Vanna brushed past this enigmatic figure initially without a second thought, but a specific phrase uttered by the man halted her in her tracks. He was earnestly questioning the passers-by, his voice tinged with urgency. "Excuse me, what year is it exactly? Does anyone know what year it is now? Turning her attention fully towards the man, Vanna noticed that he, too, seemed to recognize her presence, lifting his gaze to meet hers almost simultaneously. "Hello, my name is Puman," he introduced himself with a wave despite his evident confusion and wild-eyed appearance. His tone, oddly enough, retained a semblance of politeness. "I'm dreaming again, but this time I can't seem to find the way out. Can you tell me what year it is now?" Puman, could this truly be the infamous, mad poet Puman, known more for his bewildering verses than clarity of mind? Caught off guard by the encounter, Vanna barely had time to process the moment before the man, who had just identified himself as Puman, dissolved into the wind and sand as swiftly as he had appeared. Left behind as tangible proof of his brief presence were the crumpled scroll and the pencil stub he had been clutching, now lying forsaken on the ground. Chapter 811, At the End of the Wind and Sand. According to historical accounts, Puman, known centuries ago as the Mad Poet, was a unique individual who dared to delve into truths deemed forbidden and miraculously managed to survive. The legends tell of this poet's peculiar habit of sinking into dreamlike states, during which he professed to journey through various era and worlds, each more bizarre than the last. Puman's legacy is a vast collection of writings that have left subsequent generations in awe. From the onset of his career, his work displayed a remarkable blend of elegance and depth, captivating even the most discerning critics from various city-states with his sophisticated yet profound poetry. However, as Puman approached the twilight of his life, a discernible shift occurred in his creations. His later poems began to explore themes that were at once bizarre and chilling, replete with disconcerting metaphors and ramblings reminiscent of a prophet's frenzied declarations. He became obsessed with conveying to humanity the existence of entities and realms beyond the scope of known reality, his writings bordering on the sacrilegious. Consequently, Puman transformed into a figure shrouded in despair and fear. The admiration and praise that once flowed freely towards him eventually turned into aversion and apprehension. Admirers who had once held him in high esteem now regarded him as a menace. Even the church's authorities attempted to curb his influence, though they failed to identify any tangible corrupt or blasphemous essence in his writings. Puman's final days remain shrouded in mystery, adding another layer to his enigmatic legacy. Some narratives suggest he was confined by the church, ultimately meeting a quiet end in an asylum on a desolate island. Yet there are accounts that insist he continued to live, with claims of sightings as late as the winter of 1842, where witnesses described seeing the poet, unmistakable as depicted in portraits, standing on a frost-laden cliff, pen and paper in hand, composing his verses. A caretaker, purporting to have been by Puman's side during his last years, offers a glimpse into the poet's final chapter through his autobiography. He describes how Puman became increasingly absorbed in his fantastical dreams, drawing inspiration from these visions to craft his extraordinary and peculiar poetry. Ultimately, Puman succumbed to a dream so captivating that he lost all desire to return to reality. One sunny morning, he vanished from his bed, leaving behind a poem on the bedside table, a farewell of sorts. Vanna, stepping forward to the very spot Puman was last seen, stooped to secure the crumpled scroll and pencil just as the wind threatened to carry them off. With a puzzled frown, she unrolled the scroll and read the cryptic lines penned on it. "I saw it. The sun has retreated in the night. Everything falls into tranquility. The ship sails from the sky, with stars like a curtain, granting the mortal world eternal slumber. In silence, in stillness, in sleep, the dead embrace the departed world." As the wind picked up, causing the paper to flutter, Vanna heard a voice whispering close to her ear, a voice that belonged to the vanished mad poet, though his form was nowhere to be seen. "Look, look, do you see? The scene I saw, truly beautiful, the curtain rising from the end of the sea, reflecting over the entire world." Vanna turned her gaze in the direction from where the voice emanated, her eyes meeting nothing but the swirling dust that danced in the chaotic wind. Her eyebrows knitted together in a frown, her voice tinged with slight hoarseness as she asked, "Are you also trapped here?" The voice, seemingly lost in its own world, continued to mutter to itself, its words initially muffled and disjointed. After a moment, however, the voice regained clarity. "I've always been pursued by them, relentlessly like hounds with a scent for blood in every dream. I've stumbled across myriad places, each with its own crevice for me to seek refuge. Exhaustion eventually took hold, and the thought of being caught seemed less daunting, and so I was engulfed by the hound known as truth, which led me to glimpse distant scenes before bringing me here." As Vanna absorbed the rambling discourse, she recognized the challenge in establishing a clear line of communication, but felt compelled to inquire further. Do you know how to leave this place? No, 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 one can't simply leave, my friend, the voice responded promptly, then trailed off into more unintelligible mutterings. Down in the basement, the robed ones proclaimed it a sanctuary, believing iron cages could imprison my spirit, preventing it from fleeing my corporeal form in dreams, and that braziers could repel the shadows lured by my essence, sparing me from total consumption in my slumber. The voice's words became muddled with the wind and a cacophony of faint, indistinct sounds, only to emerge clearly once more. Do you understand, after many years? By then I had long been deceased, and years later, a young girl found herself ensnared in a similar cage. By that era, technology had significantly advanced, and she emerged from the basement with her life intact. Ah, the poor girl, I witnessed her ascension to power, and then her downfall, executed by those who once lauded her. I pondered whether to immortalize this in my poetry. No, no, better not. The robed ones forbade me from weaving the visions of my dreams into my verses, warning that it would strengthen my ties to realms beyond our own, which is undesirable. My opportunities to write grow scarce. I must reserve my remaining words for matters of greater importance. Listen, the sound of someone knocking against the railing, the clinking of keys. Ding, 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 ding. The guards are on their rounds, ensuring I remain confined. At that moment, the wind intensified, carrying with it the distinct sound of ding, 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 reminiscent of keys. And still the mad voice continued its monologue. But am I truly there? They might see me seemingly at peace upon my bed, but I am absent, not within that husk. I reside here in this realm of ashes. What brings you here? You ought to depart. This place is not for you. Your journey lies beyond. Take my poetry, but my pencil. These items belong to me, not to be held by others. They will ensnare you, draw you into the depths. As Vanna stood there, the paper and pencil slipped from her grasp, transforming into sand with a whirl and vanishing into the air before she could react. Which direction should I take? She inquired the voice, her question floating into the void. I've lost track of where I came from, and I'm clueless about where I should head. How do I exit this city? Any direction, replied the voice, now sounding as if it were receding rapidly, its clarity diminishing into a faint echo. This place is boundless. It's ensnared in a perpetual dream of its own making. I've just seen it. Beyond the city lies a desert, and beyond that desert the city reclaims you. Escape is an illusion. The further you venture, the deeper you're drawn in, but I must leave. I must awaken once more. And with those words, the voice faded entirely, lost to the wild dance of wind and sand. Left alone, Vanna stood amidst the endless night, surrounded by lights that shone upon a city forgotten by time, her silhouette merging with the luminescence around her. Within the glow, she glimpsed ephemeral shadows of carriages traversing the fractured streets, vibrant storefronts amidst the ruins, and distant melodies that overtook the howling winds, their cadence soothing the sharp discomfort of myriad tiny cuts on her arms. She briefly closed her eyes, almost ready to succumb to the seductive warmth and prosperity of this illusion. But in an instant, her eyes flung open. Something intangible had shattered within her, igniting a will that fought against the gentle, yet inexorable, pull towards oblivion. The phantoms dancing in the lights dimmed and vanished. The biting chill of the desert night cut across her face, the wind's sting reviving the acute pain of countless minor injuries. Yet amidst this reality, she found a reason to smile. Pain was a reminder, a confirmation of existence. She understood that she did not belong to this surreal place. Despite not recalling her name or origin, one truth was clear. She was an outsider here. Clinging to this realization was crucial. It was her defense against being assimilated by this land. In this moment of awakening, Vanna grasped another vital insight, the necessity of finding her anchor. It was imperative that she swiftly uncover her identity, recall her origins. Gradually, memories and understandings began to trickle back, illuminating the essence of this vast desert. She recognized she had stumbled into a realm governed by forgetfulness, where resistance to forgetting was her only path forward. Abandoning her aimless wanderings, outside the city, she acknowledged the city's infinity. Understanding that mere physical departure was insufficient for escape, she concluded there must exist another means of exit. Bathed in the ambiguous glow of light, Vanna allowed the wind and the sand to pass over her, wearing away at her form. In this process, she found a semblance of peace, her mind gradually settling as she employed her thoughts and senses to navigate a path out of this maze. She pieced together bits of information carried by the wind and embedded in the grains of sand, snippets of text, fragments of conversations, and remnants that seemed to echo different times and events. These snippets appeared to serve as various anchors within this vast desert of amnesia. She reasoned that she, too, must have her own anchor, a testament to her existence somewhere, perhaps in the memories of certain individuals within the world itself. With her eyelids drooping, a subtle stir began to take root in the depths of her heart after a duration that remained unmeasured. In the midst of this infinite desert, she stumbled upon a trace that connected directly to her. Vanna's eyes snapped open as a piece of torn paper fluttered by her. Swiftly catching it, she focused on the text it bore. The Border Exploration Fleet has once again embarked on the cross-border operation. The Vanished and the Bright Star have breached the 6-mile threshold, venturing towards the world's edge in search. Simultaneously, a familiar voice reached her, its tone fragmented as if snatched from a distant memory. Any news of note? A dispatch from the Storm Church. They'll be fine, try not to fret, Heidi. Is it because of the renowned captain? It's because of your dad. Dad and Vanna, they are part of something truly grand. A surge of recognition flashed in Vanna's eyes, her heart finding its rhythm once more, pulsating with renewed life as if awakening from a long slumber. She remembered her name and... The vanished captain. Holding the paper, she whispered to herself, a mixture of realization and wonder in her voice. Then at the edge of her field of vision, a flicker of eerie green flame emerged, and almost instantly, a familiar yet imposing voice arose from behind her. I am here. Chapter 812, Sand and Fire. In an instant, the fragmented memories loudly pieced themselves back together, and Vanna's confused and estranged thoughts snapped back into sharp focus, as though the entire world had been set right with a single breath. Once obscured by a haze of yellow sand as if under siege by unseen forces, the sky began to clear as the winds carried the sand away. Simultaneously, wisps of black smoke materialized from thin air, swirling and merging back into Vanna's form. Memories of her name, her past, and the path that had led her to this moment flooded back. She remembered everything about the Vanished and the missions she had shared with her captain. As she turned, her eyes met with the tall, dignified presence of Duncan standing beside her. He observed her silently, with a patience that suggested he had been there all along. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Vanna shook off the lingering confusion and disorientation. After a moment of silent reflection, she murmured to herself, It feels as though I've been ensnared in a lengthy dream. What a prolonged and winding journey it's been. Thankfully, you didn't become utterly lost, Duncan replied, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. There was a time amidst the ashes of the forgotten history when your silhouette seemed almost imperceptible to me. A fleeting sensation of fear brushed against Vanna's heart, but she quickly dismissed it. Looking around, she realized that the endless desert and the ruins it cradled hadn't vanished with her return to clarity. This place wasn't merely a figment of her imagination, crafted solely for her benefit. It truly existed at this unique juncture, a peculiar anomaly, an eternal dream sustained by a ceaseless ember, an alternate layer of reality. She had awakened within the dream of an ancient deity, yet hadn't escaped this vast illusion. Nevertheless, her awakening triggered a transformation. The once vivid and imminent vision of a bustling city receded into the shadows, and the phantom noises of streets and alleyways dissipated entirely. Now, the city lay in silence, a testament to ruin, lit only by floating orbs that cast a soft glow on the crumbled walls. Reflecting on Duncan's words, the burned history, Vanna began to grasp the true nature of this desert. She then recounted her visions, the coronation of the Frost Queen, a convocation during the era of archaeological discoveries among the old city-states, and the wanted posters of the Mist Fleet. These glimpses, she realized, were remnants of stories that the flames had spared. Upon hearing Vanna's observations, Duncan calmly offered, The afterglow lingers. Vanna's expression shifted, adopting a grave demeanor as she remembered her initial encounter with this ash-covered isle. The subtle red glow buried within the warm ashes, and the distant columns of smoke rising into the sky. What about the others? Vanna asked, momentarily pushing aside the nagging unease that tugged at her heart. They pulled back to the ship for now, Duncan replied casually. The dynamics at this node have shifted, possibly due to the critical conditions in Ta Ruijin, or maybe because history as a concept holds unique significance here. The ash here is excessively perilous. I ventured here alone to find you. I've caused you concern, Vanna sighed, her voice tinged with regret. Let's not dwell on that, Duncan dismissed with a wave of his hand. Instead, tell me what you've gone through. Do you still remember everything? What insights have you gathered about this desert now? Vanna took a moment to steady her emotions and collect her thoughts, aware that the captain still had objectives to fulfill in this vast, sandy expanse. She began to share the details of what she still remembered about her ordeal in this endless desert, the whispers that reached her, the remnants of ruins she stumbled upon, and the distinct ding, ding, ding sound that accompanied the rise of the wind and sand. She admitted that her recollections of the initial part of her journey were fuzzy at best. Upon her arrival in this boundless sea of sand, her mind was clouded for a considerable duration. Yet one vivid impression remained. Forgetfulness and a sense of being lost dominate my earliest memories of the journey, almost as if I had intentionally etched those sensations into my subconscious. It's as though I was conscious of the transformations occurring within me, but was powerless to counter them. My only recourse was to ingrain this feeling deeply within me, hoping it would later serve as a reminder of the forgetfulness I experienced. My memories became clearer only after I had forgotten my name and my past. That's when the ruins started appearing more frequently within the desert and the voices began to emerge. This transition marked a gradual assimilation, the most dangerous aspect of which was its subtlety. There was no malevolence. It was akin to the erosion caused by a gentle breeze or the sun's rays, imperceptible until it was too late, and by the time I became aware, I found myself unable to leave the city. As she shared this, Vanna took a cautious breath, still feeling a shiver of fear from the memory of her descent into confusion and the sense of being utterly lost. Then something else came to her mind. Actually, before I recalled anything about the vanished, I encountered someone else who seemed out of place here, she hurriedly added. He told me his name was Puman. Puman, Duncan's face showed a flicker of surprise, the renowned mad poet. Yes, I was too bewildered at the time to recognize him, but now that my memories have returned, I'm certain he was the mad poet chronicled in our history, Vanna confirmed with a nod. He matched the descriptions from the literature perfectly, appearing tense yet courteous. He was inquiring about this place, seemingly in search of an exit. Duncan reflected aloud. Could he possibly be another shadow cast by this desert? I don't think so, Vanna replied with certainty, shaking her head. He took physical form before me. He told me he had once again fallen into a dream and explained that in the real world he was confined to a basement, watched over by robed guardians circling his prison. It seems he found his way here by accident. To accidentally stumble into the dream of an ancient deity at the world's end, Duncan raised an eyebrow skeptically. Even for someone as legendary as the mad poet, that's somewhat hard to believe. He trailed off, lost in thought for a moment, before he connected the dots. The details you've described sound remarkably like the containment facilities used by the Church for natural-born psychics, as told by the Frost Queen, Ray Nora. The Frost Queen, of course. That makes sense, Vanna quickly realized, piecing together another fragment of the puzzle. Puman even mentioned the Frost Queen, though he didn't use her name explicitly. He must have been referring to her, someone who emerged years after his time, also trapped in a... Duncan listened intently to Vanna's recounting, his mind racing with theories about the enigmatic mad poet. However, their speculation was cut short by a sudden, chilling gust of wind that swept through, reminding them of their present situation and priorities. We'll delve into the mad poet's tale once we're back. Morris and Lucretia are the experts in that field, not us. They're the scholars, Duncan stated with a sense of urgency. Right now, our main goal is to locate Ta Ruijin and figure out how to get you out of this place safely. No sooner had Duncan finished speaking than a sound carried by the cold wind caught their attention. A distant, rhythmic tapping, like metal striking stone. Ding, ding, ding. That's the sound. Vanna recognized it instantly, turning to Duncan. I've been hearing this sound all along. Whenever it echoes, something in the desert shifts, a new ruin emerges, or I hear those elusive voices. She paused, her thought interrupted. The ding-ding sound persisted, and then Vanna noticed a change. This time the sound didn't seem to emanate from everywhere. She could pinpoint its source. After a moment of quick assessment and surprise, both she and Duncan pointed towards the heart of the city, exclaiming in unison, "It's coming from that direction." Though distant, the source of the sound was unmistakably clear now. Without any further hesitation, they started towards the sound. And that guiding noise did not fade. Instead, the rhythmic ding-ding-ding continued to beckon them deeper into the city's heart, growing ever more distinct as they progressed. As they journeyed forward, Vanna's mind circled back to the enigmatic advice given by the mad poet just before he vanished. The city stretches on endlessly, surrounded by the desert, and beyond the desert the city resumes. Venturing outward, you'll never escape this place. To leave, you must not go outward but inward. The infinity of history unfolds in an unintuitive, one-way infinity. To find an exit or to seek the ancient deity overseeing history, the journey must be inward. Grasping the depth of his words, Vanna eagerly shared her epiphany with Duncan. Upon hearing her, Duncan simply nodded with a grave understanding and gestured around them. The city is fading away. Vanna, taken aback, surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, the city was dissolving into the wind. The decayed columns crumbled before their eyes, while streams of yellow sand cascaded from the lofty walls and towers. What began as a gradual disintegration swiftly accelerated into an expansive dispersal, the sand flowing like waterfalls from every elevated structure in the city, engulfing the dilapidated walls in dust. In mere moments, they too were swallowed by the desert. Within a few short breaths, the entire city had vanished from view as though its presence had been nothing more than a mirage. All that remained was the boundless expanse of sand. And the sound now almost tantalizingly close, ding, ding, ding. Lifting her gaze, Vanna spotted a lone fire under the night sky. It reminded her of a similar beacon she had encountered in another dream amidst another desert sea long ago. Beside this fragile flame, threatened by the cold wind yet resilient, sat a gigantic figure she recognized from another dream. In that memory, she had traveled alongside this ancient, towering presence. Now he was there, his head bowed, tirelessly working with a chisel and stone in hand, etching into the sand beneath. Ding, ding, ding. Chapter 813, The Pivotal Divergence. Dings, ding, ding. The sound echoes of a god meticulously etching into the sand, with a chisel, amidst the scorched remains of bygone eras. To Vanna, the giant appears just as she remembered, aged, towering, with the wear and tear of countless eras etched into his visage like deep cuts from an axe. His hair and beard are unkempt, and his eyes appear deeply recessed. Yet in comparison to her memories, he looks even more withered and stooped over. His frayed robe seems to pulsate with a subtle red glow, as if the embers of a long-fading fire still cling to him. Tiny sparks occasionally escape from the edges of his garment as he moves, the flickering light casting short, ephemeral shadows onto the desert sands. The giant raises his arm once more, the hammer meeting the chisel and the chisel striking the loose sand, creating a crisp sound akin to metal striking stone. Despite the effort, sand proves to be a stubborn medium, leaving no mark, only the clear, echoing sound of the chisel across the vast desert. Standing by a sand dune, Vanna observes this familiar scene from a distance. After a moment of hesitation, she takes a tentative step forward, following her captain's lead. Then, breaking the silence, the giant's deep, raspy voice reaches her. Time is an illusion, a construct placed by observers upon the changing world. History, then, is but a shadow cast by sentient beings within this illusory time. To these observers, meaning is founded on the existence of people. Without them, meaning fades away. Vanna halts a few meters from the giant. There were once stones here upon which history could be etched. But now only sand remains, and even the flames have dwindled to but a faint glimmer, the giant muses to himself, glancing at a small bonfire struggling against the chill wind. It's nearing its end. Civilization was birthed from flame and stone, and it shall conclude with them. Vanna finds herself speaking out, echoing the words Ta Ruijin once shared with her in a profound dream at Wind Harbor. At this, the giant lifts his head, his gaze meeting Vanna's. Not long ago, I had a fleeting dream, a memory from a distant, almost forgotten past, leaving behind only vague impressions, but within those shadows I saw you, he says, looking into Vanna's eyes, a smile creasing the deep lines of his face. Thank you for being there with me on that journey. Though the details escape me now, I still remember it was a journey marked by solitude. Vanna's eyes widened slightly in surprise. You're referring to the dreamscape of Atlantis. How could you know about that? In the moment when time is poised to complete its cycle, every event that has unfolded within the continuum of time is interlinked. Ta Ruijin acknowledges with a subtle nod, his voice resonating with a deep understanding. In the early days of this sanctuary's inception, I was intricately tied to its temporal currents. Now my knowledge spans broadly. He then shifts his gaze towards Duncan, who stands close to Vanna. With patience I've awaited your arrival, flame usurper, the giant says, his smile tinged with melancholy. Yet your presence here is a rare beacon of significance in this void of emptiness. To be frank, I hadn't envisioned this place to be as it is, Duncan admits, letting out a sigh, his honesty palpable. I assumed, as the chronicler of civilization, you'd fare better than other deities. After all, memory falls under your dominion. You should possess greater resilience against decay. Ta Ruijin shakes his head, a note of resignation in his voice. Contrary to what one might expect, when the span of a catastrophe stretches far enough, the eradication of history often happens before the extinction of the beings themselves, he explains. It's not always that a race dies and then its history fades. More tragically, while a race still breathes, their history can already be forgotten. Forgetting is a deep void. Pauses, the weight of his reflection evident. Forgetting is indeed a deep void, particularly when many aspects of this world can vanish abruptly. The corrections within the sanctuary are insufficient to heal the gaps left by blasphemous prototypes, leaving behind endless scars and cracks in the fabric of history. I've endeavored to conceal these points of historical distortion that could propagate corruption, tirelessly recrafting the memories of the mortal realm, time and again. Until stones turn to sand, and sand to dust, with nearly nothing left for restoration. With a gesture of resignation, Ta Ruijin lets the stone and chisel fall from his grasp. As soon as they contact the yellow sand, they disintegrate, blending seamlessly with the desert floor. Duncan advances towards the giant, whose seated form still towers above the tallest of men. You're aware of my purpose here. Yes, Navigator 2 has already briefed me, Ta Ruijin responds, his voice steady and calm. You've come to conclude this world, as I foresaw long ago, everything will be incinerated by your hand. This act is the initial step towards their salvation. Duncan locks eyes with the giant, curiosity evident in his question. Are you speaking of the era before the sanctuary's foundation, when you and the other ancient kings first encountered me? Is that why you've named me Flame Usurper, because you had glimpsed the future? I may not possess the capability to compute the intricacies of the entire world like Navigator 2 does, but I've been gifted with a vision that extends far into the timeline, though admittedly it's not always as beneficial as one might hope, Ta Ruijin says with a chuckle, a hint of wistfulness in his voice. Back in the old world, those who placed their faith in me believed in this ability of mine, and so it was within my reach. Duncan shares his inner turmoil, his voice reflecting a blend of contemplation and concern. The notion of burning everything has always been shadowed by my fear of reaching that final burning, he confides. This anxiety took root shortly after Navigator 1 introduced that takeover strategy to me. A vision from a doomsday ender once showed me such a finale. In that particular version of history, my actions also led to the world's end, yet the doom was inescapable. He pauses, revealing his deepest apprehension. That's been my primary worry, the only thing that's truly haunted me. The final burning looms like an ominous shadow. I can't help but feel the conditions for its onset are eerily similar to the actions I'm about to undertake. If I proceed with the first step, am I inadvertently steering us towards that disastrous final end? As they sit amidst the yellow sands, Ta Ruijin leans in, locking eyes with Duncan in a moment of profound connection before eventually breaking the gaze. There lies a crucial divergence, he starts, his voice carrying the gravity of his years. Whether we consider Navigator 1's scheme or your current course of action, burning the world appears as an inevitable first step. However, the real distinction hinges on who you are at the moment you initiate this plan. At the mention of the eternal flame, a light bulb goes off in Duncan's head. A key insight, previously elusive and now crystal clear, dawns on him. Moved by an instinctual urge, he inches closer, his gaze piercing into the giant's eyes. Are you suggesting? The influence wielded by Captain Duncan is finite, Ta Ruijin articulates with serene clarity. You've dwelled within this avatar for an extended period, yet it remains fundamentally just an avatar. Duncan's realization is palpable as he stares down at his hands, coming to terms with the root of his underlying disquiet, comprehending the source of his instinctual apprehensions. It's the self confined within this form, sensing the avatar's limitations and issuing a subconscious caution. He is not merely Duncan, he is Zhou Ming. Duncan represents merely one of his incarnations, akin to the antique shopkeeper in Planned or the graveyard caretaker in Frost, the captain of the vanished, merely one among three facades. Duncan's initial spiritual odyssey commenced with the activation of that brass compass, whereas Zhou Ming's inaugural spiritual venture began the moment he stepped through the fog from his bachelor apartment. With a deep breath, he allows this newfound understanding to anchor within him. In reality, Zhou Ming had already begun to intuit certain truths about his identity, recognizing that his so-called true self aboard the Vanished was fundamentally no different from the corpse avatars he utilized in Planned and Frost. He understood that Duncan was his inaugural persona in this world, yet he hadn't fully explored the deeper implications of this realization. The question of whether he was fundamentally Duncan, or Zhou Ming, had been crucial from the very beginning. Reflecting on this, Zhou Ming's brow furrows as he remembers the initial encounter with Goathead upon his arrival on the Vanished. He recalls the entity's acute awareness of his presence and its persistent inquiry, "Name." Just as you're starting to grasp the significance of this question, Ta Ruijin's voice unexpectedly interrupts Duncan's reverie, bringing a sharp focus back to the present. "Might I suggest you temper your thoughts somewhat? The brilliance of your starlight is nearly blinding." Duncan comes to a sudden realization, noticing for the first time the subtle starlight radiating from him. This soft luminescence has begun to envelop the surrounding yellow sands, as if dipping the desert itself into a vast, star-filled night sky. Ta Ruijin, meanwhile, gathers his worn robe around him as if to shield himself from the starlight's glow, his voice carrying a note of resignation. Standing close by, Vanna seems unaffected, yet there's a puzzled look on her face. She appears much like a student who, while standing next to her mentor, finds herself lost in the complexity of the conversation. In response, Duncan offers an awkward cough. My apologies." Following his words, the starlight that had subtly illuminated the surroundings begins to withdraw. Chapter 814 Bonfire. As Duncan slowly came back to his senses, the brilliant glow of starlight that had previously covered the sand began to recede, disappearing as if it had never been there at all. This light seemed to be absorbed back into Duncan himself. Witnessing this, Ta Ruijin also breathed a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Then, the being known as the Eternal Flame shifted his attention to Vanna, who was standing a short distance away. As the starlight faded, Vanna seemed unaffected by its presence or departure. It was as though she was entirely unaware of the starlight's disappearance, lost in her thoughts much like Duncan had been just moments before. It was only after some time had passed that she looked up and began to take in the changes in her environment and herself. A faint purple glow remained at the tips of her silver-white hair, suggesting that the starlight had always been a part of her, only now becoming visible under a certain mystical illumination. Breaking the silence, Ta Ruijin spoke up, directing his words towards Vanna. "You've been subtly influenced by the power of the flame usurper, becoming an embodiment of his essence," he said, acknowledging her with a slight nod. "This confirms my suspicions. The true nature of the flame usurper's essence isn't in the flames themselves, but hidden beneath them." Vanna started to understand the depth of the conversation happening between the captain and this ancient deity. Her expression changed several times as she processed the information. Turning his attention back to Duncan, Ta Ruijin continued, "In reality, flame usurper, you've never fully entered this world. You've been observing the complexities of the boundless sea from afar, through a veil, only occasionally seeing its true essence with your own eyes. And I believe I understand the significance of this flaming end you've mentioned. It's a result of your limited perspective. The act of usurping, Navigator 1, is tied to the necessity of preserving this sanctuary. To protect it, you must remain fully aware of its condition. You must continue to be Duncan." Ta Ruijin paused, giving Duncan time to digest his words before speaking again, this time more softly. "The flame usurper's gaze, if fully unleashed, could lead to the destruction of this world. Its presence depends on your perception. On the other hand, when you need to take the first step, you must embrace the identity of the flame usurper. It's Captain Duncan's perspective that will maintain the sanctuary amid the flames, leading to the end of the flame. This outcome, beyond your personal intent, may be the one thing in this world you cannot avoid." Duncan stayed quiet, pondering Ta Ruijin's profound statements, contemplating his role in Navigator 1 and his own plans. In this narrative, the perceptions of Duncan and Zhou Ming reveal different aspects of the world. After a lengthy silence, Duncan, still embodying his role as Duncan, finally spoke. "I understand," he said quietly, his gaze meeting Ta Ruijin's. "Thank you for the reminder. It's indeed crucial." "Good," Ta Ruijin responded with a smile. Then, showing the strain in his ancient, bent figure, he slowly pushed himself up from the sand, standing with a mix of determination and effort. As he stood, sand flowed off his body like the last grains in an hourglass, a poignant reminder of time's relentless march. The night wrapped its dark cloak around the desert, and he, in the midst of this timeless landscape, fixed his eyes on the far-off horizon. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled a soft, almost mournful breath. "There's scarcely anything left." Upon hearing his somber reflection, Vanna couldn't help but ask, "What was this place before?" Before, it hardly was a bustling hub even in its prime. From the beginning, the history we speak of in the sanctuary was more like a shadow in the flow of time, a mere outline of mine, fleshed out and maintained by the ritual efforts of those who tended the flames. They crafted a semblance of a world moving forward, enduring through the ages. But this place, it was never brimming with life as we know it. Yet it wasn't always this barren desert. Once in what now stretches as an endless dry expanse, there were rivers and oases, rare as they might have been. Despite the illusory nature of time here, it bore witness to events worthy of note. Back then, cities rose near these water sources, home to intelligent beings other than humans. These cities were as if reflections in a mirror, cast by the real world into this dream I had spun. In their shared memory, the world was flourishing, forever prosperous. Bending down, the ancient figure scooped up a handful of sand, watching it trickle through his fingers, taken by the cool night air. Then decay set in. The real world began losing its vibrancy, and as it did, the sanctuary's record of history grew fragmented and incomplete. With every self-correction this place underwent, more decay, like gangrene, crept into its narrative. The once fertile land was slowly consumed by the encroaching sands, its past whispers echoing in the ruins left behind, leading to the desolation you see now. Vanna thought back to the city ruins she had explored, the voices she had heard echoing through the vast desert, and the artifacts she had seen, all of which had seemed so real at the time. Then a memory struck her, the theories and heretical speculations she had once stumbled upon in the cathedral archives of Planned. These texts spoke of a world's duality. Some theorists had suggested that our world was split, that somewhere there existed a parallel realm where the sea and land were inverted. A vast, dry wasteland punctuated by the rare oasis or river, home to civilizations that mirrored our own in some eerie, reflective dance. With widened eyes, Vanna looked out into the distance, her mind painting vivid images of ancient city-states that lay in ruins across the desert sands. This was the realm those scholars had speculated about, a mirrored version of our world. And it was real, tucked away at the edge of the world, cradled in the fading memories of an ancient deity. Vanna suddenly looked up as though she was about to say something important to Ta Ruijin. However, before she could utter a word, a powerful gust of wind whipped through the air, stirring the sand into a frenzy. Letter 1E5F. The sandstorm rose like a thick curtain separating the heavens from the earth, engulfing both her and the captain. Then, as quickly as it had arrived, it disappeared, leaving behind a calm. The formidable figure of Ta Ruijin, who had just been standing in the desert, was now nowhere to be seen. In the midst of daylight that broke through the clouds and mist, shedding light on the ash-strewn landscape, a gentle breeze picked up, causing the pale ash to dance in the air, reminiscent of a delicate fabric moving in the wind. Coming back to reality, Vanna surveyed her surroundings, her eyes scanning the horizon. All she could see was a vast expanse of ash, punctuated here and there by columns of smoke that twisted upwards towards the sky. Not too far from her position, the remains of a bonfire struggled to stay alight, its flames flickering weakly on the verge of being snuffed out. Next to this dying fire sat Ta Ruijin. The once powerful giant now appeared frail and withered, his form barely more than a skeleton. It was as though he himself had become part of the fire, his body the kindling, with only a weak trembling flame emanating from what remained of him, fluttering in the wind. He sat there, head hung low, with something that had once been beside him now reduced to indistinct ashes. His hand clutched a piece of black stone, suggesting he had been intensely focused on some task until movement eluded him. Vanna moved closer to the feeble fire, her gaze lingering on the giant's face in silent contemplation. Lost in her thoughts, she thought she heard that distinct sound again. Dings, ding, ding. At that moment, Duncan came up to her, placing his hand gently on her shoulder. "It's time to go," he murmured softly, "while the fire still burns." Vanna gave a small nod in agreement. Duncan then reached out, his finger extended towards the embers next to Ta Ruijin. Without a word, the flames subtly shifted to a soft green glow, their light now resembling the sparkle of distant stars, slowly flickering as if breathing. In the midst of the fire's last dance, Duncan whispered to himself, "See you in our new world." What? Far away, under the cover of an eternal night, a vast fleet made its way northward. The night wind swept across the calm sea, bringing with it the piercing cold of the northern waters, a cold that seemed to seep into one's very soul. The dim, ethereal light of the fishing world's creation illuminated the scene, revealing icebergs floating on the dark, reflective surface of the sea. Their ghostly forms cast shifting shadows, moving both slowly and swiftly, accompanying the ships on their journey. Even the mighty bonfire, often seen as a beacon of warmth and safety, could not dispel the penetrating chill that seemed to engulf the sea. Frem, standing by the central bonfire on the deck of the cathedral ark, felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. What was typically a source of heat and comfort now felt as though it radiated no warmth at all. Instead, a profound coldness, as if emanating from a bottomless abyss, seeped through, biting into his very bones. The sound of footsteps approaching interrupted Frem, the flame-bearer pope, from his contemplation. He turned toward the noise and saw a priestess dressed in a black gown adorned with flame-like patterns, her face obscured by a veil, approaching him. She walked with a deliberate grace towards the bonfire, then bowed respectfully in his presence. "Your Holiness, we have navigated through Frost's waters and have just received communication from the vessels of the Storm Church. They have confirmed they will meet with us in 30 minutes to hand over the goods," she informed him. Frem responded, his mind still partly on the unsettling cold. "And the archives, are they ready to receive?" "The storage has been arranged," the tall orcish priestess assured him. "We have made space in our storage compartments to accommodate the incoming documents." Frem gave a nod, his expression one of tacit approval. "There's more," the priestess added. "We've also received a message from Frost. Governor Tyrion sends his regards along with a message. May the blessings of the world be upon you. Greetings to those who record and inherit. Move forward with assurance, for every effort to preserve is of value. In addition, they have traversed the domain of flame and are now making their way to the final node." Her report finished, the priestess stood silently by, awaiting any further instructions or questions from Frem, her posture embodying the solemn duty and the weight of the message she had just delivered. Chapter 815, and then death. As the fleet journeyed farther north, the chill in the air intensified, suggesting that the coldness had become an inherent characteristic of the sea that lay before them. Despite the warmth of the flames or the layers of winter clothing they wore, these measures only managed to fend off the biting cold temporarily, failing to provide true warmth. During one particularly frigid and endless night, the Storm Church delivered its last set of documents to the Church of the Flame-Bearer's Ark. This exchange occurred under the cover of darkness, with the vessel from the Storm Church docking alongside the Flame-Bearer's Ark for several hours before it retreated back into the obscurity of the night. Frem, positioned atop the Ark's high tower, watched as the departing ship's outline grew increasingly indistinct against the distant sea. The sound of steam whistles from the ship lingered in the night, blending with the wind before fading away completely. "This may well be our final glimpse of others from the civilized world," remarked the towering pope of the forest folk, turning to address the priestess by his side. "Following this exchange, our temple will remain in the north. The Ark is not just our vessel, it is our archive, and the archive, in essence, is the Ark itself." "We are fully prepared for what lies ahead," the priestess responded with a calm demeanor. "We will make our stand amidst the eternal ice, witnessing the last embers of light pierce through the darkness. Until this prolonged night comes to an end, it is a profound honor to be here with you, Your Holiness." Frem paused momentarily before replying softly, "The honor is mine as well." At the edge of his vision, far ahead of the Ark fleet, a faint white mass began to emerge from the sea. This was the frozen expanse in the farthest reaches of the cold sea, the world's most frigid region, where everything is ensnared by ice, achieving a form of eternity within its grasp. This is the final destination for the flame bearers. The city-state they left behind had lost its fragment of the sun several days prior, when a tugboat transported the enormous glowing object to a place where it was needed more. Now, the city relied solely on artificial lighting. The bright glow of street lamps and the lights from countless homes merged together, creating a luminous flow that traced the city's contours, maintaining the semblance of order and tranquility that civilization clings to. It seems that people have gradually acclimated to this prolonged darkness. The newly implemented curfew system is functioning without a hitch, and after an initial period of unrest and confusion, factories and markets have resumed their orderly activities. Though residents have limited the frequency of their outings, they continue to uphold their daily routines within the constraints allowed. Despite a few acts of sabotage orchestrated by dissenters in the shadows against the city, these were swiftly quelled by the combined efforts of the Guardians and the Sheriff's forces. The Sunlight Fleet, tasked with transporting a fragment of the sun, navigates the vast ocean between city-states. Accompanying this fleet, a massive convoy of cargo ships traverses the night, successfully restoring 60 to 70% of the inner-city bulk logistics transportation. The periodic arrival of the sunlight, brought by the fleet, has significantly alleviated the pressures that have mounted on each city during this prolonged night. Despite the increasing occurrences of distortions and mutations, the Guardians, for the first time in a long while, find a moment to catch their breath. They are grappling with unprecedented challenges, yet it's a welcome change from the relentless despair that once shrouded them in darkness. At times, Tyrion finds himself contemplating the sustainability of this new status quo. A delicate balance seems to have been struck. Civilization has demonstrated remarkable resilience and adaptability throughout this enduring night. The populace has grown accustomed to the prolonged darkness, bolstered by the solidarity among city-states, the implementation of the curfew system, the establishment of a new night watch order, and the itinerant rays of sunlight. These measures appear sufficient to sustain this semblance of normalcy, potentially for an extended period, if not indefinitely. However, such thoughts are fleeting, as Tyrion soon comes to a stark realization. This sense of tranquility is but an illusion, a temporary reprieve from the reality that the world is inexorably spiraling towards its demise, at a pace far exceeding anyone's expectations. This awareness stems from his understanding of the decay afflicting the gods, the gradual yet irreversible deterioration at the world's foundation, knowledge inherited from his father. But what about others? Tyrion wonders about the perception of city-state governors, church administrators, guardians, sheriffs, and the ordinary citizens. Do they, too, harbor this false sense of peace, unknowingly ensnared by this deceptive calm? Maybe it's not a bad thing, Tyrion mutters to himself. Caught off guard, Aegon inquires, what's not a bad thing? Nothing, just thinking out loud, Tyrion replies, shifting his focus from the distant city lights to gaze upon Aegon's gleaming bald head. What were we discussing? We were talking about the need to adjust production in several factories in the lower city district, Aegon begins, before quickly adding. The coordinating committee has raised concerns about a slight shortfall in fuel production capacity. While it's not a pressing issue at the moment, they predict it will become more severe over time. I'm aware. I reviewed the report earlier today. Inform the coordinating committee that City Hall will provide a response by tomorrow morning. Tyrion dismisses the topic with a wave of his hand. Is there anything else? A moment of hesitation creeps into Aegon's voice, tinged with uncertainty. Well, there's something unusual reported by the Great Furnace. Something unusual. Tyrion's expression shifted to one of mild irritation, his brow furrowing in frustration. Please, let's not dance around the details. Who reports in such a vague manner? Aegon hastily cleared his throat, realigning his posture and demeanor before responding. There's been a report from a department stating they've been without tasks for some time now. The head of that department has expressed a sense of oddity about the situation. Tyrion's concern visibly deepened, a sense of disquiet washing over him as if crucial pieces of information were eluding his grasp. A department? What exactly do you mean by a department? Which department are we talking about here? The report was somewhat disorderly, and it landed on my desk in a state of confusion. It's unclear who sent it. Many parts of the document are illegible. Aegon's explanation grew increasingly befuddled, his expression turning into one of utter bewilderment. His speech slowed, his words coming out as if he were a machine grinding to a halt, painstakingly forcing out each word. I just recall they were in charge of incineration. He paused, his expression vacant, as he stared blankly at Tyrion. After a brief moment of silence, Aegon appeared to snap back to reality, a tremor running through him before he proceeded as if the previous exchange hadn't occurred. The production capacity of the metal ore mine has returned to pre-night levels. The surplus ore is currently being prepared for shipment. Upon the Sunlight Fleet's next visit, it will be transported as scheduled. However, Tyrion seemed to have tuned out Aegon's update regarding the metal ore mine. From the moment Aegon resumed speaking, Tyrion's gaze had fixed on him with an intensity that bordered on alarming, causing Aegon to falter under the heavy, unspoken question hanging in the air. Did I say something wrong? Aegon, Tyrion's voice was laden with a gravity that underscored the years of loyalty and service between them. Do you recall what you were just reporting to me? Aegon, taken aback, reviewed their conversation with a puzzled look. The production capacity of the metal ore mine, adjustments in the factory production in the lower city districts, the coordinating committee's concerns about fuel shortages. Before that, we discussed the Flame-Bearer's fleet heading north. He trailed off, noticing the increasingly perturbed look on Tyrion's face. The Great Furnace, Tyrion stated, his voice and demeanor conveying deep seriousness. Do you remember telling me about a report from a department in the Great Furnace? Aegon's expression blanked. What report? Tyrion remained silent, his gaze drifting toward the outskirts of the upper city district, in the direction of a particular cemetery. As a gust of wind wound its way through the night, stirring the streets and venturing into the heart of the cemetery, it carried with it a mist of gray-white dust. Within the swirl of the wind, the figure of Agatha began to coalesce from the dust. Today, Agatha had forsaken her bishop's solemn black attire in favor of the light armor and combat jacket she wore during her tenure as a gatekeeper. The cracks adorning her cheeks and arms, reminiscent of the fissures on a fragile doll, emanated a soft, green glow. She made her way hastily from the silent cathedral in the upper city district to the cemetery, yet upon her arrival, she was met with an unexpected sight. Duncan, the towering figure wrapped in bandages who served as the cemetery's caretaker, was positioned beside a mortuary table located on a narrow path within the cemetery. He was assisting a figure that appeared to have recently been a corpse, evidenced by its neck bent at an odd angle and its head lolling to one side. The figure clumsily descended from the table, its movements rigid and accompanied by the disconcerting sound of cracking joints. The gravekeeper Duncan, while helping the reanimated corpse down, maintained a serene demeanor. Yes, experiencing some headache is to be expected. Perhaps you'll feel better once you've returned. Your neck needs to be stabilized. Either a wooden brace or fire tongs should suffice. Try to remain positive. Think of this as if you've simply wandered off after having a bit too much to drink. Your family won't hold this against you. They'll be glad to have you back. After all, there are many others like you. While he was speaking, another mortuary table nearby creaked as its coffin lid was pushed open. An elderly man with white hair sat up, looking around in confusion. "Why am I lying here? My chest feels tight." "I'll assist you in a moment," Duncan promptly responded, moving towards him. "Please don't try to get down by yourself. A broken limb might be somewhat more problematic to deal with. Yes, breathe. Feeling tightness in your chest is normal after being in there for so long. That's it. Deep breaths, inhale the air." Duncan halted mid-sentence, turning his head to acknowledge the gatekeeper, Agatha, who stood on the path, her expression one of utter astonishment. "Oh, you've arrived," he greeted her with an air of nonchalance. "Mr. Duncan," Agatha, still trying to process the scene before her, managed to say, "what exactly are you doing?" "It seems your understanding of the situation hasn't fully adjusted yet," Duncan remarked indifferently before returning his attention to his peculiar task. "As you can see, I'm helping my temporary guests find their way back." Chapter 816, Merging into the Long Night. In the graveyard, the deceased were emerging from their coffins with an unsettling persistence, their bodies meandering through the tombstones. They roamed without direction, posing questions with evident confusion, or positioned themselves on the cold, hard surfaces of the morgue slabs, lost in a bewildered state. They engaged in futile reflections and deliberations amidst the lingering discord that remained after the collapse of the familiar world they once knew, attempting to come to terms with the discomfort and ominous shadows that now plagued their existence. The caretaker, whose duty was to oversee the cemetery and thwart any disturbances that might awaken the dead, found himself in an unusual role. He was now shepherding these resurrected beings, guiding them from their temporary graves back to their earthly homes. The dimly lit streetlights cast a ghostly illumination over the scene, intensifying the surreal atmosphere. Agatha, despite being disconnected from the sensations of the living, felt an icy chill creeping from the depths of her being. She stood frozen by the pathway, her eyes fixed on Duncan as he escorted the reanimated deceased, one by one, out of the cemetery. It was as though she was caught in an eerie, dreamlike state. "You're the last one," Duncan eventually announced to the final departed soul, a young man whose life had been claimed by violence, evidenced by the stark wound across his chest. With a blend of gentleness and assurance, Duncan assisted the newly risen from his resting place, advising, "You recall the route to your house, don't you? Proceed home. It's expected to feel a sense of breathlessness. This sensation will become familiar in time. Head home, reunite with your family. Avoid overthinking, live your life to the fullest, depart from this place, move forward and never glance back. For the foreseeable future, there's no necessity for you to return here." As the last of the departed staggered off, the faint glow of the streetlight followed his departure until he merged with the obscurity of the night. Duncan then made his way to the gatekeeper, Miss Agatha. Beneath layers of bandages, his eyes conveyed a warmth and serenity. "My apologies for the delay, Miss Agatha." A wave of bewilderment washed over Agatha, bringing with it a premonition of forgetting something crucial. However, she quickly regained her composure, pressing a hand to her forehead while whispering, "The line separating life and death has blurred. Captain, what's unfolding? There's a strangeness permeating the cemetery. It's far from normal." She tottered slightly, her consciousness flickering as though she was on the verge of collapse. "Take a moment, Agatha," Duncan reassured her, extending his arm for support and guiding her gently towards a morgue slab to rest beside a coffin. "Try to remain composed whether you're breathing or not," he advised, echoing the comfort he had offered to the restless spirits earlier. "It's normal to feel weak and a bit anxious. These feelings will diminish shortly. Tyrion has already adjusted, and so will you." Comforted by his presence and words, Agatha felt the turmoil within her mind begin to ebb, her thoughts stabilizing. After a brief silence, she softly inquired, "How much longer?" "We're on our way to the final point now, the realm ruled by the god of death. Based on what we've encountered before, it's likely to be a journey of about 2 or 3 days. After we reach there, I'll be able to assess Bardock's condition accurately," Duncan said, locking eyes with Agatha, whose gaze was obscured by a black veil. "However, if you're inquiring about what lies beyond that, the ultimate end, it's going to require more time." "And what will become of our world?" Duncan remained silent, offering only a steady, contemplative look in response. At that moment, he was reminded of a future the Black Sun had shown him, a future where the sea forgets the motion of waves, where life loses its grasp on the art of dying, where flames no longer know how to ignite, where the wind ceases its journey, where clouds descend from their lofty heights to meet the sea. Gods would fade into nothingness, and the world, in its descent into obscurity, would forget. This was the decaying future. It stood as a bleak counterpart to the future of flames. Agatha's question went unanswered, but she sensed an understanding of the inevitable outcome within Duncan's gaze. As the familiar conflict and contradictions in her mind began to resurface, she faintly realized such cataclysms might not be the first to this world. "I've been through the most rigorous training and trials. I honed my abilities within the temple walls, fortified my resolve. I took an oath before the sacred statue of the Lord to use my strength and faith to safeguard those under our care." Her words trailed off, a chilling sensation penetrating her consciousness as if her thoughts were being encased in ice. Her voice, carrying through the cold night air, seemed to originate from one grave and resonate into another. "But how can I safeguard them under these circumstances, Captain Duncan, when the very foundations of our world are crumbling?" "You are safeguarding them, and everyone in this city is contributing to its protection in their own unique ways, preserving the way of life, the memories, everything," Duncan interrupted her with a deep, resonant voice. "I understand that despite our efforts, everything is gradually inching towards oblivion. The memory of the world is slipping away like sand escaping a clenched fist. Holding on tighter might slow the process, but no one is to blame." He then turned his gaze towards the cemetery path and the morgue slabs alongside it, which had now fallen silent. Some slabs still displayed the scars of bullets and blades, adorned with flowers laid by the living in memory of the dead, and even what appeared to be fresh tear marks. This place had witnessed conflicts over the border between life and death, mourners paying tribute to those who had departed, and now it rested in silence. It was likely that, for a considerable time to come, it would no longer welcome any visitors. Over time, the significance of cemeteries would fade from collective memory, leading to their inevitable neglect. The transition from life to death would become a mere change of state, eliciting no concern or attention. Bardock's role within the priesthood would grow dim, and the notion of a church dedicated to death would evolve into a concept that, while natural, remains beyond the comprehension of many, with no one seeking to understand it. In this dwindling world, a new adaptation would arise. Ignorance would emerge as a kind of mercy bestowed upon beings. This ignorance serves to shield the fragile minds of mortals from the harsh reality of rot and decay that festers unseen. Agatha experienced the chill of the air filling her lungs and then slowly releasing. It dawned on her that she hadn't taken a breath in quite some time. After her physical demise, she had increasingly embraced her identity among the deceased, gradually losing the instinct to breathe. But in that moment, she found herself breathing effortlessly once again. The darkness of the night tenderly wrapped around the world, clearing the fog from her mind, soothing all her disquiet. Beside her, Captain Duncan's voice resonated, his words offering calm and assurance. "Agatha, did you know? Humans are actually capable of seeing their own noses. It obstructs a significant portion of their field of vision. When both eyes focus, it casts a theoretically unavoidable shadow. Yet your brain has adapted to this problem. It learns to overlook the shadow, cleverly filling in the gaps in your perception with its remarkable imagination. Only from certain angles and in specific conditions does the existence of this blind spot become apparent. Furthermore, owing to the way our nervous system is structured, we actually perceive the world upside down. The brain expends considerable effort to invert the images relayed by our nerves to present them the right way up, leading to situations where neurological anomalies cause some individuals to perceive everything upside down, struggling to navigate their environment. Such are the imperfections of human beings that their brains must engage in a process of ignoring, forgetting, and even deceiving themselves to navigate this world logically. Similarly, this world possesses a correction mechanism akin to that of the human brain, concealing those dreadful inconsistencies and contradictions under its guise. Though these issues continue to accumulate, and the world gradually declines, this arrangement represents the best effort they could muster. Agatha, this world is so flawed that its architects had to rely on a strategy of neglect, oblivion, and self-deception to ensure you could live sensibly within it. And now, we are approaching the limits of this process. It's like sand escaping between our fingers. But they did the best they could. Duncan withdrew his gaze from the horizon, his attention returning to the gatekeeper seated on the morgue slab. "I will return to the cathedral," Agatha declared softly. A faint greenish glow emanated from within her shattered form, concentrated where her eyes once shone with life. "People will flock to the cathedral in search of solace, and there will be other clergy like myself, momentarily lost in confusion and distress. They depend on me, and beyond that, when this phase momentarily ceases, I shall persist in performing my sacred obligations. I belong among the faithful, ensuring the continuity of their lives, even if it's just for one additional day." And then, with a gentle sigh, she gracefully descended from the morgue slab, her movements reflecting agility. Standing in the darkness, she resembled a resolute monument, her past days of devotion within the cathedral, garbed in long ceremonial robes, in no way lessening her presence as a guardian. "Then the situation may deteriorate further," Duncan's voice resonated nearby. "Life has lost its grasp on the concept of death, and perhaps flames will next forget their essence to ignite. Wind and clouds, light and darkness, numerous elements will slowly succumb to this relentless decay, and the correction mechanisms of the world will be stretched to their limits. There will be those who awaken in the darkness, confronting the true terror of our existence. By that time." Agatha lifted her gaze, meeting Captain Duncan's eyes with determination. A gentle wind began to stir around her, and her form started to disintegrate into ashes, carried away by the breeze. A smile graced her face. "I will continue to uphold my duties and wait with patience. We all have our respective roles to fulfill, don't we?" Duncan offered a soft nod in agreement. As Agatha's essence transformed into a whirlwind of ash, it blended into the nocturnal air, leaving the silent graveyard behind. Chapter 817, The Journey Nears Its End. The atmosphere aboard the Vanished was heavy with a foreboding sense of conclusion, as the ship and the bright star traversed through a serene, yet monotonous landscape dominated by shades of gray and white. The impending end seemed to hang in the air, palpable to all aboard, even though Duncan refrained from vocalizing the sentiment. In the dining area of the Vanished, the crew had gathered, with Lucretia relinquishing control of her ship to the unlikely pair of a doll named Looney and a rabbit named Rabbi, joining the rest at the long table. Beside Duncan sat the enigmatic figure known as the Sea Witch, accompanied by Nilu, a diminutive doll recently welcomed into the crew of the Bright Star. It was Nilu's first appearance among them, perched delicately on her mistress's shoulder, her tiny hands gripping Lucretia's hair as she observed her surroundings with wide-eyed curiosity. Noticing Nilu's elegant appearance, Shirley couldn't resist the temptation to play a prank. "Hey-ha!" Startled, Nilu let out a surprised cry, clutching onto Lucretia's hair tightly for comfort. Observing Nilu's reaction, Lucretia gently reassured the doll, listening as Nilu softly confessed, "She frightened me." Shirley, feigning innocence, quickly diverted her attention back to the ongoing briefing led by the captain. Seemingly unperturbed by the minor disturbance, Duncan shifted the conversation towards the challenges posed by the boundless sea. In the cities, the undead mingle with the living, rendering graveyards and crematoriums obsolete. The dead wander aimlessly, while the living exist in a state of listless stagnation, with the natural cycles of life and death disrupted. To outsiders, these distortions are unfathomable, yet they've become the unsettling norm, either rationalized or ignored. The plight of the Storm Church mirrors that of the Death Church. Their fundamental beliefs have twisted into unrecognizable, heretical forms, yet daily life continues as if nothing is awry. However, this adaptation to a corrected reality is unsustainable. A somber silence fell over the group, with Shirley's earlier levity replaced by a sober mood in the wake of Duncan's chilling portrayal. Turning to Vanna, Duncan inquired gently, "How are you coping?" Visibly distressed, Vanna furrowed her brow and replied, "Reconstructing one's cognition isn't a simple task." Contemplating Duncan's words, she managed a wistful smile and shook her head. "I had almost forgotten about the waves. This unexpected encounter has stirred those memories, leaving me feeling as though the fabric of reality itself is unraveling." Vanna paused, her expression conveying intense concentration as she grappled with articulating her complex emotions. "It's like there are two conflicting, cognitive systems battling in my mind. One part of me is keenly aware of certain truths, while another refuses to acknowledge them, dismissing them as incomprehensible or non-existent. It's as if both perceptions have firmly rooted themselves in my consciousness, like—" Her voice trailed off as she sought an analogy to encapsulate her inner conflict. "Perhaps something akin to hydrophobia," Duncan interjected calmly. "Yes, that feeling of believing water is poisonous," Vanna mused, nodding slowly. "Indeed, the battles waged within the mind are always more challenging than those in the physical realm." With a pensive expression, Duncan shared his strategy for addressing Vanna's cognitive dissonance. "I had contemplated the necessity of reinforcing and stabilizing your cognition," he began, his gaze scanning the assembled group. There was a hint of a green fire dancing in his eyes as if reaching out to touch the essence of their beings, binding their consciousness more closely to his vision. "However, considering what lies ahead, it is crucial for me to bestow upon you these flames. Only with them could you serve as my most reliable anchor." Lucretia reacted subtly to Duncan's proclamation. Though she appeared poised to offer her own insights, she ultimately remained silent, her attention firmly fixed on her father. Pressing on, Duncan outlined the next phase of their journey with unwavering focus. "Our next destination is Bartok's node, the final point of the external barrier, fashioned by the four gods. Completing the final mark there will allow the Vanished to circle back to the Leviathan Islands, the origin of our journey. Upon reaching that point, our explorations beyond known boundaries will draw to a close." With a sweeping gesture encompassing everyone at the table, Duncan lowered his voice to a whisper as he surveyed the faces of those who had shared this journey with him, finally settling his gaze on Nina. Nina symbolized his initial connection to this world, the first human he encountered, and a pillar of humanity within this sanctuary. Sensing the weight of Duncan's thoughts, Nina broke the silence. "Once we reach that point, will you continue alone?" Duncan's response was resolute, "Yes." "And will this journey be fraught with peril? Is it a place far beyond our reach?" Nina sought clarification. Duncan pondered her questions thoughtfully. "It's not a matter of being dangerous or safe. It's a task uniquely mine beyond the understanding of others. I am venturing into a realm beyond the very edge of our world, a place so remote that even the gods hold no sway there, a distance immeasurable by any standard. Yes, it is exceedingly far." "Will you find your way back to us afterward?" Nina's voice conveyed a blend of hope and concern as she reiterated her question. "Yes, I will return," Duncan affirmed with a certainty that left little room for doubt. Nina's expression registered surprise at his declaration, her brow furrowing slightly. "Are you sure you won't leave us waiting in vain?" Her skepticism was evident in her tone. "Absolutely. Should there come a time when you await my return, know that I would indeed come back without fail," Duncan promised, his assurance unwavering. Nina's expression grew more pensive, her brow furrowing as she absorbed Duncan's assurances. It was at this moment that Morris, who had been silent until now, posed a question that redirected the conversation. "What role do we play in all of this?" Duncan turned to address Morris directly, his explanation deliberate and clear. "Once the Vanished embarks on its final journey, you and the crew will take charge of the Bright Star," he instructed. "Agatha will utilize her abilities to create a reflection of the Vanished, effectively linking it to the Bright Star. You will navigate following the Sea Song's course, traveling from the domain of the Storm Goddess back to the vast expanse of the boundless sea. Your return voyage will include stops at the city-states of Frost, Planned, and Wind Harbor. Additionally, you will rendezvous with Lawrence, who is currently stationed at Morpheus's western frontier. With this arrangement, I will gain a comprehensive understanding of our world. Remain vigilant for my instructions. A significant event is imminent." Vanna reacted with a blend of curiosity and concern. "A significant event." Duncan's response was measured yet profound. "The end of our world," he declared. "I intend to orchestrate an orderly conclusion to our current existence before the underlying mathematical machinery that sustains it completely unravels. It is crucial that we preserve the essence of our world beforehand. While the concept of a mathematical machine may have been beyond the grasp of some, the mention of the end of the world resonated deeply, sparking a shared moment of contemplation. Shirley's reaction punctuated the ensuing silence, a mix of astonishment and disbelief in her voice. Yet the rest of the group's response was notably composed, a testament to their trust in Duncan. Observing their reactions, Duncan couldn't help but smile. "It seems you have a great deal of faith in me," he remarked, appreciating the trust they had placed in him. Vanna responded with a smile tinged with respect and gratitude. "After everything we've experienced in Planned, Frost, and Wind Harbor, how could we not trust you?" she pointed out. "You've had numerous opportunities to cause destruction, yet you've chosen preservation. If you were to propose something that seemed harmful, I would sooner doubt my own judgment than question yours." Duncan chuckled softly, recalling a past encounter. "Gamona would surely find it amusing. Weren't you the one who greeted me with a flying chop when we first met?" A hint of embarrassment colored Vanna's cheeks. "You weren't supposed to bring that up again," she lightly admonished him. Steering the conversation back to the broader picture, Duncan reassured them once more. "The end of our current world is a necessary step toward the creation of a new one, a world where peace is everlasting. I've devised a plan to transition everything of value from this world to the next. You can trust in that." Driven by a blend of curiosity and concern, Shirley posed another question. "What comes after the end? Where do we stand in the aftermath? And what about you? How soon will this new world you speak of come into being?" Meeting her questioning gaze with a reassuring smile, Duncan responded softly, "Blink your eyes." Following his instruction, Shirley blinked, her expression one of puzzled anticipation. "In the time it took you to blink, the new world would have arrived for you," Duncan revealed, his voice carrying a promise of swift and profound change. Chapter 818, Warmth and Cold. As the journey to the Death Node neared its conclusion, the monotonous gray-white expanse outside the ship began to reveal subtle changes. Thin black lines slowly materialized against the backdrop, hinting at structures emerging in the distance. These silhouettes grew more defined, gradually unfolding before the eyes of those aboard the Vanished and the members of the Bright Star's crew. Duncan, having witnessed such sights on his voyages, found the scene unfolding before him to carry a unique sense of solitude and elongation this time around. He stood silently at the front of the Vanished, patiently awaiting the end of their current leap through space, when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Without the need to look back, he recognized the presence of his companion. "Lucy," he spoke softly, acknowledging her without turning around, "we're nearing our destination." "I'm aware," Lucretia replied as she joined Duncan at the ship's bow, gazing alongside him at the landscape gradually transforming in the distance. "This is the final node, isn't it? After this, we return to the Storm Goddess's haven. Every journey must come to an end." Duncan exhaled a gentle sigh, a mix of resignation and sorrow in his voice. "I'm sorry that I must embark on the next part of our journey alone," he confessed, feeling a swell of emotions despite knowing he was merely inhabiting an avatar. The complexity of his feelings in Lucretia's presence left him questioning which of these emotions genuinely belonged to him or Duncan of Namur. Lucretia cut him off, her voice carrying a mix of warmth and seriousness. "You fulfilled your promise by bringing me to the world's end." She faced Duncan, her gaze steady and her demeanor composed, yet a hint of humor soon broke through as she laughed lightly. "What did you expect? That I would dissolve into tears, clinging to you to prevent you from embarking on what needs to be done? Or that I would lash out in anger, leaving you with a heavy heart as you set out on this crucial voyage? Did you think I would let my disappointment jeopardize the world's hope at this critical moment?" Duncan, faced with Lucretia's laughter and resilience, found himself at a loss for words, managing only a resigned smile and a shrug in response. Lucretia inhaled deeply, her smile serene as she locked eyes with Duncan. "I'm no longer a child, Papa. I can't deter you from making your next move, nor can I offer a better solution to the problem at hand. The best I can do is smile in this moment. That's something you taught me." Duncan responded with honesty. "I don't recall teaching you that." "To smile at each goodbye," Lucretia reminded him softly, cherishing the memory. "So if we never meet again, our last memory of each other will be one of happiness, not sorrow." Duncan remained silent, choosing not to mar the moment with questions about Lucretia and Tyrion's final farewell to the captain of the Vanished, a century prior, when it set sail toward the eternal horizon. After a brief pause, Lucretia raised her hand, her gaze locked firmly on Duncan. Duncan, somewhat perplexed, looked at her. "What?" High five, Lucretia proposed simply. High five, Duncan echoed, his confusion evident in his slight frown. Promise me you'll come back. Then we high five, Lucretia explained, her voice steady and calm. She looked up at Duncan, standing tall at the bow against the backdrop of slowly shifting black lines in the distance. It seemed to her as if Duncan's silhouette was about to merge into the changing patterns of light and shadow. For a moment, she was transported back to a sun-bleached afternoon at the dock, with her father standing silent and statuesque at the plank to the vanished. High five, promise me and my brother you'll return safely. Those were the words she had uttered back then. Back when she was much younger, not yet known as the Sea Witch, she couldn't recall whether she had been smiling at that moment, likely not, as she wasn't as emotionally resilient and seasoned as she is now. Arhachek. In her memory, Duncan eventually turned and walked away in silence. But the warm touch and the sound of their palms meeting snapped Lucretia back to the present. She saw her father smiling, his hand enveloping hers in a reassuring gesture, reminiscent of the farewells he offered each time he departed from their home during her and her brother's childhood. Suddenly, the dark silhouette in the distance swelled, filling their entire field of vision outside the vanished and the bright star. The gray-white backdrop seemed to silently collapse, and a distorted voice echoed in everyone's mind. Jump, stop. Before Lucretia and Duncan unfolded a vast, colorless wilderness, a landscape devoid of any hues except for shades of black, white, and gray. There were no shores, no seas, only a barren expanse where black and white grass grew untamed, waving in the wind in eerie silence like the quiet waves of death. The vanished and the bright star sailed above these undulating grasses, silently traversing this desolate wilderness under the cloak of perpetual night. The night appeared endless, as if the sun would never rise again. Frem stood beside the roaring bonfire on the Ark of the Flame Bearers, his gaze wandering back towards the path they had traveled from, towards the fringes of civilization. Yet all he could see was boundless darkness, with the world's creation emitting a cold, pale glow over the sea, reflecting like a mirror. It seemed as if from the distant past to the far future, the world had always been ensconced in this somber state. He turned his attention back to the bonfire, continuing his prayers in its flickering light. The cold northern winds whispered secrets in his ear, mingling with the deep, mechanical groans from within the ark. Occasionally, the distant sounds of ice shattering or continuous thunderous roars broke the silence, ominous noises made by the ark's ice-breaking prow as it navigated through the ice-laden waters. The Ark of the Flame Bearers ventured further north, having passed the series of northern city-states, including Frost, and now entered what was once deemed the end of civilization, the frigid ocean. In this icy realm, the vast expanse of the sea was replaced by endless layers of ice that stretched into the darkness. Mist rose from the depths of these ice fields, reaching up to meld with the sky. Illuminated by the enigmatic light of the world's creation, the entire landscape was bathed in a uniform, eerie silver glow that, paradoxically, seemed to shimmer with a sort of brightness. After what felt like an eternity immersed in prayer, Frem opened his eyes, a frown creasing his brow as if he'd sensed an anomaly. Shadows, indistinct and fleeting, separated from the surrounding darkness, moving toward the great bonfire at the forefront. As the figure representing historical continuity merged into the flames, Frem gave a subtle nod and summoned an attendant of the Flame Bearers, who was always on standby nearby. He whispered a set of instructions to the attendant, who then departed to carry them out. Before long, deep mechanical sounds resonated from within the Ark of the Flame Bearers. This feat of engineering marvel began to adjust its trajectory with precision, simultaneously recalibrating its ice-breaking mechanism to continue its voyage deeper into the ice fields. Amidst the sound of ice being shattered, a series of disconcerting, sharp noises could also be heard. A priestess, dressed in a black robe and veil, quickly approached Frem next to the bonfire. "Your Holiness, we've suffered a malfunction in one of the transmission shafts within the ice-breaking mechanism," she reported urgently. "Is it still operational?" Frem inquired. "The mechanism's efficiency has decreased by 30%, but it remains functional," the priestess responded promptly. "However, the chief mechanical priest has warned that the failure of the initial transmission shaft is likely to set off a domino effect. There's a risk that additional shafts may fail within the next 5 to 7 days, potentially rendering the ice-breaking mechanism inoperative." Frem shook his head slowly, his response measured. "That's acceptable for now. The ice-breaking enhancement was always meant to be a temporary measure. This vessel wasn't originally designed for ice navigation," he explained, displaying a calm demeanor. "Don't worry, we're nearing our destination." The priestess glanced towards the great bonfire, a beacon in their icy surroundings. Is the direction given by the Lord directly ahead? Yes, Frem confirmed with a gentle nod. The Lord revealed to me through the vision in the flames that we are approaching a pivotal moment in the real dimension's historical continuum. Transporting these critical archival documents to this location is essential for leaving traces. Though the Lord's guidance has grown increasingly indistinct, and the exact nature of these traces remains unclear to me, their significance is undeniable. The priestess offered no further questions. Instead, she bowed her head in devout prayer before the great bonfire. While she harbored no expectation of receiving divine communication, as such messages had long been exclusive to the Pope, prayer had ingrained itself into the daily routine of the clergy, becoming a source of comfort even in the absence of direct responses. The biting cold of the ice sea, capable of penetrating to the bone, was relentless. Despite this, the clergy and crew aboard the Ark found themselves gradually acclimating to the frigid conditions. Those who had initially fallen ill due to the cold were beginning to recover, a small yet positive development in their challenging journey. Concluding her prayer, the priestess rose, and the cold wind was a sharp reminder of their harsh environment. I'll inform the engineering team to maximize the operational lifespan of the ice-breaking mechanism. We need to keep those hydraulic hammers active until we reach the focal point. Should the mechanism fail entirely, we'll resort to explosives. We've prepared a substantial stockpile for such an eventuality. Frem acknowledged her plan with a slight nod. The priestess offered a respectful bow before departing, yet she paused for a moment to cast another glance at the great bonfire, its flames casting more shadows than warmth. This fire is so cold. Chapter 819, The Stagnant Land of the Dead. In an expansive wasteland where the colors black, white, and gray dominated the landscape, a relentless and bone-chilling wind swept across the terrain without pause. The grass moved in waves, and the surrounding plants, devoid of any color other than black and white, swayed without life in the gusts. Occasionally, small, faint lights would emerge from the grass, floating and drifting above this desolate expanse like lost souls wandering in a forgotten realm of the dead. This entire land was bathed in a dim, perpetual twilight, under a sky that was clear of fog or clouds, yet filled with swirling, murky patches of color that danced endlessly. The vanished and the bright star moved silently through this desolate expanse. This bizarre occurrence defied explanation, so Lucretia dispatched 2 toys from the ship to explore the land beyond. They confirmed that beneath the undulating grass was indeed solid ground. Yet both vessels continued to glide over this vast terrain, their hulls cutting through the earth as though they were navigating waters, blurring the line between the concepts of sea and wilderness. At Duncan's behest, both ships slowed their pace, navigating carefully under the never-ending night sky. Shirley ascended to the scout's nest atop the mast, scanning the horizon, yet all she could see was the endless wilderness. The land was flat, save for slight undulations, with no structures or notable landmarks in sight, not even the smallest hill. After a time of aimless journeying, the ships gradually came to a halt, as if marooned in this boundless and uninterrupted wasteland. Given the unusual circumstances we faced at the Island of Ashes previously, we must tread carefully this time, Duncan addressed his crew gravely after assembling them on the deck. We mustn't leave the ship without due caution. Right now, understanding the rules of this dead wilderness is paramount. We should seek advice from an expert, Morris interjected promptly. Miss Agatha might have insights into the realm of the dead. No sooner had the aged scholar spoken than a shadowy figure materialized on the deck, and Agatha's voice, carrying a mysterious and otherworldly tremble, filled the air. I'm attempting to decipher our current predicament, though it may be quite complex. He took a brief pause, seemingly gathering her thoughts, and then proceeded to elucidate. According to ancient texts, those who find themselves in the dead wilderness are set upon a path of no return that winds through the wilderness. This path stretches indefinitely, with only one direction to follow. Those who have passed away walk this path, gradually losing memories of their earthly lives. Along the way, they will meet the gatekeepers, messengers who guide the deceased further into the realm of the dead. The gatekeepers are tasked with leading the deceased along unseen pathways, traversing the entire wilderness in a mere moment to arrive at the heart of the realm of the dead, a place marked by a colossal gate. It is here that the departed glimpse the silhouette of Bardock guarding the entrance. Under its watchful presence, they shed all earthly burdens and impurities, entering through the gate in a state of purity to embrace eternal peace. Agatha detailed the beliefs of the Death Church. In this belief system, unlike what Duncan was accustomed to, there was no notion of reincarnation. Death marked a final transition into perpetual rest, not a cycle of return to the living world. This revelation piqued Shirley's interest. So, does this mean that everyone just goes to sleep behind that gate after they die? But what if there's no more room? People continue to die after all. As Shirley pondered out loud, Alice, who had just descended from the helm, joined in the speculation with a soft voice. Wouldn't that make it crowded? Are they piled on top of each other as they sleep? Shirley, leaning closer to Alice, whispered a humorous theory. Maybe they sleep standing up, packed tightly like bamboo skewers, stacking vertically until there's no more space. And then they start stacking horizontally on top, creating layers. One horizontal, then another vertical, and so forth. But wouldn't the ones at the bottom feel crushed by the weight? Alice pondered. No, I've heard that the dead don't weigh anything, Shirley answered. As the conversation between Shirley and Alice took a turn into the absurd, Duncan, noticing the increasingly bizarre atmosphere, felt compelled to intervene. Ahem, perhaps you could keep this discussion between yourselves. Shirley quickly recoiled, nodding in understanding. Oh, right. Duncan redirected the conversation back to Agatha. You mentioned that our situation is somewhat complicated. Could you elaborate? Agatha affirmed. To put it simply, according to the sacred texts, outsiders require a passage and guidance to meet the god of death. However, it appears that this guiding mechanism has faltered. Duncan's frown deepened as he grasped the implications. Lucretia and Morris, standing by, showed signs of realization as well. Morris, pipe in mouth, expressed concern. It seems the world's death mechanism has ceased to function. Indeed, with the disappearance of the death mechanism, the gatekeepers that usher souls across the dead wilderness are absent as well, Agatha continued with a solemn tone, her gaze drifting towards the endless wilderness beyond the ship. Without the deceased to initiate the path of no return and the presence of gatekeepers, what remains is merely this wilderness. And although the giant gate and the Lord of Death theoretically reside at the center of this realm, reaching it without the proper guidance is an impossibility. Nina, who had been silently absorbing the conversation with rapt attention, suddenly found herself unable to contain her curiosity any longer. Her eyes widened as she alternated her gaze between Duncan and Agatha, before finally voicing her thoughts. Do we really need specific conditions like paths and guidance? Isn't there some other way we could approach this? Perhaps some kind of ritual or something along those lines? Agatha responded with a gentle shake of her head, conveying a sense of regret. I'm afraid there aren't alternative paths available. Symbolism plays a vital role when it comes to matters involving the gods. It's about recreating specific events according to very precise rules. And given the unique nature of the realm governed by the god of death, the regulations here are even more stringent than in other domains. This is essential to maintain a clear separation between the realms of the living and the dead. She paused, a complex expression crossing her face as she continued. At least, that was the case before the death mechanism vanished from our world. Breaking the ensuing silence, Vanna chimed in with a thought-provoking question. So, if we were to find a deceased person, could it potentially reactivate the guiding mechanism here and open up the pathway to the grand gate guarded by Bardock? Agatha replied cautiously, confirming Vanna's theory based on her understanding of the sacred texts. That's one interpretation, yes, but it's not guaranteed to be straightforward. The scriptures speak of the world as it was in normal times, and much has changed since then. Even the gods have been altered into forms beyond their own recognition. Vanna nodded, seeing a potential direction in Agatha's words. It gives us something to work with, at least. It's a starting point, better than aimlessly wandering this wilderness. However, Morris quickly highlighted a significant obstacle to this theory, his voice muffled slightly by his pipe. The real challenge is finding a deceased person now that the concept of death seems to have been erased from the world. This remark cast a strange pause over the group, prompting uneasy glances among the crew. Attention turned to Agatha, who promptly clarified her position with a raised hand. Don't look at me. In the strictest sense, I'm not dead. I exist merely as a fading shadow. I never truly lived in the conventional sense, so I can't be considered dead. Then, as eyes shifted to Vanna, she quickly dismissed the notion. And I'm not a valid candidate either, right? Yes, I died once, but was revived. My continued existence has been affirmed by the captain, so I don't fit the criteria of being truly deceased. She trailed off, adding with a note of uncertainty, at least not in the full sense of the word. I'm out of the question, too. I've become a shadow demon after being reborn, Shirley quickly asserted, noticing the gaze of the group turning her way. She waved off the speculation. Even though I've died once, the current me being reborn means I'm beyond the reach of Bartok's gatekeeper. Duncan surveyed his crew, his expression turning thoughtful as he stroked his chin, a hint of bemusement in his voice. It's rather odd, isn't it, that on this ship it seems we're devoid of both the living and the dead as traditionally defined. While musing aloud, Duncan's gaze inadvertently fell upon Morris, who was engaged in an unusual activity. The old man was holding an unlit pipe in one hand and a screwdriver in the other, meticulously adjusting something at the back of his head with a series of mechanical clicks. Catching the captain's inquisitive look, Morris hurriedly tucked the screwdriver away, a faint buzzing of springs emanating from his chest. "Apologies for the racket, seems a screw's gone loose in my noggin," he explained almost casually. A hush fell over the assembled group on the deck, each member exchanging silent glances that spoke volumes of their shared bewilderment. Amidst this contemplative silence, Alice, emerging from a moment of distraction, leaned closer to Shirley and whispered, her mind still tangled in their previous musings. "Could it be that they are like how sailor sleeps by hanging?" Shirley, caught off guard by the sudden return to a seemingly abandoned line of discussion from earlier, replied incredulously, "Are you still on that topic? We've moved on countless times since then." Her voice trailed off as a thought struck the demon girl. "Wait, who did you just bring up?" "Sailor, he likes to pretend to be sleeping by hanging," Alice clarified, unfazed. Slowly, Shirley turned her attention back to Duncan, a new line of inquiry forming in her mind. "Speaking of which, why hasn't that mummy joined us yet?" "He's likely below deck at this moment, probably shirking his duties again," Duncan acknowledged, his brow furrowing at the realization. "But that brings us to another question. Can Anomaly 77 be considered deceased in the conventional sense? Somehow his death seems less genuine than that of others here." His gaze lingered thoughtfully on Agatha, Vanna, and Shirley, each embodying their unique state of being between life and death. Sensing the situation's oddity, Shirley remarked, "Captain, you have an unusual way of putting things." To which Duncan responded, his eyes widening in mock surprise, "Isn't the nature of our entire conversation unusually strange?" Chapter 820 Forgery. In theory, Anomaly 77 didn't conform to the traditional definition of a deceased being. Despite this, the crew unanimously agreed that it was worth an attempt, that they should at least try. Therefore, approximately 12 minutes later, Sailor found himself unexpectedly jolted from his slumber in a secluded corner of the lower deck by a sudden surge of frantic and disorderly footsteps. As he opened his eyes, the sight that greeted him was the captain, urgently leading the entire crew in his direction. Before Sailor had a chance to gather his thoughts, Vanna swiftly approached and, grabbing him by the collar, lifted him off the ground. Witnessing such an unprecedented scenario, Sailor experienced a chill of fear and anticipation run through him as he caught the eager and intense gazes of his shipmates. Attempting to retreat, he stammered, I was merely seeking a quiet spot to rest. Surely that doesn't breach any crew regulations. And even if it somehow does, you can't all possibly be thinking of reprimanding me through physical means, can you?" "Quit your feigning. You're incapable of sleep anyway." Duncan emerged from the throng, scrutinizing Anomaly 77 closely. "There's a matter of utmost importance that requires your attention." "A matter of utmost importance?" Sailor, puzzled, swiftly straightened his attire and adjusted his stance. Alert to Vanna's impending actions, he remained apprehensive that the formidable and attractive woman might unintentionally inflict harm on him with a mere touch, and inquired with curiosity, "What matter could that be? Haven't we just reached the domain of the god of death? Are we considering retreat already?" Duncan dismissed the question with a gesture, cutting directly to the core of the issue. "The reason is precisely because we've arrived at the domain of the god of death. We now necessitate a deceased individual to attempt to awaken the guide here." Confounded, Sailor needed a moment to digest this information. Then, turning his bewildered gaze towards Dog in the corner, he uttered, "What?" In simpler terms, due to the decay affecting the god of death, the process governing death in the mortal realm has ceased. Consequently, with the cessation of this process, no new deceased are arriving in this barren landscape, leading to the absence of both the gatekeeper and the path of no return, Dog elucidated with patience, despite being unclear why he was the one providing the explanation. "The entrance to the god of death's realm is concealed within a location that can only be accessed through a specific guidance ritual. Our current objective is to reawaken the gatekeeper here. To put it bluntly, we require a deceased individual." With a slightly better understanding, Sailor paused for a moment of silent contemplation before hesitantly pointing towards himself and stating, somewhat confusedly, "I'm not entirely deceased, although it's true that I've been heading in that direction. Why not consider Lady Agatha for this task? She appears to be more deceased than I am, considering I still possess some physical form, whereas her soul seems even more diminished. We've deliberated over it and concluded that neither Agatha Vanna nor Shirley meet the necessary criteria, Morris interjected with a sigh, his gaze fixed on the somewhat desiccated figure before him with a mixture of emotions. However, it seems you don't quite meet the criteria either. While you are technically a corpse, there are many like you who remain active in the mortal world today. Such undead beings appear incapable of drawing the gatekeeper's notice. Given the current situation, it's uncertain whether the gatekeeper of the realm of death still exists, Sailor commented with a shrug. They might have vanished along with the decay that affected Bardock. After all, these gatekeepers are fundamentally intertwined with the death mechanism itself. Morris wore a look of contemplation, his brow furrowed in thought, when Duncan's attention was drawn to a shadow on the wall that appeared to tremble slightly. With curiosity sparking in his eyes, he inquired, "Agatha, is something the matter?" Breaking the lingering silence, Agatha proposed, "I was wondering, perhaps we could simulate a state of death using Sailor as a model to determine if the gatekeeper of this realm still lingers among us. It might just work." Duncan, caught off guard, questioned, "You believe that's possible?" "I once served as a gatekeeper, albeit in the realm of the living. However, there's a sort of mirror effect between the gatekeepers of the living and those of the dead, reflecting the symmetry inherent to the god of death," Agatha elaborated. "During my training, which remains vivid in my memory, I learned how to communicate with the gatekeepers of the dead world once a soul departs its mortal coil. These conversations revealed that the judgments of the other side's gatekeepers concerning the deceased are not infallible. At times, they mistakenly linger around those who are not yet dead, and such errors can be manipulated." Shirley, catching up with the conversation, expressed her concern. "Wait, is that even permissible? It sounds rather dark." "Absolutely not, it's blasphemous," Agatha responded with a casual shrug. "To deceive the emissary of divinity and disrupt the balance of life and death to the extent of beckoning death itself. Ordinarily, such acts would merit a death sentence." Shirley quickly interjected with a question. "I'm curious, for a priest of death, would such a sentence be considered a promotion or a dismissal?" Duncan gestured for Shirley to hold her thoughts, silencing her speculative query despite having pondered it himself, and then directed his gaze towards Agatha. "Is this really okay?" "It's fine, given that the very fabric of life and death has unraveled, along with the old doctrines and the authority they once held. Who besides me even remembers them?" Agatha mused, her shadow casting a seemingly rueful smile in the flickering light. "Besides, no one is left to pass such a sentence on me." After a brief pause, observing the indistinct shadow, Duncan nodded in agreement. "All right, let's proceed. What are our first steps?" "Firstly, we must distance ourselves from the vanished. Aboard this vessel, not even the gatekeeper's gaze can pierce through," Agatha stated promptly. "Next, we require Sailor's cooperation. I will transform him into the likeness of a deceased, though he need not do anything except follow my guidance. And finally, this is for Sailor." Her attention then shifted to Anomaly 77, who was nearby. "You must remember, regardless of what appears before you, do not follow it. The allure of the gatekeeper's beckoning is irresistible to the deceased. Even though you aren't truly dead and possess the capacity to resist, it will undoubtedly be a formidable challenge." "Rest assured I won't be lured away," Anomaly 77 declared with confidence, patting his chest for emphasis. "I've found my place here on the Vanished. There's no reason for me to leave it." "But what if, at the journey's end along the path of no return, you encounter the crew of the Sea Song?" Agatha posed the question with a serene tone. "What if you come face to face with the captain of the Sea Song?" The atmosphere became noticeably more somber at her inquiry. Sailor, too, fell into silence, the figure of the desiccated corpse remaining motionless. However, just as Duncan anticipated a moment of doubt, Sailor instead shook his head with even greater resolve, stating, "I won't be swayed to follow her." "Are you certain? We must treat this with utmost seriousness," Agatha pressed further for assurance. "I'm certain," Sailor affirmed with a grin, an air of confidence about him. "Captain Caroline entrusted me with a message for the city-state, along with the navigation course. She would never expect me to follow her. That's not what she would have wanted." "Very well, then we have no issue," Agatha acknowledged with a nod. Midst the chaotic whisper of the cold wind under the night sky, the black and white tall grasses danced in the wind. A paper boat descended gracefully from the Vanished, coming to rest on the barren ground. Here, Duncan was the first to disembark, stepping onto the desolate terrain of the realm of death. Following him, Agatha's indistinct silhouette seemed to barely touch down as she floated from the ship, landing gracefully beside him. Sailor was the last to leave the ship, his exit less graceful, resulting in a tumble that produced an odd crack from his hip upon landing. "Damn, I really should have considered metal joints before embarking on this journey," Sailor grumbled, readjusting his dislocated joint before limping over. "Is this the place? What comes next?" Agatha glanced back at the small boat, now silent among the wild grass, with only Lucretia's silhouette visible on it. The rest of the crew remained on the Vanished, a precaution to avoid a recurrence of the Island of Ashes incident. Turning her attention to their surroundings, Agatha pointed to a specific spot. "Simple, just lie down here." Sailor, without any hesitation or objection, complied and lay down in the designated spot, indifferent to the chill of the ground as the tall black and white grasses enveloped him. "This feels like my own funeral," Sailor commented, a tinge of somberness in his voice. "These grasses encircling me, they're like the walls of a coffin." Agatha didn't acknowledge Sailor's musings. After ensuring he was positioned correctly, she took a moment to center herself, focusing her energy. Gradually, her initially indistinct and ghostly figure began to gain clarity. A faint green glow emerged within her, momentarily casting a light upon her form, transforming her from a mere shadowy presence into a semi-transparent, spectral being. Though still ethereal, she now appeared capable of performing the next ritual. A staff, conjured from the depths of her memory, materialized in her hand. "This feels oddly familiar," Agatha murmured to herself, looking at the staff with a mixture of nostalgia and resolve. She then commenced circling Sailor, her staff lightly touching the ground as she moved. As Agatha traced her path along the ground, pale flames ignited from the lines she drew, ascending to form a triangular shape against the monochrome backdrop of the black, white, and gray terrain. Sailor, positioned at the heart of the triangle, became enveloped in a silence born of apprehension, his anticipation rendering him still as he braced for the imminent proceedings. With deliberate care, Agatha commenced the inscription of numerous arcane runes encircling the triangle. Each symbol was crafted with precision, marking a ritual she hadn't performed in ages. From this point forward, remain silent and avoid wandering eyes. The dead neither speak nor gaze upon the world around them. You might perceive someone calling your name or witness strange lights before you, yet these are mere deceptions, unworthy of your focus. Agatha paused momentarily, standing over Sailor's prone form at the triangle's epicenter, her gaze fixed upon the desiccated figure. Eventually, a twilight-like glow, the sole hue amidst this realm of death, will emerge. Subsequently, the gatekeeper of this domain shall make an appearance. Heed my instructions carefully. Do not succumb to his allure. Leave the negotiations to the captain and myself. Chapter 821, The Guide. Sailor lay perfectly still and silent, camouflaged among the contrasting hues of the tall, black, and white grass, convincing himself he had become indistinguishable from a lifeless body. The wind, chaotic and unyielding, whipped through the wild grass, creating waves that seemed alive. Within this tumult, faint sounds began to emerge, weaving through the air like distant whispers, subdued conversations, and the ghostly strains of music, creating an otherworldly symphony. Embracing the tranquility associated with death, Sailor shut his eyes, allowing the serene embrace of the imagined afterlife to envelop him amidst the boundless wilderness. With a staff in hand, Agatha moved around Sailor in a deliberate pattern, tracing a circle around him thrice. With each step she took, runes etched into the earth below her glowed, casting an eerie light. Pausing by Sailor's head, she planted her staff into the ground and extended her arms wide as if to welcome or invoke something unseen. Suddenly the wind intensified, carrying clearer and more distinct sounds. Duncan, observing the scene, anticipated the awakening of the gatekeeper of this realm. However, as abruptly as it had risen, the wind calmed, and the sounds faded into silence. Agatha opened her eyes, a look of perplexity crossing her face, her brow knitting together in concern. "What's happening?" Duncan inquired, his curiosity piqued by the unexpected turn of events. Sailor, still lying on the ground, cautiously opened his eyes, sensing that the ritual might not be proceeding as planned. He remembered Agatha's earlier instructions to remain silent and immobile, so he communicated his confusion and concern solely through his eyes, daring not to move or speak. Agatha, troubled, revealed, "At the final moment when we should have established a connection, I felt the presence of the realm's gatekeepers. Yet they didn't engage with us, they simply departed." She continued, clarifying their original intent. "Our aim wasn't just to be noticed. We needed the gatekeeper of this side to reveal themselves. Even if they detected the feigned death, it should have prompted them to appear more swiftly, as a simulated demise is a grave offense, perhaps even more so than an actual death. Understanding the stakes, Duncan then realized the implications. Ah, so our actions could actually provoke these gatekeepers. Yes, Agatha affirmed. Should they discover our ruse, their fury would be immense. Duncan, taken aback, remarked, "You hadn't mentioned this risk before." Agatha responded with a nonchalant shrug. "As long as we remain undetected, there's no issue. But if discovered, I admit, there's little I could do. I might not be able to confront them, but I am adept at escaping. Should it come to it, negotiating with the gatekeepers is feasible. They're reasonable beings who usually can be appeased after an initial fight." Now slightly wary, Duncan sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as he had initially believed. Yet without dwelling on his reservations, he redirected his attention to the immediate issue, the apparent indifference of the gatekeeper to their staged scenario of death. Agatha's expression conveyed her resolve as she paused, deep in thought. Then her gaze shifted decisively towards Sailor, and she broke the silence with a sense of urgency. "I'll attempt the ritual once more. As soon as it concludes, you need to spring to your feet and dash back to our small boat as swiftly as you can. This action will disrupt the passage. Remember, do not look back under any circumstances." Sailor, clearly anxious, could only respond with a wandering gaze, prompting Agatha to seek a simpler form of communication. "I need clarity. Just nod or shake your head slightly." After a brief hesitation, Sailor's head began to sway as if to signal no. Yet he halted midway and instead offered a subtle nod. "All right, I'll take that as your agreement. Remain still. I'm about to restart the process." With that, Agatha grasped the combat staff that had emerged from the depths of her memory. Once again, she ignited the pale flames at her feet, reactivating the enigmatic runes etched into the earth. As the ritual recommenced, the wind whipped up around them, carrying whispers and murmurs through the air. Agatha successfully reestablished the passage, and even Duncan felt the presence of them once more. At the ritual's climax, Agatha forcefully planted the staff into the ground and commanded, "Now get up." Sailor, prepared for this moment, sprang up with urgency, vaulting over the encircling flames, and sprinted towards the origami boat nearby. This sudden movement from the deceased, Sailor, disrupted the ritual, tearing through the passage, and revealing a realm that lay concealed within a deeper layer of reality to Duncan. The flames surged upwards, and the triangular rune array left by Agatha burst into a brilliant light. Then, above the triangle, the air itself seemed to fracture silently, a sliver of twilight emerging from this crack, a rapid expansion that painted the ascending flames with a twilight glow. Through this widening breach, Duncan caught sight of an unusually tall figure cloaked in black. Contrary to Agatha's predictions, the figure showed no signs of anger, but merely observed the scene quietly before turning away. Confused, Duncan turned to Agatha, who was visibly taken aback. She called out to the departing gatekeeper in frustration, "Wait, doesn't this violation of the rules concern you? The faking of death, the deliberate sabotage of the guiding passage, address this issue." But the figure continued to walk away, seemingly indifferent to her protests. As it departed, the crack in the sky began to seal shut. Stunned yet determined, Agatha was about to take matters into her own hands and force the passage open to pursue when suddenly dry, claw-like hands emerged at the edge of the closing gap. These hands grasped the edges of the crack, holding it ajar, and then forcefully widening it again as the sound of breaking glass filled the air, signifying the forcible reopening of the passage. Merging from the other side of the crack was a figure, a gatekeeper draped in a robe as dark as the deepest night. Its hood was so deep that it shrouded its face entirely, leaving only two dimly glowing yellow eyes visible, flickering with an eerie light akin to fire beneath the shadow of the hood. The gatekeeper leaned forward, and from beneath the hood came a voice, gravelly and deep, as though it were echoing up from the depths of the earth itself, uttering a single command: "Come." With that terse, chilling command, the crack, resembling shattered glass, disintegrated without a sound. Simultaneously, the morose landscape that Duncan had been staring at, the embodiment of night within the wilderness, crumbled away. The shroud of perpetual darkness that had enveloped the realm of the dead lifted, unveiling the soft luminescence of twilight. The monochrome grass of the wilderness, unnamed and untouched, began to sway gently in the twilight breeze, revealing a pathway that extended endlessly into the horizon, as if it were a bridge between the heavens and the earth itself. The towering gatekeeper stood silently upon this newly revealed path, immovable and solemn as if it were part of the landscape itself. Duncan's gaze momentarily drifted back towards the lost and the dazzling stars, the two ships now appearing as ghostly, frozen silhouettes in the distance, bathed on one side by the twilight glow. Despite the newfound light, the edge of the wilderness seemed to retain a shadow of its former nocturnal veil. Turning his attention forward once more, Duncan observed the silent gatekeeper breaking the stillness of the moment, issuing another brief command. Go. With that, the figure began to stride along the path, prompting Duncan and Agatha to exchange a glance before hurriedly following. The situation is somewhat perplexing, Agatha whispered to Duncan as they walked, her voice tinged with unease. The gatekeepers I recall, the ones from my memories, they don't behave like this. Their presence feels off, their actions and mannerisms are different. The one who walked away earlier was strange as well, Duncan added casually. At least this one has chosen to appear and guide us. That's something, given that we've reached a deeper place. That's precisely why it's strange, Agatha replied, her brow furrowed in thought. The gatekeepers should easily recognize that we're not dead. Typically, they would inquire or negotiate before leading us anywhere, yet this one simply began guiding us. It's as if he was expecting us. Duncan nodded, finding her observation logical. Why not ask him? After a brief hesitation, Agatha looked up towards the tall figure which had slowed its pace ahead of them. Are you specifically waiting for us here? She inquired. The towering figure remained silent, offering no response as if Agatha's question had fallen on deaf ears. Unwavering in her determination, Agatha raised her voice after a brief pause, seeking clarity. Do you recognize us? Can you see that we are not actually deceased? The imposing figure ahead halted momentarily, releasing a non-committal grunt that sounded like, hem. Turning towards Duncan with a mix of confusion and resignation, Agatha speculated. It seems this gatekeeper may simply be uninterested in our state. Duncan remained silent, absorbing Agatha's observation. After a moment of contemplation, he directed a question at the gatekeeper. Earlier, we encountered another gatekeeper who disregarded us and departed. There were mentions of others as well. Where have they gone? To their astonishment, the gatekeeper ceased walking, breaking his silence with a word that resonated deeply. Funeral. Puzzled, Duncan queried further. A funeral? Are you implying that the other gatekeepers have gathered for a funeral? Yes, came the terse reply. Whose funeral could it be? Agatha inquired, driven by a mix of curiosity and concern. The death gods, the gatekeeper responded, turning to face them. Under the shadow of his hood, the dull yellow glow of his eyes seemed to burn with a quiet intensity. The death god is dead, he declared, a statement that hung in the air with a weight that seemed to shift the very atmosphere around them. Chapter 822, The World's Last Cooling. In a world where deities and ancient evils once roamed, their demise had become a part of history so profound it seemed almost tangible. Duncan had always been aware that not only the death god but also the storm goddess, the eternal flame, the god of wisdom, and every other ancient god and evil entity, whether they had left their mark in the annals of history or faded into oblivion, were long gone. This knowledge wasn't new to him. Every ancient ruler and deity had perished. This cataclysmic event, known as the Great Annihilation, occurred well before the world as they knew it turned into a wasteland of scorching chaos and ash. On that fateful day, when thousands of worlds collapsed, all gods met their end, leaving behind nothing but their decaying remains, a mere echo of the old world's inertia. However, when the towering gatekeeper solemnly announced, "The death god is dead," Duncan realized with a jolt that the reference wasn't to the historical extinction he was familiar with. It signified a recent occurrence, a new kind of end. Agatha, standing beside Duncan, also grasped the gravity of the situation. Her initial confusion quickly transformed into sheer astonishment. What happened? What? The world was undergoing a chilling transformation, and it wasn't just the physical temperature that was dropping. An essential vitality, akin to the foundational essence of the mortal realm, was gradually fading away. It felt as if the world was exhaling its last breath, signaling the imminent demise of an era. The undead began to roam the streets freely. The cold flames that once combated the cold were now ineffective against the encroaching frost that enveloped the mortal world. The seas had turned stagnant, and memories of the past were either vanishing or morphing into unrecognizable, fragmented echoes. From the thriving trading city of Pland, through the cold landscapes of Frost, to the elven island of Wind Harbor, from scientific Mock to the shattered archipelagos of the eastern seas, a palpable sense of cooling and alienation was spreading. Like an unstoppable dark force, it was gradually extinguishing every last gleam of civilization. Tyrion made his way to the tallest lighthouse in the southeastern region of Frost. From its observation deck, he gazed out at the dark sea stretching towards the city-state. A large fleet, bathed in sunlight, was approaching. The cargo ships, heavy with oil, cloth, and grain, docked at the pier. In the darkness, massive loading machines buzzed into action, transferring goods from the ships to the shore. At the docks, the undead sailors of the Mist Fleet were busily engaged, outnumbered now by even more of their kindred from recent days. Oblivious to death, these corpses manned the machinery, ensuring the city continued to function as per the directives of City Hall. Beyond, in the city district, tall chimneys and the bright lights of factory platforms stood out. The power plants hummed with activity, steam hubs vibrated with energy, and vast pipes, like veins, extended from the factories into the city. They supplied power and protection to the inhabitants, a semblance of normalcy in a world growing increasingly cold. Yet within those factories, the massive steam cores had cooled. No catalyst could reignite the warmth from the flames within their chambers. Despite this, the cold reactors continued to hiss, steam flowed without pause, and the pipes throbbed with what seemed like relentless power. The city's vitality, metaphorically its breath and blood, continued to pulse through its vast network of pipes without pause. Despite the ominous changes happening elsewhere, the city's gas lamps still cast their bright glow, factories buzzed with activity, machinery churned tirelessly, and guardians roamed the streets. These sentinels were ever vigilant for supernatural disturbances that defied the natural laws, while sheriffs kept order under the cloak of night, aiding those in need and addressing the growing incidents affecting public safety. The semblance of normalcy prevailed. The city's heartbeat of civilization had not yet dimmed. Yet Tyrion sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, a cold, faintly decayed scent as if emerging from the city's very foundation, from the darkest depths of the boundless sea, carried by every gust of wind, permeating every sliver of sky and clinging to every particle of dust. He could feel the world teetering on the brink of a catastrophic decline, a sensation that echoed memories of better times. Tyrion was acutely aware that something profoundly wrong was unfolding, and the situation was deteriorating rapidly. He recalled his father's words about the world attempting to correct the aberrations within its framework, but there was a threshold to such corrections. Now, it seemed they were rapidly approaching that limit. Caught by a sudden intuition, Tyrion felt a familiar presence drawing near, prompting him to shift his focus from the distant horizon. "Father," he said, turning to face the tall figure shrouded in bandages and cloaked in black, "why have you come?" "The graveyard no longer requires my watch. With this avatar, I find myself with an abundance of time," Duncan replied, joining Tyrion. His eyes traversed the night, following Tyrion's previous gaze. "What are your thoughts?" "Has the time come already?" Tyrion mused, his eyes searching the night with a complex emotion. "I thought we had more time, the time you hinted at." After a brief silence, Duncan ominously stated, "The death god is dead." Tyrion paused, the weight of his father's words momentarily eluding him. "The world's decline is hastening beyond our predictions. Its innate mechanism for self-correction is failing to ensure that those within the shelters remain in a survival state, that is, as living beings. Life, being a complex and high-maintenance condition, can no longer be fully sustained within the shelters," Duncan explained somberly, his gaze fixated on some distant point, as if envisioning the world's impending doom. "This is why we're witnessing the resurrection of the dead, across various city-states, and the disturbing absence of newborns. Bardock has prematurely disrupted the world's cycle of life and death. His intervention was not meant to precipitate such a rapid degradation. The shelters no longer need to sustain the living. Moreover, the cessation of the death cycle allows for the majority to endure in whatever form possible, be it as the undead. This grotesque existence, however temporary, is a means to persist through the sanctuary's gradual collapse. This extended time is the legacy Bardock fought to leave for our world." As Tyrion absorbed his father's revelations, a mix of shock and bewilderment rendered him speechless, his mind racing yet unable to articulate a response. Duncan's voice, deep and gravelly, broke the silence once more, imparting a grave insight. This might be the final instance where the four gods have managed to buy time for this sanctuary. Finding his voice amidst the turmoil, Tyrion asked, "Why?" Duncan explained the dire consequences of halting the death mechanism. Its stop deals a critical blow to the sanctuary, marking the commencement of the final countdown. From this point, all semblance of order will rapidly begin to warp, and the world's innate ability to self-correct will fail completely. This breakdown is why the distortions and anomalies, once veiled from human awareness, will start to become glaringly apparent to more and more individuals. As he turned to face Tyrion, his gaze was intense and penetrating. Reeling from the onslaught of information and grappling with the implications of his father's sudden announcement, Tyrion found himself confronting memories and details he had unconsciously ignored or forgotten, surfacing like specters from a nightmare. After a moment that seemed to stretch into an eternity, the fog of confusion in his mind began to clear, allowing his thoughts to coalesce and his rationality to resurface. So, he began, the words emerging tentatively, "Ordinary people will soon." Duncan continued, "Having been influenced by me, you've been able to perceive many things prematurely. As the world's distortions and anomalies grow more severe and the sanctuary's self-correcting mechanisms fail entirely, more individuals will start to recognize the world's aberrations, similar to your experience. It won't be everyone. Susceptibility will vary based on mental resilience, intuitive sensitivity, and a degree of luck. For those unable to perceive these changes, life will go on as usual in a world that's becoming increasingly alien and frightening, without them sensing any shift in their reality. However, for those who become aware, the situation will deteriorate significantly. Tyrion, you must brace yourself, and the other city-states as well. The ultimate, most tumultuous upheaval of the old world is on the horizon." Duncan and Agatha had been journeying along this mysterious path for what seemed like an eternity. As they moved forward, the strange, monochromatic grass that bordered their trail began to vanish. In its place, a landscape of endless, pale, and dark broken stones unfolded, with only the occasional withered plant breaking the monotony of the stone-strewn wilderness. The ethereal twilight glow that once imbued the wilderness with a surreal quality gradually receded, giving way to the serene dominance of the night. The wilderness transformed before their eyes, adopting a more somber and desolate guise. In a subdued tone, Agatha shared with Duncan that they were now entering a new segment of the path of no return. This stark and desolate region, known as the Death Wilderness, lay deep within their journey. She described how, beyond the twilight, which symbolized the last vestige of life, a peaceful night awaited to usher in the realm of the deceased. The endless expanse of barren land, strewn with broken stones, signified the severance of the dead's final ties to the mortal world. Crossing this threshold would lead them to the Great Gate. However, Duncan realized that these once sacred symbols and rituals tied to the death mechanism had lost their significance. Lifting his gaze towards the horizon, where the deepest part of the night sky stretched overhead, Duncan could discern a massive, indistinct shape looming at the heart of the wilderness. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed other presences for the first time. Dressed in black robes, these figures were the gatekeepers, still seemingly bathed in the twilight's fading glow. Silent and solemn, the gatekeepers moved through the vast, desolate wilderness, all converging in the same direction. Their silent procession resembled a funeral march, each step a testament to the solemnity of their purpose as they navigated the boundless landscape of death. Chapter 823, Burial. Beneath the cover of night, in a barren landscape strewn with gravel, numerous figures cloaked in black robes advanced silently in a single direction. Their path was lit by a mysterious twilight glow emanating from an unseen source, casting their long, night-like robes in a light that seemed both real and surreal. As they traversed the barren land, these solitary figures merged into streams of twilight, weaving through the darkness like rivers converging in the heart of a desolate wilderness of death, where they encircled a solemn gathering. At the center of this wilderness stood a monumental gate, its triangular doors imposing yet silent. Duncan initially mistook it for a mere hill, but in an instant he found himself standing before it, awestruck by its majestic rise from the ground, its triangular form sealed shut. Dark red veins sprawled across the door's surface like blood vessels, ensnaring it with the appearance of chains. This gate, it seemed, was the barrier to the realm of death, now overseen by a deity seated on a throne before it. This deity towered over Duncan, his stature surpassing anyone Duncan could imagine, including Ta Ruijin. Even while seated, the deity's form was colossal, nearly as large as a house itself. Adorned in a tattered black robe as dark as the night itself, wrapped with dark red thorns, the deity's presence was as imposing as it was mysterious. Under the long shadows cast by his robe, his face remained hidden, indistinct as if he were no more than a silhouette shaped by the fabric, echoing the teachings of the Death Church's holy scriptures. Death is a faceless shadow, omnipresently lurking within the shroud of darkness. When you gaze upon him, he gazes back at you. Yet this once formidable embodiment of death lay defeated, a grotesque, thorn-like short sword impaled through his chest, anchoring him to his dark throne. His hood was askew, suggesting that even in his final moments, he cast a longing glance towards the triangular gate, the very symbol of the cycle of life and death. This tableau was akin to a self-inflicted demise, a murder where the victim was also the perpetrator. Among the four dead gods, this scene was unprecedented. At the threshold of death and decay, Bardock had enacted his own end, a second act of self-destruction. Surrounding the gate, the twilight-clad figures stood as still as stone, resembling petrified tombstones in their motionlessness. Yet amidst them, a path remained, as if intentionally left clear for those who would come to witness, stretching from the wilderness to the dark throne. Leading the way was the towering gatekeeper, with Duncan and Agatha in tow. They made their way through the path flanked by the silent phantoms. The twilight glow from the figures bathed them in its light. Duncan remained unaffected, but Agatha, whose form was originally ethereal and translucent, began to solidify under the twilight's touch, appearing momentarily to possess a physical body. Having reached their journey's climax, Duncan and his party halted before a majestic throne under the watchful eyes of the towering gatekeepers. The leader of these imposing figures offered a silent nod of acknowledgement before seamlessly rejoining his comrades along the sides of the throne room. Duncan raised his gaze to the entity seated upon the throne, a presence more formidable than any they had encountered before, including Ta Ruijin. This was the entity known as the world's first and ultimate deceased, a being of immense power and mystery. It became clear why the falsely deceased sailor brought forth by Agatha's magic had failed to command the attention of these gatekeepers. They were guardians of the true end, the genuine deceased who commanded the throne. Agatha, with a mixture of reverence and curiosity, stared intently at this dark-clad deity. It was a moment of profound significance for her. As a gatekeeper herself, imbued with the memories of those devout followers of the Death Church, she had never imagined she would stand in this sacred place. It was a realm believed unreachable by the countless devout throughout their lifetimes, let alone witness such a momentous event, the ceremonial end of the grim death god. After a long and reflective silence, Agatha finally turned to Duncan, her voice tinged with complexity. "Captain, what do we do now?" Before Duncan could formulate a response, another gatekeeper who had been standing vigil by the throne approached them. This spectral figure, towering and silent, handed Duncan an ancient and finely crafted hourglass before returning to his station. Duncan recognized the hourglass, identical to one he had seen in the final resting place of the Leviathan Queen, yet this one was devoid of sand. Puzzled and intrigued, Duncan looked up to inquire about the hourglass, but was instead drawn into a mysterious understanding by a whispering breeze. Under Agatha's watchful eye, he activated the hourglass. A flicker of starlight-infused flame danced at his fingertips before merging into the hourglass, reviving the once-recorded vitality in a spectacle of flowing flames and reversing sands. In the blink of an eye, the environment around Duncan shifted dramatically. He found himself standing atop a small mound, bathed in a soft, ethereal light against the backdrop of an impenetrable night. Around him, wildflowers bloomed, their fragrance adding to the surrealism of the moment. The serene silence was punctuated by the sound of a shovel cutting through soil. Duncan turned to see a frail, elderly man diligently digging a shallow grave, his actions reflecting an eternity of labor in the soft, black earth. This unexpected scene, unfolding under the guidance of the ancient hourglass, hinted at a deeper connection between life, death, and the realms beyond, inviting Duncan and Agatha into the mysteries that lay at the heart of existence itself. As Duncan absorbed the somber beauty of the scene before him, he approached the old man who was tirelessly digging into the earth. "I'm here, I apologize, I might have arrived a bit late," Duncan offered tentatively, breaking the silence. "It's not late," the old man responded without pausing his work, his voice steady and imbued with an ageless wisdom. "Death is never early nor late, it arrives precisely when it's supposed to. Your timing is just right." He gestured towards a small mound of soil beside him, where, unnoticed until now, an additional shovel lay resting against the dark, piled earth. "Can you lend a hand?" Wordlessly, Duncan stepped forward, picked up the shovel, and began to dig alongside the old man, their actions in silent harmony. For a time, the only sounds were the rhythmic digging and the soft shifting of soil, a solemn melody on the mound. After a while, the frail figure broke the silence, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. "The other three, it's been ages since I last saw them. Since then, our only communication has been through the remnants left by the second guide. How are they?" "They're well," Duncan replied, his voice calm and steady as he continued his task. "I've entered into a pact with them. We'll reunite in the new world." A hint of warmth flickered in the old man's demeanor. "That's good to hear. A reunion is something to look forward to." After a brief pause, Duncan cast a curious glance at his companion. "Is this how you truly look?" "No," the old man admitted without ceasing his digging, his tone reflective. "I have never had a face, not since the beginning, but I thought, since I'm about to depart, I should at least leave behind a semblance of one." "You have no face," Duncan echoed, intrigued and somewhat bewildered by the revelation. "Yes, I am distinct from the others. I am death itself," the old man confided softly, a profound solemnity in his voice. Duncan remained silent, allowing the gravity of the statement to sink in, waiting for the old man to elaborate. "Every end of a world is unique. Some linger for years, others much longer. And then there are those civilizations that fight valiantly, employing every conceivable means to delay their inevitable demise, sometimes even for a century," the old man mused, continuing his labor. "In my world, the end came swiftly, so swiftly that there was no time for decay or defiance. Yet, it wasn't so abrupt that people couldn't perceive their doom. It was a pace that allowed everyone to witness the approach of their final moment. At that instant, every soul met their end. Death echoed through time and space, unsettling even the stars on the brink of extinction. In the last breath of my world, death became the brightest, most universal, the sole entity to emerge in the entirety of the cosmos. And in that fleeting second, everything beautiful and ugly, every fear and act of bravery, every resilience and fragility inherent in human nature and thought, was encapsulated. From that culmination of death, I came into being. Upon opening my eyes for the first time, I watched everything collapse before me. By the second blink, all that remained of the world I had glimpsed only once was scorched, chaotic ashes. With a measured push, the old man drove his shovel into the earth, skillfully excavating another portion of soil from the grave before him, and flung it aside. "I've been at this task for ages, ever since the haven was conceived. I've toiled away at digging this pit, a labor that seemed almost endless. After all, vanquishing death itself is no minor feat. Yet here you are, aiding me, fire usurper." His gaze then turned introspective, as if pondering an uncharted future. "Don't you yearn to witness the new world? There might still be a path open to us." "No, but thank you for the offer," the old man responded with a gentle shake of his head, scooping and discarding another handful of earth. He then paused to meet Duncan's gaze with a serene clarity. "I'm unlike others, you may know. This much you might have surmised. I am not a relic of the old world, but rather a creation of the great annihilation, forged from those fiery ashes. Thus, the duty to dictate this world's decay, to establish its cycle of life and death, fell upon me alone. The haven necessitated such a recycling system. But in the forthcoming world, the decay of things should not be under the dominion of a similar deity. Even the suggestion of such a possibility is flawed. Let all that emerged from the great annihilation remain with it." A reflective silence enveloped Duncan as he cast another shovelful of soil into the grave. "Do you harbor any regrets?" "No," the old man replied with a serene smile. "I've accomplished all that was required of me. Now, to relish an eternal, undisturbed rest is the finest payment for death. But for you, I offer a piece of counsel." Duncan ceased his movements, attentive. "Refrain from treating sacrifice lightly. Though it may seem odd coming from me," the old man continued, locking eyes with Duncan. "I detect on you the scent of martyrdom, a scent all too familiar to me, yet it ought not to cling to you." Duncan stood in silence, absorbing the moment. When he looked again, the frail old man and the second shovel were no longer beside him. It was just Duncan standing there alone. The deity of death had taken his rest in the grave, his form nearly enveloped by the earth. He closed his eyes in peace, as if he had been resting there since time immemorial. After a moment steeped in silence, Duncan bent forward once more, continuing his solemn duty of covering the grave with soil, carrying out the last rites for a being as ancient and as pivotal as the concept of death itself. Chapter 824, After the Death God's Rest. Dark, fertile soil cascaded down, covering the modest grave beneath it like the encroaching night sky at the culmination of existence, concealing an eternal demise. The deity birthed from the silence that enveloped all things now lay in rest, in the precise moment when the world edged towards its conclusion, transforming into a humble mound atop a hill. A chaotic breeze swept through the darkness, tenderly caressing the small earthen mound. Nameless wildflowers and grasses adorning the mound danced in the wind, producing a soft, whispering sound. Standing amidst the gusts, Duncan clutched his shovel, his gaze fixated on the newly formed mound of earth in front of him. He then surveyed the surroundings. The deity of death hadn't arranged for a headstone for itself, and there were no materials in the vicinity that could be fashioned into one. With a decisive action, Duncan thrust the shovel, previously used for digging, into the ground in front of the mound, stabilizing it with soil at its base to serve as an improvised marker. Having done this, he inhaled deeply, laying his hand upon the shovel's handle one final time. A subtle greenish glow, mingled with the faint light of distant stars, emanated from his fingers, gradually enveloping the makeshift headstone of the deity of death before fading away. "May you rest in peace, Bardock, until we meet again," Duncan murmured softly, his form gradually dissolving into the wind. The turbulent wind transformed into a brief cry, as light and shadow emerged from the darkness and swiftly reassembled. After experiencing a moment of weightlessness and a shift in perception, Duncan felt the solidity of the ground return beneath his feet, and the landscape around him quickly came into focus. The majestic gate of death still stood, unyielding in the midst of the devastated stony wilderness. Before the triangular gateway, the imposing figure seated upon the dark throne silently crumbled away, akin to a fragmenting dream dispelling at dawn. The unseen presence cloaked in a black robe dispersed with the wind, and the robe itself descended like the night, decaying and eroding into nothingness. Among the scattering black fragments and dust, only a delicate greenish light, paired with dim starlight, flickered in the breeze. Duncan bowed his head, noticing the edge of the hourglass in his grasp shimmering faintly, with vague whispers seemingly resonating beside him. Realizing something profound, he advanced and placed the ancient yet finely crafted hourglass beside the throne, once occupied by the deity of death. Retreating, he saw Agatha standing silently, her gaze fixed on the now vacant throne. After an indeterminate span of time, the gatekeeper, born of illusions, slowly turned her head, her eyes reflecting a mixture of complex emotions. "Has he found peace?" "Yes, I accompanied him on his final journey," Duncan responded gently, then added, "The hourglass harbors a fragment of his essence. I've positioned it next to the throne, ensuring that the mortal realm's death church can still momentarily access some blessings. They will continue to require them." Agatha's response was a slow, deliberate nod. She seemed as if she were on the cusp of articulating a cascade of thoughts and emotions, yet words eluded her. In place of speech, her inner turmoil found expression in a soft sigh so faint it barely stirred the air. "The time to return is upon us," Duncan intoned, a gravity in his voice hinting at the urgency of their situation. "The final countdown has begun. We must make haste back to the node of the Leviathan Queen without delay." Acknowledging Duncan's directive with a soft hum, Agatha cast her gaze back the way they had come, only to behold a desolate expanse of broken stones stretching into the horizon, devoid of any discernible features to mark their path. The surrounding darkness seemed to claim this silent domain entirely, a realm where paths once trodden by the dead offered no passage for return. Yet in that moment of despair, a startling change occurred. The enigmatic gatekeepers encircling the throne of the death god began to stir. These silent monolithic specters initiated a solemn procession, lifting their hands one by one. They pointed into the darkness, from which a twilight-like illumination began to emerge, weaving through the air in the direction they indicated. This light seemed to gather and flow unseen, paving a path through the wasteland. Guided by the silent decree of these towering phantasms, a pathway materialized amidst the desolation, bathed in a soft, twilight glow. Along its borders, unnamed wildflowers burst into bloom, their petals swaying gently in the breeze. For the first time in this dominion of death, as the machinations of mortality ceased and the death god lay in rest, a way back to the realm of the living was revealed. Witnessing this miraculous emergence, Agatha could only stare in wonder. Her eyes instinctively sought out the gatekeeper who had initially led them, finding him in a silent farewell, his gesture a solemn directive. Leave, and never again linger in the domain of death. Heeding this silent counsel, she, alongside Duncan, embarked upon the newly formed path, leaving the desolate wasteland behind them. Their journey back was marked by solitude, with only the occasional gust of wind for company. The wasteland gradually receded from view, giving way to the familiar sight of black and white, unnamed wild grasses swaying in the wilderness. As they pressed on, the towering silhouettes of the vanished and the bright star loomed in the distance. Approaching these landmarks, Duncan and Agatha found themselves back at their point of departure. The paper-folded boat awaited them, with Lucretia standing at its bow, her expression a mix of bewilderment and surprise. Upon noticing Duncan, her eyebrows arched in astonishment before she leaped down to greet them. "Have you been here the entire time?" Duncan inquired, taken aback by the sight of the sea witch, who seemed to have scarcely moved. "Our absence was extended." "You left but a few minutes ago," Lucretia replied, her astonishment mirroring Duncan's. "As soon as you and Agatha disappeared behind a curtain of twilight-hued light, you've returned seemingly out of nowhere. I feared you might have been thrust into an unforeseen predicament." "A few minutes?" Duncan's brow furrowed at this revelation, yet he quickly shelved his bewilderment. Given the series of extraordinary events they had encountered, such anomalies had become almost routine. "Our task is complete," he declared with finality. "We shall depart right away." Lucretia's gaze shifted between Duncan and Agatha, sensing that the duo had traversed an epic saga within what, to her, had seemed a mere handful of minutes. Yet she refrained from probing further, instead offering a subtle nod in agreement. "All right." As the pale flames within the brazier died out, the soft, indistinct whispers that had been echoing in her mind also faded away. Agatha, who had been kneeling in a meditative stance within the sanctuary of the prayer room, lifted her head, drawn by a subtle intuition, and turned her attention towards the mirror adjacent to her. Blindfolded, she was deprived of conventional sight, yet this limitation bestowed upon her a heightened spiritual clarity. This unique perception unveiled the essence of other dimensions, realms beyond the grasp of the average eye. Reflected in the mirror, she perceived a vision fleeting yet profound. A solitary grave set against a desolate, dark landscape, with the light of twilight dwindling on the horizon. This ephemeral glimpse into another reality was momentary, yet its message was clear and resonant to Agatha, who held the dual roles of a youthful gatekeeper and an archbishop. She comprehended the grave implications of what this scene represented. Silently, she continued to kneel before the sacred statue, and after a brief moment of contemplation, bowed her head once more, resuming her silent prayers. Her lips moved without sound, offering benedictions for those who had passed from this world to the next. Her prayer, succinct yet poignant, was recited thrice. Rising gracefully from her kneeling posture, Agatha approached a nearby shelf. From a wooden box, she selected a dried flower, its petals pale and delicate, and placed it next to the candlestick that stood before the image of sanctity. Outside, the ambient sounds of the city's restlessness permeated the walls of the church, a distant cacophony of life's unceasing tumult. Footsteps hurried and purposeful approached from the corridor. Soon, a voice belonging to a member of the clergy echoed just outside the sanctuary. "Archbishop, are you present?" "Enter," Agatha's voice carried a calm authority. The prayer room's door swung open, revealing a middle-aged clergyman. His short, dark hair and the bandages covering half of his face gave him a distinct appearance. His attention was immediately captured by the sight of the white flower positioned solemnly before the holy figure. A frown creased his brow as he observed the flower, a sense of significance nagging at the edge of his consciousness. There was a question to be asked, a meaning to be deciphered, yet it eluded him, leaving his gaze clouded with confusion and a lack of understanding. Agatha, sensing his perplexity, positioned herself so that she stood between him and the symbolic white flower. "What concerns you?" she inquired, her voice embodying both curiosity and command. The clergyman's expression of confusion briefly intensified before clarity returned to him. He promptly relayed his message. "Archbishop, a new group has arrived at the cathedral seeking shelter and guidance. There are about a dozen of them. Following your directives, I've dispatched Mark along with Sister Natasha to welcome them." "Understood," Agatha acknowledged with a nod, her demeanor composed. She then inquired further, a casual tone bellying the depth of her concern. "What can you tell me about these newcomers? From whence have they come?" "They're quite distressed, caught in a whirlwind of fear and confusion, struggling to articulate the nature of their distress," he began. "The one among them who appears to be in the best shape shared that he experienced a sudden awakening earlier today. To his alarm, he found that many aspects of his surroundings felt profoundly wrong. Familiar faces of relatives and friends now seemed foreign and disturbingly frightening. Overwhelmed by fear, he sought refuge at a local chapel, where he encountered others in similar straits. The resident priest at the chapel took immediate action, offering solace and blessings to calm their spirits, before assigning 2 guardians to safely lead them through the city to our doorstep. Their origins are diverse, with the majority hailing from neighborhoods around the southern port and a few from the vicinity of the cemetery district. They seem to have no prior connections, sharing neither acquaintances nor common traits in their backgrounds. Agatha absorbed the clergyman's account with a serene demeanor, her response a silent nod of acknowledgement. The municipal authorities will be making arrangements later on. There's provisional accommodation prepared at the mountain's base. Understood, the clergyman said, then paused, his gaze resting on Agatha with a mix of hesitance and concern. He seemed to search the interim archbishop's face for clues, torn over voicing his next thought. Archbishop, can you shed any light on what's unfolding? These episodes have been escalating in frequency, affecting even the church. John, Agatha interjected, her tone preempting further inquiry. Do you recall the guidance I offered our congregation the day before yesterday? A shift crossed the clergyman's features as he nodded in recognition. Agatha continued, her voice imbued with a tranquil yet firm resolve. I cannot provide you with the clarity you seek at this moment, for the simple reason that the explanations would elude you, much like those voices remain unheard by you. However, should you find yourself abruptly awakening, do not succumb to fear. Proceed directly to the inner sanctum. There you will find someone ready to guide and assist you through whatever comes next. Chapter 825, Circular Convergence. Priest John departed with a complex yet determined look on his face. He asked no questions before leaving, nor did Agatha offer any further explanation. Now Agatha found herself alone again in the prayer room, where the bright lights fought valiantly against the encroaching darkness from outside, which seemed almost to have a physical presence. The candlesticks in front of the sacred statue flickered weakly with a few lingering flames, while wisps of smoke continued to rise from the recently extinguished fire in the basin. In a nearby floor mirror, Agatha's reflection appeared fragmented and disjointed. Turning towards the revered image of Bardock, she raised her head. Although her eyes were covered by a black cloth, she gazed intently at the figure enshrouded in the night. To her, the statue, which remained unchanged to any observer, now seemed to be filled with cracks, resembling a pile of debris miraculously held together by some unseen force. The atmosphere within the cathedral felt increasingly filled with the presence of death. It was as though the very foundation of this world was slowly decaying and dying. Now, it seemed nearly everyone was transitioning from the living to the state of the dead. Individuals who had died unwittingly were active throughout the city-state, including within the church itself. John had passed away, succumbing during midday prayers the previous day. Sister Laura had died in a light sleep. Yet they continued their duties within the cathedral as if nothing had changed. Abruptly, a flicker of uncertain flame appeared in the mirror beside her, turning it pitch black before a figure emerged clearly within it. As Agatha turned, she saw not Captain Duncan in the reflection but Tyrion. Tyrion spoke first. My father crafted this path to forge connections among those blessed by his fire. Miss Agatha, how are things with you? The number of deceased within the cathedral is on the rise, Agatha replied softly, a hint of sorrow in her voice. Many have transitioned from living to dead under surprisingly ordinary circumstances. It seems unstoppable, beyond the reach of any remedy or safeguard. The same situation is unfolding elsewhere in the city-state, Tyrion responded gravely, and indeed in other city-states across the world. Agatha nodded in acknowledgement, pausing to consider before she added, but the presence of the moving dead is not our greatest concern. The true problem lies in the increasing number of people who are awakening. Yes, Tyrion acknowledged with a grave tone. As my father had forewarned, the mechanism designed to correct the world is breaking down. The god of death's last intervention delayed the complete collapse of our sanctuary, but, in the process, damaged its correction mechanism. Now this protective barrier, which was supposed to safeguard the minds of ordinary individuals, is deteriorating, and it's happening more rapidly than we anticipated. Even so, Governor Tyrion, I urge you not to worry excessively. Whether it be the clergy within our church or the guardians and law enforcement personnel outside, many have spent their entire lives training to face such unprecedented calamities, even those that directly impact them. It's likely that no one foresaw a reality where gods would forever slumber, where even our world would face demise, or that our current predicament would be as grave as it is. Nevertheless, we've prepared for everything. No matter the circumstance, our primary commitment is to our duties without conditions. A few days back, I briefed our team of priests. I informed them about an unfolding disaster, invisible to them as of yet, advised them on safeguarding those awakening, and provided guidance for dealing with their own potential awakening. Some of them now share our understanding of the situation, while others have yet to comprehend the full significance of these directives, but this has not hindered their adherence to them. I trust that the external law enforcement will act similarly. Among any group, there will undoubtedly be individuals who falter, who are overwhelmed by fear or mental strain, failing to meet their responsibilities. Yet importantly, those who steadfastly fulfill their roles are not few, Governor Tyrion. Regardless of when or how the world's end arrives, we are ready for it. Upon hearing Agatha's determined words, Tyrion allowed himself a moment of reflection before his expression softened, and he nodded in agreement. I plan to enlarge the quarantine zone and set up a network of shelters around the cemetery area, utilizing the cemetery's inherent defenses for the gradual relocation and safeguarding of our populace. This effort will necessitate the church's collaboration. This will be a challenging and extensive endeavor, Agatha remarked. With the living and dead intermingling and people awakening unpredictably from amongst them, we lack the means to fully discern this transformation. We can't relocate all awakened individuals to shelters, nor can we view the others as adversaries, even if they roam aimlessly, akin to zombies. I understand, but we must strive to do our utmost, Tyrion replied with steady composure. It's preferable to descending into utter, uncontrollable chaos. Should the worst occur, at least we'll have established sufficient shelters to safeguard a segment of our community. I understand. The church will fully support City Hall's initiatives as they await your directives. Before the ark-like colossal ship, reminiscent of a small city-state, stood a vast array of hydraulic machinery at its prow, forming a formidable mechanical barrier. Countless heavy metal battering rams, arranged in precise order along this mechanical wall, were methodically hoisted along their tracks before crashing down forcefully. These metallic behemoths acted like a multitude of sharp teeth, relentlessly crushing the thick ice ahead. Amidst the continuous roar of machinery and the thunderous sound of ice shattering, the church ark persisted in its slow advance through the icy maritime expanse. This ice-breaking mechanism carved a lengthy path through the ice layer, leaving behind a trail that pointed back towards civilization. Ahead, nothing but solid ice and darkness stretched into the distance, with the dense fog that marked the border churning and swelling at the edge of visibility, growing more ominous and formidable, yet seemingly always just out of reach. Frem stood atop the church ark, his gaze fixed on the endless icy plains stretching out before him, flanked by 2 fire basins ablaze with flames as cold as ice. These flames crackled with low, indistinct murmurs, as if hiding secrets within their glow. He felt the focus that had been revealed to him in the latest revelation by the flame tower, Ta Ruijin, was near. This unique point held the potential to maintain the legacy in its pure form during the transition from the old world to the new. Frem was aware that the captain was orchestrating a monumental plan akin to the creation of a world. He understood that success would herald the arrival of a new world, a concept beyond his ability to visualize. Yet, he was certain it would be vastly superior to the twisted, dark, and crisis-laden expanse of the boundless sea that currently enveloped them. This new realm promised a place for everyone, a fact Frem gleaned from the sporadic messages that had returned from the edge of the known world. However, this rebirth necessitated destruction. Everything from the old world would be eradicated in this transformative process. The captain might possess the means to rebirth individuals in this new world, but what of the creations left behind? What would become of the poems, the melodies, the remarkable works of art, the precious scrolls and tablets chronicling the Dark Ages, the old city-state era, the new city-state era, and the essence of a once thriving civilization? Was there a way to safeguard these artifacts? Even if preservation were possible, these remnants of the past could pose a significant challenge during the process of world creation, potentially becoming a monumental burden. This deep-rooted concern propelled the flame-bearers on their arduous journey northward, and now, after enduring countless hardships, they were on the cusp of reaching their goal. Their mission was to bestow a legacy upon the inhabitants of the new world, safeguarded within this eternally frozen ice field. It was within reach, just beyond them. Yet an unexpected, shrill noise erupted in the distance, swiftly followed by a cacophony of explosions and the grinding sound of metal on metal. The ark beneath their feet shuddered violently, emitting a deep groan as if some internal mechanism had ceased operation. A sense of dread washed over Frem in an instant. Shortly thereafter, a woman priestess, clad in a dark robe and her face obscured by a veil, rushed to Frem's side. "Your Holiness, the main power conduit of the ice-breaking device has suffered a rupture." Meanwhile, the vanished and bright star traversed a monochromatic gray-white expanse. At the end of this prolonged transition channel, a subtle infusion of color was beginning to emerge. Duncan, stationed at the bow of the vanished, gazed silently towards the slowly materializing seascape ahead. He detected approaching footsteps, accompanied by a sense of warmth that had become a rarity in this world. Turning, Duncan observed Nina behind him, enveloped in a gentle radiance, the sunlight cascading around her, seemingly dispelling the pervasive chill left by the world's demise. "Have you discovered a new application for sunlight?" Duncan queried, his eyebrows arched in amusement, a smile gracing his face before he grew contemplative. "Your control has become increasingly refined. Initially, even attempting to boil water with a flame would result in singed hair." Nina responded with a slight squint. "Yes, and it would occasionally singe those shadowy passers-by from the darkness and various demons. I'm inclined to believe their presence wasn't merely coincidental. It's of no consequence." A momentary silence ensued between them. Then in a soft tone, Nina broke the silence. "We're almost there." "Yes," Duncan replied gently, poised to articulate further thoughts. But before he could, the indistinct hues at the periphery of his vision burst forth into a serene expanse of sea and islands dotting the horizon. Space Jump concluded. Chapter 826, The Final Assembly. The abrupt end of the spatial jump transition signaled the reappearance of the vanished and bright star, emerging from the nondescript, gray-white void of space. Their arrival was accompanied by a gentle shudder and vibration, akin to vessels smoothly gliding into the peaceful, mirror-like surface of a serene sea. After a prolonged expedition to the farthest reaches of the known world, the two spacecraft had returned to their point of origin, the initial node they had discovered, and the final resting place of the legendary Leviathan Queen. Upon their return, the environment seemed unchanged from their departure. The boundless sea remained eerily still, and the scattered, shadowy islands were cloaked in persistent mist. The largest island was just barely discernible through the dense fog, its outlines faintly appearing like an apparition from a dream. The atmosphere was noticeably quieter than before. The typical subtle disturbances on the water's surface were absent, and the continuous, low whispers of the fog had fallen silent. Even the breeze sweeping across the deck carried a sound that was muted and distant. The crew gathered at the ship's bow railing, their eyes fixed on the distant islands and the familiar seascape they had not seen in a long time. After a moment of reflective silence, Nina broke the quiet, her voice laden with wonder and nostalgia. "Without realizing it, we've been navigating the edges of the world for such a long time." Morris, standing next to her, responded in a subdued tone. "Yes, so long that I almost forgot this journey had an end." He adjusted the focus of his ruby-colored glasses and added, "I believe I'll carry the memories of everything we witnessed on this journey forever." Turning to Morris, Vanna commented, "This will undoubtedly lead to a series of remarkable discoveries and scholarly articles." Morris paused briefly before replying. "No one writes or reads scholarly papers anymore. The world has begun to decline, and no new discoveries will rekindle those fading embers." Vanna shook her head, her voice infused with hope. "Then we'll leave that to a distant future, one where the spark of curiosity is reignited and people seek knowledge and wisdom once again." Shirley, leaning against the railing, looked out at the horizon and murmured to herself, "Ah, yet here we are back again." Behind the group, Duncan felt the collective gaze of his crew turn towards him, awaiting his command. He was prepared for this moment, and as it arrived, he took a deep breath and commanded calmly, "We will dock by the island with the temple, and then everyone will transfer to the bright star for departure. We'll keep in touch using the flame." Lucretia appeared about to speak, but then opted for silence, closing her mouth. "But before we do that," Duncan continued, "let's gather in the dining hall one last time." Footsteps resonated across the deck as Alice, the doll who had just finished her tasks at the helm, approached the captain and the rest of the crew. "Alice, it's time to showcase your culinary skills," Duncan called out with a smile as he saw the doll-like figure approach. "We're about to enjoy a meal." Alice hesitated momentarily at his words, but then her expression transformed into a bright, cheerful smile, and she nodded eagerly. "Ah, okay." Lucretia quickly interjected, "I'll fetch Looney and Nilu. They can help in the kitchen, and I'll also bring the fine wine from the bright star." "I'll help too," Nina exclaimed, her expression radiating warmth like sunlight. "With my help, the cooking will be finished in no time." Alice seemed slightly overwhelmed by the enthusiastic offers to assist, gesturing dismissively with her hands. "Ah, there's no need for so many helpers, I can manage on my own." However, after a moment of consideration, she sighed resignedly. "Well, if you really want to help, then come along." As the Vanished continued its journey through the mist-enshrouded islands towards the dark island with the grand temple, A unique gathering quickly took shape in the ship's dining hall. The long table, central to many previous gatherings and welcoming to all aboard, was once again positioned in the heart of the dining hall. Nina ignited the lanterns on the surrounding pillars with flames as bright as the sun, while Looney and Alice prepared a lavish spread of food and fine wine on the table. For a brief moment, the warmth and light they generated seemed to dispel the eternal night of the boundless sea and the pervasive chill of the outside. Duncan took his place at the center of the table, flanked by Nina on his left and Alice on his right. Nearby sat Morris, Shirley, Dog, Sailor, Looney, Nilu, as well as AI the Dove and Agatha in her phantom form, who did not require food. At both ends of the table, 3 chairs remained conspicuously vacant. Duncan had set them aside, but remained silent about whom they were intended for. As everyone settled in, Nilu, a diminutive doll, climbed onto the table. She grasped a large bottle of wine, dashing back and forth, pouring the dark red liquid that shimmered like blood in the sunlight into each glass from the bright star's private stock. Acute. Duncan raised his glass, but a sudden recollection caused him to pause and scan the room, his expression marked by complexity. After a brief moment, his face relaxed slightly, and he quietly shifted his chair to the opposite side of the table. Alice promptly adjusted her chair to maintain her position to Duncan's right as he repositioned himself at the table. AI, the dove, flapped its wings and followed suit, settling near Duncan. The others, seated across from him, watched with puzzled expressions as they tried to decipher the captain's sudden change. "The position I was in just now wasn't auspicious," Duncan admitted with a half-smile, struggling to articulate the strange thought that had prompted his movement. He gestured dismissively to those across the table. "Don't bother moving, stay where you are, it's luckier this way." The crew on the other side listened, none quite understanding the captain's reasoning. Morris suspected it was some arcane joke known only to captains, a bit of gallows humor from subspace. Meanwhile, Nina, after a brief pause, burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Duncan asked, his gaze sharp. "Nothing, just felt a sudden relief," Nina replied with a mischievous grin from across the table. "The way you seriously mentioned not auspicious just then was more comforting than anything else you've ever said." Duncan's eyes flickered with realization at Nina's tease, and he cleared his throat. "Ahumph, as I've mentioned, this is our last gathering on the ship for this journey. After this, we'll dock at the Leviathan Queen's resting place and then part ways, understood?" "Yes, understood, Uncle Duncan," Nina responded, her eyes twinkling with a mix of respect and jest. She lifted her glass, her face alight with expectation. "Then may I have some fermented grape juice or wheat fruit juice today?" It had been a while since Duncan had heard such a request from Nina. A smile crossed his face as he nodded. "Today you can, Shirley, you too. No need to sneak drinks today." Shirley, who was swirling her glass idly, looked up startled by Duncan's comment, instinctively straightening up. "I haven't been sneaking drinks." Duncan offered a knowing half-smile. "Didn't you notice when you were sneaking drinks on the ship that the bottles, glasses, and the liquor were all sorts of mirrors?" Caught off guard, Shirley was at a loss for words. Duncan shook his head, still smiling, and raised his glass, "To this journey." Thus everyone with hands lifted their glasses. Those capable of drinking did so, and those who could not spilled their wine onto the floor of the vanished in a symbolic toast. Even AI, the dove, participated earnestly, dipping its beak into the glass, its demeanor more solemn than ever. Alice stood up and began serving the meal to everyone at the long table. She lifted the lid of the pot that sat in the center, revealing a rich fish soup that was customary for everyone to enjoy. Beside the pot, there was a large plate of golden-brown sweet pancakes, a favorite treat from Plan that the captain adored. Once Alice had distributed the initial servings, Nilu, the tiny doll only as tall as an adult's arm, scampered back onto the table. She deftly carried soup bowls and plates of pancakes to everyone, her cheerful demeanor showing no sign of comprehending the significance of this journey. Yet she appeared very joyful. "I didn't expect such a little one like her to be capable of working so well," Shirley commented, her tone filled with wonder as she watched Nilu bustling back and forth. "I remember when I first saw her, she wouldn't move, just lying in a wooden box. She was said to be Looney's sister from long ago, left lying in a doll shop for 100 years. Nilu's awakening turned out to be a great success, and the process of endowing her with reason and humanity went incredibly smoothly," Lucretia interjected casually. "It might be due to the unique conditions at the frontier and Looney's influence. This little one seemed predisposed to activate from the start." Nilu approached Lucretia, cheerfully placing down the soup bowl and opening her arms wide, emitting a tiny, delicate sound. "Affinity." Watching this scene with a gentle smile, Duncan suddenly posed a question. Have you thought about the new world? Nina paused, her expression showing a moment of confusion. The new world, what about it? In the new world, what do you want? Or rather, Duncan paused thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping seriously across everyone at the long table. What do you imagine the new world to be like? Chapter 827, Farewell. At the expansive dining table, the crew members exchanged hesitant glances, each taken aback by the captain's unexpected question. The room fell silent as they puzzled over the underlying meaning of his inquiry. After a moment of thoughtful silence, Nina had a sudden realization. She considered her response carefully before speaking in a soft voice. Perhaps a safer place to live. It's hard to imagine. I think the best place would be planned before the sun became problematic. Ideally, it would be more spacious. Living in a city-state feels confining, a feeling that's especially noticeable after experiencing the vast openness of the sea. The world is so vast, yet finding enough space to simply stand feels remarkably limited. Duncan, giving her a reassuring smile, agreed. Indeed, there will certainly be a broader, safer, habitable area in the future. Then he turned to Shirley, who was seated next to Nina. And what about you, Shirley? What are your hopes for this new world? Shirley, her mouth half full of a biscuit, replied somewhat indistinctly. I haven't thought much about it. Just essentials like enough food and clothing. It would be wonderful if utilities like water and electricity were more affordable. Duncan gently corrected her. That's more a wish for a better society, not necessarily the world itself. Perhaps think a bit bigger. After a thoughtful pause and another bite of her biscuit, Shirley's expression became contemplative. Finally, she said, Well, my hopes are similar to Nina's, a safer, bigger place. You're right. Everything else really depends on the people. Oh, dog, he would love a large house, or even just a vast, empty lot where dog can roam freely without being disturbed. Duncan nodded, smiling, and shifted his attention to Morris, who was nearby. As a scholar, I realize that no society composed of people is ever perfect, even if the environment is safer. People themselves can introduce new challenges. That's part of why societies evolve and progress, Morris explained with a shrug. So rather than envisioning a perfect new world, I'd prefer more opportunities for research and more unexplored phenomena to study. More unprecedented events, more wondrous places, more remote destinations worth exploring. I dream that we can delve deeply into the principles of things without our research being obstructed by various dark barriers and contradictions. I hope for a world where knowledge isn't dangerous, where scholars don't fear for their lives each time they open a book. I wish for humanity to advance beyond the unspeakable fears that keep us tied to our birthplaces. Morris let out a soft sigh, a spontaneous smile spreading across his face. If that were possible, it would indeed be a marvelous place. I just wish to regain my sense of taste and have a normal sleep cycle, interjected Sailor, who had been quiet until now, muttering, I haven't had a good night's sleep in centuries. Vanna was the next to speak, her expression wistful and filled with longing. My hope, she said, her voice tinged with emotion, is to witness what continents are really like. I imagine vast and fertile stretches, numerous cities and nations flourishing in the world with people traveling easily between these cities. I'm curious about what such a scene would truly look like. Shirley, surprised by the idea, responded with wide eyes. Is that even possible? A land as big as the ocean? With a knowing half-smile, Vanna replied, Didn't you just express a desire for a more spacious place? Continents are far more expansive than city-states. Shirley, slightly embarrassed, responded by pursing her lips. I was just thinking out loud, I can't really picture it either. Agatha, her ethereal form gliding past the dining table, chimed in with a magical tone. Yes, it's difficult to imagine things we've never experienced. As for the new world, I have almost no specific desires for it. It should be a benevolent place, and my only wish is to keep traveling with the Vanished. Despite being the newest member aboard this ship, I've already encountered landscapes beyond anything I ever imagined. It's a pity our journey is coming to an end. Shirley's expression suddenly brightened. Then I hope to remain with the Vanished. There's nothing more enjoyable than adventuring with this ship. Nina laughed, swaying in her chair. I agree, it would be ideal if we could return to the Vanished. Their eyes briefly met Duncan's, but quickly shifted away to the sea witch Lucretia, who had remained silent throughout the conversation. Observing their gazes, Lucretia snapped out of her reverie. Will the Bright Star and my crew have a place in the new world? She asked curiously. This includes Looney, Nilu, and Rabbi, as well as the metallic manservants and wooden maidservants I've created. Are such beings permitted in the new world? Duncan had been quietly absorbing the various dreams and visions of his crew, sketching out the future world in his mind. Lucretia's question drew him back to the present. After a moment of thoughtful consideration, he assured her, "They will have a place. All beings will find a home." Simultaneously, Shirley and Nina eagerly asked, "Will the Vanished also be there?" Duncan hesitated slightly before affirming, "The Vanished will be there," he nodded decisively, "in some form or another. I will ensure that everything and everyone reaches the new world in the most suitable manner. Then you can still come back to the Vanished, and we will explore even further." Lucretia's expression gradually transformed into one of contentment, her smile broadening. "Then this time, please bring my brother. Even from across the boundless sea and through various barriers, I can almost sense his resentment." Duncan remained silent for a few moments, then responded with a deep nod, "Okay." Lucretia let out a relieved sigh, stood up, and lifted her wine glass. "Then let us toast to the new world," she proposed, her smile reflecting a blend of hope and anticipation. Agatha also rose, her glass held high, "To the new world." Others joined in with their own enthusiastic cheers. "To the captain. To the Vanished. To the future. I don't know what to say, damn it, cheers." The gathering lifted their glasses in unison. Nina, having consumed a considerable amount of beer and wine, grinned broadly, her cheeks flushed. "Surely, give some to AI, she doesn't have hands. How does this dove manage to drink so much? It's all gone." She then glanced around the table. "Let's include Looney in the toast, and Nilu too. Can Nilu even drink?" The small doll eagerly raised a glass nearly as large as herself and exclaimed, "Yes." As she spoke, she embraced the glass and gulped down its contents in one swift motion. Red wine dribbled from the joints of her neck, staining her exquisite doll dress. Looney reacted with surprise and immediately started apologizing, hastily trying to dab at the wine stains on Nilu with a handkerchief. Nina leaned forward, offering to help. "Hey, that won't dry quickly, let me dry her off, don't let her move." Shirley quickly intervened, grabbing Nina by the collar to stop her. "No, you'll just scorch it again. Remember what happened to your white dress with the blue trim." Midst the commotion, Dog remained unperturbed, his two paws holding his glass while the liquid poured into his bony neck. The liquor fizzed inside his chest cavity and evaporated almost immediately as he shook his massive skeletal head, murmuring, "This wine has no taste. In the new world, I hope I can taste things normally." As he spoke, he sensed an attentive gaze and looked up to find the captain watching the scene with an amused smile. "It's possible." Observing the unfolding chaos, Lucretia shook her head with a mixture of amusement and resignation. "If I had known it would end in chaos, I would have brought Rabbi. That rabbit thrives on chaos, creating mischief even when it's unnecessary." "Yeah, Rabbi would have been perfect for this," Looney agreed, continuing to handle the thoroughly drenched Nilu with one hand, while still futilely trying to clean her up with the handkerchief in the other. "Rabbi absorbs water well." Lucretia let out a sigh. "You shouldn't use the fact that you're not afraid of nightmares as an excuse to always pick on Rabbi. I remember you using him to wipe the table last time." Looney immediately bowed her head in remorse. "Mistress, I apologize." From her sister's supportive grasp, Nilu cheerfully raised her hand. "Not sorry." Lucretia resignedly said, "Forget it, stop wiping. We'll just soak everything in a tub when we get back." Duncan sat at the table, his arms crossed, a serene smile on his face as he observed the familiar, chaotic scene unfold before him. It reminded him of the time when Alice had proudly presented her fish soup at the dining table, while her head was still bubbling away in the cooking pot. Soon after, they prepared to depart. The Vanished and the Bright Star moved slowly, but eventually reached the Black Island adorned with the towering temple and winding paths. The necessary farewells had been exchanged. A paper-folded small boat was launched from the edge of the Vanished's deck, unfolding into a shuttle large enough to accommodate everyone. Lucretia stood aboard the small craft, with Looney beside her clutching Nilu. Shirley, Dog, Nina, Morris, Vanna, Sailor, and the spectral form of Agatha. One after another, the figures disembarked from the Vanished, gathering on the paper-folded small boat. Duncan remained on the deck, silently watching the unfolding scene. Then he noticed Nina and Shirley turn around, followed by Vanna, Morris, and the others. Their faces adorned with smiles, they waved back at him. Lucretia wore the brightest smile of all. At every part of one should smile, so that if they never met again, the last memory they held of each other would be filled with warmth and joy. Thus Duncan too smiled, waving vigorously at each departing member. And then they left. Chapter 828, The End and the Beginning. The bright star skillfully navigated farther away from the shore, adjusting its course with a subtle turn. The ancient wheel mechanisms on its sides groaned quietly under the pressure as the ship gained momentum, swiftly slicing through the dense, ominous fog ahead. It sped up, disappearing from sight as it moved further away, eventually fading completely from Duncan's view. Duncan stayed behind on the Vanished, his gaze locked on the last spot where the bright star had been visible before it vanished into the thick fog. He continued to watch long after the ship was gone, his attention only shifting when he noticed a Gothic-style doll in an elaborate deep purple dress standing beside him. The doll, known as Alice, had also been staring off into the distance. Simultaneously with Duncan, she turned her focus elsewhere. Just then, a plump white dove landed on Alice's shoulder. The dove looked curiously at her with its small, round eyes, reminiscent of mung beans. The atmosphere on the Vanished had become eerily quiet. The usual chatter and activity that animated the deck were absent. There were no playful arguments between Shirley and Nina, no Morris gazing out to sea lost in thought, no Vanna sitting on a barrel carving amulets, and no sightings of the mysterious Agatha. Only Duncan, the doll, and the dove remained. After a lengthy silence, Alice murmured, "They're all gone." It was unclear to Duncan whether this was an expression of sorrow from the doll or simply an observation. Reflecting on the departure of the others, Alice had not questioned whether she should stay. She had remained as if it had always been her intention. Her acceptance of the situation intrigued Duncan. "When everyone else left, you didn't ask if you could stay," Duncan noted, looking into the doll's eyes. "You didn't even seem to consider it, did you?" Alice responded with a chuckle, her tone confident. "Of course I had to stay." Her response was direct, implying that the decision required no justification. Duncan paused to consider her words, then laughed and gestured around them. "You see, it seems we've come full circle back to the beginning." Alice looked around, her realization quick. "Oh, it's just you and me left on the ship, and AI and Mr. Goathead." The dove then tilted its head and began to flap its wings vigorously, squawking in a sharp, discordant female voice. "Initializing settings, initializing settings." Duncan watched the dove intently, reminded of his homeland by the fact that this bird hailed as a relic from Earth, and replied softly, "Yes, initializing settings. Time to proceed to the next operation." He then turned away and waved to Alice without looking back. "Off we go, Alice. It's time to fulfill our promise to Gamona." Yes, Captain," Alice responded eagerly. "Aye, aye, Captain," AI cooed loudly with her wings flapping. As they continued to sail away, the fog around them grew thicker, swirling like an intricate curtain that seemed to isolate them from the rest of the world. The silhouette of the ship's stern gradually blurred until it completely disappeared into the expansive fog, signaling that the bright star had reached the perimeter of the island clusters and was about to vanish entirely from the Temple Island. On the highest deck of the bright star, Lucretia and others stood, unwilling to break their stares from the encroaching mist until the last familiar contours of their surroundings had faded. "At first, I thought I was cursed to be trapped on that ship for a lifetime," Shirley confided quietly, visibly shaken by the memory. "But now, we are really leaving it." Near her, a clothesline stretched between a railing and a flagpole, from which a small doll named Nilu was hanging. The line ran through the sleeves of her garment, allowing her to sway gently. This little creature, still developing her awareness, sensed the shift in mood and asked timidly, "Mistress, unhappy?" Lucretia turned towards the swinging doll, her expression softening to a gentle smile. "No, just thinking." "Thinking?" Nilu repeated, perhaps questioning or simply echoing the last word she heard. Unbothered by the repetition, Lucretia affirmed quietly to herself, "Yes, thinking about what to do next. You will think like this too in the future. Your mind will grow, just like your sisters. You all possess the hearts I meticulously created." Encouraged by her words, Nilu began swinging more joyfully, exclaiming, "The heart." The prolonged silence was broken when Sailor announced, "We are now nearing the physical maritime boundary. Lady Lucretia, any further and we'll fall into the chaotic time stream. It's time to enter the next stage of the journey." Lucretia nodded slightly, her gaze then shifting to the side. In the mist, a shadowy female figure appeared, nodding back at Lucretia. "Miss Agatha, Sailor, I want to thank you both. Go ahead and take over from here." "Don't mention it, it's all per the captain's orders," Agatha responded, her voice ethereal as it floated through the air. Then her spectral form gradually faded into the mist. Suddenly, a deep and profound rumbling began within the bright star, emanating from beneath their feet. It felt as though a massive beast was stirring in the ship's hull, its presence rising from the sea's depths. The rumbling and vibrations spread through the entire vessel as the reflection of the vanished, guided by Agatha, began to physically manifest. A gigantic phantom emerged from a shadowy realm, swiftly ascending from the calm sea surface. With unstoppable force, it merged into the bright star. Shirley's eyes widened in awe as she watched the deck ignite with intense, surreal green flames. These flames consumed every part of the ship inch by inch, transforming the towering smokestack into a dark mast, while the steaming vapors morphed into ghostly sails. The wooden deck extended before her, leading to a grand helm and a dark steering wheel at its far end. For a brief moment, the scene vividly resembled the Vanished, making Shirley feel as if she were back on board her previous ship. Yet this was only an illusion, albeit a fleeting one. From up close, Shirley could discern numerous details characteristic of the bright star, confirming that they were still aboard it. However, this level of projection fusion was sufficient for Anomaly 77 to assume his role as the helmsman of the Vanished. The gaunt figure, resembling a corpse, solemnly straightened his sailor's uniform, then nodded at Lucretia and approached the phantom-flamed helm. He climbed the spectral steps to the elevated platform and grasped the dark steering wheel firmly. The hollow howls and echoes, seemingly emanating from the depths of this apparition, soon transformed into celebratory cheers for their homeward voyage. "Return home," Sailor shouted, his voice hoarse and commanding as he forcefully turned the steering wheel. "We're going home." As Duncan traversed the ruins along the pilgrimage path, a distant howling echoed from the edge of the vast sea, prompting him to pause and glance back towards the source of the spectral sounds. Alice, walking alongside him, also halted and looked around with curiosity. "What's the matter?" Duncan turned to her, his voice low and reflective. "They're returning, everything is going smoothly." "Is that so? That's great," Alice replied, her face lighting up with a smile. "I wonder how Planned is doing now." "Planned is doing well." Duncan's response came slowly as he attuned himself to the distant and elusive signal that bridged time and space. He maintained a connection with Planned, whose avatar remained active in the antique shop, following his previous instructions. However, Duncan felt the link weakening, not due to any environmental factors or the vast, remote distance at the end of the world. This fading connection was an inevitable consequence of the anomaly known as Zhou Ming growing and awakening. The fragile sanctuary could not endure the intense scrutiny of the anomaly, whose gaze, if cast even momentarily across the boundless sea, could obliterate it in a mere 0.002 seconds. That was why he had sent Nina and Morris back to the boundless sea, to serve as his eyes, since he anticipated losing his own ability to observe it directly. After a brief moment of tuning in, Duncan carefully managed his dwindling connection to the distant avatars. Sensing the escalating, awakening within himself, he further diminished the avatar's activity, now disabling their senses of taste, smell, and their ability to perceive temperature, pain, and other complex sensations inherently human. These human sensations, feeling warmth or cold, pain, tiredness, and the need for sleep, had once been crucial in maintaining his identity as a human. But now he had no choice but to gradually shut them off to prolong his observational capabilities of the boundless sea. His goal was to sustain this until Nina was safely back. "Captain," Alice's concerned voice broke his focus. Duncan turned to see the doll looking at him worriedly, gently tugging at his sleeve. "Are you okay?" Alice inquired anxiously. "You don't look very well." Duncan's expression softened gradually. Even without the sensory feedback from the avatars, he was determined to retain his humanity. "It's okay," he reassured her softly. "Let's go, they've already set off, and we still have a long way to go." Chapter 829, An Unexpected Encounter. In a world where everything was bathed in shades of gray and white, the shadowy mirror vanished, which veiled the bright star, moved silently through the corridor-like expanse. Its massive structure was surrounded by green flames that glowed with a ghostly light, creating a navigational link between the ship and its environment, while Anomaly 77 piloted the vessel toward the boundless sea. The voyage back seemed to drag on forever. The monochrome corridor stretched on indefinitely, presenting a dreary landscape devoid of any wind or noise outside the ship. Even though the crew was well acquainted with this path, it felt as though they were making no progress, caught in an endless journey that everyone on board grew weary of. The bright star functioned both as a cutting-edge exploration vessel and a mobile fortress for the Sea Witch. It housed numerous dangerous laboratories and workshops, making it a place not conducive to light-hearted pursuits. Shirley, utterly bored, leaned against the railing, staring into the perpetual gray and white abyss. She mumbled to herself, "When will we ever arrive? It feels like we've been aimlessly floating in this void since we set out." "You're not wrong," Nina agreed, joining Shirley at the railing and letting out a deep sigh. "It does seem like we've spent most of our time just drifting here." After a brief silence, Shirley confessed, "I kind of miss the captain." "It hasn't been that long since we were last with the captain." Dog's muffled voice came from the deck below them. He looked up at Shirley and remarked, "Weren't you just saying yesterday how relieved you were to be free from someone constantly pestering you about reading and writing?" "That's different," Shirley replied, looking at Dog with a conflicted expression. "I still feel it's complicated." Dog lowered his head, acknowledging Shirley's difficulty in expressing her feelings. Suddenly, an unexpected tremor disrupted their conversation, as the deck vibrated briefly. Dog quickly raised his head, the green flames in his eye sockets flickering wildly. "Did you two feel that? It felt like the deck just shook." "Could we be approaching our destination?" Shirley speculated, her gaze shifting towards the horizon. A strange, indistinct line began to materialize within the gray and white. "Look, something is appearing." No sooner had Shirley spoken than another, stronger tremor shook the bright star. The entire ship trembled, and soft alarm bells rang out from different areas shrouded in the spectral illusion of the mirror vanished. Alarmed, Shirley exchanged a concerned glance with Nina and rushed towards the stern's control wheel. As they sprinted, the chains of the dark abyss suddenly tightened, pulling Dog into the air before he could stand. Dangling and bouncing, he shouted, "Hey, Shirley, slow down. At least warn me first. Don't rush off like this." But Shirley didn't listen. She continued to drag Dog along as she ran across the deck, with Nina moving even quicker, like a swiftly darting flame. When they reached the control wheel, they discovered Lucretia already there, intently monitoring the situation. Sailor, the helmsman, gripped the wheel tightly, his face marked by nervous confusion. Nina hurried over to Lucretia and inquired anxiously, "Miss Lucretia, what happened?" With a serious tone, Lucretia explained, "We are exiting the corridor prematurely. We have not yet returned to the boundless sea." Although Shirley was not an expert in navigation, her experiences sailing the frontier made her acutely aware of the seriousness of their situation. Her eyes widened in alarm. "Ah, damn, exiting prematurely means falling directly into chaos. It could take years to return." Lucretia paused, lost in thought for a moment before addressing Sailor. "What's the situation now? Can we still control it?" Sailor responded quickly, "No, the corridor is collapsing and we are veering off course. It's as if some massive target is interfering with it. I can only maintain the ship's stability now. Be prepared, we are about to exit." Just as Sailor finished his explanation, a violent tremor, stronger and more sudden than the earlier ones, shook the bright star violently. It seemed as if the ship was flung several meters into the air before crashing back down onto the sea. Amid the thunderous roar, even Lucretia nearly stumbled. Simultaneously, the uniform gray and white corridor seemed to rip apart from the force, disappearing from view. Within seconds, an immense expanse of dense, chaotic fog surrounded them. Outside, a mirror-smooth sea surface shrouded in mist appeared. The bright star found itself adrift in this obscured sea, directionless and unable to identify any landmarks or determine its position. Visibly shaken, Shirley stared into the distance at the thick fog typical of the frontier seas and sighed deeply. "Ah, it's over. We are still at the frontier." Lucretia, frowning and with a tone laden with concern, added, "Even worse, we're not just at the frontier but outside the 6-mile limit." She peered into the swirling fog and continued, "If we were inside the 6-mile limit, there might still be a chance to catch the civilized world's radio signals, or at least find a way to navigate back to the boundless sea. But beyond it." Sailor cut in grimly, "This time, direction is completely useless." Agatha, materializing like a misty, ethereal figure on the deck, approached with an understanding of their plight and asked about their next steps. "Miss Lucretia, should we temporarily disengage the projection of the vanished?" After a moment's consideration, Lucretia decided, "No, keep it for now. Although it's just a projection, it's still the shadow of the vanished, which can provide some protection to the bright star in this eerie sea. Are you under a lot of stress?" "I'm fine," Agatha reassured her, shaking her head. "I can maintain it for a few more days easily, but it can't be maintained indefinitely." "I understand," Lucretia acknowledged gently. Her attention then shifted to something flickering deep within the fog, perhaps a ship's lamp or just an illusory glimmer of hope. "There's something there," Shirley exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she jumped up and pointed into the distance. "There's something flashing over there." "Head that way," Lucretia decided after a brief moment of contemplation. She knew this decision was somewhat impulsive. This area, the frontier beyond the crucial 6-mile limit, was not governed by the protective influence of the four gods' nodes or the temporal and spatial safeguards known as navigation lines. Any phenomena they encountered here could be perilous, be it a transient breeze, a deceptive illusion, or a siren-like whisper. Venturing towards an unidentified presence in this frontier zone carried significant risks. Yet, with the bright star having prematurely exited the navigational corridor and now hopelessly adrift beyond the essential boundary, swallowed by a relentless dense fog and possibly surrounded by emerging time rifts and enigmatic entities that could be just as dangerous, they seemed to have no other option. The flickering light in the fog might be a drifting object that had originated within the 6-mile limit, and approaching it could potentially offer a route back to the boundless sea. Guided by sailors' skilled handling, the bright star, surrounded by spectral flames, slowly adjusted its course, inching closer to the shimmering light deep within the fog. As they approached, the light remained consistent, growing clearer instead of dissipating into the mist. Lucretia breathed a sigh of relief, but her anxiety soon surged anew. The light was real, not an illusion. It was a tangible entity, a mysterious object drifting through the fog-laden sea. What kind of ominous object could it be? Lucretia glanced back toward the deck, reassured by the thought that under the protective guise of the vanished's mirrored counterpart, combined with the bright star's formidable arsenal and unique capabilities, they were well prepared to face whatever awaited them. Her father's critical mission was far from complete, and she was resolute not to perish en route home for an unknown cause. Other crew members emerged from below deck and gathered on the aft deck, quickly catching up on the situation through the updates provided by Shirley and Nina. They too began to anxiously watch the light as it grew steadily clearer through the dense fog. Suddenly, as if the fog momentarily thinned, the light and the silhouette behind it became distinctly visible. Using the lens embedded in his face, Morris was the first to make out the shape behind the light, and his expression subtly changed. It was a ship. A frontier exploration vessel, distinguished by the unique features of a paddle-wheel power system and a ghostly half-body. It was the Bright Star. A silence fell over the deck, and after a short pause, many eyes turned to Lucretia. "It looks familiar," Shirley murmured quietly. Snapping out of her daze, Lucretia realized. "That's the Bright Star from a long time ago, when I first crossed the critical 6-mile limit." Chapter 830, Hesitation at the Threshold. Lucretia instantly recognized the ship. It was her own vessel, the Bright Star, yet it belonged to an alternate timeline. Decades earlier, during a daring voyage near the borders, Lucretia had inadvertently crossed the boundary and became lost on the Bright Star. At that exact moment, decades in the past, she stood aboard that ship, desperately seeking a way back to the boundless seas. Sailor, clutching the wheel and sweating profusely, assuming his sweat glands still functioned, instinctively shouted, "Lady, that's a vessel from another timeline, do not go near it. We likely got knocked out of the channel prematurely because of its interference. Any rash contact could trap us." Prompted by Sailor's warning, the crew on deck began to understand that this encounter was unlike any previous interactions, such as the one with the Sea Song in the channel. The Sea Song was a ship unconnected to the Vanished or the Bright Star, and its sudden appearance at that time was just a fleeting phantom caused by temporal disturbances. However, the ship now materializing from the dense fog was indeed the Bright Star from a different timeline, a parallel space counterpart to their own vessel. The implications of contact between two such ships within the temporal flow were uncertain. No scholar, even those from the Truth Academy skilled in physical and combat arts, had explored this phenomenon, but it was clear that the outcome would likely be dire. Yet Lucretia seemed to disregard Sailor's urgent warning. She gazed intently at the Bright Star as it drew closer through the fog. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, she quickly surveyed her surroundings. The illusion of the Vanished overlaid the ship, its dark wooden deck aglow with ghostly spirit fires and translucent spirit sails billowing from the masts, all as vivid in her memory as the day it happened. On this final journey at the edge of the world, she finally grasped the enduring mystery that even her father had failed to unravel. It was she herself, steering her own destiny. "Don't worry," she spoke softly, her voice not loud but carrying enough weight to quiet the entire deck. "We won't meet that ship, we'll just pass by it. Keep to our current course, sail beside it without making any contact. Okay, just make sure that you, on that ship, doesn't suddenly come closer, Sailor murmured softly. He didn't challenge the captain's judgment at that moment. Instead, he obeyed the order, piloting their hybrid vessel, slowly steering alongside the bright star. Tension gripped everyone on board as they observed the bright star emerging from the dense fog of another temporal stream. It was close enough for them to make out numerous details on its hull, spotting many variances that seemed to mark it as a version from decades past. They watched anxiously as the other ship momentarily slowed and faltered as if the sudden proximity to the vanished caused a brief stir of panic. Ultimately, the two ships passed by each other without incident. Lucretia exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Then, in the moments after the ships had completely passed one another, the bright star from the alternate time stream quickly faded, vanishing like a phantom into the fog. The convergence of the time streams had concluded. This was the moment Lucretia had anticipated. She immediately commanded, "Turn the ship around, follow the last trace of that ship as it disappeared. That's our direction back to the boundless seas." Sailor internally hesitated, yet his hands moved swiftly to carry out the captain's order. As the ship began to slowly adjust its course, he turned to glance at the Sea Witch. Lady was that. That was something that happened once decades ago beyond the critical boundary. The bright star once encountered the illusion of the vanished. I still remember every detail, Lucretia nodded. Don't dwell on it too much. First, figure out how to leave this place. It's no use thinking too hard. My head is about to explode, Shirley said, scratching her head. She quickly reviewed the situation in her mind, clearly overwhelmed. So you from decades ago got lost at the border, encountering a guiding illusion that was actually you from the future, but even your future self was lost. Neither ship knew the way back, but both eventually found the right direction. What is even happening here? Causality, luck, space-time, everything here is a mess, Morris remarked, holding a seldom-lit pipe in his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of somberness. Don't rely too heavily on rationality when thinking about the border seas. The human brain has its limits when it comes to irrationality. Don't let those irrational things drive you mad. As the old man finished speaking, Dog grumbled under his breath nearby. Shirley's fine, she doesn't overthink things, her mind is as clear as day. Shirley reacted to Dog's comment by punching him on the head, resulting in a resounding clang. Lucretia and the helmsman, immersed in their duties, paid no attention to the minor disturbance beside them. They remained sharply focused on the path ahead, guided by the direction indicated by the bow of the bright star, where the fog appeared to be shifting ominously. Noticing a change, Nina looked up in concern. Miss Lucretia, why are we slowing down now? Lucretia responded with calm precision. There's a critical change ahead in the fog that marks the boundary. Crossing that line will take us into the relatively safe waters of the Eternal Veil, she explained, her tone then growing more serious. But there's a problem. While Nina looked confused, the helmsman seemed to have already grasped the situation. He grimaced, making a grinding noise with his mouth. Once we cross from that point, our date of return to the boundless seas will be set, but that might not align with a date like 1902. Nina's confusion lasted only a moment before realization dawned, and her eyes widened as she understood the helmsman's implication. Lucretia added gravely, "We exited the channel too soon, and the moment we deviated from our navigation path, the surrounding time streams likely became disrupted," she explained. And just now, the bright star from decades ago appearing could indicate a shadow from another time stream intersecting our path, or it could mean we've inadvertently entered the wrong time stream. This time, even Shirley grasped the gravity of their situation, her shock evident. That means, if we go back now, we might end up decades ago. The helmsman sighed deeply. That would be the better scenario. Worse yet, with the time streams so jumbled, we could end up at any point in time after we cross the boundary. Shirley exclaimed. Should we contact the captain? Vanna suddenly suggested, recognizing their predicament's gravity. This is already beyond what was planned. Maybe the captain's authority could. No, I've already tried, Lucretia interrupted, shaking her head, but I could only vaguely sense my father's voice. She continued, we are still in the chaotic flux at the border where the disordered temporal flow creates interference, and from my father's perspective. She paused, then shook her head slightly again, indicating uncertainty and concern. The crew members exchanged uneasy glances as the bright star continued its cautious navigation near the critical line within the fog, moving slowly through what was deemed a safer zone, avoiding the fog's deeper, more perilous parts. The path home appeared deceptively simple, as if they could merely step across it, No physical barriers, no visible obstructions lay in their way. Yet the true obstacle for the bright star was far more daunting than any physical barrier. It was time itself. On the bridge, the mechanical intricacies of the ship were diligently monitored by Looney, a clockwork automaton. Tucked away in a corner, Rabbit Rabbi held tightly to the doll Nilu, barely daring to breathe. Agatha's silhouette was faintly visible in the reflection of a nearby porthole, and the rest were gathered around the captain's chair, creating a palpably tense atmosphere. "If only there was a guiding anchor from the boundless seas," Morris whispered, his voice low. "Even a simple piece of driftwood from the Vale would suffice." "The likelihood of that isn't any greater than us crossing the boundary and landing precisely in the year 1902, Lucretia responded, shaking her head dismissively. "We're at the border, after all." Shirley rubbed her head, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Imagine if we really ended up decades, even centuries, millennia in the past." She trailed off, leaving her sentence hanging in the air. Vanna quietly echoed Shirley's unfinished thought. "Centuries." "That would mean we arrived too early," Nina quipped, sticking out her tongue playfully. "The good news would be that we could see the sun as it was back then." Vanna, however, ignored Nina's attempt at humor and looked up earnestly at Lucretia. "Miss Lucretia, how long can you survive?" The bridge fell eerily silent. Lucretia understood the gravity of Vanna's question and broke the silence after a moment of solemn contemplation. "I'm not certain how enduring this curse might be, but living for a few centuries shouldn't pose a problem." Morris shook his head, his tone somber. "My life is finite. Even with the aid of mechanics and wisdom, this body will eventually degrade." From the side, Agatha's voice added, "Theoretically, I have no lifespan limit, but without a physical form to inhabit, my existence remains precarious." "Shadow demons can live very long," Vanna suddenly turned to Shirley. "At least I've never heard of one dying from old age. They just need to stay hidden, especially from the church guardians of any given era." Shirley listened, her expression turning from blank to slowly dawning comprehension. "Ah. We need to prepare for the worst-case scenario," Vanna stated firmly. "Then consider an even grimmer possibility," Lucretia interjected, her expression serious. "What if we didn't arrive too early but too late? When Father needs us, we might not have arrived yet." A heavy silence descended upon the group once again. The oppressive quiet hung over the bridge, stifling conversation. But suddenly, a ringing sound emanated from the direction of the control wheel, piercing the heavy atmosphere. At that moment, the clockwork automaton Looney, ever vigilant at the monitoring area, exclaimed with urgency, "Lady, there's a signal." Chapter 831, Silent Call. A signal was detected. An immediate hush enveloped the bridge. Even Lucretia, typically the paragon of self-control, registered a brief flicker of surprise in her eyes. A signal had been detected 6 miles beyond the frontier's boundary. In this disconcerting situation, maintaining composure proved challenging for everyone where they were lost. "How is there a signal out here? Who could be sending it? Is this a real signal or just another deceitful trap set by the thick fog to ensnare us?" Lucretia questioned the air. "Prepare defenses," Lucretia commanded without a second thought. She darted to the control panel and swiftly pulled a lever among the assortment of devices. Looney, positioned close by, reacted with equal urgency. Her clockwork doll pressed several buttons on the console and then pulled back, winding the spring on her back in reverse 3 full turns. Soft clicking noises filled the air as tiny cracks formed on Looney's arms, legs, and neck. Runes began to illuminate beneath her synthetic skin, and her eyes emitted a soft red glow. Simultaneously, mechanical sounds resonated around them as grids and conduits, previously hidden, slid out from the floor and walls, releasing the scent of incense and a deep, resonant hum. Shirley watched in awe and eventually exclaimed, "Wow, you even have this incredible contraption." Nina, equally astonished, stared at the now defensively positioned clockwork doll. "How did you transform like that?" Under Nina's intense scrutiny, Looney trembled slightly, the sound of clashing internal components evident. "I must emphasize, my mistress has forbidden any disassembly by strangers," she stated as she eyed the girl warily. "Exploring the frontier regularly requires us to be perpetually prepared for the unexpected," Lucretia noted, her gaze shifting towards the demon girl and the mini-sun fragment. She sighed softly. "Stay alert. I'm about to connect to this signal. The entity trying to communicate might not be human or even capable of normal speech, but that probably doesn't scare either of you." As she finished, Lucretia took a deep breath and laid her hand on the communicator. Click. A voice burdened with heavy static and distortion, as if filtered through multiple layers of interference, emanated from the speaker. Calling ZZZZ, this is ZZZZ, the lighthouse, calling the vanished, awaiting your ZZZZ return. Repeat, this is ZZZZ. The monotone, raspy message echoed like a ghost caught between moments in time. Everyone on the bridge, including Lucretia, momentarily froze in shock. Lighthouse? Shirley whispered to herself after a pause, her memory suddenly stirring. Wait, I remember now, when we left the last stop. Lucretia's thoughts wandered back to the last mobile harbor on the frontier before their fleet crossed the Veil, remembering the female Pope's farewell. 3 warships will stay near the lighthouse, awaiting your return. This harbor will remain here, and my avatar will stay until you return. The lighthouse is still operational, they're actually still waiting there. Shirley's eyes widened in realization. She might not have been the most studious, but her memory was sharp. It seems like the whole world is almost frozen in time. Lucretia remained silent, pondering their departure. She maintained her usual composure, unaffected by the excitement of the moment. She first confirmed that the signal was real and not a mirage created by the crew's collective psyche reflecting off the frontier waters. She then checked the Bright Star's defenses before lifting the radio handset. This is the Bright Star. We have received your message. We are attempting to navigate back from the critical line. Our ship's navigation is down. Please boost the power of the lighthouse's antenna. She replaced the handset and waited. However, only static responded from the communicator, followed by a few seconds of the same repetitive message. Then silence took over, leaving only the buzz of interference. Can't they hear us? Nina asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Is there interference? I'm not sure, but it's clear that the signal definitely originated from the lighthouse, Lucretia replied, her brow furrowed. She turned to Looney. Can you determine the signal's direction? Not precisely, but I can estimate a general direction, Looney responded promptly, adjusting the nearby equipment. Should we head that way? Lucretia exchanged a glance with Morris. After a silent agreement, they decided to follow this signal as their guiding anchor back home, a metaphorical piece of driftwood from beyond the boundary. We'll at least make it back to around the year 1902, Lucretia murmured to herself. The Bright Star cautiously adjusted its trajectory, patrolling along the 6-mile critical boundary as long as possible, and increased the sensitivity of its antenna to pinpoint the signal's direction. They eventually identified the most probable gap in the boundary line. The ship's horn blared with determined resolve as the Bright Star, shrouded in the ghostly image of the mirror, vanished, plunged into the mist toward home. As they crossed the critical line, the crew felt almost nothing, but Lucretia, seasoned in navigating the frontier seas, subtly sensed an indescribable change. Her expression tense and her senses sharpened. Lucretia was acutely aware of every sound emanating from the communicator. Had they made it back? Were they now around the year 1902? As if fate had finally ceased its mischievous antics upon their return, Looney joyfully reported just as they crossed the threshold. Mistress, the signal has significantly strengthened. We've successfully re-entered the Veil, and we've also received a precise time signal, confirming our timing is accurate. Lucretia let out a deep sigh of relief. The last time she had felt such profound relief and happiness was when she received her brother's message, confirming that their father has indeed regained his humanity. The bridge erupted in cheers from Shirley and Nina, accompanied by the relieved sighs of Rabbi in the corner and the quiet jubilation of the little doll, Nilu. Continue closing in on the signal, Lucretia commanded, picking up the radio handset again to contact the lighthouse. This is the Bright Star. We have successfully crossed the critical line. Advancing toward the lighthouse. Is your situation secure? However, after calling twice, only static noise filled the air. Although the signal was now strong enough not to disrupt communications, the lighthouse still gave no response. It almost seemed as though the earlier call beckoning them home had been nothing but an illusion. Lucretia's face grew more serious, and the bridge's atmosphere, which had briefly lightened, turned tense once again. She set down the handset, shaking her head. Something seems off about the lighthouse. We'll head there first and investigate. As they approached, the lighthouse emerged from the depths of the frontier fog near the 6-mile critical line. Its ability to transmit signals through the Veil somewhat diminished, but still active. It was still illuminated, the beacon less bright than at their departure, but still cutting through the dense fog. The sight of the light allowed a slight easing of tension. There was an active signal, and the light was still operational, suggesting the recent lighthouse maintenance. But why was there such silence? After a prolonged journey, the bright star finally drew near to the lighthouse. At first sight, Lucretia observed the three massive storm church warships still moored quietly under the lighthouse at the mobile platform's harbor. Their lights were still lit and clearly operational, yet they offered no response to the bright star's arrival. It appeared as though the ships were being maintained, but no one was acknowledging their return. "I think I saw someone moving in the upper sections of the lighthouse," Shirley commented, peering intently from the deck, her voice barely above a whisper. "There are definitely people up there, but it seems like they're ignoring us. Can't they see us?" Could all this actually be just an illusion? Nina voiced her concerns softly. "What if we're the illusion?" Shirley added, her suggestion carrying an even more eerie undertone. Lucretia, however, paid little heed to the girl's speculative whispering. She, too, had noticed signs of activity within the lighthouse. After a moment of contemplation, she decisively laid out her plan. "I'll go up with Vanna to investigate. Everyone else stay on the ship. Do not disembark until we return, and be wary of any voices or figures that might appear on the communicator. Looney, keep watch over the ship." Looney promptly nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, mistress." With their plans quickly set, Lucretia and Vanna embarked on a paper boat, making a discreet landing at the eerily quiet lighthouse. The surrounding area was steeped in silence. The cold wind sweeping through the harbor brought a piercing chill that seemed to freeze the soul and stiffen the blood. Stepping onto the pier's walkway, Lucretia and Vanna surveyed their surroundings in the enveloping night mist. Shadows and figures moved within the mist, yet strangely, none seemed to acknowledge their presence. Chapter 832, Welcome Home. Lucretia and Vanna traversed the moving platform beneath the lighthouse complex, navigating the dense fog along well-known paths and bridges during the night. The weak lighting around them shone like distant, dim stars in the mist. Amidst the soft glow and shadows, a figure stirred nearby. A harbor guard, his complexion ghostly white, brushed past Vanna. He was dressed in a sharp uniform and held a lantern that still shone brightly. His face was marked by a precise, careful expression, yet he seemed completely unaware of the two unexpected visitors in his path. As the guard disappeared back into the fog, Vanna observed him with a troubled expression. Once he was out of sight, she turned to Lucretia and whispered, "He wasn't breathing." "Yes, the person we saw earlier wasn't either. Most here no longer breathe," Lucretia replied quietly, her face cast in shadows. "Even those few who still breathe show no signs of noticing our presence." "Everyone seems to be in a state of," Vanna started, struggling to find the right words, then paused, finding it difficult to articulate her feelings. After a moment she resumed, "A sort of stupor, a pervasive unawareness. They continue with their routines, even handling shifts with precision, but they don't acknowledge us at all." Lucretia just hummed softly and didn't respond further, instead surveying the shadowy surroundings through the fog before they made their way toward the church at the lighthouse's base. Inside the church, the atmosphere was similarly subdued, with fewer people around. Apart from a few individuals sitting or praying quietly, only a priestess in a black nun's outfit was present, cleaning the main hall. She appeared slightly more aware of Vanna and Lucretia's presence, pausing and looking their way briefly before resuming her task nonchalantly just as Vanna was about to address her. Lucretia and Vanna then walked across the church's main hall and entered the tower that connected to the lighthouse through a side door. They climbed a dimly lit spiral staircase, checking several vacant restrooms and storage areas until they came upon a door left slightly open. From behind the door emanated a bright light and a soft, sizzling noise. Vanna moved to push the slightly open door further and entered a small room filled with various devices, the air fragrant with incense. In the center of the room, a small brass incense burner hung from a steam pipe, seemingly freshly lit. As they passed by the steam pipe, almost in unison, a figure rose from a corner of the room and walked directly towards Lucretia. Lucretia was taken aback when the figure stood up, previously unnoticed in the corner of the room. It was a middle-aged man clad in a priest's robe, who eerily lacked any signs of breathing or a heartbeat. He appeared completely unaware of their presence, almost like an inanimate object, so much so that Vanna hadn't even realized there was another person in the room. Without acknowledging them, the priest passed by Lucretia and Vanna with an expressionless demeanor and sat down at a table at the far end of the room. His movements were mechanical, as if he were programmed to perform these actions. Clearing his throat, he pressed a button on the table and positioned a microphone in front of him. "Calling vanished, calling bright star, this is the Border Lighthouse. The current time is the 12th month of 1902. We await your return voyage, repeat, Calling the Voyagers, this is the border lighthouse. The current time is, we await your return. He repeated the message 3 times, then paused and pressed the button again to repeat it several times before switching the device to listening mode. Afterward, he stood up from the table and returned to his original spot, passing Lucretia and Vanna again without even a glance to the side. "That's the call we heard," Vanna said, watching the scene unfold. She spoke softly, turning towards Lucretia, who was also observing intently. "I had heard my father describe the boundless sea, but I never fully imagined what it would be like," Lucretia shared, her voice tinged with complexity. "It's even more." She faltered, struggling to find the right words to convey her feelings. "The situation inside the city-state shouldn't be this severe," Vanna commented after a moment, shaking her head slightly. "This lighthouse is in the deepest part of the border where order dissolved the earliest and where the influence of the gods' corruption is strongest, in the city-state. Yes, the conditions might be better there, although they will likely worsen over time," Lucretia interjected seriously. "Let's not dwell on it too much for now." "Right, let's not dwell on it too much now," Vanna agreed, pausing briefly to gather her thoughts and suppress her worries. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the room. The two instinctively turned their heads, as the previously ajar door was pushed open by a man in a guardian's uniform. He might have been searching for the middle-aged priest. As Vanna had grown used to the peculiar environment of this place, she stepped aside to let someone pass. But just as she did, the guard dressed in black reacted with a sudden, startled expression. It seemed he had only just noticed the 2 women in the room. His body trembled slightly, followed by a look of sheer excitement and joy. "Miss Vanna and Lady Lucretia," the guard exclaimed with enthusiasm, rubbing his eyes as though in disbelief. "Is it really you? Have you returned?" Vanna was visibly confused by his reaction, taken aback for a few seconds before her expression shifted to one of surprise. "You're still awake." "Awake?" The guardian initially looked puzzled but quickly caught on to her meaning. He checked himself, glanced at the other figure resting in the corner of the room, and smiled with a mixture of emotions. "Yes, I am awake, and there are others who are awake too. Everyone would be thrilled to see you." "Are there other awake people?" Lucretia interjected, clearly surprised, "on our way here." "Yes, the awake are few, so we've gathered in the residential area below the lighthouse for mutual support and to monitor each other's condition. We only venture out to patrol, restock supplies, and assist any others who awaken," the guardian explained with calm precision, "and to see if you had returned." He paused, his gaze shifting to the middle-aged priest, seated in the corner of the room. "The communication device is now controlled by them, and disrupting their routine can provoke severe reactions, sometimes even madness. Therefore, we only approach during specific window periods to check the monitoring antenna's records and verify if any ships are navigating back through the deep fog from the top of the lighthouse. Today, it's my shift, but honestly..." The guard's smile was tinged with complexity and joy. "Honestly, I never thought I'd actually witness your return. I look out at that fog every day, but it's always just fog. Have all of you returned? What's the situation like at the world's end?" Vanna and Lucretia exchanged looks, and after a brief hesitation, Lucretia nodded slowly. "The situation is quite complex now, and explaining it would take some time. Please take us to your shelter first." "Of course," the guardian responded immediately, nodding. "But before you enter the shelter, you'll need to undergo a ritual inspection. It's necessary, given this is the border and you're returning from the fog. After that, Her Grace Helena's avatar will personally welcome you." Vanna's expression brightened at the mention. "The Pope's avatar is here." She was originally stationed at the mobile port where the Eternal Veil and Boundless Sea meet, but she moved here when the situation deteriorated. Her presence has been crucial in maintaining the shelter. She's been with us throughout this ordeal," explained the black-clad guardian, gesturing invitingly before leading Vanna and Lucretia towards the exit. As they approached the doorway, the guard halted abruptly, turning to face the 2 travelers who had just returned from the edge of the world. His expression, initially filled with joy and excitement, gradually softened into a warm smile. "Although the situation at home is far from ideal right now," he said earnestly, "welcome home, it's been a tough journey." Vanna returned his smile. "Yes, we've come back." "What?" Upon receiving Lucretia's message again, Duncan finally felt a sense of relief. He and Alice were still on the island of the Leviathan Queen, where they had been for several days. Now the island was engulfed in flames that shimmered like stardust, creating an illusion reminiscent of a star-forming nebula. These flames, mimicking the faint mist emitted by a nebula, enveloped the entire dark island. They seeped from every crack in the stones, each joint between bricks, and from every pillar and rooftop, saturating everything on the island and even spreading to the surrounding sea, reaching the carcasses of the Leviathan-like islands. Duncan sat calmly on a large stone at the edge of the plaza in front of the Black Temple, his eyes fixed on the flames as they infused the very foundation of this world. Behind him stood Alice, silent and still. Chapter 833, Their Last Journey. In a world where the stars burned with the intensity of distant fires on the edge of reality, Duncan Zhu Ming witnessed the faint sparks he had placed at each corner of the external barrier merging into a glowing ring. These sparks radiated starlight, enveloping the ancient deities that formed the node points of the barrier. They melded with the god's power, essence, memories, and information. This fusion echoed his first encounter with the Golden Sun mask, during which he unearthed hidden truths by imbuing it with his own fiery essence. In a similar fashion, he had manipulated mystical objects with his flames, and was now applying this method on a much larger scale. Throughout its existence, from its birth to its decline, the information of this world flowed into his consciousness. For Duncan, perceiving through the counter-singularity perspective, the boundless sea resembled a magical artifact. This dwindling civilization stubbornly persisted, pretending to be more than a mere pile of ashes. Alice looked up at Duncan, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Captain, how much longer must we wait here?" "We can leave now," Duncan responded softly. "Nina and the rest have safely made it back to the boundless sea. It's time for us to move on to our next location." Curious, Alice inquired, "The next place? You haven't yet told me where that is." "It's a location we must uncover ourselves, but it won't be hard," Duncan assured her, then glanced at an object near him. In his hands, he held an ancient, intricately designed hourglass, a vestige bequeathed by the god of death, Bardock, to the storm goddess, Gamona. He had retrieved this hourglass from a temple just 3 days earlier. The sand within, representing life force, was nearly exhausted. Cradling the hourglass, Duncan watched a gentle flame flicker inside. The final grains of sand hovered within the central flame, defying gravity. He listened to their soft, barely audible murmurs, then nodded slightly. "Yes, it's time to go." These whispers seemed to send him off, though their exact phrases were barely discernible. Duncan appeared to understand their intent and began to smile warmly. "Ah, that sounds delightful, to reunite with friends, to embark on new adventures, to establish a vibrant group, and maybe even start a souvenir shop." "All right, I understand. I'll make it happen, don't fret or doubt. This is a unique opportunity to influence the world and the future. You all deserve this chance." "Yes, it will take a considerable amount of time, indeed, but don't worry, I have all the time in the world. It's merely a blink of an eye to me. Now we must depart, Gamona. Farewell, sweet dreams." As he spoke, the final grains of sand disappeared within the flame, and the hourglass silently crumbled to dust, scattering into the breeze. The entire island commenced its slow submersion beneath the celestial flames. Knowing its time, Duncan stood up, waved his hand, and magically opened the fiery portal. Moments later, they were back aboard the Vanished. Under the guidance of Goathead, the ship sailed smoothly through the fog that lay between the Leviathan Islands, edging closer to the outer limits of the Node Sea. Inside the captain's quarters, Goathead, the ever-diligent first mate, sat by the sea chart table. As the door swung open, Goathead turned around. Seizing the brief moment before possibly being interrupted, Goathead sighed and began to speak hurriedly. It's really a bit hard to adjust to the silence here. Normally, Miss Vanna would be exercising on the deck, and Shirley and Dog would be exploring around. I used to think they were too noisy, always wondering when it would finally be quiet. But now that it's suddenly silent, it feels strange. It's like how it was when I first came aboard this ship. It's amazing how quickly time has passed. The human heart is indeed peculiar. I never imagined I'd go through so much back then. Of course, now I can't really claim to have a good human heart anymore. I'm done talking. I'll be quiet now." Feeling the words press at him, Duncan had been just about to tell Goathead to be quiet, but found himself holding back his words, merely staring at the table momentarily before blurting out, "You're able to be quiet on your own." With its usual lack of expression, Goathead responded, "Yes, I just finished speaking." Duncan, slightly taken aback and suspecting that Goathead's timing was intentional, managed to keep his cool and stated, "Then continue to remain silent here. Alice and I need to plan our next navigation steps." Goathead simply acknowledged, understood. Feeling a mix of irritation and bemusement, Duncan led the conversation deeper into the captain's room, approaching the bedroom when he whispered to Alice, Remind me later. I need to establish a rule in the new world. Those who speak incessantly without pausing deserve a flick on the tongue. Alice leaned closer and whispered back, "But Mr. Goathead doesn't have a tongue. Its voice comes directly from its neck." As Duncan entered the bedroom, he casually shut the door behind him and turned to Alice. "Now that you mention it, I'm curious. Do you have a tongue?" "Yes," Alice responded earnestly, opening her mouth and stretching the corners with her fingers to show him. "Look, plur plur, here's my tongue. I'm really curious how the original Navigator 1 managed to create you, even including a tongue. Couldn't they have just focused on reinforcing the joints?" Duncan eyed the doll curiously, then approached the bedside, retrieving the winding key for the Navigator Edition Alice Mansion, and playfully waved it in front of the doll. Alice, adeptly managing the task, sat down in front of Duncan, turned her back to him, and unzipped her dress to reveal the keyhole for winding. Duncan, holding the Navigator key, hesitated before using it. He looked at the keyhole on Alice's back and spoke thoughtfully. "Alice, have you ever thought about wanting something more? Like a desire or a wish to no longer be a doll?" Alice adjusted her dress and turned her head back in slight confusion, asking, "No, what's wrong with being a doll?" "Do you have any desires or ideas about the new world and the future?" Duncan continued seriously. "Nina and the others have their dreams. Shirley wants a vast space. Morris desires room for research and exploration. Even the Leviathan Queen has her own ambitions. But you've always been quiet during our discussions about the new world." Alice pondered for a moment, then shook her head, saying, "I don't really have an opinion. I'm not dissatisfied with anything. Everything as it is suits me fine," she said earnestly. "I don't know what the new world should contain. Everything I've experienced since waking up has been good. And I actually enjoy being a doll. I like it this way." After a brief pause, she added, "But if I choose something to want, I still want to be with you in the new world. I'm not comfortable living in the city-states." Duncan's face showed a mix of surprise and gentle resignation as he smiled. "Okay," he responded softly, patting Alice's hair. "I'll make sure you come with me, that's guaranteed. If you're unsure of what you want, leave it to me. I'll think about it and make it happen for you." "Great," Alice exclaimed cheerfully, adjusting her position on the bed to turn around. Then suddenly she remembered something and turned her head back with a smile. "Oh, right. I would like a new frying pan, a smaller one, for making tiny sweet pancakes." "Okay, I've made a note of that," Duncan replied with a gentle smile, nodding earnestly. "In the new world, Alice wants a new frying pan." "For making small sweet pancakes." "Yes, for making small sweet pancakes." He inserted the winding key into the keyhole. It clicked into place and turned automatically. Light and shadow danced around them, resetting the ambience. When Duncan opened his eyes, he found himself back at the starting point before leaving the Alice Mansion. In the dimly lit main hall of Navigator 3, a tree, constructed from cables, pipes, and metal branches, stood quietly. At its base, a doll holding a drawing board slowly opened her eyes, powering on like a robot, becoming alert, and then smiling brightly. "Captain, we're back in." Duncan nodded, assisting the slightly unsteady doll to her feet. "Captain, what are we doing next? Should we greet the Black Sun at the door? Do you want to find the entry, the next route you mentioned?" Duncan glanced at the drawing board in Alice's hands, now serving as the remaining functional interface of Navigator 3. "We need to search for something," he started. "Search for what?" "The escape pod of the New Hope. It's lost at the end of the Ashes." Chapter 834, The True Appearance of the Mansion. After receiving the captain's directives, Alice started pondering with great intent. Then she gazed deeply into Duncan's eyes, seeking understanding. "What is an escape pod?" she inquired with genuine curiosity. Duncan was not taken aback by her question. In fact, he often thought he would only truly worry if this doll ceased to exhibit her characteristic confusion. Despite several mishaps, he had ascertained that although Alice often appeared bewildered, the sophisticated space navigation system, Navigator 2, was invariably operational within her instinctive knowledge. At this moment, the task was straightforward. Alice needed to recognize that a segment of the mansion was absent, at least theoretically. "That's a part that's missing from the Alice's mansion, but you don't need to understand exactly what it is," Duncan explained nonchalantly, observing her still fixated on him with wide, innocent eyes. "Do you remember what I told you about the Frost Queen?" Alice paused to reflect. "Which one? There are many, but I don't remember all." "Raynora has taken a room from your mansion. That room is what I referred to as the escape pod. She now rides it to the ash-covered edge of the world. I need to locate her position. Duncan elaborated with patience. It's okay if you don't grasp it all right now. I'll help you understand this in time. Alice seemed to follow, yet her comprehension was unclear. Nevertheless, after Duncan finished, she quickly nodded. Oh, what should I do now? Remain here, continue sitting under this tree, just as you did when analyzing the flight paths of the external barriers. Keep connected with the mansion, Duncan instructed, lifting his right hand to reveal a tuft of pale green flame soaked in starlight. He handed the flame to her. Take this. It will create an additional bridge between you and me. I'm now heading to the missing part of the mansion to place a marker. If my predictions hold, I should be able to interfere with Navigator 2 and transfer data to your system core through this external bridge. Alice simply responded with an "oh" and nodded eagerly. Okay. As she spoke, she grasped the tuft of flame from Duncan without hesitation. A peculiar warmth spread through her palm, the ethereal flame turning palpably gentle, subtly swaying in her hand. Holding the small flame carefully in one hand and her drawing board in the other, Alice turned and made her way back to the data tree, a structure woven from innumerable cables and pipes. She sat down on the platform, looking up with a beaming smile, and declared, I'm ready. Duncan smiled and nodded, then turned to exit the hall. He walked through the ornate door that linked the garden to the deeper parts of the mansion, moving along a lengthy corridor lined with locked rooms and filled with the hum of servers. He passed various stairways and halls, quickly reaching the deepest part of the second floor's corridor, the fracture point where the escape pod detached from the main body of the ship. The corridor's end looked just as he remembered. The floor, ceiling, and walls appeared violently torn apart by some colossal, invisible force. Beyond the fracture point, the endlessly deep darkness of space loomed, so profound it seemed one glance could pull someone into its void. Duncan ignored the daunting abyss, focusing instead on a particular section of the wall near the corridor's end. There, he swiftly found what he was seeking close to the fracture. Embedded in the wall was a display still cycling through warnings about the unauthorized release of the escape pod. Duncan approached the display, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes halfway, murmuring, It's time to verify my guess, let me see the true appearance here. A faint starlight peeked through the slits of his half-closed eyes as he carefully controlled his increasingly restless essence. He was tapping into his power, trying to open his other pair of eyes, without fully unleashing the singularity within him. Gradually, Duncan opened his eyes, and a bright starburst erupted from them, resembling ancient stars relearning their orbits. Amid the expanding starlight, he beheld the other side of Alice's mansion. He saw the enormous Ark spaceship floating in the boundless dark chaos of space. The torn starship retained only about a third of its original structure. Standing at the end of a connecting corridor in the ship's midsection, Duncan observed the silver-gray and silver-white alloy structures that replaced the dark-toned floors and walls of the mansion's original corridor. Various warning lights flickered in the distance, and before him lay the scorched, molten support frame of the escape pod where it was blown open. Duncan glanced at the broken pipes, supports, and the blasted hull of the spaceship at the end, his lips twitching slightly as he mused. Nora definitely didn't leave as quietly as she claimed. How did she manage to blow this place up without having any idea what it was? Of course, there was no one in the deserted spaceship corridor to answer his rhetorical question, as the only owner and victim of this place had no clue what an escape pod was. Duncan sighed and shook his head, then refocused his attention on the flickering display. Now he could see the full extent of this device. It was part of the external release system for the escape pod, fixed on a curved support that was severely twisted and damaged, with internal pipes exposed. Despite its battered state, it still appeared functional. Placing his hand on the device, Duncan prepared to read the data with his own flame and transfer it to Alice. His plan was simple and direct. Alice, in her current state, was oblivious to the deeper workings of her own mansion, and consequently unable to detect the system malfunctions occurring within it. Although the instincts of the Navigator 2 system remained intact, Alice's inability to interpret these signals meant there was no response. Therefore, Duncan's task was to establish a direct connection between Alice and the malfunctioning point of the mansion using a temporary fix, a technique he compared to using a jumper wire. He admitted to himself that he didn't fully understand the mechanics of the spaceship, akin to how many who repair phones might not know the detailed architecture inside the chips. The important thing was that attaching the wire effectively resolved the issue. As he initiated this makeshift repair, the flame from his tool began to merge with the escape pod's release system. At that moment, Duncan's peripheral vision caught sight of an anomaly. A mass with a dark gray metallic sheen, resembling mud that flowed and shifted continuously, had emerged from the nearby equipment grills and pipes without him noticing. Arsadilla. This eerie, mud-like substance gathered on the floor, slowly creeping towards him with a deeply unsettling low rumble. Duncan tensed, ready to react, but just as he prepared himself for action, the substance halted a short distance away, as if it was observing or assessing him. In a flash of realization, Duncan recognized it. The cleaners from Alice's mansion, a peculiar entity designed to expel intruding foreign bodies. He wondered if this entity was part of the New Hope's maintenance system, possibly a form of damage control or a swarm of nanomachines. While maintaining his interaction with the escape pod system, Duncan's mind raced with possibilities. Just then, he observed the nanomud inch slightly closer without showing any signs of hostility. Under his watchful eye, the nanomachines formed what appeared to be a tentacle-like limb, which gently tapped the curved support of the release system, seemingly attempting to show Duncan something. It then pulled a damaged cable from the support. Duncan looked perplexed and asked, "You mean connect from here?" The mud formed another limb, gesturing up and down in the air. With slight hesitation, Duncan allowed his flame to extend to the indicated damaged cable. The mud appeared content, vibrating its limbs before collapsing back into a liquid form and making a gurgling sound as it slowly moved towards a crack in the nearby wall. Duncan was left speechless. He was stunned by the realization that this entity could not only communicate, but also think. As he grappled with this revelation, the mud had completely disappeared. Then through their psychic link, Alice's voice excitedly broke through. "Captain, the drawing board lit up. The drawing board lit up. I think I figured out where the escape pod is." What? Helena guided Vanna and Lucretia across the central bridge of the residential sector, updating them as they moved. "There are now 176 people here. All awakened are here," she informed. The area they traversed was originally part of the broiler system. As the number of awakened individuals grew, those who initially regained consciousness in better condition naturally congregated here, transforming the location into a makeshift camp. Vanna paused on the bridge, leaning on the railing to gaze down at the living quarters hastily arranged using the existing infrastructure of the broiler system. After a brief pause, Helena continued, "We will soon expand into a better-conditioned living area, the dormitory next to it. It's currently occupied by our bewildered brethren. We can't forcibly evict them. We must avoid conflicts as much as possible. However, as more and more awakened people begin to dominate that area, once the awakened are in the majority, we can extend our main activity area there." Lucretia broke the silence that followed, her voice reflecting her disbelief. "Hard to imagine the world has actually become this." "Adapt as soon as possible," Helena advised softly. The Pope in her avatar form turned to face Vanna and Lucretia with a somber look. "The current city-states are just this place magnified 1,000 times, she explained. Then shifting the conversation, she prompted, "As for now, it's your turn, tell me about the world's end." Chapter 835, The Clouds. In a world blanketed by fog, wanderers roamed aimlessly outside the boiler where deep roars echoed from the harbor's fog-enshrouded facilities. The core of cold steam hummed vacantly as it merged into eerie mirages. The once thriving sanctuary of flames had vanished, and with it, the distinction between normal and abnormal blurred into oblivion. As minds and the world itself deteriorated, sanity ironically became synonymous with madness and contamination. Those labeled insane had gathered within high walls, constructing their final stronghold, watching anxiously as the world outside succumbed to darkness. "We will prepare ample supplies for the bright star," Helena declared from a high platform atop the boiler room, addressing Vanna and Lucretia who stood beside her. "You can move to the western dock. It's one of the few external channels we currently control." "Can this lighthouse still provide supplies?" Lucretia asked the Pope in astonishment. "Do you really have that many resources?" "Yes, we're not short on materials, which might surprise you," Helena responded with a smile. "In fact, the operation of the entire world continues, including the production and transport of major supplies, even commercial activities within the city-states. Every fortnight, a cargo ship loaded with supplies arrives from the border base, refueling this lighthouse and more. Those engulfed in trance handle the exchanges as usual, while we awakened ones use old permits dug up from files to move some of the materials to other storages. Likewise, we can utilize many of the facilities here." She turned, her gaze sweeping over the vast platform outside the boiler. "Yes, this world is still functioning, every part, operating in a trance along old trajectories, like a massive ship internally collapsing but still drifting on its original course in the ocean under inertia. Us awakeners on board are powerless to fix the ship, but at least we can sail with it before it capsizes. Vanna and Lucretia stood speechless for a moment, unsure how to respond. The world had become unrecognizable to them. However, Helena appeared unconcerned, simply waving her hand and continuing, "Thank you for informing me about the events at the world's end. Now those of us waiting on the Ark finally understand what's happening outside. Our wait now has a purpose, no longer just a desperate struggle to survive. Is the Vanished still sailing at the world's end?" "Yes, Captain and Alice are at the world's end, still advancing further," Vanna whispered. "They are preparing for the new world. When everything is ready, you can blink your eyes." "Good, then I won't delay your journey any longer," Helena's avatar turned, softly exhaling. "I'll arrange the supplies and someone will escort you two back to the dock." She suddenly stopped, gazing intensely into Vanna's eyes for a long moment before speaking. "Vanna, safe travels. We'll meet again in the new world." Vanna solemnly nodded. "Yes, Your Holiness, will meet again in the new world." What? The howling wind had unknowingly ceased, leaving only the sheer, extreme cold on this icy plain, a cold that penetrated flesh and bone, freezing the soul. Amidst this icy wind, the flame-bearers, who had long forgotten the warmth of fire, continued their journey. The living dead trudged across the ice plain, their chest lanterns casting a faintly twinkling line deep into the ice. Frem stood on a hastily erected platform, gazing into the distance where the imposing silhouette of the Ark silently stood far away. Its lights painted a twinkling mountain in the night, while lights from the lanterns flowed endlessly between that mountain and the ice beneath his feet, weaving back and forth tirelessly. After the ice-breaking device had become completely unusable, the flame-bearers resorted to using the explosives they had carried on the ship to break through the next segment of ice. After the explosives were depleted, the Ark continued with its powerful drive and sturdy armor to break open another path, until finally, its power system shut down completely. Although the steam core still howled vacantly and air flowed through the pipes, the giant ship remained stuck in the ice, halted just short of its destination. Fortunately, the distance to the final focal point was not far, and they were already within the influence range of the focal point. At this moment, civilization's last archive was being established on this ice plain. Footsteps echoed from the side as a veiled priestess approached the platform where Frem stood. She stopped beside him and bowed slightly. "Another 11 have awakened. They've been settled in the camp and are currently undergoing psychological comforting and counseling," she reported. Frem nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "How are they doing?" "Better than the last batch," the priestess answered. "We find that continuously conveying hints and reminders to those in a trance state is useful. When they awaken, most of them almost immediately recognize that this is still a controlled situation and seek help from the nearest contact person. We can share these experiences with the city-states." Frem nodded again, his gaze returning to the construction site of the archive. The engineering machinery, transported from the Ark, was actively engaged on the ice plain. A cluster of buildings, crude and somewhat unattractive, began to emerge. Compared to the majestic Ark and onboard cathedral, these buildings, resembling rough factories, lacked aesthetic appeal. Their sole design goal was to construct as sturdy a storage space as possible in the shortest time, given the unfamiliar environment. "Does this really make sense?" A soft murmur came from beside him. Frem turned his head to look at the priestess beside him. "Sorry, Your Holiness, I am not wavering, The priestess shook her head, struggling for words. "I just thought about recent events. More and more people are awakening from their trance, many with their last memories dating back to the day we set sail. Many have asked me what has happened along the way, so many questions." "I understand what you're trying to say, de Lassay," Frem interrupted softly, his gaze still fixed on the construction site. "Many believe that as long as people survive, it's as if everything is preserved because civilization is created by people, and people can recreate civilization countless times. I understand, yes, and I couldn't agree more. As the Pope of the Flame Bearers, I understand better than many how civilization is established and continued." He paused, his voice still soft. "A civilization without people is meaningless, but de Lassay, there's also the other half of that saying, people without civilization are similarly so. Civilization isn't just the cold stones and books, not just the mute sculptures, scores, and crafts. Those are merely the carriers and forms of civilization, not the abstract civilization itself. All of these points are correct, but civilization needs carriers, needs evidence. It's foolish to cling to carriers while abandoning essence. and it's equally foolish to recognize the essence but think carriers are unnecessary. Without carriers and evidence, even the most brilliant memories will erode over time, eroding before people have a chance to rebuild civilization. And even without considering this, de Laissez, we also need to leave some evidence, so that many years later, future generations can understand what happened to this world. The significance of artifacts and archaeology lies in this, informing. The veiled priestess, de Laissez, faced Frem's gaze squarely. Her once bright eyes, which had turned murky in dim days ago, now held a firm resolve. I understand, and I will also tell others your teachings. Frem nodded. A thin fog had unknowingly appeared around them. De Laissez looked up in surprise at the white fog fluttering around. Since entering the ice plain, they hadn't encountered fog for a long time. Though the Eternal Curtain's majestic fog wall was visible on the horizon, unlike other border seas, this ice plain almost never saw fog. The weather has changed. She raised her hand, touching the insubstantial fog. Is there fog on the ice plain now? Frem frowned, looking up at the sky, observing the flowing, drifting wisps of white, finally realizing. No, this isn't fog, he suddenly declared, his voice filled with surprise. This is cloud. Cloud, the priestess paused, as if recalling what cloud meant after a moment of thought, then her eyes widened in astonishment. The clouds have fallen from the sky. The altitude of the clouds has lowered, Frem spoke gravely, but he quickly realized this explanation didn't make much difference and added, It's not so much that they're falling, it's more like. He paused, and de Laissez had already understood his meaning. The priestess blinked, her tone tinged with unease. The sky itself is lowering. Chapter 836, The Clouds Descended, and the Curtain Closes. Round the world, a distinctive atmospheric layer infused with the essence of clouds gradually descended. This layer resembled a vast, flowing ocean above, seamlessly merging into the sky. In some regions, it drooped toward the earth or sea, forming a misty veil, while in others it floated several hundred to tens of meters above the inhabitants, continuing its slow, almost imperceptible descent. Frem stood on the icy plains under the night sky, his eyes fixed on the tumultuous clouds now so close that only a thin mist separated him from them. The scene was illuminated by light piercing through the clouds, casting a mercury-like glow over everything that momentarily stole one's breath and stirred the soul. Beside Frem, Priestess de Laissez stood, both looking upward at the celestial phenomenon after a prolonged observation. Around them, many others scattered across the tundra were similarly transfixed, as if held in place by an invisible force. However, the atmosphere shifted as people began to panic, their eyes darting around, many focusing on Frem. Your Holiness, de Laissez broke the silence, her voice hoarse, what do we do now? Continue with our tasks, Frem replied, his voice deep and steady, resonating across the icy tundra. Construct the archives, transport the relics, safeguard our legacy. The world still lives, our mission is not complete. The Pope's voice, firm and authoritative like a massive boulder, anchored everyone's restless spirits. Momentarily pausing, the flame-bearers bowed their heads and then turned their attention from the sky back to their work on the archives. Unnoticed, Frem exhaled softly. Despite the frail pulse of his heart, his worried gaze shifted back toward the distant drifting mists. Against a stark gray-white backdrop, the immense structure of the Vanished silently floated in the transition channel, devoid of reference points. Although it seemed stationary at the center of the channel, Duncan knew well that he and his ship were moving at speeds beyond human comprehension. The Vanished had ventured beyond the world's edge, and Duncan had truly departed the boundless sea, leaving behind the sanctuary built by ancient kings. Beyond the tranquil channel lay utter chaos. The extinction of worlds had left behind a tumultuous, scorching waste known as the Ashen Sea. As Duncan felt his connection to the boundless sea weakening by the day under Alice's control, he struggled to hear the voices of his two avatars. Now, he experienced only brief daily intervals of their consciousness, with their actions severely limited. This weakening connection stemmed from several factors. Duncan's transformation was intensifying, and the physical distance between the Vanished and the avatars was growing. As Ray Nora mentioned, other potential reasons might have involved the Ashen Sea's unique environmental conditions. However, there was positive news. The enhanced marks Duncan had placed on Nina and others to maintain contact under challenging conditions were still functioning effectively. These marks, designed for a specific, straightforward purpose, remained largely unaffected by the changes, enabling continued communication with his crew. After conducting his daily checks, Duncan wandered through the Vanished, moving through deserted corridors and silent stairways until he reached the empty deck. Alice was at the stern, steering the ship alone without the presence of her usual companions, making the ship feel as it did when Duncan first arrived, abandoned and silent, echoing his initial encounter with the Vanished. But some things hadn't changed. His mind was noisier than during his first visit. From somewhere in his mind, Shirley's unrefined voice echoed, Hey, Captain, let me tell you, we snagged a bunch of great stuff from that lighthouse. That woman, Helena, was really generous. She let me raid the warehouse, and I even found some gorgeous dresses. I don't know why someone like her would hoard pretty dresses. Pity they're too big for me, 2 sizes too large. Then Nina's sensible and gentle voice followed. Uncle Duncan, everything's fine here. Nilu and I have become good friends, and I even helped her sew a little dress. You must take care of yourself on the ship and make sure you and Alice eat on time. I left lots of biscuits and jam in the kitchen. Sailor's hoarse voice chimed in. Captain, I haven't been slacking these past days. Miss Lucretia can testify. I've already started helping her crew clean the deck and hallways. I wasn't this diligent on the White Oak. Papa, don't listen to his bluffs. He was coerced into working by Looney because he just lounges in the warehouse all day. He even tried to convince my servants to join him for a big sleep. Looney couldn't tolerate it anymore. This guy even had the audacity to demand a daily wage from me, claiming that working wasn't part of his agreement when he signed on with the Bright Star. This complaint-laden voice belonged to Lucretia. Duncan halted on the middeck, listening to the cacophony of voices in his head, and finally, unable to contain himself, remarked, Sounds like you all are having quite a lively time. One surely is enough to turn any place into a battlefield. Lucretia's voice, heavy with exasperation, resonated in Duncan's mind. She causes chaos everywhere, even managed to coax Nilu into hiding in a bedside cabinet yesterday. I had to take apart the entire thing to get her out. How do you usually deal with this? Usually I think it's manageable, Duncan responded thoughtfully. It's very quiet on the ship, so a bit of commotion is actually quite nice, even if it might be a bit overwhelming for you. Lucretia let out a deep sigh. The most overwhelming thing is still Miss Vanna's morning workout routine, although that might not be as surprising as Nilu's antics. As he listened to his daughter's grievances, Duncan's expression subtly changed, reflecting on the potential excessive chaos aboard the Vanished. Then a moment later, Morris's voice returned. How are things on your end? The Vanished is still in the channel, Duncan replied, glancing outside the ship's rail before casually adding, Honestly, it's hard for me to gauge from a distance or route perspective where exactly we are, even Alice isn't sure. But one thing is certain, we are nearing the coordinates given by Ray Nora. Alice can still sense that. I never thought the one who seemed the least reliable on the ship would end up doing the most crucial task, Shirley interjected. In the end, she's the one who's with you at the world's ends. As Shirley's comment hung in the air, a brief silence followed. After a few seconds, Duncan heard Shirley again. Hey, why are you all silent? Alice isn't as dependable as me. I'm usually so well-behaved. Nina, don't look away. Duncan chose to ignore Shirley's antics. How's the situation on the boundless sea? After a brief pause, Morris responded. Just as we reported earlier today, the clouds have descended. It's now all covered in a thin mist with low-hanging clouds everywhere. Truly, if we didn't understand the significance, it would indeed look like a magnificent spectacle. The good news is, other than the clouds lowering, no other severe changes have occurred. At least it hasn't affected the navigation of ships, Vanna's voice followed. We're currently heading towards planned. Lucretia plans to take us there first. Afterward, she'll return to Wind Harbor with the Bright Star and stay there until the end. We've also made contact with Mr. Tyrion. After reaching the Central Sea, a sun-sharing fleet will leave planned and head north. Miss Agatha will transfer to that ship and travel to Frost. As for Sailor, we've arranged for him to meet Captain Lawrence in Morpheus if the city-state government is still operational. If not, the White Oak will come instead to take him to Morpheus. Vanna paused for a few seconds before adding softly, Captain, please rest assured, we will handle everything well and won't let you down. Chapter 837 SHHH, Thinking. Duncan had been quietly listening to the diverse voices echoing within his mind. Calm and reliable reports from Vanna and Morris, hesitant complaints from Lucretia, and occasionally the passionate rants from Shirley and the kind advice from Nina. These voices, bridging time and space, wrapped around him like chains of warmth, anchoring him to reason and humanity, even as his 2 avatars within the city-state were slowly becoming ineffective. After a while, Duncan paused his communication with Vanna and the others and walked slowly across the deck. He navigated through the stern stairs and ramps until he reached the towering stern helm. The doll was still positioned quietly at the helm, her hands clenched tightly around the dark, heavy steering wheel. Her eyes, unfocused, stared straight ahead. Countless invisible threads stretched from her body, connecting her to the vanished below her feet and the illusory projection of the New Hope in the sky. Suddenly, a thin mist began to emerge from all around the deck, swirling and converging together. Duncan noticed the eerie appearance of the mist and instinctively furrowed his brow. He then realized that the gray-white backdrop in the distance seemed to be slowly cracking. At the end of the uniformly textured channel, large patches of fog formed, and deep within this fog, there was an unmistakable sense of void. Almost at that moment, he heard a fragmented, muffled voice say, "Jump complete." The vanished experienced a subtle shake, less abrupt than its previous encounters at the border node when it had entered a kind of medium, causing a noticeable vibration. The channel silently shattered, and the endless, thin mist instantly filled the surroundings. The next second, Alice, who was at the helm, blinked, and the doll's consciousness suddenly snapped back into her shell. "Captain," the doll turned to Duncan, her face lighting up with a joyful and proud smile. "We've arrived." Duncan nodded, but was about to speak when he suddenly paused. He noticed that the edge of the vanished was rapidly becoming blurry. Not just the edge, but the entire ship was quickly blurring. Under the cover of the mist, everything within his sight seemed to suddenly lose its clear boundaries. The details on the deck blurred, the masts gradually faded into the fog, and even Alice in front of him seemed to merge with the mist, transforming into an ethereal form. And the ghostly green flames enveloping the vanished also dissipated during this process. Alice seemed to notice something. She stood astonished in place, then slowly looked down at her hands, which were rapidly losing detail and becoming blurry. She uttered in confusion. But the next second, Duncan suddenly reacted. The ghostly green flames that had enveloped the vanished shimmered with a layer of hazy stardust. Duncan's eyes sparkled as if filled with billions of stars, and the vanished, teetering on the brink of information collapse, rapidly reassembled and regained clarity in his vision. Under the stardust-infused flames, the deck and masts almost instantly reverted to their original state, and Alice's figure also stabilized in front of him. The doll barely had time to comprehend what had just occurred. She only noticed the flames on the ship suddenly changing color, and then the same colorful flames engulfed her as well. After a brief moment of astonishment, she raised her hand, examined it, and let out an exclamation. "Wow!" Still feeling a residual fear, Duncan took a deep breath. For the first time, he felt a slight touch of reality about the ashen edge that Ray Nora had discovered. This was indeed the true boundary of order, the periphery of nothingness, the sea of origin where information units remained unassigned. Here, the information had not yet been defined, and nothing from the shelter, even the vanished emerging from subspace, could maintain a stable data structure, simply because there were no data structures here. Only those who had survived the Great Annihilation and had achieved self-stability on the informational level could maintain themselves relatively safe and stable in this void. Like the reverse singularity, like the wreckage of New Hope. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Duncan reached out and gently touched Alice's hair, then looked around. Speaking of the wreckage of New Hope, where was Ray Nora? He and his ship had already reached the location indicated by the escape pod's signal. But as he scanned the towering stern deck, he saw no physical entity amid the chaotic and empty fog. "Can you feel the signal from the escape pod?" Duncan asked Alice, his brow furrowed slightly. "We should have arrived at the location, right?" "Yes, theoretically it should be right here," Alice replied, her attention returning from the enchanting stardust around her. She hurriedly sensed the direction of the escape pod, then scratched her head, a bit puzzled. "The signal is nearby. I sensed it just now. Why can't I see it?" Duncan's mouth twitched suddenly. Could it be that we've bumped her away again? Startled by his remark, Alice keenly caught the implication. "Again." Duncan replied with a dismissive tone. "You don't need to worry about that. Let's find Ray Nora first." As he spoke, Duncan slowly extended his own perception, cautiously controlling the portion of his power that belonged to the reverse singularity, all the while trying to detect any unusual aura surrounding the vanished. At that moment, he was preoccupied with two concerns. First, he hoped that the unfortunate Frost Queen had not been accidentally displaced by the vanished, and second, he hoped she hadn't been crushed beneath the massive ship. His intention was to meet with the Queen, not to inadvertently cause her harm, which would certainly make for an awkward explanation during their face-to-face meeting. Meanwhile, Alice had come to a realization. After thinking hard for a while, the doll slapped her hand and exclaimed, "Yes, the vanished came directly according to the escape pod's signal, so when it landed, didn't it directly land on the escape pod?" Duncan sighed deeply, realizing this now did little to help the situation. Had he known, he wouldn't have allowed Alice to jump directly to the escape pod's beacon. He would have set a certain distance from the jump marker as a safety buffer. How could he have anticipated that the positioning of the New Hope would be so precise? Previously, when the vanished went to the Four Gods node, it hadn't directly collided with their foreheads. And just as he was lamenting internally, Duncan suddenly sensed something truly unexpected. He scanned an entity that did not belong to the vanished. But the location of that entity was on the vanished itself. Duncan looked up, puzzled, in the direction of his perception. After confirming what he sensed, his expression gradually turned thoughtful. Alice noticed his focus and asked, Captain, have you found it?" "Let's go over and see what's happening," Duncan murmured as he led Alice away from the helm. They walked through the platform and connecting stairs, following the guidance of their senses, and finally arrived at the door of the captain's cabin. Alice looked up at the familiar place, her hands on her head. "This is the captain's cabin, I don't see anything else." However, Duncan continued to stare intently at the captain's cabin door, also known as the Door of the Lost, sensing the changes here, and even, gradually understanding the changes that had occurred. After frowning and pondering for a long time, he finally stepped forward and placed his hand on the side of the door hinge. The twisted misalignment of the space-time structure emerged in his mind, turning into a tangible map that he could understand. He found the node of this space-time misalignment and gently pushed. The door swung open, from the position of the door hinge. Alice watched the unfolding scene in bewilderment. After a long pause, she finally blurted out, "Can it open from there?" Duncan responded, I'm thinking." Behind the door, a layer of hazy glow seemed to encompass a room space that did not belong to the vanished, enveloped in a layer of constantly trembling visual phenomena. Unlike the typical scenario where opening the Door of the Lost would transport directly to a bachelor apartment, this time, what appeared before Duncan seemed to be a genuine entrance, one that could potentially allow entities other than himself to enter. He first cautiously reached into the glow to test it, then turned his head to look at Alice, asking, "Do you want to come?" Alice nodded without hesitation, "Yes." Duncan extended his hand toward the doll, instructing, "Follow me. Hold onto my arm and don't let go until it's safe." Alice obediently clasped Duncan's arm, following the captain into the layer of hazy glow. They seemed to pass through a layer of icy curtain, and after a brief moment of dizziness and sensory dislocation, the scene before them stabilized rapidly. A lavish and spacious room materialized before Duncan and Alice, both real and tangible. Raynora was sitting somewhat blankly on the large bed in the center of the room, staring bewilderedly at Duncan and Alice, who had just pushed through the door and walked in. The Frost Queen appeared to have been greatly shocked and was a bit dazed until Duncan approached her. She suddenly snapped to attention and raised her hands, gesturing in the air. "Just rolled right over." Raynora's expression became increasingly frantic as she exclaimed, "Such a big ship, it just rolled right over me." Half the room was suddenly hit by a mess of stuff and shattered into pieces. It took a good while to recover, and then you pushed open the wall and walked in. "Such a big hole, can't you use the door?" Pushing open the wall, Duncan was momentarily stunned, then looked back at the direction from which they had come. He saw Raynora's room door, which was properly embedded in the wall, still tightly closed, but next to the door was a large hole. That was where he and Alice had entered. "Space-time misalignment, JPG." Alice quietly poked Duncan's arm. "Captain, why aren't you speaking?" I'm thinking again." Chapter 838, An Invitation at the End of the Century. On the very edge of the chaotic expanse, where the rules and nature of information were distorted, Duncan spent a full minute in deep contemplation before deciding to stop trying to solve the problem. At that moment, there was a silver lining. Raynora had not been expelled from the vanished, nor had she been crushed beneath the ship. Unfortunately, she had been violently rammed by the ship itself and was now slightly dazed. This situation gave Duncan a vivid image, reminding him of a renowned global artwork back from Earth. Dog lodged in the front bumper as a car sped down the highway. Duncan cleared his throat twice, dismissing the unsettling image, and walked a few steps with Alice. His expression was a mix of apology and concern. "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention while we were driving the ship. Are you all right?" Lost in thought, Alice paused before suddenly tapping Duncan on the arm. "Captain, I recall it was the Vanish that collided with the White Oak, and then I boarded your ship. Now it's the Frost Queen's turn. Is this a pattern?" Duncan shot her a sharp look. Pattern isn't quite the right term here. At that moment, Nora began to regain her composure, massaging her throbbing head as she slowly rose from the bedside. "I'm okay, just a huge shock. I didn't anticipate such a shocking arrival." While speaking, Nora's gaze lingered on Alice, observing the girl who bore a striking resemblance to her with a mixture of curiosity and complexity. Alice met her gaze with a serious, inquisitive expression. After a significant pause, Nora smiled and extended her hand to Alice. "Hello." Alice responded with a beaming smile, eagerly grasping Nora's hand. "Hi there." "It's incredible," Nora murmured to herself, noting the firmness of Alice's handshake. She then turned to Duncan. "I never thought my first encounter with Alice in this dimension would be under such supernatural circumstances, though it's hard to say if this place is the real dimension." With those words, she gently withdrew her hand and walked across the room, gesturing toward a wall. Instantly, the wall disintegrated, transforming into a transparent curtain. Beyond it lay an infinite expanse of void and swirling clouds of chaos. "I've been waiting here for quite some time," Nora began as she gazed into the chaotic void beyond the transparent curtain. She explained, "During this period, I attempted to navigate the edge of this dense fog but found nothing, just this endless, chaotic whiteness. Initially, I couldn't even see the fog, I only sensed something there. It was only after our last meeting that I started to actually see these mists, but that's all I can do." "Don't tell me you've tried venturing deeper into the fog," Duncan said, his face showing a mix of curiosity and concern. "That would be incredibly reckless." "Don't worry, I'm eager to explore, but I haven't lost my senses," Nora replied with a smile, shaking her head reassuringly. "The dangers lurking deeper are unimaginable, and even with the drifting house for protection, I likely wouldn't survive a return." "Your caution is commendable," Duncan responded, visibly relieved. "That's a completely uncharted and unknown primitive data sea. Any entity entering would be instantly reset to the same undefined state. It's a different concept from this border state here." Nora nodded slightly, then redirected her curiosity to Duncan. "Now that you're here, what do you plan to do next?" "First, I need to validate my theories, then conduct some research and experiments to see if I can develop some samples in this primitive data sea," Duncan answered promptly, his determination evident. He then turned his focus back to Nora with another question. "But now I'm more curious about something else. Can you leave this room?" "Leave this place?" Nora paused, her eyes shifting to the door-shaped gap that had appeared when Duncan and Alice had entered the room, the softly glowing passageway still clearly stable. "You mean," she slowly realized, "to accompany you to the Vanished?" "That's a stable passage door, though its method of opening might seem odd now," Duncan nodded. "It appears to support free movement, but I'm unsure if you, as an entity, can leave this room." "It should be feasible," Nora frowned slightly, considering the possibility for a moment. "I've reached through the door before, retrieving intangible things from the Sea of Ashes, and I've left this room to enter your palace floating in the endless void. Although I'm tied to this drifting house, it seems there are no issues as long as I don't stray too far." "That's reassuring," Duncan said with a smile, extending an invitation to Nora. "Would you like to visit the Vanished?" The Frost Queen responded with a smile and a slight bow. "It would be an honor." Passing through the cool curtain once more, Duncan and Alice experienced the familiar slight dizziness and sensory misalignment as they returned to the deck of the Vanished. Duncan turned back to confirm, and indeed, Nora had successfully passed through the door. She stood in front of the Door of the Lost, her expression still slightly puzzled. Nora widened her eyes. Despite her preparations, the actual moment of passing through that door was still unavoidably perplexing. She now found herself on the solid deck of the Vanished, surrounded by a vast world. Everything around her was vivid and strikingly spacious. She had finally stepped out of her confinement. Nora's lips moved several times, and after a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. "I actually walked out of the room." "Welcome to my ship. Before we explore this vast sea of ashes, let me show you around," Duncan said, smiling as he opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. "It's quite empty now, might seem a bit quiet, but it used to be very lively." Nora listened, her mind gradually adjusting to her new environment. With a faint smile, she stretched vigorously, finally free from her confinement. "Feels good to be out," she said softly, then turned her head to look back towards the direction she had come from. The door of the lost, which had been pushed open from the hinge side, stood silently in her view. Duncan noticed Ray Nora's contemplative silence and casually asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking." Duncan suddenly coughed twice. Adopting a serious and professional demeanor, he quickly explained, "I know what you're likely thinking. This door is indeed quite magical. It can rebuild passages in a disordered time-space relationship through different ways of opening. But you only need to know 2 ways to open it. Pulling it open from the doorknob normally leads to my captain's quarters. Pushing it open from the hinge connects to your drifting house." Ray Nora blinked, her curiosity piqued. "What's the principle behind its function?" Duncan thought for a moment before responding with a straight face, "Because it's very magical." Ray Nora decided not to press further. Duncan then stepped forward, closed the door of the lost in the usual manner, restoring its normal state before pulling its handle again, opening the door to the captain's quarters. He turned and made an inviting gesture towards Ray Nora. Inside the captain's quarters, the black wooden goat head mounted on the sea chart table heard the noise and immediately turned its neck with a squeak and a creak. It was the first to notice the Frost Queen walking side by side with Alice. The figure on the table visibly paused, then exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, I guess this definitely isn't two Miss Alices. Captain, you've brought an incredible guest." "This is my first mate." Duncan raised his hand to introduce the talking object. "Its name is Saslaka, but you can just call it Goathead." He then pointed towards Ray Nora, informing Goathead, "This is the Frost Queen, probably no need for much introduction. Don't worry about the middle principles and processes. For now, she's on board as a guest." "Hello, Mr. First Mate, you can just call me Ray Nora," Ray Nora responded politely, but then she paused, seemingly realizing something. "Wait, Saslaka, I think I've—" "It's all from when I was younger," Goathead interrupted, suddenly acting shy and shaking its head as if reflecting on a long life. "Back then, I was still complete, had a body below my head, but now I'm just this ship's first mate, Captain Duncan's most loyal first mate." As it spoke, Goathead stretched its neck to the side, using its chin to point towards another Goathead, Skull of Dreams, positioned on the other side of the sea chart table. "This one is also Saslaka, my other head, but this head has some problems, now it can't communicate. Normally it's just me talking to it one-sidedly. It's a good listener, silent and patient. The captain always complains that I talk too much and tells me to shut up, but this head won't. And let me tell you, I always feel this head actually responds when I talk to it a lot. Sometimes it even moves a bit, but the captain always says that's my delusion." "Quiet. Okay, Captain." Ray Nora observed this bizarre scene with a somewhat stunned expression, struggling to grasp what had just unfolded. It felt as if a wave of sound had suddenly washed over her, leaving her bewildered and speechless. The last time she had experienced such an overwhelming sensation was just a few minutes ago, when the vanished had rolled over her. Chapter 839 The Test. Ray Nora had embarked on an incredible journey aboard a magnificent ship, captained by a remarkable leader known as Duncan, flanked by an equally impressive first mate, an unusual dove, and a doll that strikingly resembled Ray Nora herself. The setting was vastly different from anything the Frost Queen had imagined, yet it surpassed her expectations in every aspect. After touring the upper deck, Duncan escorted her back to the main deck. "The ship is vast, featuring multiple layers of cabins beneath us," Duncan explained, his warm smile radiating comfort. "Exploring every nook and cranny could easily consume a whole day. However, we should first focus on our immediate tasks." Upon hearing the captain's instructions, Ray Nora snapped out of her awe for the ship. She quickly composed herself and turned her attention to the ship's hull, where it was encased in a gentle fog that seemed harmless. However, this was no ordinary fog. Outside the ship, the space was engulfed by a profound, indescribable void. The fog was merely a faint illusion created by the limited sensory capabilities of humans, barely detecting the presence of something. Ray Nora's gaze involuntarily shifted back to Duncan. Beneath his tall and formidable appearance, another being resided, the thousand-faced Starlight. This entity was intently gazing into the distance, probing the fog for something elusive. Duncan, also Zhou Ming, moved towards the deck's edge. His senses stretched across the ship, using it as a conduit to delicately touch the unseen sea of ashes outside. Within the fog, he discerned traces left by the annihilation of a world. He soon reached out beyond the ship, his fingertips ablaze with flames colored by starlight. At that moment, faint noises and vibrations emanated from deep within the ship. With masts and ropes creaking, their sounds tinged with a hint of unease. "Don't worry," Duncan whispered more to himself than anyone else. "I remain your captain." The disturbing noises eased slightly. Duncan's fingers then made contact with the area beyond the hull for the first time. Simultaneously, a flapping noise filled the air as AI, the dove, noisily descended from the mast and landed on Duncan's shoulder, flapping its wings vigorously and emitting sharp, peculiar cries. "Hot H." The dove then jumped from Duncan's shoulder and, in either anxiety or excitement, fluttered chaotically across the deck, squawking in a manner that only Duncan could understand, leaving Ray Nora completely baffled. "What is this dove saying?" Ray Nora couldn't resist asking the nearby doll, though conversing with a doll resembling herself was strangely unsettling. She found no one else to turn to. "Hot, what?" "Oh, AI has its unique way of communicating," Alice replied nonchalantly, as if it were self-evident. "It's conveying something vital to the captain." Surprised, Ray Nora inquired further of the doll. "Can you understand it?" Alice was candid. "No, I can't." Silenced by this response, Ray Nora fell quiet. Alice noticed the sudden silence beside her and curiously turned her head toward Ray Nora, known as the Frost Queen, and asked, Why have you stopped talking?" Ray Nora sighed, her thoughts seemingly drifting to the past. "I wish I had your positive outlook back then," she confessed. "Life used to be very exhausting." "From now on, try to take things a bit easier," Alice suggested warmly, patting Ray Nora on the arm with a smile. "Those tiring days are behind you." In response, Ray Nora began to sense that this seemingly naive doll might actually possess a unique kind of wisdom. Duncan, who had overheard their conversation, continued to focus on the world outside the ship, the ashes that surrounded them. Gradually withdrawing his hand, Zhou Ming opened his eyes to the fog, where ancient starlight expanded in his vision. At the focus of his gaze, he observed the unassigned basic elements of information transforming under the bath of starlight. Letter FF5 to letter 1F00. After some contemplation, he pointed his arms in a specific direction. Ray Nora and Alice abruptly stopped their conversation when sounds reminiscent of wind and mountain streams emerged from that direction, their eyes widening in astonishment. In the hazy fog, a massive, colorless, and detail-less gray mountain range began to materialize within the clouds. The mountain evolved rapidly, as if it were alive, its surface revealing gorges and gradually adopting various colors. Sounds emanated from that direction, sometimes distant, sometimes near, sometimes real, sometimes illusory. Standing at the edge of the deck, Zhou Ming watched as information reconfigured before his eyes and was reassigned in his thoughts. He raised his hand as if strumming guitar strings, and the mountain that was rapidly gaining a sense of reality suddenly split in the middle, releasing a magnificent waterfall that cascaded down, forming a river. In the next moment, the river surged, vast plains emerged on either side of it, and a land more extensive than any city-state Ray Nora knew of expanded and spread in the fog. Then, the fog dissipated and condensed into clouds and a blue sky. This creation continued to expand rapidly, eventually encompassing the ship, with the river feeding into a vast lake on which the ship floated on the mirror-smooth surface. Seconds later, wind was generated, causing ripples on the lake's surface. Ray Nora approached the edge of the deck, watching as the green land and blue sky, along with the lake and mountains, stretched to the horizon as if the entire world had been shaped right there. She inhaled the fresh air and listened to the sounds of the wind and water, a profound realization dawning within her. Everything here was real and effective, and if someone came to this vibrant lakeshore, they could indeed survive here. They would be able to breathe, drink the water, cultivate crops in the fertile soil, and observe the flourishing of birds and animals across the mountains and plains. Rain would fall, clouds would gather and disperse with the breeze, plants would thrive and then wilt, and life would continue its cycle. A joyful smile almost erupted across her face at that thought. But before the smile fully formed, Duncan, known as Zhou Ming, lowered his hands. And just like that, everything around the ship silently collapsed and dissipated. The mountains and plains instantly reverted to a fog, all colors and contours returned to chaos, and the sounds along with the breeze that had brushed her cheeks seemed as though they had never existed. Ray Nora stood dazed at the scene, seemingly unable to react immediately. After a prolonged silence, she finally turned toward the captain. "This was merely a test, a basic one at that," Duncan approached Ray Nora, his voice deep. "It was merely to verify whether the materials here could be reactivated. Creation isn't as straightforward as this." Ray Nora detected a complex tone in the captain's voice, and her heart tightened. So, the outcome of the test. There's good news and bad news, Duncan exhaled slowly. The good news is my initial assessment was correct. The information doesn't vanish, it merely loses its original definition, and reassigning it can revive this mathematical machine. Nora quickly asked, and the bad news? The bad news is that my other assessment was also accurate. The current conditions cannot sustain this rebooted mathematical machine, as you've just witnessed. Once my observation and definition are withdrawn, everything reverts to its initial state. So simply reassigning them is futile. Everything must return to singularity. I need a starting burst of energy, and a big bang requires harsh conditions. Nora tried to grasp the captain's line of thought, the knowledge she had gained in that nest, previously now resurfacing in her mind. After a moment of reflection, she tentatively responded, "You know what it needs." Duncan paused, then nodded, "Yes." "Can you achieve it? Is it exceedingly difficult or outright impossible?" This time, Duncan did not respond directly. After a long pause, he simply shook his head. "I still need to consider it carefully." With that, he gestured to Nora and Alice. "I need to retreat to my quarters to plan the next steps," he sighed, turning towards the stern. "There are many vacant rooms below deck. Alice can show you where to rest." As Duncan walked away, Nora turned to the doll beside her. "He seems deeply preoccupied. Is the captain always so human-like?" She had deliberated for a long time to choose the word human-like, cautious not to utter it in Duncan's presence. "Yeah," Alice nodded casually. "Shirley said the captain can be quite human." Nora was puzzled. Was human-like used that way? But before the Frost Queen could inquire further, Alice swiftly changed the topic. "I'll show you to the restrooms on the ship. By the way, would you like some fish soup?" Nora was caught off guard by the abrupt shift in conversation and hesitated before replying. No thanks." Alice remained enthusiastic. "The fish soup is really good. It's a famous dish on the ship." "Thanks, but I probably won't enjoy it." "You don't like fish? How about sweet pancakes? The captain loves sweet pancakes." Nora appeared embarrassed. "I'm currently a ghost." Though, Chapter 840, Nora was greatly shocked. Beneath Goathead, a faint creaking noise emanated as its neck slowly rotated on its pedestal. It watched in silence as Duncan made his way back to the captain's quarters, its gaze intently following his every move. Upon reaching the chart table, Duncan seated himself in the high-backed chair and rested his hands on the tabletop. The sea chart before him was shrouded in mist, obscuring the details and creating the impression that even this remarkable chart had lost its guiding ability in this mysterious sea that had long surpassed any known boundaries. Duncan's attention, however, was not on the obscured sea chart. Instead, he seemed to be looking through the desk and the ship's floor, reaching out towards the vast emptiness beyond the known realms. After a while, Goathead spoke up cautiously. "I just noticed there has been a significant change in the environment surrounding the vanished. Did you cause this?" In contrast to his normal demeanor, Duncan remained subdued, possibly influenced by the somber atmosphere. "I conducted some experiments," Duncan replied softly. "I tested the hypothesis that information endures and confirmed that the Ashen Sea still supports the functioning of objects, at least in the brief experiments where the ripples of change manifested anew in this cooled ash." "But it didn't last, did it?" Goathead hesitated before adding, "I sensed it, the emergence and disappearance of the ripple you mentioned. Although I don't understand the principles and processes involved, I can sense that something fundamental seems to be missing behind those changes. The initial driving force, a process capable of instantly resetting and fully rebooting the entire mathematical machine." Duncan disclosed the insights he had gained from the fleeting ripple. "Simply put, short-term, localized manipulation of materials in the Ashen Sea is futile. The overall entropization of the Ashen Sea causes all changes to revert to nothingness. Thus, if we truly want to transform the materials here into a new world, we need to reset the entire system. Integrating the preserved data from the old world during the reset process should be relatively straightforward." Goathead was silent for a long time, reflecting deeply. Eventually, it slowly raised its head and said, "I'm not sure what you mean by entropization, but it seems you are still contemplating some quite radical plans. Forgive my bluntness, Captain. Miss Nina would be saddened, given your promise to her." Duncan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Goathead on the table. "Do you consider yourself the most suitable initial driving force?" Goathead asked, undeterred by the captain's intense scrutiny. Resetting the entire mathematical machine seems to require immense energy and information, both of which you yourself possess. I am exploring an alternative, Duncan suddenly interjected, his tone calm. Taken aback by the interruption, Goathead's neck emitted a series of squeaks and creaks. I thought you were planning on sacrificing yourself. Yes, I had considered that, but Bardock reminded me before he left, Duncan stated calmly. He advised against using sacrifice to lay the foundations of a new world too readily. Sacrifice should always be the last and most reluctant choice, not the initial strategy. Too easy a sacrifice diminishes its significance. Besides, I promised Nina and Lucy that I would return home. After saying this, Duncan sighed softly. Of course, if there really is no other option, I am not opposed to dying, but for now, I think I should put more effort into finding a better solution. Do you have an idea? Goathead asked curiously. Is there another way to initiate the process? In theory, all I need is information and energy, and the information part can be supplemented later through post-assignment. So, what I primarily need is energy to restart the mathematical machine, to activate the information, Duncan explained thoughtfully. I have a vague notion for resolving this issue, but its feasibility remains uncertain. He paused suddenly, his gaze fixing on something invisible in the distance. After a brief moment, he resumed, I think I need to speak with someone with whom I have an appointment. While speaking, he casually inquired, what is Alice currently doing? Goathead hesitated briefly, checked the situation on the ship, and a subtly human expression appeared on its rigid wooden face. She is with the Frost Queen, preparing to engage in something quite peculiar. This remark from Goathead underscored the strangeness of the situation. On the spacious middeck, Alice was eagerly dragging Ray Nora to demonstrate a trick she had recently mastered. The doll was visibly excited, pulling the bewildered Frost Queen onto a barrel and then pointing to her own head, exclaiming, I just learned this. I practiced it a lot with Looney to succeed. Before Ray Nora could grasp the situation, the doll embraced her own head and yanked it upward with a pop, tossing the head into the air. She then adjusted her body left and right, aligning her neck joints to catch the descending head. It was only then that Ray Nora understood what the doll was attempting to do, though she might have been better off not knowing. To make matters worse, the doll failed to catch her head. Her head plummeted down, landing headfirst with a thud against her neck joint, and rolled to a stop at Ray Nora's feet, looking up innocently and blinking. A slight miscalculation helped pick her up. Ray Nora's eye twitched as she observed this debacle. The Frost Queen, who may be accustomed to overseeing the Abyss plan and confronting rebels without flinching, appeared momentarily unsettled by the spectacle. Duncan arrived on the deck just in time to witness this unusual scene. He had been struck quite hard, though perhaps not as hard as Ray Nora had been. He swiftly stepped forward, seized Alice's head, and reattached it to her neck with a definitive pop. He then turned to face the still bewildered Ray Nora, his expression subtly apologetic as he explained, Sorry, Alice sometimes thinks differently from most people. It seemed that only then did Ray Nora recover from her shock. She stared at Duncan blankly before finally uttering, This is the first time I've witnessed such a scene from a third-person perspective. Duncan. Unexpectedly, the Frost Queen added her second remark. Frankly, it's quite interesting. I was talking with Alice when she mentioned that her neck joints tend to loosen easily, Ray Nora elaborated, spreading her hands and appearing calmer than before. Out of curiosity, I asked her to show me exactly what she meant. Her demonstration turned out to be more thrilling than I had anticipated. What could Duncan really say to that? He merely twitched the corner of his mouth, turning to adjust Alice's head while giving Ray Nora an awkward smile. Ray Nora, however, appeared unfazed, observing the scene with interest. It was neither simple nor normal, yet it felt extraordinarily peaceful and routine. After a moment, she smiled and remarked, It seems she's really happy. If only she weren't always so carefree, Duncan sighed helplessly. Seriously, are you really okay? That scene just now, I thought you might be traumatized. I'm fine, Ray Nora assured him, taking a deep breath. When my head was cut off back then, I didn't see it myself. Associative things can be overcome. Duncan paused for a moment, realizing that the Frost Queen indeed possessed a very strong mind, and even stronger peripheral nerves. At that moment, Alice seemed to realize something, turning her head to look at Duncan. Captain, did you come to find me? Yes, Duncan carefully freed the last strand of hair caught in Alice's joint, nodding. We've arrived here, and there's an appointment. It's time to keep it. Alice blinked, finally recalling something. Ah, the flaming meatball hanging at our door. Duncan was surprised, amazed that the doll could remember such details so accurately, and even more impressed by Alice's refreshingly unconventional way of describing it. Nora looked on, puzzled, not understanding what the two were discussing. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "An appointment? Where are we going next?" "It's an appointment for me and Alice," Duncan smiled. "Don't worry, we won't leave this ship, just briefly visit another dimension and we'll be back soon." "Yes, the captain is going to wind me up," Alice exclaimed happily, waving to Nora. "You go back to your room first, I'll come to play with you after I'm wind up." Nora listened, even more bewildered. Wind up. But the doll obviously had no intention of explaining further, pulling the captain towards the rear deck, leaving the Frost Queen bewildered with a head full of question marks. Chapter 841, The Letter. At the beginning of his monumental journey to the world's edge, Duncan had established an agreement with the Black Sun. He had committed that once he verified the cornerstone of the emerging world at the frontier of civilization, he would honor the entity's request for inclusion in this new world. In exchange, the Black Sun promised to provide Duncan with a crucial clue about this unknown world. Upon reaching the Sea of Ashes, the time had arrived for Duncan to fulfill his promise. Inside the captain's quarters, Alice sat gracefully on the bed, facing away from Duncan as he slid the navigation key into the doll's keyhole with a slight sound of friction. After a fleeting sensation of dizziness and a sensory reset, Duncan found himself in Alice's mansion's expansive yet somber hall. The entrance of the mansion featured a dark door embellished with intricate designs, standing quietly at the end of the carpet. Rays of sunlight peeked through the door's crack, hinting at the shadowy figure of the Black Sun waiting beyond. However, Duncan did not head straight to the door to meet his appointment. Instead, he explored deeper into the mansion, where he found Alice lost in thought with a drawing board in the navigation chamber before returning the doll to the hall and approaching the door. For reasons he could not fully explain, Duncan wished to share all future experiences in this land of all endings with the doll. Alice displayed a constant and palpable happiness, showing no fear of the Black Sun she was eager to encounter, whom she whimsically called the Flaming Meatball. When Duncan finally approached the mansion's door, he easily pushed open the slightly ajar entrance. Despite its appearance of weight, the door moved effortlessly, creaking on its hinges as it swung open. A brilliant yet bearable artificial sunlight burst into view. Encased in a luminous sphere of flames, a pale, distorted mass of flesh slowly expanded and writhed. A large, half-open eye seemed to cast a drowsy glance. "Ah, Flame Usurper, you have arrived. Are you here to fulfill our agreement?" Duncan confronted the bright stare. "I have now reached the end of all things and verified the cornerstone of the new world. I am here as we agreed." The Black Sun stirred. Its fiery shell gently rose, and a deep, resonant tremor emanated from its numerous tentacles and bulges. "Ah, it seems you have made significant progress. So about my initial request, a place in the new world." "Yes," Duncan quickly interjected, cutting off the other's inquiry. The prompt response seemed to surprise the Black Sun. Its movements and the trembling of its flesh paused momentarily before it spoke hesitantly again. "You are certain?" Duncan responded earnestly. "Indeed, the new world is expansive enough to provide a place for you, and your home, as you remember it in your memories. But that is contingent upon the new world being completed as planned." "You aren't concerned that I might become a dangerous element in the new world?" the Black Sun inquired. "My kind and I have been exiled from this sanctuary for 10,000 years, and now you are bringing me and the other tribes back to the new world. Don't you see this as a potential risk?" Duncan calmly reiterated, "As I've mentioned, the new world is vast, immensely so. Your civilization is not everlasting, and the hidden dangers you worry about will be diluted by the enormous spatial expanse and the passage of time. In such a prolonged safety period, your civilization will lack the opportunity to interact with others. Regarding you." He paused, a subtle smile playing in his eyes. "Being one of the ancient kings who established the foundations of the sanctuary, you are intimately familiar with the original blueprint of the boundless sea and all its systemic flaws. Given your profound understanding of the sanctuary, I suspect, this world actually lacks the ability to exile you. Or rather, if you had wished to return to the boundless sea, you would have done so on the day the kingdom of Crete launched Vision 1 into the sky." He looked up, observing the immense eye at the core of the writhing sun. In the history of constructing this sanctuary, there were no records of conflict among the ancient kings. All was settled through negotiations. You chose exile voluntarily, though the actions of your descendants and survivors spiraled out of control. The black sun fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. The creation of the sanctuary was extreme. Back then, we couldn't afford even a slight waste of resources or time. The long night had already failed twice, and we were compelled to succeed on our third attempt. No one had a choice. Thank you for your prudence back then. Let's forego unnecessary tests and assumptions between us. I have made my plans, now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Duncan's tone became stern, his expression serious. You mentioned you have evidence concerning the New World. What exactly is it? The black sun remained silent, but slowly stretched out its slender tentacles from the edge of the fiery eyeball. A limb suddenly extended, holding something at the end which it precisely delivered to Duncan. Alice, who had been deep in thought beside him, started and leaned in curiously. What is this? A letter, the black sun responded with a tremulous voice that filled the void. The small tentacle expanded, revealing an object to Duncan. It appeared as a silver-gray cube, about 10 centimeters on each side, adorned with intricate patterns. Though its design was intriguing, it seemed less significant than what Duncan had initially anticipated. Duncan stared at the small metal cube with a puzzled expression, noticing its slightly translucent, blurry surface. It was evident that since only the projection of the black sun had visited this place, the cube he observed was also merely a projection. The actual cube resided with the black sun, somewhere beyond the confines of the real dimension. Duncan suddenly frowned, as he discerned specific patterns on the cube's surface. Seemingly anticipating Duncan's reaction, the black sun thoughtfully moved the cube's projection closer to him, slowly rotating it to display each side. On the first surface, Duncan observed a human silhouette standing on a map filled with numerous lines and reference points. The second surface revealed a series of circles, arranged in size from smallest to largest. On the third, he saw intersecting lines, where each junction appeared to illustrate a mathematical principle. However, the fourth surface was covered in childlike scribbles, their naive strokes starkly contrasting with the precise and meaningful designs on the other sides. The fifth surface was dotted with numerous random depressions that seemed to represent a star chart of constellations or a similar celestial system. His attention then shifted to the sixth surface. It was adorned with distorted symbols. These symbols initially seemed to represent various types of writing, but they had been twisted under some unknown influence into shapes that were utterly unrecognizable. Duncan felt as if these contorted symbols were alive. As he stared, each line seemed to tremble and rearrange itself, obscuring their true forms. Duncan instinctively reached out to touch the cube, but his fingers passed right through the illusion. Its physical form is not present, but I can describe its condition to you. The black sun's voice resonated in his ears. It is a metal ingot, as hard as steel yet surprisingly light, hollow inside and hiding a potent energy source which I cannot examine without compromising its integrity. It seems to possess a powerful mechanism that emits information outward, though this mechanism is also concealed within. Furthermore, it originally held more information, including the text. You notice that is unreadable. Initially, it even produced sounds, but only as chaotic noise. It consistently emitted some sort of signal, but even I cannot decipher what it is, and now its emission process has largely ceased. I cannot determine if this is due to a malfunction or if the energy has depleted. However, it likely isn't related to energy depletion, as the energy reaction inside it remains robust. Listening to the black sun's detailed explanation, Duncan stayed silent for a considerable time, merely observing the continuously rotating cube. Finally, after a lengthy pause, he broke the silence. So, this is a letter from the New World to the Old World. Is that what you are suggesting? Yes. But how can we confirm this? Duncan inquired, unable to hide his skepticism. How do you know it's not just another relic from the Great Annihilation like other twisted fragments? It originates from a place where, theoretically, no fragments should exist, the black sun replied calmly. Duncan immediately frowned in thought. A place where no fragments should exist. The world's creation. A heavy silence fell over the scene. Duncan's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the projection of the cube, noting its effort to convey various messages, including the illegible text. This was indeed a letter. But who had sent this letter? Chapter 842, A Thoughtful Alternative. Duncan gazed intently at the cube suspended by the tendrils of the black sun, noting the messages on its surface that seemed to have struggled significantly to reach him. He reflected on the journey of this small metallic cube. how it had been transmitted to this world, to this era, through mysterious methods and processes unknown to them. The cube acted as a letter, a missive from the new world to the old, yet all evidence that could prove this had been obliterated by some enigmatic force. Its creators had likely tried countless methods to let the cube declare its origin, but these efforts had evidently failed. However, these failures did not make the attempts pointless. Its mere presence served as a testament, and though this interpretation might just be a bold assumption by the Black Sun, at that moment, Duncan was prepared to accept this assumption as the sole truth. In the ensuing silence, the deep, resonant tremors of the Black Sun finally broke the quiet. The cube's manufacturing process and function surpass my understanding, beyond any knowledge system that has existed in any city-state, beyond any technology known to me before the Great Annihilation. On the other hand, from a purposeful perspective, I see no rationale for why anyone would create and position this cube within the world's creation, especially since even the ancient kings lacked the capability to send objects into the world's creation. Thus, the only plausible explanation I can think of is that this cube originates from a world and an era beyond my understanding. I am acquainted with all the history of this shelter. The only aspect unknown to me is the future concerning the new world. The edges of the Black Sun slowly expanded its radiant yet deceptive corona, its tendrils ablaze, stretching across a sea of flames before gradually curling inward. One tendril, reaching far to the entrance of the mansion, stayed firmly in front of Duncan as if it were presenting a treasure, delicately supporting the small, unassuming metallic cube. Flame Usurper, this letter has no designated recipient. Someone or some group in the New World tried every possible means to send it to this era, yet they couldn't ensure the cube would directly reach any particular individual. But I sense it's intended for you. Duncan struggled to express his feelings at that moment. He examined the symbols and patterns on the cube's surface, and although the text was blurred and disordered, he managed to decipher part of the message the letter conveyed. The human form, self, order, mathematics, a child's doodles and stars. They exist in a logical and stable world. They can gaze upon the stars, Duncan murmured almost to himself. They live securely and they have reached an advanced stage of development, the Black Sun added slowly. The manufacturing techniques used for this cube are exceptional, as are the methods used to send it here, none of which are recorded in any known blueprints. For a while Duncan remained silent, standing beside Alice, who blinked in curiosity. Miss Dahl watched the distant Black Sun and then the nearby cube, and though she did not understand the complex concepts of manufacturing technology, development stages, and blueprints, she at least realized that the cube was a significant item sent by someone important, which eventually prompted her to break the silence. Captain, who could have sent this letter? The first thought that came to Duncan's mind was that someone, or perhaps a group, from the New World was responsible. However, as he was about to speak, he suddenly paused, his resolve wavering. After a prolonged period of deep thought, Duncan hesitantly reached out towards the projection-like cube, a collection of stardust-like flames dancing at his fingertips. As the flame approached, the Black Sun's tendril instinctively shrank back, but eventually it cautiously reached out once more, its voice simultaneously murmuring, "This is merely its projection. The actual body of the cube is not present here." "I understand, but I want to see if I can hear or see anything," Duncan replied. "Projection or not, it makes no difference to me if there's an informational mapping relationship." The Black Sun remained silent, merely lifting the projection of the cube slightly. Duncan's fingertip flame seamlessly merged into the projection, much like rain blending into water. He stayed silent, intently absorbing the information conveyed by the flame. He felt the flame slowly dissolving into a void, and even with his singularity eyes, saw nothing deep within the flame. No echoes, no memories. All profound information carried by the cube seemed to have been erased during its journey through the world's creation. Duncan waited patiently until the last trace of the flame had completely disappeared into the depths of the projection, with nothing responding to him, leaving only a void deep within the cube. Letter 213. Alice, who had been watching with bated breath next to him, dared not make a sound, fearful of disturbing him. Only after seeing Duncan sigh softly did she approach cautiously and inquire, "Did you see anything?" "Nothing," Duncan replied softly, shaking his head. "I fear it's all been wiped out during the transmission process." A look of disappointment crossed Alice's face as she paused and then said, "Oh." Duncan felt the sting of disappointment as well, but he said no more, simply waving his hand and turning his attention away from the metallic cube. Yet just as he shifted his gaze, as if a barely noticeable breeze had passed, a projection-like flicker flashed across his mind. In that nearly hallucinatory moment, he heard a voice as if emanating directly from his memories. "I will try everything to see you again. I will definitely leave something." Duncan swiftly turned back, his eyes intently fixed on the small cube. The ephemeral voice was so fleeting and elusive that he could not be certain it was truly related to the cube, unable to determine if it was merely a memory that had surfaced spontaneously in his mind. The voice did not resurface, making everything seem like an auditory illusion. But seconds later, a slight smile formed on Duncan's face. In his mind, there appeared the image of an elderly Cretan hunched over in a tattered white robe, walking backlit against the light, waving goodbye, and stepping resolutely toward the endless night at the world's end in search of a flicker of light that was never meant to illuminate the old world with hardly any guidance. Cretan had succeeded. He had sent a message of safety from the new world. And perhaps it was not merely a message of safety. This realization caused Duncan to slowly furrow his brows in thought, his expression shifting. Beside him, Alice sharply noticed the captain's change in demeanor and couldn't help but feel anxious, hesitating for a long time before finally daring to tug on Duncan's sleeve. "Captain." Duncan looked up, his face set in a serious expression. He casually patted Miss Dahl's hair and gazed up at the distant black sun. "You just said this cube came from the world's creation?" he asked. "Yes," the black sun immediately replied, its voice echoing as if from deep within itself. "This cube surfaced from the depths of the world's creation, a fact I can completely confirm." "It sounds like you are quite familiar with the world's creation and have been paying attention to it for some time," Duncan said, his expression growing more serious. "The other ancient kings don't seem to know as much about it as you do." "As you say," the huge and terrifying eye of the black sun met Duncan's gaze with a calm demeanor, no longer hiding its knowledge. "I know many things related to the world's creation, just as I know the entire boundless sea. Remember what I mentioned at the beginning. Over the long years, I have always been overlooking this world." Hearing this, Duncan's expression subtly shifted, then he suddenly realized something significant. "Wait, are you saying your actual body is in the world's creation?" "No, I am on its backside," the black sun calmly clarified. "No one can stay inside the world's creation, not even the so-called ancient kings. It is a place that can devour and tear everything apart, the great annihilation itself, but setting that aside, the world's creation itself is an impregnable barrier. It is enough to completely isolate the entire boundless sea and those harmful, dangerous exiles, keeping the toxic, erosive influences that are harmful to the shelter blocked on the other side of the barrier. In the backside of the world's creation is the cold land of exile where I have been for 10,000 years, right above everyone's heads." The backside of the world's creation. Duncan's heart pounded wildly. A fact he had previously overlooked now stood clearly before him. The world's creation actually had a backside. And on that unimaginable backside, the black sun, considered one of the oldest, most dangerous ancient gods feared by the entire world, was actually always suspended above the heads of all beings. After absorbing the shock, Duncan suddenly understood something else. Why did the cube that passed through the world's creation and was sent to this era end up in the hands of the black sun? Because in this world, the closest to the world's creation was this ancient god who had been exiled 10,000 years ago. "Flame usurper," the voice of the black sun came then, interrupting Duncan's train of thought. "Why are you suddenly interested in the world's creation?" Duncan quickly collected his scattered thoughts, briefly organizing his emotions, then looked up seriously at the ancient deity. "I have a rather bold plan. It might sound a bit crazy." "Oh," the black sun voiced its curiosity. "Can you tell me? Is it related to the world's creation?" Duncan thought for a moment, then nodded earnestly. "Simply put, I plan to detonate it." The black sun fell silent immediately. After what seemed like an eternity, the twisted and indescribable ancient god suddenly emitted a series of strange tremors and gurgling sounds from within. Then the chaotic sounds reformed into a rational syllable. "La." Chapter 843, The Guiding Light. Duncan had come to the realization that his plan might indeed verge on insanity. Even the black sun seemed to require a moment to process his last declaration. However, Duncan was sincere. Following the black sun's contemplative Duncan's expression became even more grave. He restated firmly, "I intend to detonate the world's creation. When I use detonate, I mean it in a figurative sense. I plan to unlock its power, specifically the aspects that were not fully released during the Great Annihilation. After a while, the black sun finally regained its composure, and its deep, resonant voice, now tinged with a hint of static, inquired, "When did you conceive this plan?" "Before I arrived here to meet you," Duncan replied with a calm demeanor, "though at that time my direction was only vaguely outlined and the concept wasn't fully formed." He paused, then added, "I have always possessed a sort of intuition, likely stemming from the knowledge left behind by the civilization that created me. There are numerous mechanisms I do not fully understand, yet my instincts guide my actions and suggest the correct path forward. Motivated by this intuition, I believe that the world's creation can aid me in tackling a major challenge I face, the problem of the initial driving force. It wasn't until I met you here and saw the letter you brought that I confirmed the validity of this direction. Or rather, this letter seems to act as a reminder, pointing me toward the correct path." Upon realizing that Duncan's proposal was not a product of madness, but a thought-out, calculated strategy, the turmoil on the black sun's surface eased slightly, and it adopted a serious tone. "What do you mean by the problem of the initial driving force?" "Fundamentally, it's akin to the Big Bang, the event that initiated our universe," Duncan explained. "This is a metaphorical description. Picture it as a simultaneous explosion of information, matter, and energy. If we view the entire universe as a vast, complex mathematical device, then the initial burst of this device is that explosion where everything began. In the outer regions of order, I conducted preliminary experiments that verified the hypothesis of indestructible information, and demonstrated that assigning values in a state of chaotic information could indeed reshape reality. Yet I also faced a challenge. This mathematical device of the universe maintains integrity, where all its informational parameters must perfectly interlock. I cannot reconstruct the universe piece by piece, step by step. Although I might have an endlessly long time to prepare, once the process begins, all tasks must be performed simultaneously. Therefore, I require such a massive explosion in an infinitely brief yet infinitely extensive instant to achieve the synchronous assignment and activation of all information. If this is not accomplished, the new universe will disintegrate and gradually dissolve into the void, much like the current boundless sea. And this requires an immense amount of energy, an extraordinarily vast amount, comparable even to that of a great annihilation." Duncan looked up solemnly at the massive, pallid eye surrounded by flesh and fire. "You see, my plan is quite rational and meticulously thought out." As the tentacles encircling the black sun trembled, the voice emitted a tone of growing concern. "I'm starting to feel a bit scared when you mention the term rational. I do, however, see the necessity of this plan. Indeed, such a vast amount of energy can only be sourced from the world's creation. But how do we ensure that this process unfolds as you envision? How can we take control of the world's creation? How do we initiate it, guide it, and prevent it from spiraling out of control?" The ancient deity bombarded Duncan with a flurry of questions, revealing deep-seated concerns about the feasibility of Duncan's plan. These worries were justified. Positioned perilously close to the world's creation, this entity understood the nature and terror of the rift more profoundly than anyone else in this world. Having observed the solidified great annihilation in the sky for millennia, it struggled to reconcile that catastrophic force with the possibility of a new world. Yet Duncan, undisturbed by the black sun's skepticism, had clearly pondered these issues extensively. He collected his thoughts and began calmly, "Everything is information." The black sun maintained its silence, attentively awaiting Duncan's further explanation. "The world's creation operates on the same principle," Duncan continued. A faint pulsation of flames from the black sun suggested it was piecing together Duncan's theory. "After encountering the chaotic state known as the information sea, I truly grasped the concept that everything is information," Duncan confidently asserted, ensuring that the black sun was following his logic. "The world's creation is the crystallized form of the Great Annihilation itself, yet the Great Annihilation is also a manifestation of information. From the most basic logical perspective, the world's creation is indistinguishable from the myriad things of this world. As long as it is governed by information, nothing is truly out of control. It exists, thus it can be controlled. If it were uncontrollable, then even its loss of control would be a controllable type unless the principle of everything is information fails to apply," Duncan elucidated. "You seem very confident and resolute," the black sun remarked, its tentacles extending as it spoke with a deep, soothing tremor. Duncan responded not with words, but with a gentle nod of affirmation. He held a steadfast belief. Nothing could hinder the world's creation from ushering in the dawn of a new world, not even the world's creation itself. And there's another factor that bolsters my confidence, Duncan added abruptly. You mean the appearance of that cube? The Black Sun quickly interjected. Exactly, Duncan affirmed with another subtle nod. It traversed the rift of the world's creation to reach this side. A letter, no matter how meticulously crafted or perfectly safeguarded, that it can cross the divide between the old world and the new world to arrive here is nearly miraculous. Thus, its delivery window must have been meticulously chosen, likely situated at the point where the two worlds are most intimately connected. Duncan's voice trailed off as his gaze drifted into the distance, piercing through the dazzling yet deceptive corona of the Black Sun, peering into a much farther realm of time and space. In the collapsed remnants of the old world, where all knowledge converged at an endpoint, a new world burst into existence through a monumental explosion at a starting point. This convergence and explosion, relative yet originating, resembled the two ends of an hourglass. At their intersection, a point that served as both an end and a beginning, lay the singularity, also the site of the world's creation. From a distant future, a letter traveled through the only aperture to the opposite end of the hourglass. This letter was a message of homecoming and a beacon for the night's navigation. I will come for you, Duncan declared slowly, his gaze shifting from the horizon to focus intently on the Black Sun. I will fulfill the promise to consume you, reserve a place for you in the new world, and then it will be done. The corona of the Black Sun pulsed slowly, and from its layered flesh emerged a gentle, deep tremor. I will light a lighthouse for you in the night sky. You must navigate towards the brightest direction. Okay, see you then. See you then. What? The night stretched on endlessly, with fog enveloping the city-state and dense clouds hanging so low they seemed almost touchable. A piercing cold pervaded the world, and although the gas lamps along the road still glowed brightly, the flames within the lampshades appeared frozen, emitting no heat. Wrapped tightly in her coat, Heidi wasn't entirely sure why she needed such heavy clothing. Yet an innate instinct urged her to keep warm, even though she could barely remember what cold felt like. She moved swiftly through the lamplit streets, showing her pass at the sheriff's post as she went, her steps quickening towards home. Along the way, Heidi noticed more pedestrians than usual, some heading to factories, others out shopping. It was a stark contrast to the early days of this prolonged night, indicating that the citizens were gradually adapting to the darkness. Yet the city remained unnervingly quiet compared to the days when everything was as usual. Heidi ignored the other pedestrians weaving through the mist and kept her gaze down, rushing forward. Occasionally, she heard chaotic sounds from nearby streets, shouts of conflict or screams of terror. At times, she even glimpsed armed church guards clashing with frantic pedestrians in the fog, but she quickly averted her eyes and dismissed these disturbances. Passing a street lamp, Heidi caught sight of a flyer on the lamp post from the corner of her eye. The flyer, bearing simple yet ominous messages, waves, death, the temperature of fire. If you see and understand these words, please immediately seek shelter in XX District or XX District. Do not panic, stay calm, people are still protecting you, was printed with crooked, barely legible symbols. She had noticed similar graffiti around her home recently. Yet it seemed unimportant. Turning her head away, Heidi walked through the cold fog, continuing her journey home. Chapter 844, Returning Home. Heidi experienced a wave of dizziness accompanied by a slight discomfort as she approached the final intersection on her way home. Stopping in confusion, she looked back over the path she had just traversed. The street was enshrouded in a light mist, with low clouds masking the rooftops and dim streetlights casting an eerie glow. Shadows shifted ambiguously within the fog, occasionally producing faint, unsettling noises. Despite this, the scene appeared typical. Heidi frowned as she noticed some text scribbled on a nearby wall. The crudely drawn symbols were difficult to discern and strained her eyes. A robust woman standing in a nearby doorway seemed to notice Heidi's puzzled pause in the middle of the street. She addressed Heidi with a look of concern. "Good evening. Do you need help?" "No," Heidi hesitated before responding. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." "Do take care of yourself. Dizziness is no trivial matter," the woman replied, her smile warm. "If you're feeling unwell, you're welcome to come in for some hot tea." Heidi appreciated the offer and smiled but politely declined. "Thank you for your kindness, but I feel much better now." "Is that so? It seems a bit of fresh air really does help. It's a pleasant day today." After nodding and expressing her gratitude, Heidi turned away and then noticed a man in a blue coat emerging from the fog. He walked briskly, carrying a heavy parcel, his eyes filled with panic as if fleeing from some unseen terror within the fog. He looked around anxiously, cautious not to make any sudden movements, as if fearing to disturb something hidden in the mist. Driven by instinct, Heidi approached the anxious man. "Hello, sir, are you in trouble? I'm a psychiatrist." The man in the blue coat, surprised, stopped and stared at Heidi. He opened his mouth as if to speak, then, sensing something unsettling about her, tensed up and waved his hand dismissively before turning and disappearing into the mist without a word. Confused, Heidi frowned and glanced down at herself, wondering what might have caused such a reaction from the stranger. The dizziness and unease returned with greater intensity. A heightened sense of alertness overtook Heidi, her dormant spiritual senses awakening. Although the street seemed normal, she now sensed an underlying threat and chill. Something was clearly amiss, evident right before her eyes, yet she had overlooked it, the discordant elements around her. Heidi cautiously moved to the roadside, observing her surroundings while silently invoking the name of Laham. A sharp golden spike silently appeared in her hand. However, she was still unsure of the enemy for which this golden spike was intended. Was there truly an enemy present? The pendant on her chest warmed slightly, as if reminding her of something important. Once again, her attention was drawn to the so-called graffiti on the wall. The wavy lines shook and shifted, forming readable phrases. Waves, death, the warmth of fire. Heidi stood frozen, engulfed in shock. The cries of reason and memory surged through her mind like relentless waves, lost yet as persistent as death itself. She began to comprehend the profound changes that had engulfed the world and felt a deep panic rising within her. However, her extensive mental training allowed her to regain her composure more quickly than most, prompting her to survey her environment urgently. Dark red shadows, reminiscent of flesh, crept across the night, covering walls and rooftops. The heavy clouds softened the eerie glow of the world's creation into strange, trembling shadows that seemed to slither and float across the city's skyline, animating it unnaturally. On the mist-soaked street, shambling figures emitted deep murmurs and soft whimpers. A man dressed in a gray coat wandered by, clutching a decaying, dubious substance which he consumed while muttering to himself. An abandoned bicycle moved slowly down the street, its deteriorated wheels and chain squeaking. A twisting shadow, roughly the size of a human head, sat on the seat. From a nearby building, a monstrous limb adorned with hundreds of blinking eyes stretched into the mist. This grotesque arm twisted around, its numerous eyes scanning the chilly night, and from it emerged a voice, eerily human. "Good evening, it's a nice day today." Heidi shuddered as a cold chill pierced through her heart and lungs. Memories flooded back, vivid images of street graffiti and engravings she had often noticed, the unsettling discord that had always unnerved her, and the figure of a man dressed in a blue coat, who had appeared rushed and fearful. Suddenly, she remembered that she had left her mother at home. Taking a deep breath, Heidi spun around and dashed back along the fog-enshrouded street as fast as her legs would carry her. Mid the fog, a startled gasp echoed, and voices weakly called out her name. The dark red shadows along the roadside trembled and gathered together. Gunshots rang out from a nearby street, sparked by some panic-driven commotion, while a mechanical spider-walker, adorned with numerous eyes and mouths, stumbled forward from the opposite direction, its pressure pipes bursting open and releasing a strange, monotonous tune. Yet Heidi seemed oblivious to these disturbances. She blocked out all distractions and sprinted straight down the street, through the fog, eventually glimpsing the lights of her home. Grasping her skirt, she ran awkwardly for the last few meters, pausing just before she reached the front door. She hesitated, transferred the sharp golden spike to her left hand, and calmed her breath before cautiously taking out her key, unlocking the door and turning the knob. The door swung open to reveal the cold, bright light of the living room. Inside, everything looked normal, although writhing shadows still lingered in the corners, offering a stark contrast to the turmoil outside. Her mother sat by the fireplace at the far end of the room, deeply engrossed in a newspaper that had been delivered at some unknown time. Upon hearing the door, the elderly woman looked up with a gentle smile and said, "Heidi, you're back. Was the visit to the clinic successful?" Heidi's mother appeared unchanged, her usual self, much to Heidi's relief, who had been worried that unwanted visitors might be lurking in the room. With a quiet sigh of relief, Heidi put away the golden spike she had been clutching and walked calmly toward the fireplace. "There's no time to explain, Mother. You must come with me now. This neighborhood is no longer safe. There's something sinister lurking outside. Mid-sentence, Heidi stopped speaking abruptly. Her mother's face remained serene, her gentle smile unchanging, showing no sign of surprise or doubt. After a short pause, the older woman nodded affirmatively, then stood and walked across the room to the staircase by the fireplace. From beneath the stairs, she retrieved 2 suitcases. Everything necessary is present. The shelter is well equipped with basic amenities, and the supplies remain abundant. Governor Dante always ensured that. Your medical box has been packed and is waiting on the table in your room. Please fetch it yourself. They'll be needing those supplies at the shelter. And don't forget your revolver. Take several boxes of bullets with you. Try to avoid using them, but if necessary, aiming for those fleshy, crawling creatures 1 bullet at a time continues to be effective. As she detailed these preparations, she walked back to the fireplace, stretched slightly to reach the old rifle that hung from a brass hook, and took it down. Click, click, she skillfully manipulated the rifle's mechanism, loaded bullets into the chamber, and practiced ejecting and reloading them with ease. I'll stick with this one. It's the same rifle your father and I used on our excursions. This old companion has always been reliable, 1 shot, 1 cultist. Heidi watched, utterly astonished, and slowly came to a realization. Incredulously, she addressed her mother. Mother, do you mean to say you've been prepared all this time? I was ready the moment they posted flyers on the telephone poles. After that, it was just a matter of waiting for you to wake up, the old woman explained, looking intently at Heidi. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait too long. Overwhelmed and speechless, Heidi remained silent for a long while until her mother's urging snapped her back to reality. She quickly ascended the stairs to her room, where she found the small suitcase her mother had packed for her, along with several cardboard boxes on the table. Upon opening the boxes, she discovered shiny golden bullets, each engraved with the sacred words of Laham, the god of wisdom. Let knowledge enter the mind. Heidi gazed at the golden bullets, gathered her resolve, secreted some in her clothing, and meticulously packed the remainder into the medical box. After completing her preparations, she dashed down the stairs. Mother, I'm ready, we should. Suddenly, Heidi halted on the staircase. The front door stood open, and a familiar figure was framed in the doorway. Dressed in an old but neatly maintained woolen coat, sporting a monocle and puffing on a pipe. Her father had returned home. Chapter 845, The Final Voyage Plan. Heidi had just finished bringing all the additional luggage into the living room when she approached the dining table and stared blankly at Morris, who was sitting opposite her. It had been a considerable time since she last saw her father. Although they managed occasional contacts, even those infrequent communications had dwindled to nothing long ago. Her father's sudden return home seemed almost surreal to her. Morris was seated at the dining table, leisurely consuming freshly fried sausages and bread. He chewed each bite thoroughly and for a long time. After a while, he raised his eyes to meet those of his wife next to him and his daughter across from him, a smile spreading across his face. It's been a long time since I've had home-cooked food, he remarked. There's more if you're still hungry, but we need to leave after this meal, his wife replied with a nostalgic smile, reminding him of days gone by when they would plan a stroll in the park after lunch. We need to report to the nearest shelter. It's becoming increasingly unsafe in our neighborhood. What with those confused people, they are becoming less and less human-like. They have lost their self-awareness, and the world is gradually forgetting what human looks like, resulting in their current state, Morris explained calmly. The keystones and anchors set by the gods are failing rapidly, and those who are not awakened will continue to deviate further from normal. Yet in their own feeling, nothing has ever changed. A look of sorrow crossed Heidi's face. Is there no hope? Don't worry about them, Heidi, her father replied, shaking his head with a reassuring smile. It's all temporary, things will get better. The captain is figuring things out. My early return to the city-state is also part of his grand plan. Heidi hesitated for a moment before speaking, her voice filled with a mix of hesitation and curiosity. It seems like you've experienced a lot outside. Has everyone else returned? Is Vanna back? Yes, Vanna's back too, along with the other crew members, Morris nodded slowly. Vanna has gone to the cathedral first and will head to City Hall afterward to settle things there. She will contact you once she's done. Nina and Shirley are back home too. We have scheduled times and methods of contact, and Sailor and Agatha, they all have their own arrangements and missions. A hint of curiosity appeared on Heidi's face. Can you tell me about your journey? Of course, there isn't much time left in the world, but still enough for a grand tale, Morris replied. Meanwhile, in the fog that enveloped the entire city, 2 girls ran through the streets of the lower district. They passed suspicious dark red clumps piled on the road, weaving between buildings that blinked with countless eyes and walls that pulsated like a heart, avoiding the aimless, unself-conscious shadows that roamed the streets. The low, chaotic whispers and occasional loud noises echoed through the fog, encircling them like uninvited guests. "This is even worse than what the female pope described," Shirley exclaimed, a chilling atmosphere enveloping her. To embolden herself, she transformed into her terrifying demonic form, carefully stepping over the pulsating heaps on the ground with her 12 long skeletal limbs. She only said the city is full of people who had lost themselves, but she never mentioned this kind of loss of self. The situation likely changed while they were out at sea in that lighthouse. While following Shirley, Nina couldn't help but glance up at her friend, now transformed into a terrifying figure. "But then again, do you really need to be scared? You look more frightening than that shadow we encountered earlier," she remarked. Shirley quickly responded with a grin. "What's frightening? I consider this look quite amazing, not scary at all." She then propped herself up, surveying their surroundings thoughtfully. "Moreover, there's a silver lining to this situation. I can freely roam around the city in this guise. It seems as though they don't even notice me. And even if an awake person does spot me, they'll probably dismiss it as just another distortion and won't bother chasing me down to shoot me." "You should still be cautious," Nina warned. "What if there's another priest like Miss Vanna patrolling the city? If she sees a shadow demon like you, she might just come at you with a sword." "Then you'll just have to douse him with some sunshine," Shirley joked, tapping Nina's shoulder with one of her skeletal limbs. "Let him know why there are still two such bright and beautiful girls roaming the city at the end of the world." Nina was hesitant to engage further with her friend, whose thought processes were uniquely her own. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a bell ringing through the fog. They looked towards the source of the noise and saw a steam bus with a bright yellow shell. The bus, rather peculiarly, sported several pairs of hands and feet, using them to crawl through the foggy street, while white steam puffed from its rear. It stopped near them at a station, and its middle section suddenly tore open, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. "Want a ride, going to the museum?" the steam bus shouted to Shirley and Nina. "The curfew is lifted, and there's a dazzling exhibition of paintings and textiles." Nina watched the scene in disbelief, while Shirley, after a moment of surprise, energetically waved off the offer. "No thanks, I have too many legs to get on." The bus replied cheerily, all right, see you, I'm off to the next stop." The door then snapped shut, and with a puff of steam, the bus raised its multitude of limbs and quickly scuttled away, vanishing down the street. Shirley and Nina exchanged glances. Suddenly, Dog's silhouette emerged from the shadow between them, grumbling. "The shadowy abyss of demons might be more normal than this place now." Nina remained silent, simply turning towards what she remembered as the direction of home. Ignoring the eerie shadows and sounds that surrounded them, they eventually spotted the familiar little shop in the lower district. Among the buildings now enveloped in various sinister shadows and heaps, and almost transformed into some kind of living entity, the little antique shop still maintained its original appearance. A comforting safe haven, its glass windows still emanating a warm, bright light. Nina hurried forward, pushing open the already unlocked door. The doorbell rang crisply, echoing the familiarity of her memories. "Uncle Duncan, Shirley and I are home," she shouted into the stillness of the antique shop. However, her call was met with silence. "Uncle Duncan, we're home," Nina called out once more. This time a voice responded, though Nina briefly struggled to discern whether it originated from within herself or somewhere in the shop. "I'm behind the counter." Nina hesitated, her gaze instinctively drifting towards the counter next to the staircase. There she spotted a gaunt, hunched figure seemingly blended into the shadows, sitting silently behind the old, stained wooden counter. Shirley, now back in her human form, walked alongside Nina into the shop, passing shelves that appeared untouched and dusty for several days, and made her way to the counter. "Uncle Duncan," Nina approached cautiously, noticing Uncle Duncan behind the counter slightly shift his eyes, yet remaining otherwise still, which filled her with concern. "Are you all right?" "I have already severed most connections with this avatar," Duncan's voice resonated in Nina's mind. "But I have retained just enough of my vision to see you and Shirley arrive home safely. Did anything happen on the way?" Nina, her expression complex, eventually let a warm smile spread across her face. "Nothing," she replied cheerfully, standing directly in front of the counter so that Uncle Duncan, distant as he was, could see her clearly. "A lot has changed in the city, but there was no danger. Mr. Morris has also made it home safely, and everyone else is fine. Shirley and I just walked here from the shopping street. Many people there have already sought refuge in shelters." That's good to hear. I can only see a very limited area from here, and I've been curious about the outside. How are things on your end? Shirley leaned in, unable to contain her curiosity. Did you and Alice find what you were looking for? We found it, and now we're preparing to depart to our final destination. The last stop? Nina and Shirley asked simultaneously. Yes, Duncan responded slowly. Soon you will see the Vanished again. It will then become the most prominent light in the sky. Outside, the hull of the ship was enveloped by a uniform gray-white background. The Vanished vibrated slightly, then settled into a profound stillness as the ship embarked on its final journey. Duncan stood at the stern of the ship, at the helm with Alice beside him clutching the wheel, steering their course. We'll first return to the border, but we won't enter the boundless sea. The Vanished will ascend at the eternal veil, and will traverse the entire world from a very high place until we reach the world's creation, Duncan explained, lifting his gaze as if looking through the gray-white corridor of their jump, peering at the end of time and everything beyond. And then that moment will arrive. Ascend, world's creation. Nina's voice, filled with astonishment, echoed in his heart. Is that possible? Then came Shirley's exclamation. The Vanished can still fly. Duncan smiled, his mouth curving into a knowing smile. It's possible. The Sea of Clouds is also a sea. Chapter 846, The Sunlit Path. Vanna stood atop the highest tower of the Storm Cathedral, her eyes scanning the horizon through a vast window. She surveyed the intricate rooftops of the church, the soft glow of lights nestled in the clouds, the slightly changed skyline of the city buildings, and the expansive stretch of the great sea in the distance. Near the tower's spiraling staircase, steam-powered pipes emitted a soft hiss as a copper incense burner dangled from a valve on the pipe, releasing wisps of fragrant smoke. Beside her, the elderly Archbishop Valentine stood silently, his pale eyes, clouded from halted blood circulation, focused on the distant horizon along with Vanna. Breaking the silence, Vanna whispered, I often stood here at dusk, watching every corner of Planned. The hiss of the steam pipes and the scent of the incense always brought peace. It feels as if those days were not long ago, Archbishop Valentine murmured in a low tone. Indeed, they seem almost recent, Vanna agreed with a slight nod. Those nights were filled with turmoil. Darkness brought threats upon the people, from shadowy cultists to their summoned beasts. I was filled with determination, ready to confront any danger to our city-state. The old archbishop remained silent, his gaze drifting toward the church garden. In the misty night, distant roars and eerie sounds echoed, suggesting the presence of a massive creature hidden in the fog. Granny Tyranny has started her feast again, Valentine eventually spoke, his voice slow. Every evening at this hour she consumes herself, only to regenerate from the earth 24 hours later. Nearby, 12 nuns and 12 priests remain close to Granny Tyranny, entering the small abbey by the garden at specific times, just as you used to during your daily walks. Vanna let out a faint sigh, her voice barely audible. Will they venture beyond the church grounds? I have ordered the garden sealed, although it's not truly necessary, Valentine explained. Granny Tyranny never leaves the garden even when alive. And the nuns and priests pose no threat. There are far more dangerous shadows lurking in the city. My sword feels out of place now, Vanna said with regret. We still need your strength if wanderers try to scale the shelter's high walls, Valentine countered, shaking his head. Disorder can erupt at any time, anywhere in the city, sometimes when people suddenly awake in their homes, other times when blind wanderers breach our security zones. We've formed a new night watch to patrol the streets, but there are always gaps they can't fill. Your leadership as the Inquisitor would be invaluable to them. He paused, then continued, You may need to adjust to some of your former comrades. Several in the Night Watch have undergone changes, appearing less human. But in these times, possessing rationality and humanity is a rarity. I don't mind, Vanna chuckled, shifting her arms slightly. After all, it's better than dealing with the human factor on the Vanished, right? I'm ready to return to this work. You can make the arrangements. That's good to hear, Valentine replied, smiling and nodding in approval. I'll notify the Night Watch during the next shift change to share this good news. Would you like to rest in your room for a bit? It's still in excellent shape and someone has been maintaining it. Okay, Vanna agreed, then paused, a hint of concern in her voice. Is there anything I should be cautious about? Don't worry about the murmuring from your vanity table. It's nothing coherent. And try not to gaze out the window for too long. It tends to grow eyes. That's all you need to be aware of. Honestly, the situation is quite mild, she remarked with a note of sarcasm. Valentine gave a helpless shrug, but before he could continue, a sudden burst of light erupted from nowhere, cutting him off. Both turned their eyes upward, startled, trying to locate the source of the light. The clouds above glowed with a cold, pale light, a brilliance emanating from the world's creation, a phenomenon caused by the lowering clouds, revealing a scar that spanned the entire sky, now mostly hidden behind the clouds, only occasionally visible through the brightest, thinnest gaps. Suddenly, between the clouds, a different glow emerged. It wasn't the usual cold, pale light, but a faint orange-yellow hue, blending with the light from the world's creation, briefly reminiscent of the long-lost sunlight. Vanna looked upward, searching for the origin of the world's creation. Through a gap in the lowering clouds, she spotted the vast scar, and to her surprise, the sun-like orange-yellow light was emanating from the edge of the world's creation. It seemed as though a strong light source was bursting forth from behind the pale fissure, obscured by the cracks in the sky, allowing only a little residual light to diffuse from the edges of the cracks, thus faintly illuminating the sky. Valentine, making the same connection, wore an expression of stunned confusion on his face, staring blankly at the sky. "What is that?" Vanna remained silent, and just then the orange-yellow light diffusing from behind the world's creation gradually dimmed and completely extinguished. A moment later, the orange-yellow light flared up again, spreading across the sky. The invisible, powerful light source flickered on and off like a beacon in the night sky. This spectacle was visible to the entire world. Even the other dimensions could witness this scene. At the world's edge, at the border node, where gods slumber, the dim, false sunlight once chased away the fog, shining over the Leviathan Queen's palace, on the server matrix of Navigator 2, on the ashen isle of the Eternal Flame, and on the tombs of Bartok. Deep in the abyssal sea, where the uncontrollably proliferating Navigator 1 slowly writhed at the ocean's bottom, a vast swarm of nanomachines nearly filled every inch beneath the shattered lands. Among countless uncontrollable tentacles, the dim sunlight suddenly dispelled the darkness, illuminating the dark red core of Navigator 1. In the distant northern ice fields of the boundless sea, ice sculptures stood silently next to a massive archives building, the bearers frozen on the ice field, the tallest among them still maintaining a posture of looking southward before being frozen. The faint and flickering sunlight, though obscured and diluted by the barrier known as the world's creation, still managed to cast a gleaming sheen over the frozen visages, deeply imprinting each rigid gaze. This sunlight was toxic, lethal even for the creatures of the boundless sea. To them, bathing in this light was akin to drowning in the murmurs of subspace. However, thanks to the mitigating effects of the world's creation, the lethal impact of this sunlight on the terrestrial world was significantly reduced. Although a trace of its toxic nature remained, it was largely negligible. Moreover, this world was already profoundly distorted and warped. In the face of widespread disintegration, the menace posed by the black sun's radiance was hardly more threatening than the ongoing collapse of the world itself. Thus, the exiled sun began to shine unimpeded for the first time in ages. Long after those who had once cherished its light had faded into history, it now blazed fiercely amid the great annihilation. The sunlight streamed through the transition channel, carving a luminous and distinct path against the stark gray-white backdrop. Duncan sensed a subtle vibration beneath his feet. Alice was fine-tuning the transition mechanism, adjusting their trajectory based on the navigation signal emitted by the black sun. Duncan narrowed his eyes, focusing on the light at the channel's end. Here, free from the obstruction of the world's creation, the sunlight spanned both time and space and appeared almost blinding. "I will be your beacon in the night sky. You must steer towards the brightest light." The architects of a Dyson sphere, while not as technologically advanced as the New Hope, clearly knew how to assert their presence in the cosmos, capable of emitting a signal strong enough to guide starships. "I see the light. We are heading towards you. This should shorten the journey of the vanished," Duncan communicated to the sunlight, aware that the black sun could hear him through this method. "How are you faring now?" "The intense heat, it feels like I am simmering in flames. It's painful yet somehow satisfying," replied the voice of the black sun, trembling within the beams. "This is the first time in 10,000 years that I've truly blazed. I thought I couldn't bear it, but it's a good pain." "In the new world, you can exist peacefully with your own light without suffering from self-inflicted burns," Duncan responded with a soft smile. "There will be a provision for such harmony." "Is that really possible?" "Yes, this is a unique, tailored opportunity for a new beginning," Duncan explained calmly. "You could even request additional features, like altering your own sunlight to a shade of pink." No need for that, but if it's feasible, I do have another request." "What might that be?" Could you arrange a few more planets for me? Gas or rocky, either type would suffice. Observing the evolution of life on various planets could be quite fascinating. Consider it noted. Your wish will be granted after Alice gets her flat bottom pan. That's indeed a great honor. Chapter 847, Depth 3, Nightfall. In the days that followed, all who traveled the boundless sea witnessed the ominous radiance of the black sun, a misleading illumination that expanded and enveloped the entire world. As the last lighthouse on these waters, it cast its light across every nook and cranny of the sanctuary, providing continuous illumination for an unending sequence of days and nights. Speculation about the source of this unusual radiance varied among the populace. Some theorized it was an indicator of the world's ongoing decay, while others interpreted it as a sign of a transformation within the world's creation itself. Eternal optimists viewed it as a sign heralding the return of the sun, while ultimate pessimists saw it as a precursor to the end of everything. For many, however, this strange sunlight was merely an event to be ignored. Creatures that had lost their self-awareness roamed aimlessly through the city, shrouded in mist and dim light. They ferociously devoured what they could vaguely recognize as food, their deep growls filling the air. At the same time, the city-states buzzed with a background noise of whispers emanating from their depths. Over the ocean, immense shifting shadows moved toward the coastline of the city-state. These were fleets of spectral ships, arisen from forgotten eras. Their crews, ghostly sailors and pirates, landed under the cover of night, melding with the shadows amid the howling winds, and their whereabouts remained a mystery once they departed. However, each dock and pathway seemed haunted by the soft echoes of sea shanties and distant calls. At night, the city's structures appeared to come alive, their original shapes obscured by the fog. Roofs seemed to grow eyes, chimneys twisted and stretched, windows developed sharp, fang-like features, and each doorway emitted loud, unnerving noises that contributed to the loudest cacophony the city had ever experienced. In this disturbing reality, the awakened and frightened citizens constructed towering walls deep within the city. They communicated through the sewers and the remaining urban rail systems. In refuges like the city hall and churches, they maintained a semblance of order. The inhabitants took turns sleeping, ensuring that vigilant eyes were always on the lookout in these last bastions, guarding against the transformation of walls and rooftops into animate, fleshy obstructions. In addition, night watchers tirelessly patrolled the city, searching for the last survivors in completely distorted and ruined districts, protecting them from other dehumanized creatures eager to consume and obliterate their existence. A vital directive had been issued from a distant northern city-state and had spread globally through various city-state alliances. Its message was stark and straightforward. Survive. Survive at all costs. Prevent as many as possible from falling before the arrival of the new dawn. Although the usual processes of death were suspended, those overwhelmed by the night and madness still disappeared from this world, reduced to mere remnants within these refuges, unable to welcome the anticipated dawn. The final defenders of this world fought desperately to avoid this fate. Within the high walls, those who were protected engaged in hopeful and cautious conversations about this dawn. Talks of a new world emerging from the prolonged darkness filled the air. Initially, no one knew how the news of this dawn had spread, or whether it was a deliberate act by the protectors. It might have been just a distant, elusive hope, but in this night of universal downfall, it was crucial to hold on to the hope that continued to thrive. Lawrence stood atop a restored section of the ancient city wall that bordered the western district of Morpheus, silently gazing into the horizon. This part of the city wall, recently refurbished and reinforced, now served as a formidable barrier protecting the frontier city-state. The massive wall stretched from the port to the steam hub factory, encircling nearly all of the city's survivors. Outside these massive walls, the few remaining survivors had taken refuge in 2 churches and nearby apartment buildings. The night watchers were diligently working to connect the underground networks of several shelters, aiming to include everyone. During the night, a terrifying mix of roars and mechanical firing sounds from steam walkers erupted, intertwined with light flashes that pierced the dense fog before silence returned. After a considerable pause, a signal flare shot up in that direction, bursting into a persistent glow against the night sky. The dim sunlight from behind the world's creation mingled with the light from the flare. It appears there are no survivors left in that direction, just the monsters that the city itself has spawned. Martha's voice emerged from a small mirror attached to Lawrence's chest. It's getting late. We're unlikely to encounter any new awakened ones in those long-abandoned districts. Morpheus is not a large city, Our search operation here will soon conclude, and in the coming days our main task will be ensuring safety within these walls. Lawrence nodded thoughtfully. However, in other city-states, the search for survivors will probably persist until the very end. In those sprawling, maze-like old districts, there's always someone still clinging to hope, waiting to be rescued. The sunlight behind the world's creation dimmed briefly, then surged again, illuminating the entire sky. Who would have thought that the last to illuminate this sky would be the Black Sun? Martha whispered. Just a year ago, such talk would have been dismissed as madness, not even uttered by devotees of the sun. But now no one besides us even recalls what the Black Sun is, Lawrence sighed, shaking his head. All the fear and reverence once associated with it have been relegated to forgotten history. He looked up at the dim yellow light spreading across the sky, where the forgotten, black sun still shimmered faintly behind the world's creation, yet its light was no longer needed by any creature in this world. It now merely served to guide the last remaining ship, still navigating these dark times. Footsteps approached from behind. Lawrence turned from the contemplation of the sky to see a gaunt, disheveled figure in an ill-fitting sailor's uniform emerge from the mist and ascend the city wall towards him. "Captain, I have returned to make my report," Sailor said, adjusting the hem of his uniform and forcing a grotesque, unnerving smile. Lawrence examined Sailor and winced slightly. "Could you refrain from smiling like that whenever you greet me? It's quite unsettling." Sailor responded by stretching his smile even wider. "Given my appearance, I'm considered quite handsome by today's standards in the city-states." Lawrence spat aside and refrained from further teasing the grim figure, instead stepping forward to clap Sailor on the shoulder. "So, how was your time aboard the Vanished?" Sailor paused for a moment, his face marked by deep lines that gradually relaxed as he reflected. "It was a good experience." "That's good to hear," Lawrence replied with a warm smile, shaking his head in amusement. "Now that your remarkable assignment outside is complete," he gestured broadly with open arms, "welcome back to the White Oak." Sailor returned the smile, spreading his arms wide in response. "Happy to be back." Quickly sidestepping, Lawrence joked, "I was just saying, no need for an actual hug. Go freshen up, your scent of rotten flesh is quite potent." "What?" "Mr. Morris has taken his family to the safe haven, and he has also joined the city wall guard squad. It seems when the head of the guard saw an elderly man volunteering, he initially rejected him. But then, Mr. Morris impressed everyone there with his capabilities by beating every youngster that dared to challenge him. Miss Vanna has taken up a position at the cathedral. She's now in charge of the watchman stationed there. It's known that they have several out-of-control priests detained within the cathedral walls, keeping her quite busy every day, but she seems genuinely content. She mentioned this to you as well. Yes, she's pleased to be making a difference back in the city-state." "Did Sailor and Miss Agatha arrive safely at their destinations?" "That's relieving. I heard that the ships heading north are becoming scarce, and with the deteriorating conditions in the cold sea, I had some concerns. It's fortunate they arrived safely, as that was likely the last fleet to depart." "How is Miss Lucretia, sampling the local dishes at Wind Harbor?" "Oh, really? That sounds just like something a witch would do." In the background, Nina's voice was a cheerful hum, while Duncan sat on the edge of the deck of the Vanished, a gentle smile on his face as he listened to her distant chatter. "Do you and Shirley have any plans?" he inquired abruptly. There was a brief pause before Nina responded. "Shirley and I have decided to remain at the antique shop." "You're not considering taking refuge at the cathedral? It might be safer there." "No, we don't have other family, and we feel secure enough. Taking refuge doesn't really align with our needs. Now Dog and Shirley take turns patrolling the shop while I ensure it remains a beacon of light and warmth. Our little shop has essentially become a small refuge on this street. Sometimes night watchers drop by for a break, and they all serve under Miss Vanna O. They even call this place the most reliable night-safe house in the city-state." Nina's tone was lively, tinged with pride, clearly content with their setup. Duncan listened, his slight worry fading. "It appears that the two young women have creatively transformed the quaint antique shop into a vibrant and essential part of the community." As Nina continued her easygoing banter, Duncan's gaze was drawn to the changing light and shadows at the end of the transition channel. The clouds stretched across the horizon, visible through the channel, their outlines highlighted by the diffused sunlight, sketching the silhouette of the eternal curtain. Finally, Duncan slowly rose to his feet and said, "Nina." The chattering girl paused immediately. "Get ready to look up." Chapter 848, Depth 2, Annihilation. The warp transit concluded its journey, The extensive voyage through the remote frontier had ended, and the Vanished had once again entered the world of fog and water. However, this arrival marked merely a brief pause in a much larger expedition. Duncan's true objective lay not in returning to the boundless sea, but in reaching the farthest extremity of this world, a place that hung suspended in the sky, locked in perpetual coldness. The ship began to emit gentle vibrations as it exited warp transit. The illusion of the New Hope rapidly vanished into the sky, while countless unseen threads withdrew back into the puppet's exterior. Almost immediately, the thick fog characteristic of the frontier waters enveloped the ship from all sides, welcoming it warmly. The Vanished glided through the sea, moving silently over the calm, mirror-like water as the ship gradually stabilized. Alice blinked, her eyes quickly regaining their brightness. She looked up at Duncan, who was standing nearby, and flashed him a quick smile. "Captain, we're back." "Yes, we are back in the boundless sea. I'll take over the helm now," Duncan replied with a smile, nodding at the puppet before heading towards the shadowy helm. "Feel free to rest or just watch if you prefer." "Okay, I'm not tired. I'll watch," Alice responded enthusiastically. She dragged a large wooden barrel to a corner of the bridge, sat on it with her chin resting on her hands, and watched Duncan navigate. Duncan glanced back at Alice with a smile of resignation, then took hold of the dark helm. Green ethereal flames ignited between his fingers, spreading across the helm and lighting up the deck and masts. The translucent ethereal sails filled with an invisible wind. The Vanished shone brightly, reminiscent of the day Duncan first took control of the helm, a vivid memory that remained with him. Duncan then closed his eyes. His focus wasn't on the boundless sea or the eternal curtain. Instead, in his fading awareness, he perceived a slowly pulsating, cold, and artificial sunlight that traced a luminous path through the darkness, leading far ahead. He then heard a deep rumble from within the Vanished, the ropes quivering in the air, the cabin creaking. These layered sounds merged into a continuous chorus of encouragement from the ship. Amid this chorus, he heard the strange, discordant voice of Goathead. It sang a peculiar chant Duncan had never heard before, with complex tones and strange pronunciations that seemed as if they had traversed vast expanses of time and space, sung initially to appease ancient gods, yet hardly pleasing to the ear. With his eyes closed, however, Duncan saw something through the strange, off-key humming. He envisioned bright sunlight and majestic landscapes, a gigantic tree rooting deeply into the earth, and the figure of a creator slowly emerging from a valley as if wandering in dreams. Primitive beings, newly sentient, gathered around the great tree, adorning their creator's resting place with colorful stones and furs. They joyfully played rudimentary musical instruments, singing songs that celebrated the breeze and sunlight at dawn and dusk. Now, after such a lengthy passage of time, their creator recalled this melody. As the Vanished resumed its slow acceleration, Goathead's discordant humming morphed into the final melody of their journey. The massive ghost ship seemed to dissolve further into ethereal fire, taking on an even more convincing guise of illusion than before. The flames climbed higher, engulfing the ship and erasing its entire history, every foundation it had laid across dimensions, every shadow it had cast, obliterating its very existence within their small sanctuary. The flames, suffused with pale purple starlight, transformed the Vanished into a massive, almost indistinguishable spectral form amidst the fire. This spectral form was weightless. It floated upward through the cloud cover of this world, tracing a path illuminated by the deceptive glow of distant sunlight, and began to pick up speed as it ascended into the sky. Zhou Ming clutched the helm, feeling the vividness of this world for the first time, acutely aware of his own existence and that of the Vanished. He felt an integral part of this fading, dimming, slowly cooling world. He was also among the myriad displaced souls of this realm. With his eyes firmly shut, Zhou Ming refrained from observing too much to prevent the boundless sea from instantaneously collapsing. However, his sensation had already initiated the final destruction of this world. Now the underlying data of the sanctuary was laid bare to him, triggering the final disaster recovery uploads into the Singularity database. As this ultimate upload progressed, the reset procedures at the outer barriers also commenced. Nina and Shirley watched in awe. They had reached the second floor of the antique shop, having placed Uncle Duncan's lifeless body by the window. Though he was no longer alive, Nina kept him seated beside her, gazing out together. The girls looked towards the southeast. A brilliant light emanated from that direction, advancing slowly yet profoundly towards the world's creation. The resplendent light, a mix of green and pale purple, bathed half the sky, ushering in a dawn-like daylight at the end of the long night. Wow, Shirley stretched her neck, letting out an exaggerated gasp. She then tugged at Dog's neck chain, exclaiming excitedly, "Dog, look at that. Over there, the captain is really flying. He's heading towards the world's creation. It's starting, it's starting." I see, stop pulling the chain," Dog barked, gripping the chain tightly. "Find a stable spot to brace yourself. The final moment is upon us. You've been wondering every day when it would start, and it's now." I'm a bit nervous," Shirley admitted, pressing against the wall with Dog's chain but quickly moving back to the window. "What will happen? Will it hurt? Or will it just be over in an instant? Will there be a bright light?" "How should I know? Dog started to respond but cut himself off. The flames, now infused with starlight, raged through every fissure of its being, erupting and soaring from within. Shirley blinked, raising her arms as she watched flames ignite on her own body, and through the shadows cast by the flames, she saw Nina also gradually enveloped by fire. "Uncle Duncan experiences the world through our perspective," Nina realized. Her tone was calm and gentle as she assured her companion, "Don't be scared." "I'm not scared, but what should I do?" Shirley responded, her voice betraying her fear as she looked to Nina for guidance. "Should I just keep my eyes wide open and look around?" "Seeing the world through our eyes is really just a metaphor," Nina began to clarify, but paused as she caught the naive and confused look on her friend's face. Choosing not to continue her explanation, Nina gave a resigned smile. "All right, just keep your eyes wide open and look around. Uncle Duncan will handle everything else." Oh, Shirley quickly agreed, promptly widening her eyes and trying her best to peer into the distance. Meanwhile, Nina noticed something supernatural on the horizon, beyond the cloud-covered skyline. A breathtaking spectacle unfolded that was unlike anything seen in the physical realm before. It seemed as if a majestic curtain was drawing across the sky. Stars began to emerge, and the expansive ocean known as the boundless sea began to silently implode, starting from its outermost regions, illuminated by the starlight. First to be affected were the frontier maritime outposts, lighthouses, mobile ports established by the Church of the Four Gods, and their patrolling fleets, always vigilant near the eternal curtain. Next, remote islands disappeared, the ones once visited by explorers who left behind numerous tales. Soon, the frontier maritime city-states followed suit. Lucretia stood on the top deck of the Bright Star, moored at Wind Harbor. She clung to Rabbi's arm and steadied the small puppet, Nilu, on her shoulder, while the clockwork puppet Looney stood faithfully behind her. Together, they solemnly observed the stars ascend from the edge of the world, advancing toward them like a grand curtain spanning heaven and earth. The stars first reached a platform on the distant ocean, previously a facility for studying a glowing object, now deserted and irrecoverable by the city-state, left as a lone monument amidst the sea. Without any process of disintegration, no sound, no flash, the platform seamlessly merged with the stars, vanishing without a trace. Behind the starlight, only sheer emptiness remained. Nilu clung tightly to Lucretia's head, her small frame trembling. "Mistress, I'm a bit scared." "Don't be afraid, Nilu," Lucretia reassured her, softly stroking the puppet's back. "The next time you open your eyes, we'll be at our new home." The small puppet nodded earnestly in response. "Mistress," Looney's voice sounded from behind. Lucretia turned to see the clockwork puppet's slightly anxious expression. "Are you also scared?" "A little." Lucretia offered a comforting smile. "Then close your eyes, and when you open them again, it will be as if you've merely blinked." Looney hesitated briefly, then obediently closed her eyes. As the last light flickered at the corner of her vision, she saw the silhouette of her mistress silently merging into the starlight. Lucretia, == A. Percentian transferred to new data and AMP, Percentian save completed. Chapter 849, Depth 1, Into Silence. The observation signal from Lucretia had disappeared, and at that exact moment, all information related to Wind Harbor was quickly transferred just before a complete system reset occurred. Zhou Ming remained calm as he adjusted to the changes happening within the shelter. He sensed the slow disintegration of its boundaries, the gradual crumbling of the boundless sea, and the cities among the curtain of stars fading away into nothingness. He was overwhelmed by a cacophony of voices, thousands expressing confusion, fear, desperation, and hope. It was as if tens of thousands of minds were speaking to him simultaneously, only to fall silent all at once, repeating this cycle over and over. Zhou Ming felt detached from this cyclic disturbance. As the reverse singularity began to activate, he dedicated nearly all his focus to maintaining the stability and control of the process. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally had a moment to observe his surroundings. With his eyes closed, he saw Alice seated nearby. She was intently observing, seemingly detached from everything happening outside the Vanished. He also saw the Vanished itself, hovering above a sea of clouds, appearing like a blazing, pristine illusion. Much of the ship had been engulfed by a fierce inferno, leaving only the core where he stood at the helm and some parts of the stern's structure intact. Beyond these remnants was a light mist trailing a brilliant tail of flames. Periodically, the humming of Goathead reached him. This remarkable ancient relic floated deep within the light mist, continuing its final burn. Eventually, Zhou Ming heard footsteps approaching. The door of the lost at the stern swung open, and Ray Nora stepped through. Known as the Frost Queen, she silently gazed at the distant sea of clouds, watching as the world faded into the starlight. After a brief pause, she walked towards the helm. Ascending the stairs bathed in starlight, she joined Zhou Ming at the ship's control. "I thought you had left," Zhou Ming remarked with a slight smile. "The bonds of the Vanished are gone. Your drifting house could leave at any time." "It could indeed leave, but where would it go at a time like this? The entire world is dying, and if I left, I would likely be consumed by the starlight anyways," Ray Nora replied, smiling as she shook her head. "I've decided to stay. This is the best seat to witness the end of the world, a spectacle too grand to miss." Zhou Ming simply nodded, his grip tightening on the steering wheel as he steered the ship toward the distant sunlight in the darkness. The sunlight fluctuated, dimming and then brightening again. Amidst the intense radiance, Zhou Ming seemed to already perceive the grand corona and the ancient deity beneath it. Occasionally, voices from the distant, disintegrating boundless sea, where he had left many observation nodes, reached his mind. "This is frost. A curtain of stars is gradually spreading from the direction of the frigid ice field," Tyrion informed him. "The distant sea surface has vanished. A clear rift has appeared in the clouds. It's quite spectacular. We are prepared here." Then Agatha's shadow voice followed. "The cathedral has gathered many survivors. I am with another Agatha. We are looking after the children here. They don't fully grasp what's happening. I've told the children that this is a necessary process to usher in the new dawn, assuring them that everything will soon be all right." Morpheus also observed starlight above the western seas. "It's rapidly approaching us. There's some unrest in the city, but it's not too bad. It'll be over soon." Sailor's voice sounded casual. "I'm with Captain Lawrence, and we are standing on the city walls with others from the White Oak. We just agreed when the starlight comes, we'll all close our eyes, count to 3, and then open." From another location, Morris shared his observations. "Here in Planned, nothing significant has occurred yet. We can only see the stars at the horizon. I'm with my family, and from here we can see the trail you left in the sky. It's truly a breathtaking sight," he said, his voice filled with awe. In the silence, Zhou Ming attentively listened to these distant voices. Assisted by the beacons scattered across the boundless sea, he sensed the ongoing shifts within the shelter. After a considerable pause, he nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you all for holding on." However, soon after, the mental link echoed the voices of Tyrion and Agatha, then unexpectedly, their signals vanished. Shortly thereafter, Sailor's and Lawrence's signals also disappeared. Hours later, the Starlight's ascension led to the dissolution of more than half the city-states in the boundless sea. The ancient sanctuary, established by kings long past and operational for 10,000 years following the Great Annihilation, rapidly contracted to a third of its original expanse, continuing to diminish swiftly. In Planned, the last lights of the city-state night lit up, and amidst the clouds and mist, the chaotic roars of unseen entities echoed. Enormous, shadowy figures twisted and swelled between the city's rooftops and towers in a final, desperate frenzy, reaching towards the distant curtain of starlight. Atop the high walls of the shelter in the upper city area, Vanna and Heidi stood together as the encircling starlight curtain rose around them. Heidi, overwhelmed by the sight, whispered, "So beautiful." Vanna smiled in response. "Didn't I always tell you? The captain always ensures a spectacle. You never believed me." Feeling a bit defeated, Heidi replied, "My Miss Knight, remember I've always stayed within the city. I haven't experienced as much of the world as you have." "Isn't the world within a madman's mind enough?" Vanna retorted playfully. "Let's not talk about work at the end of the world," Heidi quickly said, adding, "I hope psychiatrists in the new world won't need guns to battle delusions." The two longtime friends continued their conversation about the impending new world. Nearby, Morris, looking pensive, whispered to his wife, "Do you think our daughter and Vanna are a bit impossible, right?" His wife responded, reflecting his thoughts. "I used to think it impossible too, but the captain said it's possible. As the curtain of starlight finally reached the sea's edge near planned, Shirley instinctively clutched Nina's hand, gazing anxiously at the star-filled sky. The roars and strange noises of the city began to fade under the brilliant starlight, the world around them growing ominously quiet. The voice of Dog emanated from the shadows at Shirley's feet, saying, "Planned lies at the heart of the boundless sea. The starlight is now closing in on the city-state's coastline, leaving only this city remaining in this world." "I used to really dislike this city," Shirley whispered, her voice tinged with a mixture of nostalgia and sadness. "With its perpetually waterlogged and foul-smelling alleys, the chilly, unwelcoming houses, and the incessant noise from the thunderous factories. But now, I find myself hesitant to leave." Nina remained silent, simply offering a comforting pat on Shirley's hand, then bent down to adjust the collar of her Uncle Duncan, gently nudging him toward the window. Although her Uncle Duncan could no longer see the world through his own eyes, Nina knew that he retained a faint, lingering connection to this avatar. Her gestures, she hoped, might provide some solace as he faced the imminent great annihilation. "Uncle Duncan," she said quietly, "the lights at the city's edge have snuffed out. I just witnessed the tallest rooftops in the crossroad dissolve into the starlight. It seems it will soon be our turn." Nina raised her eyes to the sky, observing the majestic blaze of firelight sweeping across it, hidden partially by clouds. This fire, now entering the rear of the world's creation, left only its spectacular tail flame, which cast an entrancing glow that was reflected in her eyes. Shortly after, she felt a response echo within her heart. "Yes, I'm almost there." "Is it dark where you are?" she asked tentatively. "In the areas devoid of sunlight, it's pitch black like the back of the world's creation," the voice replied, "unlike the side facing the boundless sea which emits a pale light. But when the sun shines, it becomes incredibly bright. The black sun is directly ahead. I've already seen it." "Take care on your journey," Nina advised softly. "Shirley and I are waiting for you." "Okay." The voice in her mind faded away. Nina squinted, watching as the magnificent blaze was slowly concealed by the world's creation. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed another city block quietly merging into the starry sky. The starlight continued to encroach above planned, and now only a few structures stood defiantly against the impending darkness. Shirley gripped her hand once more, revealing his usual bravado to be a facade for his underlying timidity. Nina smiled reassuringly, holding Shirley's hand tighter. She gazed into the pervading starlight, whispering almost to herself, "Just keep moving forward, don't worry, just keep going." She turned to look directly into Shirley's eyes, which were illuminated by the spreading starlight. "Shirley, you can blink now." As they watched, the starlight finally sealed completely above planned, swallowing the last tangible section of the boundless sea. Every sound, every material, all history, everything that had ever been born, destroyed, great, mediocre, noble, sinful, all was absorbed into the quiet stillness of the starlight, leaving nothing behind. Thus, the world was obliterated. Chapter 850, Depth 0, Assignment. After a tumultuous period, peace finally descended. Silence enveloped everything. The continuous internal chatter within the mind, the feedback from countless environmental sensors, the calming guidance from Nina, and the soothing updates from Vanna and Morris, all ceased abruptly as the stars within this realm merged, annihilating the world's very essence. This sacred sanctuary, built by ancient rulers and enduring for 10,000 years, quietly dissolved into the cosmic birth of a new universe. Midst a chaotic tapestry woven from the remnants of numerous worlds, only one ship, the Vanished, continued its final voyage, navigating the edges of the newly forming universe. Beneath its hull lay a deep fissure that had spanned the boundless sea for eons, its other side revealing a starkly different landscape. Standing at the helm of the Vanished, Zhou Ming fearlessly opened his eyes, now freed from the constraints of the old world. Looking through the burning remains of the deck and the gaps in the hull, he saw a dark, endless fissure absorbing all light, its depth almost causing dizziness. Though the details within the abyss were obscured, it hinted at an immense vastness, feeling like falling into an infinite void. Above this abyss, the black sun shone brightly, its light cutting through the surrounding darkness. The grand celestial body continued to emit strong, clear navigational signals, although they were no longer necessary for the Vanished. Beside Zhou Ming stood Alice, no longer atop a barrel but on a small piece of the remaining deck, while Ray Nora stood next to the doll. "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Ming asked suddenly. "I'm not thinking about anything," Alice replied with a cheerful tone, her face briefly showing confusion before she smiled and added, "It's quite fascinating to see what lies behind the world's creation." "Aren't you afraid?" Zhou Ming asked, expecting her usual response. "Not scared." Alice indeed shook her head, puzzled about her lack of fear. Zhou Ming smiled and then turned to Ray Nora. "And you?" "I was just reflecting on the serenity of the world's end," Ray Nora shared, her voice calm and her face tranquil. "Growing up, I was haunted by distorted, violent visions and sounds from the deep sea. I imagined the Great Annihilation as a catastrophic event filled with terror and destruction, yet it occurred in complete silence. As everything faded away, there was no sound, not even the roars of the brave or the screams of the fearful. It felt surreal, almost like descending from here might still reveal the endless blue ocean and the sunlight scattering across the water." Zhou Ming remained silent, and after a few seconds, Ray Nora sighed softly. "I should leave now," she announced. "Leaving now?" Zhou Ming asked, surprised. "There's nowhere to go at this moment." "I know, but it's time for me to detach the drifting house from this place," Ray Nora replied, smiling. "Having seen the scenery of the Great Annihilation, I yearn to continue my journey in the New World." "I understand," Zhou Ming responded, nodding slightly. "Then I wish you a safe journey. The Vanished will always keep a door open for your drifting house, even in the New World." "Thank you," Ray Nora smiled warmly, then stepped back. "See you in the New World." She then left the helm, descending the fragmented stairs to the still-standing Door of the Lost. A beam of light soon flashed brilliantly against the starry backdrop as she departed. Back at the helm, the deck began to contract and collapse, the remaining structures of the Vanished disintegrating under the glow of the starlit flames. The illusion of the mast and the linked structures disappeared last. Zhou Ming gazed upwards toward the distant sunlight, then looked down, holding the last piece of the helm. After a moment, he released it. "You've worked hard," he whispered to the ship. He walked to the edge of the helm, passing through the nearly transparent remains of the stairs and decks. Alice followed closely. They reached the captain's cabin door at the stern, which was nearly gone. Even the Door of the Lost stood nearly transparent, quiet in its original place. Through this door, Zhou Ming saw the last remaining part of the Vanished, a black wooden goat head floating above the chart table, turning to look at Alice and Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming approached Goathead, illuminated by starry illusions, while the last structures of the Vanished continued to disintegrate around him. "That's about it," he said to his first officer. "The Vanished should now rest. Atlantis is also waiting for you." "Keep a spot for me on the Vanished in the New World," Goathead requested, its wooden face seemingly smiling as it raised its neck. "Decide what form that will be." "All right," Zhou Ming nodded. Goathead exhaled softly, and after a brief silence, it squinted its eyes and revisited their initial and final question. "Name?" "Zhou Ming." Brilliant starlight burst from the core structure of the Vanished following the answer, engulfing the illusion of Saslaka's spine and head. In an instant, the entire ship dissolved into nothingness within the starlight, leaving behind only a few lingering points of light drifting slowly. Alice watched the scene with wide eyes. She raised her hand as if to catch those drifting points of light. When a tiny light touched her fingertip, she suddenly realized something. She smiled, waving her hand vigorously. "Goodbye, Mr. First Mate, goodbye, see you in the New World." The faint glimmers of light vanished, and Miss Alice gradually ceased her arm movements. In the enveloping darkness, she paused to contemplate before raising her gaze to Zhou Ming. "Captain, what's our next move? Is there still some distance to cover? I can see the black sun looming ahead. How do we navigate to it?" Zhou Ming chuckled, affectionately tousled Alice's hair and pointed behind the doll. Taken aback, Alice turned around. There, suspended in the void, was a magnificently ornate wooden box, familiar and quietly majestic. "I've kept this apart for you. Now the choice is yours," Zhou Ming stated, standing beside her. A wave of realization washed over Alice, bringing a joyful smile to her face. She approached the wooden box and leaned down to caress it tenderly, as if reuniting with a cherished companion. She softly ran her fingers across its surface, murmuring, "Hello there, we're embarking on a new journey." Zhou Ming's laughter filled the air as he stepped into the wooden box, followed by Alice. The box, resembling a modest-sized canoe, was compact yet spacious enough for two to stand inside. Alice reached for the floating lid of the box but hesitated, her expression uncertain as she glanced at Zhou Ming. "Captain, can we really make it across? There's no water here." With a serene smile, Zhou Ming surveyed the encompassing void and darkness. As they stood within a realm obscured by the world's creation, the darkness around them began to ripple. "Now we can," he assured her. Alice blinked, tentatively nudging the wooden box with the lid in the darkness. It moved. Her face lit up with excitement, and she began to energetically wave the lid like an oar, rowing vigorously through the darkness. It was reminiscent of their initial voyage, chasing the elusive vanished across the vast expanses of the boundless sea. The wooden box picked up speed in the darkness, propelling both the doll and her captain toward the distant gleam of sunlight. As they sailed, time and space seemed to dissolve into irrelevance. The small canoe-like box coursed through a dark crevice toward the distant light. Alice did not know how long she had rowed. She only knew that Zhou Ming was always by her side, and the distant sun maintained its elusive distance, until suddenly it was incredibly near. What had appeared as a distant sun transformed into a vast, fiery sea stretching infinitely in every direction below them, its immense flames shooting up like a silent, cold tempest. Alice ceased her rowing and leaned forward to peer below, then turned to Zhou Ming with a wide, beaming smile. "We've arrived." Zhou Ming remained silent for a lengthy moment before finally exhaling softly. "Yes, we have arrived." Alice did not question his prolonged silence, seeming to grasp the entirety of the moment. Following his acknowledgement, she carefully set the wooden box lid aside and looked up into Zhou Ming's eyes. Her radiant smile slowly settled into a tranquil expression. "Captain, see you in the new world." "Yeah, see you in the new world. And don't forget my little flat-bottomed pan." Of course. Content with their journey's conclusion, the doll dissolved into the brilliance of the stars. Zhou Ming stood silently over the fiery sea of the black sun. After an indeterminate time, he turned to look at his shoulder. In the fading starlight, the silhouette of AI flickered, appearing and disappearing intermittently. The dove cocked its head, appearing to observe its master with a curious gaze. When their eyes locked, the bird suddenly flapped its wings energetically and made an odd, piercing noise as if it were experiencing some kind of glitch. Its voice rang out in a repetitive chant. "To the new world, to the new world, to the new world," announcing a limited-time event for the newer. Enhanced probability for the Duncan Zhu Ming card. SSR card Alice reissued for a limited time. To the new world. To the new world. Zhou Ming's brow furrowed in confusion. Normally, he could grasp the gist of the dove's cryptic messages, but this message seemed unusually perplexing. What on earth was the dove trying to convey? Before Zhou Ming could voice his bewilderment, Ai's silhouette had already begun to fade into the starlight. The dove flapped its wings once more, and its typically dim green bean-like eyes suddenly took on a contemplative look. Then, it turned to face Zhou Ming with a serious expression. "Goodbye." And with that, the dove faded away. Zhou Ming watched this spectacle in silent amazement for a long while before he resignedly shook his head and muttered to himself, "I thought this dove would stay by my side until the end." His words hung unanswered in the air. Even the sun burning below his feet offered no reply. Zhou Ming had realized that the black sun was no longer alive when Alice rode the wooden box close to this fiery sea. The black sun had ceased its thoughts quietly during this time. It offered no farewells or final words. What remained here was merely a corpse that still burned in a consistent pattern, acting like a beacon that continued to light the path even after the great annihilation. This flame was the final gift that the black sun had left for Zhou Ming. "You kept your promise, so I shall too." With a rueful smile and a shake of his head, Zhou Ming's figure slowly descended into the sea of fire, eventually feeling as if he stood on solid ground. The flame, once possessed by the black sun but now without an owner, continued to burn beside him as if waiting to be taken over. Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the surrounding sea of fire, and a term suddenly came to his mind: flame usurper. Thus began the ultimate usurpation of the fire. In an instant, the flames left by the black sun transformed into a beacon of starlight. This luminous, celestial body, made of entangled information and chaotic beliefs, was bathed in starlight, reigniting and exploding into a brilliant flash that illuminated everything in an infinitely brief moment. That intense illumination cast the starlight into the crack of the world's creation. This too was an infinitely brief moment. After this moment, time truly lost all meaning. The black sun, this last relic of the old world, the final fragment left at this moment after the convergence of thousands of worlds, was completely dissolved in the starlight. The great annihilation is completed. All was swallowed by the echoing emptiness of the great annihilation. Time and space both turned into null values, and that nearly eternal yet infinitely brief instant began. Alone consciousness remained, This entity floated in the void, traversing this eternal moment. It began to think and to calculate. The first parameter of the mathematical machine was set into motion, initiating a sequence that spanned an age so long it felt eternal. Following this, the second parameter was meticulously adjusted, a task that, though it lasted only a moment, seemed to stretch beyond any measurable time. The machine continued in its purpose, constantly calculating in its deep thought process. In a span of time that was at once unimaginably vast and yet paradoxically fleeting, the machine commenced its primary task. It began organizing all that had been promised, assigning everything its rightful position within a scale of information that was both computable and beyond true comprehension. Still engaged in its calculations, the machine pondered endlessly. It then proceeded to establish the tempo for all operations within this embryonic mathematical universe. The earlier stages were dedicated to its design, while the stages that followed would open up to a future brimming with possibilities. This phase, too, consumed what felt like an infinite moment. The call was made. From the old world, the task had been completed. The focus shifted. To the new world, a new model was integrated. Thus, the perpetual first-second ticked by. Joe Ming Duncan opened his eyes. The void of darkness was mirrored in his gaze. He uttered a single word. Let there be light. Chapter 851, Depth -1, to the New World. Below MTL, be careful. Then there was light. And that was a long, long time ago, or maybe just a moment ago. After all, if the Algrade astrologer's theory is correct, the birth of this universe may have happened only recently. Although for the time scale of all beings in the universe, it may have been an event billions of years ago. But for another time scale higher than all things in the universe, the time span of billions of years is just an insignificant parameter. But who cares? After all, a senior who has to finish his biology thesis all day and sleeps less than 6 hours a day will definitely not care about such things in the sky. The astronomy school next door may care, but that's another matter. Their credits are tied to this. Borno was holding a large stack of materials he had just borrowed from the library, and he ran hurriedly across the large walkway on the top floor of the Academy City, as if he could bring up a gust of wind behind him. He ran past an elf gentleman with messy hair and who looked severely sleep-deprived, and almost bumped into him. No running on the upper trail? The messy-haired elf staggered and loudly reminded the short guy who came out of nowhere. Judging from his body size and the distinctive cat-like ears, he should be a student of the Gypro tribe, a race that is always so reckless. I'm sorry, sir. Borno stopped in a hurry, turned around, and bent down to apologize in a posture that seemed like he was about to throw the pile of books in his arms at the gentleman opposite him. I was in a hurry to see my tutor. I stayed in the library for too long. I looked up at the watch and found that I was almost half an hour late. I'm very sorry. Did I hurt you? The sincerity and nervousness of the young man Gypro worked, and Mr. Elf waved his hand helplessly. Okay, go ahead. It's no small matter to stand up your mentor, but don't rush around like this. The world won't be destroyed just because you run a little slower. Yes, thank you, sir. Goodbye, sir. I'm leaving, sir. Borno bowed repeatedly and hurriedly caught the book that was about to slip out of his arms. Then he turned around and walked quickly to the other end of the trail. The elf man with messy hair and dark circles under his eyes, due to lack of sleep, looked at the young man who ran away recklessly and shook his head helplessly. He heard footsteps coming from the side. He looked up in the direction of the sound and saw a familiar figure approaching nearby. He smiled and raised his hand to greet the other person. Ted, it's rare to see you have time to take a walk at this time. It's even rarer to see you willing to come out of your lab and breathe the air outside. Ted Lill glanced at the elf scholar in front of him and said jokingly, Didn't you say that elves only need to take in basic vitamins and maintain 15 minutes of sunlight and 2 minutes of outdoor activities every day to maintain their vital signs? I thought so, but my doctor didn't, Terran Air shrugged. He kicked me out of the lab. Good job, Ted Lear rolled his eyes. If no one is watching over your body, you will die young before 2,000 years old. Honestly, the world is so good, don't you want to live a few more years? Take a good look at it before you die. Why are you so rude? Listening to the unceremonious teasing and teachings from his longtime friend, Terranel just smiled awkwardly and touched his nose without any rebuttal. Yeah, that's good. He muttered softly, then slowly raised his head and looked towards the end of the promenade, his eyes passing over the spire of the Academy's tower, over the high walls, over the vast plains and hills outside the city, looking towards the horizon. There is magnificent green like mountains rolling on the land, huge tree shadows standing at the end of the horizon, and the light green phantom light emanating from the top of the treetops diffuses in the sky like the aurora and turns into rivers of light flowing to the plains. The green is like veins, winding across the land, some flowing on the surface, some seeping into the ground and disappearing at the end of certain tributaries. Those energy flows, called locus touch, penetrate deep underground and interweave into a larger network near the mantle, wrapping the entire planet between the crust and the mantle, and wherever the energy flows, it is blessed by Silantes. This Academy City was built on the largest energy focus on the Breeze Plain. But in fact, these energy focuses are of no use to the operation of the city itself. The city needs electricity and fuel to operate, and the only function of the energy focus deep underground is to enable the elves to establish more direct communication with Silantes. Silantes likes to chat with people, and so does Sasloka, who is online during breaks in his patrols. Taranel squinted his eyes, the bright sunlight shining on his face, bringing a warm heat that made people unable to help but feel sleepy. "Have you heard about that?" Ted Riel's voice came from the side, waking Taranel from his drowsiness. "The astrologers of Algred, they learned something incredible. There's always all kinds of information flowing in the border area, and there is long-term and stable communication between Terra and the border area. What's more, the Algred people are a race that is very sensitive to the stars," Taranel said slowly. "I don't think this is a big problem. If the world is like this, then it should be like this. Since they have noticed it, let them know, after all. There are so many equally sensitive and intelligent races living in the depths of such a vast starry sky, and what we can touch and influence is always only the smallest part of it." As the great scholar spoke, he slowly stretched out in the sunshine, took a deep breath as if he wanted to absorb the sunshine into his lungs, and then slowly exhaled. "Ted, don't think too much. Just enjoy the air and breeze as well as the warm sunshine like me. To be honest, I'm really starting to like being outdoors. It turns out that basking in the sun is such a good thing." Ted Riel glanced at Taran, and then seemed to suddenly relax. He smiled and shook his head, then squinted his eyes like Taran, letting the warm sunlight shine on his face. But after a while, he seemed to suddenly remember something and couldn't help muttering, "Speaking of which, what do you think of him? There are original intelligent creatures in the stars who have begun to spontaneously perceive certain mysteries in the process of the birth of this world." Taran shrugged. He doesn't have any opinion." "How do you know?" "Lady Lucretia told me last time when she came back that he has a lot of things to do right now, and as for the various situations that arise during the development of the native intelligent creatures among the stars, he only adheres to one principle. As long as they don't overturn the house, he doesn't care." "Are you being too lenient?" "Who knows?" Taranel said casually. "There's a saying, 'Oh, do your best to ensure the possibility that this world has,' that's probably what it means." Ted Lear thought about it and felt that there was a very profound and convincing truth in this, so he decided not to dwell on this topic. He just asked with a little curiosity, "Do you know what he is busy with now?" "Then I have no idea. Anyway, it's such a big place, he must have a lot of things to do," Taranel said, looking up at the distant sky. He seemed to be gazing at an endlessly distant place, beyond the planets, beyond the galaxies, in the ripples of space and time, deep in some endless space-time structure that was beyond the comprehension of human intelligence. He had revisited the place only briefly in a few guided visions. Visited the ship. That place where the old holy spirits gather in the oldest and most obscure legends of the Patmosans. "What? This is the situation," the tall Vanna stood up. "In some stories deep in the starry sky, she was also called the Saintess with the Sword, or the one who shoots down the stars, or the Lady of Falling Stars." She said seriously, "It's a little tricky. Maybe we have to go there in person." The tall and majestic figure at the end of the long table remained silent, while Shirley, who was sitting opposite the table, had already slumped down with her head in her hands. She had been called the Lady Who Patrols the Sky, or the Star Thrower, by the Bamoses since some time ago. "But I just had a day off yesterday." "We have to save them at least," Agatha Shadow, the Gemini stars, and the protector in the mirror, who was sitting at a corner of the long table, shook her head. "At least they are on the ship." "Just don't let this get out," Morris said with a delicate expression, smoking his pipe and glancing at the tall figure at the end of the long table. He had so many titles that sometimes even he couldn't remember them all. "The main thing is to make sure it doesn't get to the Leviathans. They've protested 3 times. The tall figure at the end of the long table finally moved, and the discussions on both sides of the table finally quieted down a little. All eyes fell on the captain with expectation. The figure stood up from the darkness. Duncan Joe Ming looked around at the followers gathered here, and after a long period of silence with a complicated expression, he finally sighed, his expression gradually going crazy. So who can first explain what, while traveling, Lenwara tricked the Leviathan Queen who ran away from home to go and admire the cosmic explosion? But they were both stuck in a space crack due to gravitational collapse and had to send a distress signal to find someone to help get them out, means, and then briefly explain why it was the 4th time. What about the first 3 times? Nina, who was standing by, immediately raised her head and looked around carefully, muttering, "Shouldn't you explain what the Big Bang is first? It sounds very interesting." As soon as Nina finished speaking, the goat head on the table immediately raised its neck and said excitedly, "Hey, I know this. I went to see it during the last patrol mission. It was when the quasar encountered." As soon as it started to speak, everyone around the table said in unison, "Shut up." Hello? Season finale. Yes, the Depth Zero in the previous chapter is indeed the finale of the Deep Sea. But even if the era of the Deep Sea ends, their story continues, so. Depth -1. The lost homeland is still sailing,